Chapter 1325. When it came to Hagoromo Otsutsuki and Kaguya Otsutsuki, the people of the ninja world were completely clueless about them. They hadn't even heard their names. However, Naruto was somewhat knowledgeable about them, or rather, one of them. Last night, after grilling the Ninetales again, Naruto learned that the Sage of Six Paths, who had always existed in legends and founded the ninja creed to teach chakra to the world, was actually named Hagoromo Otsutsuki. After his interrogation, Naruto went to the battle arena to pay a visit to this legendary figure. Unlike other characters who had different stages or ages to choose from, Hagoromo Otsutsuki had only one form. In appearance, Hagoromo Otsutsuki was an old man with horns on his head and a pair of Rinnegan eyes. As a pioneer of the ninja way, Hagoromo Otsutsuki was indeed extraordinary. But his strength was a bit surprising. Like Old Man Madara, he belonged to the Nanshin nursing home tier and was easily taken down by Naruto. Of course, in the real ninja world, he would definitely be a master of masters. As for Kaguya Otsutsuki, also from the Otsutsuki clan, she was much more mysterious. Even the Ninetales inside Naruto had never heard of her. Appearance-wise, she was a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Her silver hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her cold, moon-like demeanor was perfectly to Naruto's taste. However, despite being from the same Otsutsuki clan, Kaguya's appearance was vastly different from the old man's. Her eyes were not a pair of Rinnegan, but a pair of beautiful, pure, and flawless Byakugan. Even more astonishingly, like the god Erlang, she had a third eye on her forehead. It was a unique Rinnegan with 9 Tamo. This appearance was truly a bit strange. Whether it was a version issue or a missing update during his transmigration, in any case, these were the only 2 Otsutsuki characters in the battle arena. With such a small sample size, Naruto didn't know if the differences between them were normal for their clan. But one thing could be roughly confirmed. These 2 were ancient beings who lived 1,000 years ago. Naruto speculated that the Byakugan, the devolved Rinnegan, the Sharingan, and even his own Uzumaki bloodline all had to be inherited genetically, not just from a random mutation. And the only ones they could have inherited from were these 2. As for their true origins, he could let his imagination run wild. He could at least confirm that these 2 were definitely not from Earth. No, not native to the ninja world. They were 2 aliens. After his initial surprise, a more critical question arose in Naruto's mind. How could he create a backstory for these 2? How could he forcibly link them to the grand plan of unifying the ninja world? Taiju, what do you think? Naruto looked up at the beautiful man with long, flowing hair who was standing respectfully. He believed that, as a journalism student, Mizuki Taiju must have some good ideas. He hoped for some explosive suggestions. Hi. Taiju's beautiful eyebrows furrowed, and his fair face was filled with confusion. Boss, who is Otsutsuki? Oh. Naruto suddenly remembered that this clone was created too early, and he hadn't talked about the Otsutsuki in the group chat, so. Come here. Without another word, he grabbed Taiju's wrist, and a massive flood of memories poured into the other's mind like a bursting dam. As the images appeared one after another, Taiju's beautiful, almond-shaped eyes grew wider and wider, his mouth slightly agape in shock, so much so that he could fit an egg in it. He took a sharp breath. I can't believe there are aliens in this world. Is the map really that big? And we're all descendants of aliens. Boss, this is an absolute nuclear bomb that can detonate the entire ninja world. His voice trembled with excitement. If this gets out, hold on with the detonating. From a journalistic perspective, write a story for these 2 alien ancestors. The requirements are easy to spread, captivating, and it must tie into our unification grand plan, Naruto said, giving him an exasperated look and seeking professional advice. Taiju took a deep breath and calmed down. He thought for a moment. This needs to be done in a few steps. First, we need to establish their most crucial and eye-catching relationship anchor. He paused, a sly light flashing in his sparkling eyes. Boss, how about we set them up as a pair of star-crossed lovers whose fates were toyed with? Lovers? Naruto's brow furrowed slightly. The Ninetales said Hagoromo's wife wasn't Kaguya. No, we'll make sure this Kaguya Otsutsuki dies before the era when the Ninetales was born. Naruto's interest was piqued, and he leaned forward slightly. Tell me more. Think about it, boss. Taiju seemed to have found his source of inspiration, and his words sped up. Throughout history, what kind of story can cross social classes, ignore cultural differences, and move people's hearts? Love, especially a beautiful and tragic kind of love. The story of Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai turning into butterflies, the cowherd and the weaver girl meeting on the Magpie Bridge, and Lady White Snake forever trapped under Leifeng Pagoda. Which one of them hasn't been passed down through the ages and moved countless people to tears? The ninja world has never seen this kind of high-level angst-filled romance trope before. As for why Kaguya died, it has to be to save the world, to protect the land that she and her lover cherished together. Imagine this: a stunning goddess, for the sake of all living beings, resolutely sacrifices herself, separated from her beloved forever. Once this story is out, Taiju spread his hands, his tone firm, it will be a huge hit, a tearjerker that will also be a viral sensation. Naruto nodded slightly, a hint of agreement flashing in his eyes. In terms of spreadability, this was indeed true. Why else would TV shows and movies in his previous life always have to include some kind of romance, even when fighting aliens? There was a reason for it. As for the Ninetales' testimony, he had already said that this story took place before the Ninetales was born. The story's framework is good, Naruto affirmed, then posed a core question. But how do we seamlessly weave this deeply tragic romance into our ultimate goal of unifying the ninja world? Mizuki Taiju thought for a moment. Boss, how about this? We set the story 1,200 years ago, when there was a great kingdom that encompassed the entire ninja world. This is the ideal country we'll portray. However, 20 greedy daimyo, for their own selfish desires, brazenly started a war that swept the world. They joined forces to overthrow the great kingdom and crown themselves the celestial dragons, standing above all living beings. Afterward, they divided the world, each establishing their own country and living in tyrannical luxury. They completely erased the truth of this bloody usurpation and sealed it away as the Void Century. 200 years later, a pair of lovers from across the starry sea arrived. Witnessing the miserable state of the people enslaved by the celestial dragons, they resolutely lent a helping hand. With swift and decisive action, they swept away those divine nobles who had placed themselves so high and threw them into the dustbin of history. They then sealed away the terrifying weapon that the 20 divine nobles had left behind, a weapon capable of destroying the world, the Ten Tails. And to complete this ultimate sealing, the goddess Kaguya Otsutsuki sacrificed herself, leaving her life behind. She left behind her grief-stricken lover, Hagoromo Otsutsuki. He stayed behind and spread the power called chakra to the people of the ninja world. Taiju finished the grand story in one breath, his eyes burning as he looked at Naruto. Boss, what do you think of this script? Naruto stroked his chin, his eyes moving slightly. Celestial dragons. This setting was a bit out of place, but the overall structure was quite captivating. It had the ideal country, the male and female leads, the sacrifice, it heavily vilified the daimyo, and even included a part about getting rid of the daimyo, which served as a foreshadowing for the future. It seemed good and very enlightening for the common people. Unfortunately, in this story, the ideal country was just a vague backdrop, not the main content. I don't think that's good enough. There's too little description of the ideal country. Give me another one. Taiju wasn't discouraged and instantly came up with another story. Boss, how about this? He cleared his throat twice and began to narrate his idea. The Otsutsuki clan is a cold and powerful clan from the depths of space. They are born apathetic and see life as nothing more than grass. Their method of survival is to send their clansmen to planets rich in chakra to plant chakra trees. After the tree sucks the planet's essence dry and condenses a chakra fruit. They have a sacrifice who came with them eat the fruit and turn into a world-destroying beast that goes on a killing spree. After the beast kills everything and exhausts its rage, becoming weak, the accompanying harvester will step in and harvest the beast, along with the refined, pure chakra inside it. This is the Otsutsuki clan's method of farming. One day, the Otsutsuki clan set their sights on Earth and sent two of their members, a male harvester and a female sacrifice. Naruto listened intently. This beginning was also familiar, very similar to Dragon Ball, but with some modifications. Taiju continued the plot. As a species that is naturally emotionally detached, the Otsutsuki clan even relied on cold breeding machines to procreate. However, after arriving on Earth, Hagoromo and Kaguya, the two anomalies of the Otsutsuki clan, unexpectedly developed a forbidden emotion called love. Naruto nodded. The romance part was here. They broke free from the shackles of their clan and began to live happily on Earth, just like humans. Even when the chakra fruit that symbolized destruction matured, Hagoromo, to protect his beloved, hid it deep away. He would rather betray his home planet than see Kaguya turn into a monster who only knew how to kill. They naively thought they could live on this blue planet forever. Until Taiju's voice suddenly turned cold. The monitor from their home planet arrived. Excellent. Naruto's eyes lit up. The conflict was here. The monitor quickly discovered the truth about the missing fruit and became furious. The monitor's strength far surpassed Hagoromo and Kaguya's, and their combined efforts were like a praying mantis trying to stop a chariot. The monitor coldly subdued Hagoromo, demanded the location of the fruit, and was even prepared to make Hagoromo eat the fruit and turn into a monster. At this critical moment, Taiju's voice grew more impassioned. Kaguya made a decision that even the monitor hadn't anticipated. She broke free of her restraints. She desperately snatched and ate the chakra fruit that symbolized destruction, turning into a monster. But this beast, which should have been driven to kill everything, did not wreak havoc. Why? A knowing smile appeared on the corner of Naruto's mouth. Because of the power of love. This trope was a bit old, to be honest. It would flap in online novels. But in the cultural wasteland of the ninja world, it was a complete game changer. As the saying goes, when the cat's away, the mice will play. Look at Jiraiya's Ika Ika Paradise. Naruto had secretly read it yesterday. Although it seemed like a naughty book on the surface, its core was a love story, and a very cliché one at that. And it was still a bestseller. The people of the ninja world had truly never tasted fine delicacy. If he had known sooner, he would have written The Arrogant Hawkage Falls for me at age 6. Jiraiya earning 500 million. Naruto's demands weren't high. 300 million would be enough. Exactly, boss, it's love. It was the burning affection that transcended instinct. Kaguya, at the moment of transforming into the world-destroying beast, forcefully suppressed the monster's urges. And she erupted with unprecedented power, killing the high and mighty monitor. However, victory was the beginning of a tragedy. His tones suddenly became somber. Her power began to spiral out of control, and her sanity was teetering on the edge of madness. She tearfully begged Hagoromo to seal her before she completely devolved into a mindless monster. To protect her lover and the planet they both deeply loved, Hagoromo, with a heart in agony, sealed away the love of his life with his own hands. Tusk, very good. Naruto felt this ending worked. And after that, how does the ideal country fit in? Taiju was well prepared. After sealing Kaguya, Hagoromo was heartbroken, but he stayed behind. He established the ninja creed, and, while silently watching over his beloved next to her resting place, he spread the way of chakra to the world to resist any potential invasion from the Otsutsuki aliens. He taught people to help, understand, and restrain one another. With chakra as a bond, in a world filled with war, he painstakingly carved out a ninja creed utopia, a place without war where all races coexisted in harmony. This is the physical manifestation of the utopia. Naruto nodded slightly, but a question arose in his mind. The way you wrote Hagoromo Otsutsuki, he seems so pure. How will you continue the story? What about his descendants? Also, the first half is a love story, and the second half is all about the ideal country. Won't it feel disjointed and boring? Will anyone still want to read it in the second half? It's simple, boss. Look at how I'll arrange this, and it solves everything. Oh, tell me. Taiju's next sentence immediately grabbed Naruto's attention. On a cherry blossom-filled morning, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, among his devout followers, happened to catch a glimpse of a figure. That brief sight sent a tsunami of emotion crashing through his heart, which had been as still as an ancient well. Because the side profile of that young girl was 70% similar to his impression of Kaguya. Seeing that bright-eyed girl, Hagoromo Otsutsuki felt like he was seeing Miss Kaguya again, but that had been 15 years ago. Good heavens, is this an ode to gallantry type of story? Brilliant. There may not be Kaguya, but a new Kaguya would appear to take her place. The romance plot, it was back on track. First, an unforgettable cosmic romance, followed by the construction of the ninja creed for the benefit of all. And the romance plot would continue to run throughout. Chapter 1326. Excellent Taiju. Naruto smiled with satisfaction and patted Taiju's shoulder. This story is great. Let's go with this. Get ready to let the entire shinobi world learn about the dramatic love story of the progenitor of chakra. When can it be released? Naruto asked. Boss, with some additional settings to flesh out the characters and plot, and after carefully polishing the push and pull of the romance, it will be at least a month or two from now. Naruto tapped his finger on the table, thinking the time was acceptable. As the big boss, Naruto didn't need to know the casualty numbers, he only needed the results. However, Naruto gave some important instructions for the book. It had to have some hidden agenda. For example, the daimyos, a group that would eventually be swept into the dustbin of history, had to be dealt with. He wanted to subtly smear them as wasteful, greedy, and traitors to their countries. No, how can it be called a smear? It's just telling the truth about what they've done. Understood. Mizunhyuki, Taiju was enlightened, and said it was no problem at all. Naruto nodded in satisfaction, but then a hint of regret crossed his mind. Tusk, what a shame. With such a perfect time and opportunity for public opinion, he couldn't take a shot at Uchiha Obaido. After all, that bastard hadn't even been born 1,000 years ago. Taiju, Naruto called his name again, his eyes sharp as a knife. Tell me, is there any way to pin a black pot on Uchiha Obaido? His gaze was inquisitive and not at all a joke. Facing his boss's serious eyes, Mizunhyuki Taiju felt sorry for Uchiha Obaido. Uchiha Obaido, Uchiha Obaido. Out of all the people to provoke, you just had to provoke our boss. Our boss holds a grudge. Putting his thoughts aside, Taiju's mind raced. A moment later, he cautiously threw out a shocking and terrible idea. How about we make Uchiha Obaido the reincarnation of an Otsutsuki overseer? Naruto nearly burst out laughing. Taiju, you're a goddamn genius. Who was the Otsutsuki overseer? The one who tore apart the cosmic couple, Kaguya and Hagoromo, the villain among villains. In other words, he was even more evil than the monk Fahai. Not the later, modified version of Fahai, but the original one that made all audiences, regardless of gender, age, or profession, gnash their teeth in anger and have their blood pressure spike. Now, from 80-year-old grannies to young housewives, and even newly graduated ninja like Sakura, everyone would despise Uchiha Obaido. Before, only bounty hunters wanted him dead. Now, he'd be the #1 public enemy of the entire world. But wouldn't that be a bit too far-fetched? Fate, reincarnation, isn't that a bit too old-fashioned? Would anyone still believe that stuff? But Taiju was completely certain. Boss, far-fetched? Not at all. The people of this world haven't reached the stage of materialism yet. Even on Earth, besides China, didn't those lighthouses and old Europe still have all sorts of religions and mysticism running rampant? Millions of people believed in it. Looking at Taiju's confident, "I've got the truth" expression, Naruto pouted and reluctantly believed him. Besides, Taiju's beautiful face broke into a smile. This also explains why Hagoromo's utopia fell apart so quickly after his death and fell into 1,000 years of bloody war. There had to be a culprit, right? He hinted. Naruto's eyes lit up. Right, it must have been Uchiha Obaido's past life who did it. This black pot, spanning 1,000 years, fit perfectly. That's exactly right, boss. I'll go back and refine this. I guarantee it will really hit Uchiha Obito hard." With that, he leaned forward slightly, his beautiful face coming closer, and lowered his voice with a hint of a cautious question. "Boss, since reincarnation has come up, what do you think about arranging one for you as well?" "Oh, how would you arrange it?" "For example, making you the reincarnation of Hagoromo Otsutsuki." Upon hearing this, Naruto's body stiffened almost imperceptibly. "Well, I'll be. After just talking about fate, you're already trying to set me up." But Taiju seemed not to notice Naruto's subtle expression and continued to tirelessly persuade him. "Think about it, boss. The name Sage of Six Paths is a golden brand in the shinobi world. If we solidify your identity as his reincarnation, your prestige and charisma will be maxed out. It would even be a huge help for the unification of the world." Naruto instantly understood the key points of Taiju's suggestion. It makes sense. After reading about the beautiful utopia in the story, the next step would naturally be to want to move to that utopia. But people can't go back 1,000 years. So everyone would have to pin their hopes on me, Uzumaki Naruto, the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths who once made that utopia a reality. In other words, the identity of the Sage of Six Paths reincarnation would greatly reduce the difficulty of unifying the world later. However, Naruto was indifferent to this idea. He wasn't the second Sage of Six Paths, he was the first Uzumaki Naruto. This whole reincarnation thing could be a part of the story, but it didn't need to be him. But a playful smile appeared on Naruto's lips. "If you insist on forcing it on me, then I, Naruto, will just have to follow the three no-strings-attached principles of a scoundrel. You handle the arrangements." Naruto raised his eyes and calmly looked at Taiju, who understood instantly. "Got it, boss." The two exchanged a look, and everything was said without words. At this point, Naruto re-examined the entire story. A tragic love story, a blueprint for a utopia, and a revenge that spans 1,000 years. All the elements were there. "But..." Taiju, Naruto's voice was steady and firm. "You must remember that the ultimate core of this book is not love, not revenge, it's not even entirely about the utopia. It's about the unification of the world." He couldn't forget this crucial point. He was making this dumpling for the sake of the vinegar. "Don't worry, boss." Mizunyuki Taiju's expression became serious, and he straightened his back. "The central theme will not waver." He promised that he would strictly oversee the project, that the final version would be reviewed by Naruto himself, and that any dissatisfaction could be sent back. Naruto nodded slightly, but his gaze involuntarily turned to the window. The sky was still hazy. His eyes pierced through the sparse branches and leaves, landing on the bright moon in the sky. The story was a good one. It had love, ideals, and conspiracy, but something was missing. Love might not be able to move everyone. What's missing? Gazing at the clear moon, Naruto suddenly had an epiphany. He knew what was missing, a big revelation. What if we gave this moon another identity? Naruto suddenly withdrew his gaze and looked at Taiju, his voice tinged with a hint of excitement. "Identity? What do you mean?" Taiju was taken aback for a moment, unable to keep up with the jump in logic. "You know about the Rinnegan's technique, right? Chibaku Tensei." After seeing Taiju nod at his hint, Naruto pointed directly at the moon above. "What if we claim that the moon that has shined on the shinobi world for 1,000 years was created when the Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, used his supreme power to perform Chibaku Tensei to eternally seal his lover, Kaguya, along with her out-of-control power of destruction? How's that for a sensational hook?" Gasp! Mizunyuki Taiju gasped. His beautiful phoenix-like eyes widened to their limit, and his pupils contracted violently. After a few seconds, he finally managed to recover and looked at Naruto with shock and admiration. "Boss, you're a genius. You're so bold. This is more than just a sensational hook. Myth, history, reality, and the power of ninjutsu are all perfectly blended into one. This is the ultimate trump card." When the familiar moon in the night sky is suddenly given such a tragic and romantic legend, ninja will be curious about the power of the forbidden jutsu. Civilians will be shocked by the reality of the myth. Everyone will go crazy for it. "Once this book is released," he said decisively, It will instantly ignite the entire shinobi world. It will create an unprecedented craze. Naruto merely smiled faintly in the face of Taiju's almost fanatical praise, neither confirming nor denying it. Just a moon? Is Chibaku Tensei really that hard? It's just a piece of cake. This kid, Taiju, was clearly ignorant of the true power of me, Uzumaki Naruto, and my clones. He had to blame himself for creating him too early. Back in the land of waves, he was just a rookie who had just left the beginner village. Everything was new to him, and he was completely unaware of his own destructive power. Taiju had perfectly inherited that naivete. In addition, for the past few months, he had been focused on his media work and had never received any updated information from him or his other clones. His understanding of his own strength was still stuck at the level of a rookie who had just left the beginner village. In short, he only knew he was strong, but not how strong. Should I give him a lesson? Nah, he doesn't have to go to the front lines and fight anyway. Knowing too much might just distract him from his media work. It's enough for him to know that I'm invincible. There's one thing I need to remind you of. Naruto cleared his throat, getting back to the point. Yes, boss. Be careful about the author's identity, Naruto said, raising an eyebrow. Since they were the same person, he didn't feel the need to be too explicit. I understand, boss. Taiju instantly got the hint. Since this was a fabricated history, the author of this book could not be linked to the Shinobi World Media Group. While the probability was low, if either of the two protagonists appeared, things would get very complicated. So they couldn't have too many ties to the author. At most, the author would be an intern. It would be best for the author to be an independent third party. That way, they could be disavowed at any time. As for the name, how about Lanling Xiaoxiesheng? It sounded mysterious and cultured, and a little, earthy. If the lie was ever exposed in the future, then it was that Lanling Xiaoxiesheng who was making things up, and the pure, objective, and fair Shinobi World Daily had nothing to do with it. They would just be an unwitting victim that republished the content. Apologize, we're the victims here. In addition, the artifacts from the Shang and Zhou dynasties, from last week, should be unearthed soon. Things like clay tablets depicting aliens or pictures of Kaguya saving the world. That was also done by a third-party archaeological team. The Shinobi World Daily was just reporting the news. There was absolutely no connection. After handling this small matter, Naruto's inspection was complete. The other main clones were either unemployed and traveling or were based in Konoha, which had nothing to see. Now it was time for a vacation. The Land of Hot Water was a famous resort destination in the Shinobi world. He heard they even had mixed-gender bathing here. Naruto immediately left Taiju behind and went to the hot springs by himself. Unfortunately, after a full day of soaking, he didn't see a single beauty. Resort, it doesn't even have as many beauties as Konoha. After a night of rest, Naruto prepared to go home and confront Hiruzen Sarutobi. This time, Naruto was full of confidence. Won't meet my demands. I'll just go and do my own thing. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. Chapter 13:27. The temptation to return to the village was strong. Even though he'd only been gone for 2 days, it felt as long as half a month. The thought of going home brought a flurry of thoughts to mind. How is Sasuke doing with his Mangekyou Sharingan? And Sakura, has her brand new, romance strategy made any breakthroughs with Sasuke? What about Kakashi-sensei and Hanani-san? How's the progress of their long-running adult romance? Then, thinking of Hinata's fair face that would turn red and her shy, darting eyes whenever he got close, a mischievous smile unconsciously curled on Naruto's lips. Yeah, I feel like teasing her a bit. Time to go home. Once the thought was set, his heart yearned for home. Whoosh! Naruto's teleportation speed on his way home was a full 0.02 milliseconds faster than usual. The gusts of wind from his consecutive high-speed dashes almost kicked up a cloud of dust. However, this time, he didn't enter the village like he normally would. Instead, he appeared on the road outside the Hidden Leaf Village. This time, he was going to walk in proudly through the main gate. He wanted the old man in the Hokage's office to see clearly that he, Naruto Uzumaki, was back. Walking down the main road back to the village, Naruto keenly sensed that something was off. The Hidden Leaf Village was unusually busy today. The number of shinobi entering and leaving the village far exceeded the usual, and most of them were rushing, clearly heading out on various urgent missions. He suppressed his questions and strode toward the village gate. At the gate, a familiar group came into view. It was Team 10. "Wow, Naruto-kun." Just as Naruto raised a cheerful smile, ready to wave at Shikamaru and Choji, he heard Ino's surprised shout. The next second, to Naruto's astonishment, Shikamaru's resigned sigh of "I knew it," and Choji's wide-eyed gaze, Ino, like a pink cannonball, shot toward Naruto with her arms outstretched, aiming for a hug. Then, thwack. Naruto's right hand shot out like lightning, planting itself precisely on Ino's forehead. "We're not that close." Ino's enthusiastic expression froze. She was suspended mid-lunge, her body leaning forward, her arms still in a hugging pose, held firmly in place by Naruto's single hand. Ino's cheeks instantly flushed a deep red from both embarrassment and frustration. "You idiot, Naruto, let go." She thrashed her arms angrily like a flipped-over crab. "Let me hug you just once." Unfortunately, no matter how much she struggled, that short distance was an insurmountable chasm. Naruto's arm didn't budge. Faced with this sudden, overly enthusiastic Ino, Naruto was genuinely bewildered. He leaned his head to the side, looking past Ino, his eyes searching for an answer from Shikamaru and Choji behind her. But their expressions showed no surprise at all by Ino's behavior. "She actually went through with it," Shikamaru said, rubbing his forehead with one hand. He remembered that after the teams were formed, once Ino learned that the two of them were Naruto's friends, she started asking about him. After the Forest of Death, Shikamaru often heard her mumble about being torn between Naruto and Sasuke. After the Chunin exams, she was mumbling about something else. "Sakura can have Sasuke, I'll choose Naruto," and now, here they were. Shikamaru draped his arm over Choji's shoulder, looking completely entertained. "Naruto seems to be really popular with girls, huh?" Choji commented. He had been hearing girls in the village talk about Naruto a lot lately. Sigh, when would a man of his fuller build get his chance? Popular with girls? The thought alone gave Shikamaru a headache. He shivered just imagining it. Women are such a drag. Choji didn't reply, instead pulling out a bag of chips and digging in. "Want some?" He offered one to Shikamaru. Shikamaru lazily took a chip. And just like that, the two of them stood side by side, eating chips and watching the drama unfold. This scene made a vein throb on Naruto's forehead. "Seriously, guys, you're just going to stand there and talk, and eat snacks? Help me out here, aren't we supposed to be good friends? Is our friendship really that fragile?" Seeing that he couldn't rely on his allies, Naruto averted his gaze and focused on Ino. Seeing that she was making no progress, Ino decisively changed tactics. Instead of trying to hug him, she wrapped her arms around his. "Hee," she flashed what she thought was her sweetest, most charming smile, complete with a powerful wink. "Naruto-kun tilde, do you prefer girls who are a little chubby or a little skinny?" Unfortunately, her charms didn't work on Naruto. Just yesterday, he had been up close and personal with the most beautiful female man in the world. Ino couldn't even cause a ripple in his mind. Wait a minute, did the Hidden Mist Village go after the Yuki clan because of this? Naruto suppressed the urge to retort, simply raising an eyebrow and giving Ino a perfunctory look. Catching his gaze, Ino struck a graceful pose, showing off her beauty. This whole performance made Naruto speechless. What's there to show off, you little bean sprout? However, in order to get away quickly, Naruto decided to offer some constructive advice. He mulled over his words. "Well, I guess a fuller figure is better." "Really?" Ino's eyes lit up. The recent dieting had been so tough. "Of course," Naruto said with an incredibly serious expression. "I just feel like if you stay this skinny, I could punch right through you." Ino's smile instantly froze. Is that how it works? While she was still reeling from this fatal concern, frozen in shock, Naruto swiftly pulled his arms away. He darted forward, positioning himself in front of the chip-eating duo. Hey, you two, that was so uncool. You just watched the whole thing? Naruto said, pointing at the unfinished bag of chips in their hands, his eye twitching. Shouldn't you be blissfully tormented by a girl chasing you? Shikamaru replied. Blissful, my foot! Naruto's forehead was covered in black lines. He quickly snatched the last chip from Choji's hand and chewed it loudly, as if releasing his frustration. After finishing the chip, his anger subsided a little. Naruto looked around and asked, "By the way, why are you two out here alone? Where's Asuma-sensei?" A look of surprise crossed Shikamaru's face. He's on a solo mission. This mission is just for the three of us. Shikamaru thought Naruto's question was strange. Didn't he know there was a massive backlog of missions in the village because of Orochimaru's Konoha Crush plan? Everyone was busy with missions. He took another good look at Naruto. He didn't look tired or dusty, not like he had been gone for 2 days. Wait, Naruto could use the flying Raijin Jutsu. So why would he show up outside the village? Why not just return directly to the village? Shikamaru came to a simple conclusion. Naruto hadn't been in the village for the past 2 days. Why? Forget it, too much trouble. I see, Naruto sighed with a nod, just about to say something. Naruto, Ino's resentful voice came from behind him. Naruto's skin immediately crawled. I've got things to do. See ya. His words came out in a rush, and before he was even finished, he was gone. Ino, who had just caught up, didn't even get a strand of hair. HMPH, why did Naruto run away? Am I really that scary? Ino stomped her foot in frustration. She glared at the chip-eating duo, her eyes not so much asking a question as demanding an explanation. The two of them were speechless, they were just spectators. Women are such a drag. On the other side, Naruto strolled through the village gate. The village seemed no different than before, but in his chakra senses, he could already feel several Anbu who had detected his presence rushing to the Hawkage building. He meandered aimlessly, his gaze scanning the familiar streets. Suddenly, a white-haired man with his head so buried in his Make-Out Paradise book that his face was almost hidden came into his sight. Yo, isn't that Kakashi-sensei? You're just as handsomely lazy as ever. Naruto walked over, a mischievous grin on his face. Kakashi put down his book, revealing his signature dead fish eye. When he saw Naruto, a glimmer of light flashed in his unchanging eye. He's back. It seemed things hadn't gotten to an irreversible state yet. Oh yeah, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said, as if suddenly remembering something. He reached behind his back and pulled out a box. A specialty from the land of hot water, top-grade scented bath salts, they smell great, a gift for you and Hanani-san. Kakashi took the box, looking a bit bewildered. Before he could say anything, a female Anbu with purple hair appeared beside them. Naruto recognized her at a glance as the same one who had appeared after the Forest of Death. She gave a slight nod to Kakashi, then her gaze became sharp, locking onto Naruto. Her voice was cold and left no room for doubt. Naruto Uzumaki, Lord Hawkage has summoned you. Proceed immediately. Summoned? Naruto exaggeratedly picked at his ear and pouted. No thanks, tell the Hawkage to come see me himself. The two of them were stunned for a moment. Naruto, Kakashi said, his voice calm without a hint of a warning, but it was like an invisible thread gently pulling on him. Hee, I'm just kidding, lightening the mood. Naruto gave him a look, conceding to his request. Kakashi-sensei, see you tonight. After saying goodbye, Naruto, with the speed of lightning, placed a hand on the purple-haired Anbu. The flying Raijin Jutsu instantly activated. In front of the Hawkage building, the air shimmered, and Naruto and Yuga Uzuki's figures suddenly appeared. Yuga Uzuki, who had been brought along, was still a bit dazed. Naruto's movements were so fast she hadn't had time to react. She had felt a tap on her arm, and the next moment, an uncontrollable warping sensation. In the blink of an eye, she was here. Is this the flying Raijin Jutsu? Yuga was stunned, her black eyes filled with unbelievable shock. Big sister, lead the way. Naruto's face held a harmless smile. That move earlier was just to make a point. There was no need to trouble an ordinary Anbu messenger. Oh, yes. Yugao snapped back to reality, suppressing the tidal wave of shock in her heart. She quickly regained her professional Anbu composure. Please follow me. Naruto was led forward. This time, the meeting with the third Hokage wasn't in the Hokage's office, but in a room next to it in the Hokage building. The room was small, with 2 rows of light green sofas facing each other and a small table in the middle. Knock, knock, tilde. Come in, the familiar, slightly weary voice of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, came from behind the heavy wooden door. Creak, tilde. As the door opened, Naruto looked inside. The room was small, but the atmosphere was incredibly heavy. Besides the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was sitting on the main sofa, having taken off his Hokage hat to reveal his signature white hair, 2 figures who gave off a strong, old-timer vibe were seated on the sofas to his left and right. One was an old man with glasses and a beard. The other was a hunched-over old woman whose eyes were almost invisible. Naruto had never seen these 2 before. He guessed they were probably the village elders. Naruto, you're back from your vacation. Hiruzen Sarutobi put on a benevolent smile. Did you have fun? In the face of the Hokage's enthusiasm, Naruto was expressionless, letting out a single grunt from his nose in a greeting. He exuded an almost tangible coldness. He walked past the purple-haired Anbu, who had led him there, and sat comfortably on the sofa facing the 3 of them. Yugo Yuzuki was bewildered. Is that how Naruto replies to the Hokage's greeting? Is that appropriate? Himura Mitakado's brow instantly furrowed, and Koharu Utatane's cloudy old eyes, which had almost opened, also flashed with a sharp look. Is this the attitude of a hidden leaf shinobi toward the Hokage? How arrogant, how utterly audacious. How could Minato Namikaze have a son this rude? The 2 of them were old foxes, and remembering Naruto's identity and power, they managed to swallow their words. Ahem, Hiruzen Sarutobi lightly coughed to ease the tension. Yugo, you may leave. Yes, Lord Hokage. Yugo felt a wave of relief and bowed before quickly exiting, gently closing the door behind her. Only the 4 of them remained in the room. The air felt as if it had been sucked out, leaving behind a suffocating silence. Naruto maintained his lazy posture, his clear blue eyes calm, like a bottomless cold pool, quietly observing the 3 people across from him. In his chakra sense, the 3 of them held no pure malice toward him. The 2 elders were probably trying to use him as a tool, but the old Hokage seemed to be genuine. But public matters were public, and private matters were private. He couldn't mix them up. His negotiating partner right now was the Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village, Hiruzen Sarutobi, not the person Hiruzen Sarutobi. Naruto, I remember when you were a child. Hiruzen Sarutobi finally broke the silence, starting with stories from Naruto's childhood and playing the emotional card. Naruto remained completely unmoved, just watching quietly. Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke until his throat was dry, going from Naruto's childhood misadventures to his parents, from Minato Namikaze to the Will of Fire. His words were sincere and full of emotion, attempting to use past warmth and heavy responsibility to stir a soft spot in Naruto's heart. However, Old Man Hokage, are you done talking? Naruto finally spoke, getting straight to the point. Since you're done, can you please get to the point? The smile on Hiruzen's face froze. His wrinkled hands trembled slightly. This. The 3 of them exchanged glances, feeling this was quite a tricky situation. Finally, Himura Mitakado took a deep breath and slowly pulled out a prepared scroll from his robes. Naruto took the scroll without expression and looked at it carefully. There were many conditions, but Naruto summarized the main ones as follows. Promise of the 6th Hokage seat, compensation. A staggering 1.5 billion ryo, village land. He could choose any empty plot, and the Hidden Leaf Village would pay to build a residence to his specifications. The other 2 conditions were fine, but the second one, 1.5 billion ryo, they were treating him like a beggar. They clearly weren't being sincere at all. Tusk. Naruto gently put down the scroll, his gaze sweeping over the 3 expectant faces and finally settling on Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen, this amount of money makes it very difficult for me to work with you. Naruto's voice was so calm it was impossible to tell if he was happy or angry. How dare you? Insolent. Himura Mitakado and Koharu Utatane slammed their hands on the table almost at the same time. Their old faces were red with extreme anger and humiliation. Hiruzen, a 12-year-old kid daring to call the Hokage by his name. Their withered fingers trembled as they pointed at Naruto, about to scold him harshly. Enough, Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly yelled. The two of them turned, startled, and saw Hiruzen shaking his head, signaling them not to speak. Naruto took all of this in, his heart completely still. For this little amount of money, I'm already being nice by not calling you three old geezers by name. His principle remained the same: never make the first offer himself, let them. And he would reject it until he was satisfied. With that in mind, to apply more pressure, Naruto threw out another bombshell. When I went out to clear my head, I also went to the land of lightning and saw they were in big trouble. Man, it was a mess. He changed his tone. And their elders were weeping and wailing, grabbing my legs and begging me to stay. They kept saying, "Lord Naruto, please stay and become our Reikage. Only you can save the hidden cloud village." As he said this, Naruto's eyes rested on the three skeptical faces. I told them no. How can I, a shinobi of the hidden leaf, become the Reikage of the hidden cloud village? But they offered so much money. Hiruzen, who had only believed a third of Naruto's story, was instantly shaken. "You accepted?" he asked, surprised. Not yet. I just told them I'd think about it." The three of them all breathed a collective sigh of relief. "Naruto," Hiruzen pleaded earnestly, "there's something you might not know. When your mother was a child, she was actually kidnapped by the hidden cloud village. If your father hadn't found her in time, the consequences would have been unthinkable." As he said this, Hiruzen's cloudy old eyes stared intensely at Naruto's expression. He believed that this blood feud involving his mother would be enough to awaken any hot-blooded young man. However, Naruto looked completely unconcerned. He even had a slight, playful smirk on his face, as if he had just heard something interesting. "Oh, I know about that," he said slowly, as the three across from him looked on, their expressions frozen. "But I've already forgiven them." Chapter 13:28. Naruto wasn't lying. He had just returned from a trip to the land of lightning. The Cloud Village's Reikage, was gone, and both the Two Tails Matatabi and the Eight Tails, Juki, had been reclaimed. And he had done it all with his own two hands. So, he could be magnanimous and temporarily forgive the Cloud Village for this small grudge. As for the future, he would at least have to ask the people it truly concerned. He would wait until he saw his biological parents. Besides, this whole spiel was meant to be a threat to Konoha. Naruto's gaze fell on the three Konoha elders across from him, all of whom now had completely white hair. Konoha, the great #1 ninja village, and this is all the money they can give to the village's top talent. Are they trying to fool a ghost? The moment Naruto spoke, even Hiruzen, with his decades of cultivated composure, couldn't help but change his expression. The faces of the two other advisors immediately turned grim enough to drip water. A low-pressure atmosphere suddenly filled the small, dimly lit room. Naruto didn't care about the emotions of the three people opposite him. Seeing that they were stunned by his words, he immediately dropped another bombshell. "Regarding my mother's matter, the Cloud Village has already compensated me with 100 million ryo and promised me an additional 2 billion ryo if I accept their invitation." Observing the three's expressions as they changed, Naruto said in a helpless tone, "So, Old Man Hokage, this amount of money. It makes things difficult for me." Naruto left that sentence hanging in the air. The three elders were skeptical about the numbers and the truthfulness of his words, but they had no way to verify them. Moreover, they were more aware than anyone of the current precarious situation in the land of lightning. If they were the elders of the Cloud Village, they would do anything to buy Naruto. Seeing this, the three exchanged glances, finding the answer in each other's eyes. They didn't dare to gamble. The land of lightning was rich. While the land of fire and Konoha had a larger population, they still lagged behind the land of lightning in terms of economy. 2 billion ryo. And that was just the compensation. They were afraid to even imagine how much Naruto's appetite had grown. Sigh, Hiruzen let out a deep sigh. In the 2 days they had been preparing, they had made a mistake. They had bet on the wrong thing. They had assumed Naruto's recent antics were because of the Hokage election. Hiruzen thought Naruto cared about power and resources, which was why they had offered him nearly every privilege, ensuring he had all the resources of a Hokage without actually being one. But they hadn't expected that what Naruto was truly interested in was money. It was completely unexpected. They had thought 15 billion ryo was just a bonus, a sufficient amount, but in Naruto's eyes, this was the main course. 2 billion ryo. Although the amount was far less than the 500 billion ryo Danzo had extorted, the nature of the situation was different. Konoha could probably afford it. But judging from Naruto's attitude, he wanted much more than that. Ahem. After the three murmured among themselves, Hiruzen cleared his throat, taking the pipe out of his mouth to interrupt the other two. Naruto, how much do you want? Give us a number. The village will do its best to provide it. Tusk, Naruto didn't want to answer, but seeing Hiruzen's old face, his heart softened. It was as if time had returned to that year by the bonfire on the mountain when he was 3. Almost 10 years had passed, and the old man seemed to have aged even more. Naruto pondered, his mind made up. At least 3 digits, he said. Naruto already had a plan for this money. Regardless of how much he got, it was all to be used to openly buy land in the Land of Wind. So, he wasn't trying to exploit Konoha. He was trying to estimate the value of that desert land, which was about 5,000 square kilometers and held an estimated 100+ billion barrels of oil. He had never bought land before and didn't know the price. In short, the more money, the better. 3 digits, in billions? The 2 advisors couldn't help but gasp. That amount of money was enough to fund 2 wars. Seeing that the 3 were having a hard time accepting the amount, Naruto decided to give them time to think. You can take your time to consider it. I need to give the Land of Lightning a reply within 5 days, so just give me an answer before then. Well then, Naruto smiled faintly, I'll be on my way. The moment he finished speaking, a golden flash of light appeared. Naruto, who had been sitting lazily on the couch, instantly vanished without a trace. The flying Raijin. Hiruzen remained unfazed, but the other 2 advisors, even though they already knew Naruto had learned the jutsu, were seeing it for the first time and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This ability to appear and disappear without a trace was extremely rare and was the signature technique of the 4th Hokage. Naruto's display, as he left, served as a reminder and further emphasized his importance. Hiruzen, the bespectacled elder, Himura Mitakato, looked at Hiruzen urgently, as if seeking confirmation. About the Land of Lightning. It's true, Hiruzen let out a heavy breath, his mind far from calm. He knew better than anyone what such an event meant for the ninja world. He was an old veteran who had lived through 3 great wars. Had Konoha prepared? His gaze fell on the empty sofa across from him, and the image of Naruto, with his yellow hair and blue eyes, flashed in his mind. Konoha was probably ready. He put the pipe back in his mouth, took a puff, and slowly blew a smoke ring that blurred his tired eyes. The 4th Raikage, A, is dead, and the Two-Tails Jinchuriki is dead. The Two-Tails, Matatabi, was taken away by Uchiha Obaido. This is all verified information. As for... He didn't need to finish his sentence. The 3 of them understood. As for whether Naruto's words were true, they had no way to verify it. However, the 3 of them didn't dare to gamble, and neither did Konoha. The consequences of losing a genius like Naruto were unimaginable. Although all 3 of them knew that Naruto was likely acting out because of the 4th Hokage's death, none of them were foolish enough to dismiss his attitude because of his young age. All because of his immense strength and talent. The 12-year-old Naruto was incredibly difficult to handle. At this moment, Koharu Udatain, another of the elders, came up with an idea. How about we use Edo Tensei to resurrect Minato once? We could have Naruto's own father persuade him. Himura was quite tempted by this idea. Compared to the unknown amount of effort they would have to put in, this method seemed the most straightforward. He looked to Hiruzen, waiting for the Hokage's answer. Hiruzen paused for a moment at her suggestion. He took a deep puff from his pipe, and the smoke blurred his vision. If they were to do that, what would be the difference between them and the villain Orochimaru? Orochimaru had disturbed the peaceful rest of the 1st and 2nd Hokage. Should they do the same to the 4th? Let the dead rest in peace, Hiruzen said, dismissing the proposal with a single sentence. Then, Hiruzen this money. The village's reserves should be enough to cover a portion of it. As for the rest, Hiruzen fell into thought. Before he could finish, Himura interrupted him. Hiruzen, that money is meant for emergencies. The fourth great shinobi war is imminent. Can we really use it? Naruto is more important than the war. Hiruzen's tone was unwavering. He looked at his two old friends with a determined gaze and continued. As for the rest, the matter of the Sand Village's prisoners is only an initial agreement and has not yet been signed. We'll just have to make the Sand Village suffer for a while longer. Hiruzen, the Sand Village is our ally, and they were only deceived by Orochimaru and Obaido. They weren't the masterminds of the attack. Himura wasn't defending the Sand Village. He was concerned about one thing only. And with a war about to begin, if we pressure them like this, a war between Konoha and the Sand Village might be unavoidable. Will Konoha have to face a forefront war again? Hiruzen turned his head in surprise, looking at his old friend. The young and strong Himura he remembered was now old with gray hair and a face full of wrinkles. He was indeed old. His mind was even getting a bit muddled. Himura, times have changed. Chapter 13:29. The Land of Wind, Sunagakur. The scorching sun hung like a furnace in the sky, baking the earth below. At noon, the rising heat haze from the desert meant that very few people were active in Sunagakur. But today was different. A figure was seen running through the streets, toward the massive spherical building in the center of the village. Inside the Tgthegood office building, the atmosphere was a stark contrast to the deathly silence outside. A handful of people were gathered in the high-level meeting room, and the air was filled with a sense of long-awaited anticipation. It had been days since the disastrous failure of the Konoha Crush plan. Ever since more than half of the village's fighting force was taken captive by Konoha, Sunagakur had not had a single day of peace. The village was on constant alert, both inside and out, and its strength was severely depleted. Only today did the heavy burden seem to have a chance of being lifted. The grueling negotiations had finally concluded. The final price was a hefty 500 million ryo. Although a huge sum, it was just within their limit of tolerance. The person responsible for the handover had left early this morning, and the news should be back by now. The contract was signed this morning. The news should be here soon, right? An old Jonin with a masked face broke the silence, his voice trembling with an emotion he couldn't hide. If there are no surprises, someone next to him whispered in agreement. As soon as the words left his lips, both of them looked at the old woman sitting in the main seat. It was Advisor Chiyo. With the fourth Tgthegood Rasa dead and most of the village's elites captured by Konoha, this legendary puppeteer, who had long since retired, was forced to return to lead the village. She sat with her head bowed, her eyes closed as if resting. Her face, marked by the passage of time, showed no signs of joy or sorrow, only a layer of exhaustion that refused to dissipate. Gaara will be back soon, and all the other sand ninjas. She murmured to herself, trying to suppress a feeling of unease. Konoha had changed. That old geezer Hiruzen Sarutobi was no longer reasonable like he used to be. In the past, they could have just found an excuse and apologized, and the issue would have been smoothed over. But now, not only were they forced to formally admit defeat, cede land, and pay a war penalty, but they also had to pay an additional 500 million ryo. 500 million ryo. Sunagakur had struggled tooth and nail, begging and pleading, even selling off a significant portion of its assets, just to scrape together that sum. This massive amount of money had almost completely drained the village's already weak resources. Sigh. Chiyo let out a long, slow breath. The older she got, the more she feared change, and the ninja world was changing too quickly. Whether it was Hiruzen Sarutobi's sudden demands, the betrayal of a loyal Konoha ninja like Danzo Shimura, the sudden appearance of a rogue ninja like Uchiha Obaido, or the massive changes in the Land of Lightning in recent days. These rapid changes were completely unexpected. The ninja world, even her old bones couldn't understand it anymore, and she felt increasingly powerless. The only thought that gave her a little comfort was that once the money was paid, their captured hostages would surely be returned. The money had been sent this morning, and the contract should have been signed. By now, Gaara and the more than 80 captured sand ninjas should be on their way back. Urgent report. Urgent report. A sharp cry tore through the air, coming from the hallway outside the door. The next moment, bang! The door to the meeting room was thrown open, and a sand ninja practically tumbled inside. He was drenched in sweat, his face was ashen, and his lips trembled as he rushed toward Chiyo in the main seat. What happened? A ninja near the door demanded sharply. But the messenger ninja ignored him. With a look of frozen terror, he pushed through the questioning gazes and rushed to the main seat, shoving a small, sweat-soaked scroll into Chiyo's hand. Chiyo took the scroll, a sense of unease flashing in her aged eyes. Could something else have gone wrong? She opened the scroll. The content wasn't much, just a single line of text. But upon reading it, Chiyo's aging body stiffened, and her pupils constricted violently. Bang! In the next moment, Chiyo could no longer suppress the anger in her heart and slammed her hand down on the meeting table. The sudden crash caused the entire meeting room, which was already in an uproar due to the unexpected guest, to fall silent. You could hear a pin drop. Konoha, this is too much. In that moment, Chiyo was reminded of the tragic deaths of her son and daughter-in-law, and her deep-seated resentment toward Konoha flared up once again. Sister, Ebizo's voice was filled with shock. Chiyo's chest heaved violently. Without a word, she threw the scroll at her brother. The content was simple. Konoha had unilaterally torn up the treaty and was now making another outrageous demand. The original 500 million ryo had been raised 20-fold to a staggering 10 billion ryo. Even though Ebizo was old and considered himself composed, upon seeing this news, his breathing became uncontrollably rapid, and he almost passed out. 10 billion ryo? 500 million was a stretch for Sunagakure, but 10 billion was something they couldn't come up with even if they sold everything they owned. Konoha was trying to destroy Sunagakure. As the scroll was passed around, all the few high-ranking officials and elite ninjas in the meeting room saw the message. This is too much, Konoha is going too far, one ninja gritted his teeth. 10 billion, how dare they? Another hot-headed Jonin's eyes turned red with fury. Where is the spirit of the contract? We just agreed on 500 million this morning. Another's voice was hoarse and filled with disbelief. Even if we sold our entire village, we couldn't raise that much. An elder in charge of logistics grabbed his hair in despair. A hot-blooded ninja suddenly stood up, his eyes burning with rage as he looked at Chiyo. Lady Chiyo, let's go to war with Konoha, we have no other choice. Hearing the word war, Chiyo clenched her hands on the table, but they finally opened limply. Going to war with Konoha was a path Sunagakure had considered before. But the village's Jinchuriki and a majority of their fighting force were already their captives. How could they possibly fight? And there was also that Naruto Uzumaki. Although he was just a kid, his strength was terrifying. The newspaper reports hadn't exaggerated even a little. Both her and Ebizo's intelligence networks had confirmed it. Naruto Uzumaki was the one who had defeated the first and second Hokages, and with just one attack, he had taken down 50 of Sunagakure's strongest ninjas. At that thought, she raised her head, and a sharp glint shot out from her aged eyes, making the person who had suggested war flinch in pain and his heart turn cold. Go to war with Konoha. Fine, go and kill Naruto Uzumaki then. Chiyo's voice was not loud, but it instantly stopped the ninja's righteous anger. The color drained from his face, and his lips trembled, unable to utter a single word. What me, fight Naruto Uzumaki? This ninja had read the newspaper. He had seen the figure soaring through the sky, the fleeting glimpse of the destructive dust release. He was just a Sunagakure Jonin. How could he possibly win? As soon as Chiyo said those words, not only did that ninja's mind instantly sober up, but the entire meeting room fell silent. That's right. Even a complete Sunagakure couldn't defeat Naruto Uzumaki, let alone one that had lost more than half of its strength. They were completely defenseless. Chiyo looked around the silent room, despair washing over her like a tide. Konoha wanted 10 billion, they had no choice, they didn't even have the right to bargain. Sigh. She sighed to herself. How did Sunagakure fall to such a state? When she was young, Sunagakure was one of the 5 great ninja villages. Now, an ally of Konoha, no, a puppet. Take all the gold dust that Rasa secretly buried, and sell it all, Chiyo said, her voice dry as sandpaper. Lady Chiyo, but that's still not nearly enough, the elder in charge of finances said with a sob. Not enough, then look again. See what else we can dismantle from this village to sell for money? Chiyo looked at him. This is the only way we can show our sincerity. As she said those words, Chiyo felt a sense of humiliation. Her hatred and resentment toward Konoha had never faded in her entire life, and yet here she was, on the verge of death, having to endure this. She could barely accept the alliance with Konoha, let alone have to kneel and beg them to take less. She took a breath, her voice trembling with suppressed frustration. It's no longer about what Konoha wants, it's about what we have. As she finished the last sentence, her voice became miraculously calm. She had probably accepted reality. After saying this, she scanned the people in the meeting room. Because of the attack on Konoha, they had lost most of their elite. The majority of the people here, just like her, were at a semi-retired age. Tusk. Look at this room of Sunagakure ninjas, and then look at the endless monsters Konoha has. A sense of unprecedented despondency washed over her, as if all the strength had been drained from her body. Go, all of you, go see what can be sold for money. Yes, times N. After the deathly silent response, everyone left one by one, with expressions of either anger, despair, or numbness, to carry out this most humiliating of orders. When only the 2 siblings were left in the meeting room, Chiyo's forced composure instantly crumbled, and she leaned back into her chair in defeat. The intelligence, the reason for Konoha's change of heart, she asked, her voice exhausted. Ebizo silently handed her another piece of paper. Sister, this is the intelligence that came back with the messenger hawk. Chiyo took it and read it carefully. Naruto Uzumaki. After he entered the Hokage's office this morning, did that old geezer Hiruzen change his mind again? It seems like it was the same last time. Chiyo couldn't quite understand the connection between these events. But then, a ridiculous thought seized her. This so-called fine wasn't meant to fill Konoha's treasury at all. It was more like Hiruzen Sarutobi was using Sunagakure's entire fortune to negotiate with that boy. She couldn't comprehend it. She considered herself well-versed and had been through many wars, but she had never seen a ninja negotiate with his own village. Naruto Uzumaki was the first. But if it wasn't a negotiation, why would Hiruzen Sarutobi use Sunagakure's captives as a bargaining chip, repeatedly raising the price? Instantly, Chiyo began to think about what benefits Sunagakure could gain from this. A moment later, she was completely disheartened. Sunagakure was simply too poor to have any leverage. Could the position of Tgthegood really be more appealing than the position of Hokage? Or perhaps a different approach was needed. A glimmer of sharp light, like a breakthrough in the fog, suddenly appeared in Chiyo's aged eyes. Cut out the middleman. What if we deal directly with Naruto? Chapter 1330. Naruto didn't care what Chiyo thought. Right now, he was sitting on the edge of the 4th Hokage's face on Hokage Rock, feeling the wind and listlessly gazing at Konoha. His expression was quite melancholic. Why? Because he, Naruto Uzumaki, had nowhere to go. Just moments ago, he had been eager to see Sasuke and Sakura, only to find them intensely absorbed in a math study session together. Seeing this, Naruto didn't want to disturb them, so he simply watched from a distance and left. He'd save the get-together for later that night. With the hope of a Team 7 reunion dashed, Naruto then thought about grabbing a bite to eat with Choji and Shikamaru, but he had just run into them leaving for a mission. Naruto had initially considered joining them since he had nothing to do in the village. He could just hang out and chat with them. He could even use the flying Raijin Jutsu to return whenever he wanted, so what was there to be afraid of? But then he remembered Ino was also on Team 10, and Naruto immediately abandoned the idea. What about Team 8? There wasn't a trace of their chakra in the village, so they were likely on a mission just like Team 10. What should I do? Naruto muttered, looking at the uneven houses below. Maybe I'll go chat with Kakashi-sensei. Where is Kakashi-sensei? Naruto instantly sensed his location. Kakashi-sensei seemed to be by the river, and next to him was a familiar chakra signature. Was it Hana? Oh, Kakashi is on a date with Hana? Naruto's eyes lit up. He felt like he was about to get some good gossip. Suddenly, Naruto's expression changed slightly, and his attention was drawn to a spot behind him. Swoosh! A tall figure appeared in the area he was watching. He had silver hair and a bit of makeup on his face. Naruto, I've been looking for you for ages. Where have you been these past 2 days? I haven't seen you in the village. Jiraiya's unique voice called out from behind him, filled with confusion. Oh, it's the pervy, cough, it's Jiraiya-sensei. Remembering the down payment Jiraiya had made for him, Naruto quickly changed his words. He turned around with a smile, seeing Jiraiya's face turn into a confused mess at the word pervy. I was out on a little vacation for the past couple of days, so I wasn't in the village, Naruto explained with a laugh. A vacation. Jiraiya was quite surprised. Thinking about the village's ugly side, he decided to avoid the topic altogether. Get ready, we're going on a trip. A trip? This piqued Naruto's interest. He was bored out of his mind. Where are we going, Jiraiya-sensei? To meet a beautiful woman. A beautiful woman? Naruto blinked. There was a perk like that. He glanced at Jiraiya up and down, muttering to himself. His clothes were the same as usual, but the scent... This old man was wearing cologne. Tusk, and a beautiful woman. Could he be going to meet an old flame? But then Naruto thought about it again. Why would he bring him along to meet an old flame? To be a third wheel? With that thought, Naruto tentatively asked, Jiraiya-sensei, can I not go? No, Jiraiya flatly refused. Finding and bringing back Tsunade was Jiraiya's mission. He decided to bring Naruto along because Naruto reminded him so much of someone, Nawaki. Although Nawaki had passed away, he was a very important person to Tsunade. Jiraiya felt that bringing Naruto along would increase his chances of success. As for whether Naruto, also a candidate for Hokage, would try to stop Tsunade from becoming Hokage, he probably wouldn't, right? Thinking of this, a cold sweat ran down Jiraiya's forehead for some reason. He hoped his intuition was right. All right then, Naruto had no choice but to agree. That was what he showed on the surface, but inwardly he was overjoyed. The timing, the mission, and a beautiful woman, Naruto had a pretty good idea of who they were going to look for. He had to go on this mission. Wouldn't that make him Hokage? Naruto schemed to himself. Since Jiraiya is so insistent, I guess I have no choice but to go. He looked himself over. All of his belongings were on him, so he was ready to leave immediately. Wait. He suddenly remembered something. He touched a spot on his body, and a seal slowly unraveled. It was a sealing jutsu that Naruto had developed himself. With this seal, the Ninetales inside him was completely unable to sense anything happening outside. He had a similar seal on each of his clones, and he would use it on his real body when it was inconvenient. Although Kurama spent most of his time playing games in the training space, it was better to be safe than sorry. If he were to see something he shouldn't, would it be better to recycle him? Or to recycle him? With a casual touch to his body, even Jiraiya, who was right in front of him, didn't notice a thing. Naruto then looked up at Jiraiya with a bright smile. Sage-sensei, let's go. Sage-sensei. Jiraiya's face beamed with a satisfied expression. He was completely ecstatic. If some random person said it, Jiraiya wouldn't care, but who was this kid in front of him? This was Naruto Uzumaki, his own disciple. He was a man, a boy with extraordinary power, a man who was destined to save the world. Naruto, I like that name. You should always call me that. Okay, Sage-sensei, Naruto replied without hesitation. Who was he? In his past life, he was the group leader of a praise group. When it came to compliments, he was in no way inferior to his younger brother, Konohamaru. He could give plenty of emotional support. Since you've already paid the down payment for me, I'll let you be happy for a day or 3. Jiraiya was already prepared, while Naruto went home and pretended to pack a small, almost empty bag before heading out. A few moments later, the two met at the village gate and left the village together. Sage-sensei, who exactly are we looking for? Naruto asked casually on the road, trying to get some information. Jiraiya glanced at the shorty Naruto, saw his curious expression, and after a moment of thought said, "There's no harm in telling you, you'd find out eventually." After a pause, he continued, "This beautiful woman is actually my teammate and one of the three Sannin, the flower of the three Sannin, Tsunade." I knew it, Naruto thought to himself. Thinking of his relationship with Tsunade, Naruto's acting skills went into overdrive. His face fell. "Pervy say, you're not bringing her back to be the Hokage, are you?" Cough cough. Jiraiya choked and coughed a few times, thinking that what he was doing was indeed a little underhanded. He continued walking, his confused eyes glancing at Naruto from the corner of his eye. Seeing no abnormality in Naruto's expression, he let out a sigh of relief. "I have no choice, Naruto. The village gave me this mission, and I'm in a difficult position too," Jiraiya said, offering a rare flimsy excuse to his adorable student. "Yeah, you really have no choice, which is why you even put on cologne." Naruto, being the emotionally intelligent person he was, naturally didn't want to embarrass Jiraiya, especially since he had other motives. "Whatever," Naruto sighed, "I'm already here anyway." He changed the subject. "Speaking of which, Pervy Sage, do you know where Grandma Tsunade is?" "He's back to Pervy Sage again?" Jiraiya muttered to himself, but he still replied, "I'm not sure, but I have a general idea." Jiraiya knew finding Tsunade wasn't hard at all. Where was it bustling? Where were the most casinos? Tsunade was definitely there. He was never wrong. Naruto glanced at him. That confident expression, he had no idea where he got the confidence from. However, while Jiraiya didn't know where Tsunade was, Naruto knew very well. Tsunade, that big sucker, had just lost 200,000 ryo to his clone, gambling god Zhang San. At this moment, she should be on the run from her creditors. The direction she was heading. She would likely appear in Tanzaku town soon. Even though he knew her location, Naruto couldn't just tell Jiraiya directly. He had to take the slow route. Still, one thing struck Naruto as very odd. According to Zhang San's observations, Tsunade would often lose huge amounts of money, completely emptying her pockets. Yet, she would show up at the casino again the next day. Where did she get all that money? Was this the true worth of the ninja world's #1 medical ninja? Could it be that she had patients everywhere she went? Chapter 1331. Tanzaku Town, located in the southwestern part of the Land of Fire, is a famous entertainment district in the ninja world. Casinos, tourism, and amusement parks are the main attractions here, bringing together the three taboos of shinobi life: gambling, women, and alcohol. The thriving entertainment industry brings a large transient population and economic prosperity, making Tanzaku Town one of the ninja world's largest pleasure-seeking hubs, with countless entertainment venues and casinos. Early in the morning, at the town's entrance, marked by a sign that reads Tanzaku Town, Tsunade's face radiated with a mysterious confidence. "I have a feeling I'm going to win back all my money today," she declared, looking at the sign and thinking about the numerous casinos within. Behind her, Shizune was already numb. She had heard these words countless times. The cycle was always the same: a grand declaration at the beginning, incoherent babbling in the middle, and silent despair at the end. Today would likely be no exception. Shizune sighed silently, knowing her already meager wallet was about to take another hit. Meanwhile, in a different part of town, Jiraiya was half asleep when he noticed a sneaky, golden-haired figure in his room. He instantly woke up and grabbed the person. Opening his eyes, he saw that it was indeed Naruto. Jiraiya was furious. This kid. He had been out all night and only came back now. He had returned late from a scouting mission the night before and hadn't found Naruto in his room. He spent the entire night searching for him all over the commercial district, bursting into various pleasure dens, disrupting countless good times, and accumulating slaps and footprints on his face and body. He searched until dawn but couldn't find Naruto. Jiraiya was worried sick. Not about Naruto's safety. With his strength, that wasn't an issue, but that Naruto might have fallen into temptation at such a young age. This little Naruto might be strong, but there were some things a boy his age shouldn't get involved in. Jiraiya's expression was serious, his small eyes wide and scrutinizing Naruto with a sense of pressure. Then, with a keen sense of smell, he detected a faint perfume scent on Naruto. Could it be A sudden thought made Jiraiya's expression change dramatically. He roared, "Naruto, where were you last night?" Last night, Naruto was a bit puzzled by Jiraiya's anger. But he explained, "The bed here wasn't comfortable, so I went home to sleep." Home? Jiraiya was stunned. This was an answer he hadn't expected. Right, Naruto has learned the flying Raijin Jutsu. Jiraiya, in his old-school way of thinking, had assumed everyone was like him. The tense atmosphere in the room instantly vanished. Jiraiya took his hand off Naruto, scratching his head awkwardly. Then he paused again. "Wait, where did that perfume scent come from?" "Naruto, that perfume on you? Be honest with this sage. Did you go to one of those places?" Huh? Naruto was surprised for a moment, and then had to admire the old man's imagination. He wasn't sure if the scent was Sakura's or Ino's. He had forgotten. Last night they had a celebratory dinner. Ino kept getting closer to him, which made Hinata so upset that she ate more than everyone else, shocking the three teams. Hinata herself was so embarrassed she almost hid under the table. They had all stayed up late, and the three of them, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, had fallen asleep in the same room. Sasuke probably doesn't wear perfume. He's not into that, just like me. We rely on our good looks. After briefly explaining the dinner to Jiraiya, Naruto caught on. "Pervy sage, you're not actually thinking I went to one of those pink-colored barber shops where girls in revealing clothes try to get customers, are you?" Under Naruto's gaze, Jiraiya's hand, which had just come down, went back to scratching his head awkwardly. His small eyes darted around, unable to meet Naruto's gaze. But Naruto wasn't about to let Jiraiya off the hook. "I'm not like you. I don't just wander into those places whenever I can." After spending some time with Jiraiya, Naruto had gotten a sense of who he was. Without a doubt, Jiraiya was a man whose perverted nature was encoded in his genes. From his youth, when he spied on women bathing, to his old age, he was still doing the same thing. In short, he was either spying on women bathing or on his way to spy on women bathing. When they parted ways yesterday, Naruto had seen Jiraiya walk into a building with a pink sign and hearts on it. With that thought, Naruto earnestly advised, "Jiraiya-sensei, if you keep this up, you'll never win over Granny Tsunade. Who would fall for such a lecherous and dissolute old man?" Jiraiya's nature was so ingrained that Naruto thought even bringing 2 boxes of milk wouldn't be enough to convince Tsunade. "Haha, kid, this is a grown-up matter. A little brat like you should stay out of it." Jiraiya gave an awkward laugh, using his seniority to shut Naruto down. Thinking of Tsunade, Jiraiya lost all interest in sleeping and woke up, his spirits high, to continue gathering information. Naruto went off to sightsee by himself. Both of them headed to the bustling commercial district, and Naruto took the opportunity to wander around, eating and shopping to his heart's content. His stomach seemed like a bottomless pit as he sampled food everywhere. Finally, 2 days later, Jiraiya got a lead on Tsunade, Tanzaku Town. "So this is Tanzaku Town," Naruto said, looking at the wooden gate. This place was incredibly prosperous, a true hub of excess. According to the information he'd gathered, this town's annual revenue was in the hundreds of millions, with an incredible profit margin. Naruto looked around. The environment seemed similar to the land of grass. He wondered if he could replicate it one for one back home. "No, I can build a super entertainment city with higher technology." Jiraiya, completely at ease with Naruto, left him at their agreed-upon hotel as soon as they arrived in town and went off to gather information on his own. Naruto was bored in the hotel. Team 8 and Team 10 had their own missions, and Sasuke and Sakura were studying hard. It seemed like he was the only one single. A thought suddenly made Naruto's eyes light up. It would be a shame to come to an entertainment city and not try his luck at gambling. Chen Daizai could win 37 million from 20 yuan back in the day. It's no problem for me, Naruto Uzumaki, to win 50 million ryo from 100 ryo. It was time for the ninja world to see what a gambling monster could do. He found the largest casino and walked right in. The young lady at the chip exchange counter, seeing his age, initially refused to exchange chips for him. After some pleading, he was finally given 100 ryo worth of chips. They agreed that he couldn't exchange any more if he lost it all. "Ha, me, Naruto, lose? That's ridiculous." Looking at the bustling crowd, Naruto sighed. As expected of a global entertainment center, there were so many people, or rather, so many lambs to be fleeced. He didn't bother with any rules. He found a simple high or low game and jumped right in. High equals win, high equals win, low equals win, 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 win. He won 3, 10, 20 times in a row. Ha 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 ha, Naruto laughed triumphantly, raking in all the money as people watched in astonishment. Again. A quick scene change. Tsunade, who had made a bold declaration in the morning, had already entered the silent despair phase by midday. She had no money left. She also had to deal with a debt collector, which she barely escaped by using a transformation jutsu to appear as a little girl. Shizune was nowhere to be found. Only 100 ryo left. Pulling out her last bill, Tsunade's determination returned. This time, I'll definitely win it all back. She looked at the big casino next to her and walked right in. Tsunade was surprised when the woman inside refused to exchange chips for her because she looked like a child. But then, seeing she only had 100 ryo, she did it anyway. As she was leaving, Tsunade heard the woman mumbling. She mentioned that another child had also exchanged 100 ryo worth of chips earlier, but was probably long gone by now. A child like her. Ah, he won again, god of gamblers. Just as she entered the casino, a chorus of exclamations came from a corner. Tsunade looked over from a distance. The area was packed, 3 layers deep, with more people gathering. Naruto-sama, it's high again, you won again? One gambler was incredibly fanatical, looking at Naruto with the same reverence as a god. 56 consecutive wins, unprecedented. Naruto-sama, he's the absolute best. The absolute best. Instantly, countless people around him began to cheer. Ha 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 ha, keep it down, Naruto laughed heartily. Shortly after arriving with a dozen consecutive wins, he had become the king of the table. Everyone followed his bets, making a fortune. The madness of wealth made everyone fanatical about him, shouting Naruto-sama. Tsunade saw it all. She hadn't cared at first and was about to go to another table to try to win back her money, but after hearing God of Gamblers, she felt she had to see for herself. Using her strength and small stature, Tsunade managed to squeeze her way through the crowd and get to the center. That's when she saw it. The person everyone called the God of Gamblers was a child about the same age as her transformed self, likely just out of the ninja academy. The forehead protector on his head showed he was from the Hidden Leaf. Tsunade looked at him curiously. He had spiky blonde hair and bright, confident blue eyes that seemed to sparkle. He had a cheerful and sunny face. He was a very handsome young man. For some reason, Tsunade felt that this Hidden Leaf ninja was incredibly familiar. But the next moment, the crowd's cheers threw her thoughts and rationality to the wind. Hi, 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 another collective loud cheer. The God of Gamblers had guessed correctly again. The scene instantly became a frenzy. Countless people were raking in money, and the God of Gamblers was naturally getting the most. Seeing the little God of Gamblers rake in such a huge amount of chips, Tsunade was overcome with jealousy. You have pretty good luck, don't you? Tsunade said sincerely. The two were very close, and her voice naturally reached Naruto's ears. Luck, this is skill? Naruto glanced at her. The person speaking was a girl who seemed to be about his age. He looked away, not taking her seriously. After he looked away, he suddenly felt like she looked familiar. He turned his head and took a closer look. Golden hair, bright brown eyes, and a very pretty face. He was surprised by her hair and appearance, as she was a beautiful girl he had never seen before. But why did she seem so familiar? His gaze scanned her forehead and then her chest. Phew, just as flat as Sakura, so it's not that woman. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Can I bet with you? Tsunade asked in a crisp voice, acting like a young girl. No problem, sis, Naruto readily agreed. Everyone else was betting with him, so why would he stop her? Splat. Naruto placed a massive amount of chips on high. It has to be high this time. With Naruto's bet, countless hands and chips instantly appeared in the high section. I'll bet high too, Tsunade shouted confidently, placing her last 100 ryo chip on high. She had heard this God of Gamblers had won 56 times in a row. Following him was a sure win. As Tsunade's fair, small hand placed the 100 ryo chip on high, Naruto suddenly had a bad feeling. Could it be that this round is a loss? Naruto couldn't figure out where the feeling came from. Something's not right. The dealer shook the dice again. Since the table was getting more and more crowded, he was already sweating profusely. His hands were even trembling slightly as he shook the dice cup. Clatter. Finally, it was time for the big reveal. When the cup was lifted, the result shocked many people. Low, one, then countless voices suddenly cried out in shock. Shouldn't it have been high? The pattern had been broken. Naruto's past 56 bets had become an absolute truth, and now, physics didn't exist anymore. This wasn't scientific. Everyone was shocked, bewildered, and at a loss. Naruto was even more surprised. What the hell? How did it become low? For others, this game might be about luck, but for him, the charity gambler king, it was about skill. It was the truth. In this casino, he was the only truth. How could Naruto Uzumaki possibly lose? In an instant, Naruto knew where the bad feeling had come from. He did a quick mental calculation and felt a wave of bad luck wash over him. No, a traitor has appeared among us. He knew what he had to do. Retreat. While the people around him were still stunned, Naruto quickly grabbed his massive pile of chips from the table and turned to leave. Before he could squeeze through the crowd, he felt a small hand tugging at him. He turned around and in the narrow gap saw the pretty face of the girl. "Sis, I've got to go. See ya." With that, Naruto left without hesitation. He had earned enough money, exceeding his mission's goal, so there was no need to stick around. The table was surrounded by a thick, chaotic crowd. Naruto, being short compared to the adults, simply ducked and squeezed his way out. By the time he got to the counter and cashed out his chips, the people inside seemed to realize he was gone. Sayonara tilde, he looked back one last time before walking out of the casino. 5 million ryo. The earnings weren't as much as he had hoped. The casino was subpar. It had a betting limit otherwise. As he calculated his winnings, Naruto couldn't help but hum to himself. "Hold it right there," a sweet voice called from behind him. Naruto stopped and turned to see who it was. It was the sis from the casino. She had grabbed him inside the casino, and now she had followed him all the way here. Her chakra signature was that of a ninja. Could she be looking for him to pay her back for her lost 100 ryo? "Big brother, my name is Tegan. Can you teach me how to gamble?" Tsunade asked, her eyes wide and starry, looking at Naruto with admiration. Huh, Naruto was surprised that someone wanted to learn this skill from him. Wait a minute, Naruto suddenly realized. There had been no problems before, but the moment this person got close, or rather, the moment she started betting, he experienced his first loss. Could this traitor be her? Before he could say anything, "Naruto, where did you run off to? I've been looking for you everywhere." Jiraiya suddenly appeared from behind, slapping Naruto on the back. Huh, who is this? Jiraiya's gaze fell on the other child. His eyes widened in surprise and nostalgia. Tsunade. "I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels." Chapter 1332. Tsunade. When Jiraiya saw Tsunade as a young girl, a look of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. The last time he had seen Tsunade so young was, well, the last time. That was over 40 years ago. Back then, they were all young, vibrant, and ambitious. It was a time that brought him a pang of nostalgia. Tsunade. Naruto was quite surprised. Jiraiya seemed to know this girl. She must be a friend. But wasn't the girl's name Tsunade? After taking a closer look at the young lady, Naruto suddenly realized it was a transformation jutsu. The chakra control was excellent. If you didn't look carefully, even he would have been fooled. Was it because she was transforming into herself and was very familiar with her own form? Naruto thought about it. With such powerful chakra control and the fact that she almost fooled him, it could only be the legendary medical ninja, Tsunade. "Jiraiya, why are you here?" Tsunade didn't expect to see her old friend in such a place at such a time. "Just now, Jiraiya." He seemed to have greeted this boy. Did they know each other? When Tsunade glanced at the boy she wanted to take as her student, her big brother, Naruto Uzumaki, her face flushed. Jiraiya didn't know what Tsunade was thinking, but since he had finally found her, he wouldn't let her just run off. "I finally found you. I'm exhausted." Jiraiya let out a sigh of relief and asked, "Want to go for a drink?" The scene changed. Inside an unknown izakaya. It was around 8 or 9 in the evening. There weren't many customers inside. Few people came to drink at this hour. In a private room, Naruto, Jiraiya, and Tsunade were seated, along with a woman named Shizune, who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, and a pig that was eating on the table. The 4 people and 1 pig sat quietly. Some of them were eating or drinking sake. Naruto's gaze was on the opposite side of the table. Shizune was the last one to be found. Naruto didn't know her, but Danzo's memories contained a lot of information about her. She was the niece of Tsunede's deceased boyfriend, Dan Kato, and a former classmate of Kakashi. She had been following Tsunade ever since Tsunade left Konoha. Naruto's gaze left Shizune and moved to the small pig that was happily eating. The pig was wearing clothes and jewelry. It clearly wasn't ordinary. Naruto thought it must be some kind of summoned creature. Jiraiya's summoned creature was a toad, Orochimaru's was a snake, so Tsunade's was a pig. As members of the Sannin, their summoned creatures should at least be on par in terms of combat ability, so was this pig very powerful? Naruto's chakra senses gave him no information. He didn't sense anything. Was it a pet? It couldn't be emergency rations, could it? The little pig, who seemed to notice Naruto's gaze, raised its head and met his eyes. The person and the pig looked at each other in silence. Naruto quietly shifted his gaze to Tsunade. She had returned to her original appearance and was drinking sake, cup after cup. Naruto looked at her curiously. Golden hair, a young face of about 23 or 24. This face was similar to the one he had seen in the dueling arena. Naruto observed her closely and found that there wasn't much change between her current face and her teenage form from before. No wonder Jiraiya could recognize her at a glance. If Naruto had been more familiar with her, he probably could have too. However, Naruto's gaze moved slightly downward, where something was unconsciously attracting all attention. It was a pair of snowy miracles. She was completely flat as a teenager, but how had she suddenly grown so much? How did she get so big? What did she usually eat? He had a friend who was very curious. Yes, that's right, Sakura would definitely want to know. Slap. Brat, what are you looking at? Tsunade slammed her empty sake cup on the table. Nothing. Naruto guiltily averted his gaze, picked up his chopsticks, and grabbed a piece of radish, praising, "This appetizer radish is delicious." HMPH. With a snort, Tsunade picked up her cup and filled it again. Thank you for waiting. The waiter brought a small dish, breaking the awkward atmosphere between the 4 of them. Gulp tilde. Tsunade took another drink, and her cheeks turned red. Lady Tsunade, please drink a little less. Shizune reached out to persuade her. But Tsunade pushed her hand away. Don't mind me, I'm happy to see an old friend today. This temper. Although Naruto had met Tsunade in the dueling arena, the AI and the real person were far from identical. So this is the personality of one of the Sannin, Tsunade. Naruto glanced at everyone at the table and chose to keep his mouth shut. He was focused on his purpose for being here, to cause trouble, to make sure Tsunade didn't become the Hokage. How could he achieve this goal? He knew too little about Tsunade, so Naruto decided to observe first. And then, he would improvise as he saw fit. Speaking of which, Tsunade paused. Just as she was about to pour her sake, she realized her cup was empty. Seeing this, she looked up at Jiraiya. Jiraiya, why are you here? As if she had suddenly thought of something, she started to laugh. Don't tell me you're here to research for a new book at the local red light district. Ha 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 ha, Jiraiya laughed heartily. He picked up the sake cup and filled Tsunade's empty one. I had that thought, but I'm here for another reason this time. Naruto, who had just picked up his chopsticks, couldn't help but look at him. My teacher Jiraiya is really something. He doesn't even try to hide his perverted nature in front of the woman he loves. I'm impressed. Have you all read the newspaper? Jiraiya whispered. Tsunade took a drink. What newspaper? The Ninja World Daily. I haven't read it. What is it? Just say it. Tsunade said she didn't even have enough time to gamble and win her money back, so how could she have time to read the newspaper? No, it should be, how could she have the money to buy a newspaper? Wouldn't it be better to save that money to make her fortune back? Besides, the newspapers she remembered were worthless. Jiraiya had expected Tsunade's attitude. His expression didn't change as he stared at Tsunade and spoke, word by word. I'll be direct. Tsunade, the village wants you to become the 5th Hokage. The 5th Hokage. Shizyun, who had been observing the two of them, shrank her pupils. She looked at Tsunade in surprise, unable to believe what she was hearing. Hokage. That was the pinnacle of all shinobi in Konoha. Naruto carefully watched Tsunade. He saw her eyes widen, and the movement of her hand holding the sake cup paused. But it was only for a moment. The next second, she picked up her freshly poured cup and drank it all. She's good at keeping her composure, Naruto thought to himself. He couldn't read her mind at all. It didn't seem like she was a person who was eager to become Hokage. Seeing that Tsunade hadn't answered, Jiraiya started to appeal to her emotions. The 3rd Hokage, he. At this point, Jiraiya suddenly stopped and sighed, attracting Naruto's attention. Naruto tilted his head, looking strangely at the sad-faced Jiraiya. Hey, Teacher Jiraiya, are you okay? Why do you sound like the 3rd Hokage is dead? Due to Jiraiya's misleading tone, the two women believed him. The 3rd Hokage, he. Tsunade didn't show much, but Shizyun spoke up. She looked at Jiraiya with concern, her expression clearly asking, did the 3rd die? That's right. Orochimaru's plan to destroy Konoha caused huge losses for the entire village, Jiraiya said with a serious expression and a nod. Hi. At that moment, Naruto's expression was that of a confused meme. What? Was Konoha that badly off? He, the person who was there, was sitting right here. How was this old man Jiraiya making up stories to garner sympathy? Naruto felt he had to step in and offer his 2 cents. Pervert sage, isn't Grandpa Hokage doing just fine? Why does it sound like he's dead when you say it? Hi. The 3rd Hokage isn't dead. The grieving Shizyun didn't react for a moment. She stared blankly at Naruto, then looked at Jiraiya for confirmation. With the truth exposed by Naruto, Jiraiya scratched his head with a wry smile, not showing a hint of embarrassment on his face, which was as thick as a fortress wall. I don't think I said the 3rd died, did I? Hi. Tsunade and Shizyun glared at him furiously. Hesi, what a liar. Naruto continued his attack. And Orochimaru has already been captured, so Konoha's losses aren't that bad. It sounds like the whole village was wiped out when you say it. As soon as Naruto finished speaking, a questioning glare shot toward Jiraiya. It was from Shizyun. After he said it, Naruto watched Tsunade's reaction. He found that she didn't seem to care much. Tsunade's fingers traced the rim of her sake cup. She glanced at Naruto and asked Jiraiya, who is this brat? Brat. This name made Naruto's chopstick movements a beat slower. Brat, who was it that was just calling him Big Brother? He is Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto Uzumaki. She knew the name Naruto from the casinos, where everyone called him Naruto-sama, but the surname, Uzumaki. As one of the Sannin, Tsunade knew a lot of Konoha's secrets, so she immediately knew who Naruto was. The Ninetales Jinchuriki. Well, isn't this kid great? Seeing Tsunade notice his disciple, Jiraiya bragged with a proud look on his face. How do you know I have a new disciple? This is my disciple, the savior, the most talented person in the world, the living god of shinobi, Naruto Uzumaki. Do you have a disciple this strong? He wanted to properly introduce his disciple, but remembering his purpose, Jiraiya returned to the main topic. He reiterated, I'll say it again, the order is for you to become the 5th Hokage. Tsunade, you're the one, what's your answer? Impossible, I refuse. Tsunade's answer was firm. Really? Naruto's eyes lit up. Seeing that Tsunade's expression wasn't a lie, Naruto suddenly felt unexpectedly relieved. Since Tsunade herself didn't want the position, his mission would be a lot easier. I remember, when I confessed to you in the past, you always gave me the same answer. Jiraiya wasn't surprised by this result, he said jokingly. As one of the Sannin, Jiraiya was naturally familiar with Tsunade's past. Finding Tsunade and getting her to become Hokage was not an easy task, otherwise they would have just sent anyone. Why would they need him to do it? Seeing that Jiraiya was about to try to rekindle their old relationship, Naruto decisively interrupted. Teacher Jiraiya, since Grandma Tsunade. Ahem. Under Tsunade's terrifying gaze, Naruto quickly changed his address. Since Sister Tsunade has refused, let's just go back. After all, the village has a better candidate for Hawkage. He's handsome, has great abilities, and can definitely lead Konoha to glory and make it great again. Brat, you're talking about yourself, aren't you? Jiraiya was speechless. He had been wandering the ninja world for so many years and had never seen anyone praise themselves like this. That's right, it's me. Wait, Brat, Tsunade looked at Naruto in surprise. You're saying you want to be Hawkage? Before Naruto could answer, Tsunade turned to Jiraiya for confirmation. Even if you don't become Hawkage, is this brat the only person left in Konoha who can be Hawkage? What about Kakashi? Are they all dead? Jiraiya was speechless. These two were chosen by the Jonin. If Tsunade didn't go back to be Hawkage, then the only remaining choice would be Naruto, right? Jiraiya chose his words carefully. Kakashi is fine, but Naruto is right. If you don't go back, he's the only person who can be Hawkage. How old is this brat? 12 years old. 12 years old, he's barely out of the academy. Has he even become a Chunin? And he wants to be Hawkage. Tsunade felt as if the whole world was playing a joke on her. What had she missed these past few days? At most, I just lost a few dozen times in a row, losing all my money again. Has the outside world changed that much? But, after just one thought, Tsunade no longer cared. She had long stopped wanting to pay attention to Konoha's affairs. However, this brat who wanted to be Hawkage was not ordinary. This child seems very different from your previous disciples, Tsunade asked, trying to test him. Whether it was Jiraiya's proud expression, the 12-year-old boy who was about to become Hawkage, or the amazing gambling skills he showed in the casino, it all showed that this child was different. Of course, this is my most proud disciple, and there's a good chance he's the legendary savior. A savior. Tsunade was slightly stunned by the words. Her movement slowed as she poured sake. She knew that Jiraiya had spent his entire life searching for those 3 words. Had he found him now? A person who is called a savior at 12 years old. Tsunade took a long look at Naruto. This kid seems to have nothing special about him, besides being cute. So what's your answer? Jiraiya asked again. I think I've already answered. Jiraiya opened his mouth to say something, but he looked at Naruto, his troublesome rival for the Hawkage position, and stopped himself. He suddenly said to Naruto and Shizune, the two of you go outside first. I want to talk to Tsunade alone. What the heck? I, Naruto, want to be involved too. Although he didn't want to leave, under Jiraiya's warning gaze, Naruto still walked out the door. As soon as he was outside, Naruto wanted to use his abilities to listen in on their conversation, but Shizune interrupted him. Your name is Naruto Uzumaki, right? Yeah, Naruto replied indifferently. I have important things to do. I don't have time to chat with you. However, Shizune seemed to be unable to read the room and continued to ramble. I have something to tell you. You might have the wrong impression of Lady Tsunade. She's actually a very good person. Then, she started to tell the story of Tsunade's past. Naruto was speechless. He wanted to listen in on confidential information and prepare his countermeasures. How could he have time to listen to this story? Although, the story was a little interesting. A medical ninja with a phobia of blood. Oh, Danzo's intelligence also mentioned that. Wait a minute. By the time Shizune finished telling her story, the 2 of them had come out. Tsunade, I'll be waiting for your answer. The deadline is in 3 days, Jiraiya reminded her before they parted. Got it. Tsunade and Shizune left without even waving goodbye. Pervert sage, do we have to wait for 3 days? Since Grandma Tsunade refused, isn't it better if we just go back? Jiraiya's face was lined with black. I can see that this brat really wants to be Hawkage. Naruto, 3 days. No matter what the answer is, we'll leave in 3 days. Seeing that the result couldn't be changed, Naruto could only reply, okay. That night, Naruto still went home to sleep. As for Jiraiya, even though he was in the same town as the woman he loved, he still lingered in the red light district. For 3 days, Naruto treated it like a vacation. While waiting for the village's response, he also conducted a field study in the town of Tgthegood. He would inspect it carefully, and then replicate it in the land of grass in the future. What he didn't expect was that, before he received Tsunade's answer, He was approached by a negotiation team from the village hidden in the sand. "You must be Naruto Uzumaki, right?" Looking at the dusty team with headbands all bearing the Sand Village's symbol, Naruto was confused. "Why are these people looking for me?" Chapter 1333. Let's turn the clock back a little. At the hidden Sand Village, Daimaru received an S-rank mission, and he was ecstatic. How could a mere genin like him get to participate in a mission of this caliber? Could it be that his title, Red Dust, Daimaru of the Wind, was no longer a secret? Just as I thought. Even though he tried his best to hide it, the village still discovered his talent and planned to groom him as the future Tgthegood. Ha ha ha. With an excited heart, Daimaru went to find his team captain, Yura. "Daimaru, this mission is very dangerous. You need to be prepared." Yura encouraged the excited Daimaru. However, Yura himself wore a bitter expression, as if his parents had just died. No one wanted to lead a mission like this. It was an enormous humiliation that would be recorded in the village's history books. The task had been passed around the village until it finally landed on him, a jonin with little seniority. This mission was of unknown danger, but his reputation was definitely on the line. "Captain Yura, did the village choose me for this S-rank mission because they discovered my talent to become a Kage and are planning to fully support me?" Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Yura felt helpless. The kid was way too confident. After the Konoha crush, there weren't many ninjas left in the village who could perform missions, so they had no choice but to bring a genin along. That was all there was to it. Besides, for that person, it didn't matter whether it was a genin or a jonin, it was all the same. However, at a time like this, Yura didn't want to bluntly discourage Daimaru. He simply offered a word of encouragement and then gathered the team. The team was small, with only 5 people. A jonin as the leader, 3 chunin, and 1 genin Daimaru. The team had received intel that Naruto Uzumaki was currently in the Tanzaku town. Tanzaku town was in the southwest of the Land of Fire, near the border of the Land of Wind, so the team's travel speed was fast. If nothing went wrong, they would see Naruto Uzumaki tomorrow. On the way, the team leader, Yura, explained the details of the mission. They were going to negotiate with a boy who was only 12 years old. "Our entire hidden sand village is going to take the initiative to negotiate with Naruto Uzumaki, that 12-year-old brat." Yura had just finished explaining the mission, and the other 3 chunin were silent, but Daimaru reacted strongly. They were the hidden sand village, one of the 5 great ninja villages. Naruto Uzumaki, a genin around his age, was going to make the entire hidden sand village humble themselves and try to please him. He couldn't accept it. Daimaru looked at his teammates with disbelief. The 3 chunin and even the jonin captain, Yura, were completely unfazed. "Give me some reaction, damn it. You're a jonin and 3 chunin. There's no way you should be scared by a genin." Suddenly, he realized something. In the hidden sand village, he had heard of Naruto Uzumaki's name. His reputation was famous, and his achievements were terrifying. But, "Hey, you guys aren't actually scared by the Naruto Uzumaki reported in the newspapers, are you?" Daimaru shouted. "It's just news made up by the newspapers. How could that stuff be real? The Ninja World Daily has been doing everything they can to promote the Leaf Village and Naruto Uzumaki during the entire Chunin exams. Can't you see it? This is all news that the Leaf Village paid for. If our hidden sand village had enough money to promote me, Daimaru, I could also become a once-in-a-millennium genius of the ninja world. Ha ha ha." A masked chunin suddenly laughed at Daimaru's joke. Although Daimaru's words sounded unrefined, they did hold some truth to the others. However, there was one undeniable fact that supported the news. But a large portion of our hidden sand village's fighting force was captured by the Leaf Village. The Leaf Village was already much stronger than our hidden sand village. Is it really that strange that we were defeated and captured by them? The chunin who asked the question was stunned. It didn't seem strange at all. For those who didn't participate, their knowledge of the Konoha crush was limited, and they only knew bits and pieces. Yura, who knew more, remained silent and lost in thought. After considering things from a different perspective, the others reevaluated Daimaru's previous words and found them to be quite reasonable. Not just a little reasonable, but very reasonable. Based on their attitudes, the Leaf Village's propaganda had at least achieved its goal. They were already intimidated by Naruto Uzumaki's reputation, and power even though they hadn't even met him. And they hadn't even realized this tactic themselves. What kind of tactic was this? Was it a media war, or something else? The few of them didn't know what this new tactic was called. It didn't matter. A Chunin who had just come to his senses roared, "HMPH, the Leaf Village is so devious. They're using this method to intimidate others. What about that 1-second flash to defeat 50 of our hidden sand ninjas, or that one person defeating the first and second Hawkage? It must all be lies," a Chunin said through gritted teeth. Even as enemies, no, as allied ninja villages, they still knew that the first and second Hawkage were legendary figures. And now, they were supposedly easily defeated by a 12-year-old genin? Who would believe such an exaggerated story? He had his doubts when he first read the news, but he had never dared to speak up. Exactly, and we were intimidated by this tactic. Hearing the three people complain, Damaru replied decisively, "Right, how could such a genius person exist? Even I, Damaru, couldn't do all that." Ha ha ha, the others just laughed at his words. Damaru was indeed overly confident, but this kind of confidence was a good thing. See, this kid had found the flaw in a matter that their hidden sand village hadn't even noticed. With this thought, everyone felt a bit more at ease. One of the Chunin looked at their silent captain. "Captain Yura, say something." Yura looked up and at his 4 temporary subordinates. In the end, he remained silent, not saying a word. His calm eyes were like a deep abyss, and no one could guess what he was thinking. In fact, Yura had already had his doubts about the intel they had received from above. The news in the newspapers and the incoming reports all seemed like a joke, not real intelligence. Yura didn't have the authority to ask the intelligence department to reconfirm, so he could only temporarily accept the intel. Now, after hearing Damaru's analysis, out of a Jonin's cautious nature, he neither refuted nor agreed with Damaru's point of view. No matter what, it's never wrong to be cautious. Just complete our mission, Yura reminded them in a low voice. Damaru, seeing this, took it upon himself to lead. "Captain Yura, don't worry. Red Dust, Damaru of the Wind, will test out Naruto Uzumaki's strength." Yura just glanced at him and said nothing more. He knew his mission and the bottom line the village had given him. It was a very large sum of money. If Damaru could test Naruto Uzumaki's strength, maybe the village could save that money. Time returned to the present, in Tanzaku town. Yura's group, after asking around, had a general idea of where Naruto Uzumaki usually was. Finally, they waited for him on a certain road. From the corners and rooftops, everyone focused on observing the Naruto Uzumaki walking down the street. He was just an unremarkable young boy. Aside from his good looks, there was nothing else to describe. He held a can of soda in his right hand and 2 skewers of takoyaki in his left. He was walking with a swagger, his steps in a strange rhythm. Gulp, 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 tilde, 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 the sound of the empty soda can being sucked dry came, but he was still happily playing with it. The group was speechless. This is the legendary Naruto Uzumaki, who single-handedly defeated 2 Hokage and instantly killed 50 hidden sand ninjas. Ha! He's just an immature kid. As expected, the news in the papers was all lies. Swish, 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 swish. Several figures with an aggressive aura suddenly appeared in front of him. Naruto looked up at the newcomers. They were all travel-worn, and they had hidden sand headbands on their foreheads. What did these people want from him? "You must be Naruto Uzumaki." The one leading them was a ninja with a head wrap, a cloth hanging from his headband, and a side fringe covering one eye. "Yeah, what do you want?" Before the leader could speak, a young, short kid stepped out from the side after hearing Naruto's affirmative answer. Damaru's face was arrogant and confident. He pointed a finger at Naruto's nose. "So you're Naruto Uzumaki, huh?" That arrogant tone, that overbearing attitude. Hess, it just proved that people really do laugh when they're speechless. Naruto gave a helpless laugh. Where did this idiot come from? But he found it amusing. It had been a long time since anyone had dared to be so arrogant in front of him. The last person to point a finger at him like that was probably Konohamaru. He wasn't going to let this slide. Naruto's eyes flashed, and an endless will and immense pupil power instantly burst forth. Suddenly, everyone felt the atmosphere around the blonde kid change dramatically. The laziness on his body instantly disappeared, replaced by an unparalleled sharpness. This sharp edge seemed to pierce everyone's will with just a single glance. Demaru, who was the closest, felt it the most. He was the first to face it. In the instant their eyes met, Demaru felt as if he were staring into a bottomless abyss. In the next second, he felt a hand grip his heart, making it difficult to even breathe. Then, Demaru realized that he couldn't control his body. Moving even a single finger was harder than climbing a mountain. What he wanted to say got stuck in his throat because he couldn't control his body, and all that came out was a gurgling roar. Suddenly, an overwhelming fear enveloped Demaru. The shadow of death instantly loomed over him. I was wrong. Demaru suddenly realized that he had made a mistake, and it was an absurd one. With just a look, he had become a fish waiting to be slaughtered. He couldn't even control his own life or death. Naruto Uzumaki's power was too terrifying. All those things reported in the newspapers weren't lies after all. This feeling, it was too powerless. Thud. Unable to bear the pressure, Demaru knelt on the ground. He struggled to lift his head and saw Naruto, bathed in the blinding sunlight, looking like a god. His eyes were condescending, and he looked at Demaru like an ant, without a trace of mercy. Demaru, the three Chunin shouted. But they were met with Naruto's gaze. As his eyes swept over them, thud, thud, thud. In three sounds, the three Chunin who had been shouting were now unconscious on the ground. They had no ability to resist. They were defeated instantly. Finally, Naruto's gaze fell on the only other person in the field who was still standing. This person hadn't had a chance to speak since his first words. He just stood there, trembling, looking pitiful, weak, and helpless. "What are you guys doing? You didn't come all this way just to get beat up, did you?" Naruto asked, puzzled, staring at the leader. He couldn't understand their purpose. Was it an assassination attempt? But who would carry out an assassination by walking up to their target in broad daylight? Yura, on the other hand, was sweating profusely. He had watched Naruto's movements the entire time. This person hadn't even moved his hands, yet he had instantly rendered all of their people incapable of fighting. Now, facing this terrifying and unknown pressure, his heart was about to jump out of his chest. "Sir," Yura said with a trembling voice, "we have come to negotiate with you on behalf of the Hidden Sand Village." "Negotiate?" Naruto chuckled as if he had heard a joke. "But I haven't felt even a shred of respect from you." Before Yura could reply, Naruto opened his palm. He had lost his patience and decided to get straight to the point. "Let me see what you guys want to do." Yura's eyes were fixed on Naruto's outstretched hand. He tried to dodge, but he suddenly realized that his body was no longer under his control. He used all his might, but he couldn't even move a single finger. Is this a genjutsu? How can there be such a terrifying genjutsu? No wonder the others reacted that way. Yura was terrified. He desperately tried to channel his chakra, but it was useless. He could only watch as Naruto's hand landed on his forehead. With just a light tap, Naruto's hand was gone. Yura felt his mind go blank. Then, "Our purpose is to negotiate with you on behalf of the Hidden Sand Village." The words came out of Yura's mouth, and he was inexplicably terrified. He realized that it was his own voice speaking, but the words were not his own. He didn't even feel like he was speaking. Yet, his body was uncontrollably spilling out information. He continued, "We were in negotiations with the Leaf Village regarding our captured ninjas. We had agreed on 500 million ryo in reparations, but a few days ago, the Leaf Village suddenly changed the terms and unilaterally increased the reparations to 10 billion ryo. With a look of terror on his face, Yura's mouth continued to leak information. "Elder Chiyo speculated from intel that this matter was related to you, so she formed a negotiation team to come and negotiate with you directly." "Oh, I see," Naruto nodded. "So they really were here to negotiate. The reason was a bit interesting. Old man Hiruzen knew how to shift the pressure, didn't he?" As for negotiating with the Hidden Sand Village, Naruto had something he wanted to talk about. "What is your bottom line?" Naruto asked directly. "Our bottom line is..." "Don't answer, don't answer." Yura screamed inside, but reality didn't go as he had planned. His mouth kept on blabbering. "Our bottom line is 7.2 billion ryo. This is the maximum our Hidden Sand Village can afford. We can't pay any more." 7.2 billion ryo, huh? Naruto murmured to himself and continued to ask, "Do you have the authority to handle these negotiations completely?" Of course, Yura's mouth answered with certainty. With only 1 day left before the deadline, our hidden sand village has no other choice. Good, you analyze for me if I can add a useless piece of desert wasteland to the 7.2 billion. As for desert wasteland, our land of wind has plenty. Most of it belongs to the daimyo. Naruto took out a map, pointed to a marked area and drew a circle around it. What about this one? Does it belong to you? Yura uncontrollably took 2 steps forward and looked at the map. The small circled area was not far from the hidden sand village. This area does fall within the hidden sand village's jurisdiction. Excellent, Naruto nodded in satisfaction. If you cede this area to me, I'll agree to your terms. Really? This time, it wasn't Naruto controlling him. It was Yura, who had regained control, speaking with genuine surprise. A piece of desert was worth 2.8 billion ryo. Was there gold buried under that desert? Besides, the small circle he had drawn was only a few tens of thousands of square kilometers at most. Of course, it's true, Naruto smiled meaningfully. He had originally planned to use more than 10 billion ryo to buy this land, but now he was getting it for free, and the money he was getting was all an unexpected bonus. Seeing this, Naruto prepared his next move. Not only that, but I won't even take 7.2 billion ryo from you. I'll take 50 billion ryo instead. Really? This time, Yura was completely shocked. Of course. Let's sign the contract right now. They drafted a contract, and in a short while, the two of them signed the Naruto Uzumaki and Hidden Sand Village Memorandum of Understanding. The contract stipulated the money and the piece of land. Once Yura brought it back, the contract would officially take effect. He thought that after signing this contract, this person named Yura should be a hero of the Hidden Sand Village, right? Wait, no, there was one more step. The propaganda machine. By the way, Yura, do you have a dream? Chapter 1334. The sand shinobi left, limping. 3 of them had fainted and were unlikely to wake up for 3 days. The other 2 had no choice but to carry them away on their backs. Watching them leave, Naruto chuckled to himself. The pieces were in place, just waiting for the results. Soon, a war would break out. That day was not far off. Once the group was out of sight, Naruto slowly turned his head and looked at a figure hidden around the corner. "Come out, stop hiding," he called out. "So you found me." Tsunade walked out from behind the wall, flexing her wrists, looking like she wanted to fight but hadn't. Naruto stared at the young yet not-so-young woman, no, old lady. She had been following him since this morning for no apparent reason. If she was interested in becoming Hokage, she should have been negotiating with Jiraiya, so why was she following him? Tsunade walked over, crossing her arms and making her most prominent features stand out, which drew a steady gaze from the ever-so-virtuous Naruto. Unaware of his attention, she looked at the departing group and asked, "They're from the Hidden Sand Village, right?" "That's right." Tsunade then turned her head to look at Naruto, who was now as tall as she was. "What did they want with you?" Tsunade had seen everything that happened just now. She couldn't understand it. Naruto barely lifted a finger, yet those people all collapsed to their knees. How did this kid do it? A genjutsu or something else? "I don't know." Naruto flashed a brilliant smile, as if what just happened had nothing to do with him. "They came over, saw me, and immediately fell to their knees. They were crying and begging me to sign a contract. They wanted to give me a lot of money and even a free piece of land." Naruto shrugged, his expression one of helplessness. "I was forced into a corner, so I had no choice but to sign the contract." Hearing this, Tsunade's forehead was instantly filled with dark lines. This kid. Although she was behind him and couldn't see his face, she had watched everything with her own eyes. Were the sand shinobi truly moved to tears? No, they were crying out of fear. "Tusk." Tsunade sighed. Jiraiya was right. This kid really was different. His mischievous and wicked personality was a far cry from Minato's. Looking at a face so similar to Minato's, Tsunade recalled her conversation with Jiraiya 3 days ago. "Tsunade, I'm certain that Naruto is the child of prophecy," Jiraiya said with a serious expression, as if stating a fact. "Oh, really?" Tsunade took a sip of her wine, casually looking at Jiraiya. You said the same thing after you came back from the land of rain. You said the same thing about Minato back then, but what was the result? The result, Jiraiya asked himself. The 3 Aimgakure orphans were all reported to have died in an accident. Nagato, who possessed the sage's eyes as foretold, did not live up to the title of the child of prophecy. And Minato, he also died to save Konoha, but Jiraiya said with conviction, Naruto is different. When he thought of Naruto, 3 images flashed through Jiraiya's mind. One was the scene where Naruto asked to be his student. He could clearly see the ambition glinting in Naruto's blue eyes. That was their first meeting. Another was in the hot springs at dusk, with Naruto holding a massive, moon-like blue Rasengan. That was when Naruto mastered the Rasengan and even nature transformation just from seeing it for the first time. He was amazed by his talent. This time, he was shocked by Naruto's genius. The last one was the photo in the Ninja World Daily, which called him the god of shinobi. He was there. Naruto floated in the air, framed by a 10-kilometer-wide milk-white dust release that annihilated everything, looking like a deity. His opponents were the first and second Hokage, both of whom were easily defeated by Naruto. This time, Jiraiya was certain. Naruto was the child of prophecy. Without a doubt. With this level of strength, Jiraiya firmly believed that Naruto wouldn't die prematurely like the previous 2 children of prophecy. He would even achieve the ideal of world peace. Of course, remembering Naruto's slightly mischievous personality, Jiraiya knew that his student was still a bit far from the goal of world peace. How is he different? Tsunade retorted. Aside from being a bit good at gambling, she hadn't noticed anything different about the kid so far. Haven't you read the news at all? Jiraiya looked at Tsunade with a look of disdain, as if she had been left behind by the times. The Ninja World Daily's overwhelming propaganda and distribution reached even him during his travels. The various headlines always tempted him to buy a copy. Tsunade's face darkened, and she remained silent. Jiraiya knew exactly what that meant. Even the money from selling the newspapers was probably spent on gambling. Jiraiya couldn't help but want to laugh. This time, Orochimaru's Konoha Crush plan was very dangerous. Jiraiya began to recount everything he knew about the Konoha Crush plan. From Orochimaru to the Sand Village, then to Uchiha Obaido, and finally, the first and second Hokage. Grandpa and Great-uncle also appeared. Tsunade was so shocked she forgot about her drink, staring at Jiraiya in disbelief. That's right, it was a jutsu that the second Hokage once researched, which could resurrect and control the dead. The resurrected person would possess almost all of their former strength. Orochimaru used this jutsu to revive the first and second Hokage. Thinking of the power displayed by the first and second Hokage, Jiraiya felt a shiver of fear. They truly were the gods of shinobi. Then something else came to mind, and a proud smile formed on his lips. Unfortunately, both of them were defeated by Naruto. Naruto, that kid from earlier. Tsunade was truly shocked. Her eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Grandpa and Great-uncle were actually defeated by someone. That's right. Regardless of whether Tsunade believed him, Jiraiya continued. But this time, the focus was on Naruto. He spoke of everything he had seen of Naruto, his immense strength, his ambition, and his slightly unruly personality in comparison. At this point, Tsunade suddenly realized, "You've talked so much about Naruto. What are you getting at?" Naruto has always wanted to be Hokage. Although he has the strength, he's too young. His character is unstable, his training is incomplete, and he doesn't truly understand what a shinobi is. Especially his personality. Jiraiya got a headache thinking about it. He had no idea where Naruto learned to be so mischievous and wicked, and he even had the audacity to negotiate with the village. The old man and I both believe that Naruto still needs some time to mature. He's not yet suitable to become Hokage. Jiraiya stared intently at Tsunade. And you, Tsunade, are the only one who can stop him from becoming Hokage. That's it. Tsunade wanted to refuse on the spot, but a line Jiraiya had learned from somewhere made her hesitate. Tsunade, you don't want the Konoha that your grandfather and great-uncle worked so hard to build to be destroyed by a 12-year-old child, do you? The memory ended there. Jiraiya's complicated look and strange, threatening tone lingered in Tsunade's mind. Everything had been made clear. Her role was to serve as Hokage until Naruto matured. Become Hokage. Tsunade had long been disappointed with Konoha. She had no interest in the position of Hokage. However, if she didn't take the position, that little boy, only 12 years old, would become the next Hokage. Jiraiya's threat was still vivid in her mind. Tsunade was now torn. Everything changed after this morning. After reading the newspapers that Shizune had collected, Tsunade had a new understanding of the entire ninja world. A war was coming soon. As someone who had experienced war before, her senses were just as sharp. War had taken two important people from her. She disliked war because it only brought pain to the world. Before, she had no choice but to passively participate and flee. This time, it was different. Tsunade saw a glimmer of hope for peace. Returning to the present, Tsunade was scrutinizing the boy for the first time. He had blonde hair, a casually confident smile, calm, deep blue eyes, and a relaxed aura. The child of prophecy, he didn't look like it at all. And, noticing where the kid's eyes were focused, Tsunade's face darkened. As expected of Jiraiya's student, another perverted brat. Cracked. Tsunade cracked her knuckles. She decided to see if the kid was as strong as Jiraiya had described. Kid. Ahem. Naruto pulled his gaze away and looked up at her. Do you want to be Hokage? Naruto was confused by the question and grew suspicious. What was she trying to do? But then he realized. Had she decided to give up the position of Hokage? Great. Naruto instantly gave a thumbs up and a brilliant smile. Of course, becoming Hokage has been my dream since I was a child. This brilliant smile and determined tone surprised the confrontational Tsunade. Naruto's appearance seemed to overlap with a certain memory. The two of them were truly alike. Tsunade's tone softened. If you can defeat me, she began, then paused. The location wasn't suitable for them to fight at full power. She changed the conditions. No, let's make it simpler. If you can withstand 3 of my attacks, I'll nominate you to be Hokage. Nominate me? Naruto was taken aback. Are you serious? He was completely incredulous. Of course, Tsunade's expression was sincere and not a lie. Naruto was pleasantly surprised. His biggest competitor was not only giving up the position of Hokage, but also nominating him. It was a surefire win. As for Tsunade's strength, Naruto had experienced it in the battle arena. Naruto struck a solid pose and shouted, "Come on, I'm ready." Seeing Naruto's stance, Tsunade said no more. She clenched her fist and threw a tentative punch. This punch was only 1/10 of her full strength, more of a test than an attack. Bang! Naruto caught Tsunade's punch easily and lightly. Tsunade, you need to use more force. I can handle it, Naruto reminded her. HMPH, this brat. This result was within Tsunade's expectations, but from his words, Tsunade knew she was being underestimated. However, judging by his reaction, Jiraiya seemed to be right. So, Tsunade clenched her fist again, gathering her chakra on the surface of her fist. This attack would be with her full strength. Kid, watch out, Tsunade warned, then punched. Bang! Smack! Another loud impact, but to Tsunade's surprise, this punch, which was filled with chakra and her maximum strength of 100 seal, was caught just as easily and lightly by Naruto. Naruto said with a serious expression, Tsunade, you need to use more force. I can handle it. Seeing Naruto's relaxed expression, Tsunade was stunned for a moment, then began to doubt herself. Had she really not used any force? But she was clearly using her strength-based jutsu, so why did he catch it so easily? She pulled back her fist and looked at her hand. She clenched it again, gathered chakra, and punched the wall next to her. Bang! With a loud bang, the tall, imposing stone wall was instantly covered in cracks from the center of her punch, on the verge of collapse. Tsunade looked at her fist again. It was fine. Then she looked at Naruto, and she realized the problem was this kid. Seeing his relaxed, almost smiling expression, Tsunade felt deeply insulted. This kid. That's enough, Tsunade roared, leaping high into the air. Painful sky leg. Boom! This kick could shatter mountains and earth. It came down with the force of a landslide, aimed directly at Naruto, but this powerful kick was the same as the others. It was easily caught by Naruto with just one hand. Holding Tsunade's right foot, Naruto smiled brightly. "That's the third move, Tsunade. You lost. Don't forget to nominate me to be Hokage." Tsunade, mid-split kick, was speechless. Her mind, however, was in turmoil. Even though she had expected Naruto to be strong, experiencing it firsthand was even more unbelievable. He had taken all of her attacks with just one hand so easily. Naruto gave Tsunade the feeling of a bottomless ocean. This kid. Tsunade suddenly remembered what Jiraiya had said. The so-called child of prophecy, this must be it, right? With this kid's strength, would peace, which once seemed so far away, still be out of reach? After coming to this realization, Tsunade felt a surprising sense of relief. The burden on her chest felt much lighter. She pulled her foot back and chuckled. "Hokage, you say? I will nominate you. I'll nominate you to be the 6th Hokage." Naruto was happy to hear Tsunade agree, but the second half of her sentence made his face fall. "What, the 6th Hokage? Shouldn't it be the 5th Hokage?" "The 5th Hokage? Haha, I am the 5th Hokage." Tsunade was in a great mood. She didn't mind playing a little joke on this kid. "As for a little kid like you, you're too young. Wait until you're older, okay?" Hehe. Naruto finally understood. This old lady was just messing with him. She was giving him a promise for the next generation of Hokage. She said he was too young, a little kid. Naruto was sick of hearing those excuses. Seeing Tsunade's bright smile, with her massive bosom heaving, Naruto had no desire to admire the view. He even found it a little annoying. An idea flashed in Naruto's eyes, and he perfectly mimicked Tsunade's voice when she used to pretend to be a little girl. "Big brother, can I learn how to gamble from you?" Instantly, Tsunade's laughter stopped. A terrifying aura began to brew. Tsunade's ponytail suddenly came undone, turning into a flurry of golden snakes, ready to strike. Jiraiya suddenly jumped out. "Hey Tsunade, calm down, don't get angry with a kid." Bang! Tsunade punched the wall next to her. Rumble! The already struggling wall, after being hit twice by such immense force, finally gave up and collapsed. In the end, Jiraiya had to pay for it, who told him he had so much money. Although he had lost a large sum, Jiraiya was still very happy. At least Tsunade had agreed to go back and be Hokage. The two teams, now 4 people, gathered in Jiraiya's room. All 4 pairs of eyes were staring at each other. Tsunade and Shizune were confused. Why did Jiraiya ask them to come here instead of meeting at the town entrance? Meeting their puzzled gazes, Jiraiya gave a proud smile. He looked at Naruto and urged, "Naruto, everyone's ready. Let's go straight back." Naruto felt Jiraiya's expectant and proud little eyes and understood what he wanted to do. But he, Naruto, wasn't planning on going straight back. He still had 3 chakras to resolve within him, and with 2 of the legendary Sannin on this trip, they were the perfect bodyguards. It was a golden opportunity. "Pervy Sage, I think I've contracted a disease that prevents me from using the flying Raijin." Chapter 1335. What did you say you're going to do?" Jiraiya exclaimed in surprise, his small eyes fixed on Naruto, afraid he had misheard. Tsunade's brows were furrowed, and her expression was solemn as she stared at Naruto as if facing a great enemy. Shizune's dumbfounded expression was frankly a little comical. "The 9 tails." Was that the 9 tails she knew? Suddenly, she snapped out of her daze. Was Naruto a 9 tails Jinchuriki? Thinking of what Naruto had just said, her eyes widened in shock. If he released the 9 tails here, would she even survive? At that moment, the group of 4 was walking in a desolate wasteland. For dozens of kilometers in every direction, the land was covered in green forests. At the end of the horizon, several towering peaks were covered in white snow, with streams flowing down them and into a nearby river. Based on Naruto's own sensory perception, there were no villages or towns for dozens of kilometers around, and only a handful of people. This was precisely why Naruto had chosen this location. This place was the perfect setting for a crime, the perfect place to open the seal. So he was ready to unseal it. After telling Jiraiya his idea, Jiraiya reacted as he had just now. Of course, I'm going to release the Ninetales seal. Naruto's expression was incredibly calm, his blue eyes filled with peace. This was the confidence that came from absolute power. Release the seal. This time, Jiraiya was certain he had not misheard. He looked at Naruto carefully, and all he saw in Naruto's eyes was composure. It didn't seem like a joke. Jiraiya gradually calmed down. Release the Ninetales seal. Jiraiya had actually considered this for a long time. Not just unsealing it, but teaching Naruto to gradually master the Ninetales' power. This was the original purpose of Jiraiya's return to the village. To his surprise, he had just met Naruto and was already fried by his talent. Later, Naruto's actions had shocked him time and time again, making him doubt his whole life. The idea of mastering the Ninetales had long since been cast aside by Jiraiya. With Naruto's current strength, the Ninetales was completely irrelevant. Furthermore, learning to control the Ninetales carried an unexpected risk. The Jinchuriki could go berserk. That was a soul-level injury, and no amount of personal strength could prevent it. In fact, it would even have the opposite effect. Greater strength would make a berserk Ninetales Jinchuriki even more difficult to subdue. So Jiraiya had not pushed the matter. But now, Naruto had brought it up himself. For a moment, Jiraiya was conflicted. Naruto naturally saw Jiraiya's hesitation. What's wrong, Master Sage? Isn't the location I chose good enough? Master Sage. Jiraiya looked at Naruto with a wry expression. He had a good handle on this kid. When he needed something from him, he called him Master Sage. When he was in a good mood, he called him Master Jiraiya. Any other time, he just called him Pervert Sage. This kid. However, unsealing it wasn't a bad idea. Not only were he and Tsunade here, but since the kid was ready to do this, he must have some preparation. Besides, Minato's key was there as a final safeguard. Naruto, are you really ready? To prevent any accidents, Jiraiya confirmed again. Of course, there won't be any accidents. Naruto was absolutely certain. His strength was already a given. And Kurama, who was sealed inside, had already pledged his loyalty and was now more obedient than a dog. He must never let the Ninetales hear this, or it would certainly jump up in protest. In short, there was no chance of an accident with this unsealing. There was only a small, tiny unknown possibility, which was why he had the two Sannin as his protectors. Otherwise, he would have unsealed it in the land of grass or the land of hot water. Why wait until now? All right then. Just as Jiraiya agreed, Tsunade interrupted. Hey, what are you two doing? Tisk, he forgot about her. Naruto immediately looked at Jiraiya. His eyes signaled, she's your teammate, you go convince her. It turned out that Jiraiya did have a certain knack for talking, and Tsunade was persuaded. Seeing that they were both ready, Naruto lifted his shirt, revealing his six-pack abs. On his stomach, a clear seal gradually became visible under the pressure of Naruto's chakra. Seeing this seal, the two Sannin's expressions became extremely serious. As for Shizune, she had already been sent away. Naruto also looked at the strange markings. In reality, with his current strength, he could, of course, force the seal to disappear instantly. However, the purpose of this was not just to unseal it, but to meet the two chakras that accompanied the seal, his birth parents. Naruto, wait a moment, I'll summon the key. Seeing Naruto about to take the next step, Jiraiya reminded him. Minato left the key to the 8 trigrams sealing style with the toads in Mount Myaboku. There's no need, Master Jiraiya. Naruto's gaze moved from his stomach, and he looked up at Jiraiya with a brilliant smile. I know a little bit about sealing jutsu, too. A little bit? What good would a little bit do? Looking at the confident Naruto, Jiraiya was about to remind him that the 8 trigram sealing style was not a simple jutsu, but an advanced sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, an upgraded version of the 4 symbols seal. This kind of sealing jutsu was difficult to master without extensive study and practice. However, before he could say anything, Naruto had already closed his eyes. Inside the sealing space, it was still that dark, narrow space with damp, standing water on the floor. Kurama's massive body was quietly curled up behind the cage. He was not playing games in the training space, but had been waiting here for a long time. Seeing Naruto arrive, Kurama finally opened its eyes, its huge golden vertical pupils fixed on Naruto. Ready, little tanuki. The seal was about to be released. Kurama, who was about to burst out laughing, immediately scowled when he heard the nickname. Naruto, can you please stop calling me little tanuki? Even through the bars, Naruto could see the pleading in the Ninetales' eyes. He, Kurama, also had to maintain his dignity, especially since he would have to face other people in the future. When the time came, this powerful and intimidating Ninetales would finally be able to show off in front of others, only to be called Little Tanuki by Naruto in front of a crowd. It would be a laughingstock. How could Kurama have the face to meet the other tailed beasts? Fine, since Kurama said so, Naruto decided to compromise. Then I'll call you Big Tanuki. Kurama, who had just been happy and was about to burst into a foxy grin, instantly froze, his expression stiff. Even his big ears drooped, making him look a bit dejected. He looked like he had just lost 1,000 consecutive games to Naruto in an online match. Big Tanuki. The Ninetales repeated the name in his mind. With the word big, it seemed acceptable. Looking at his good friend of nearly a decade, Naruto smiled sincerely. Don't worry, Big Tanuki. All the promises I made to you, I'll fulfill them, including cleansing all the hatred in you. I always keep my word, that's my nindo. Kurama nodded gently. While he was still worried about whether Naruto had the ability to cleanse the hatred he had accumulated over 1,000 years, with this guy's unpredictable talent, he figured it was best to just believe in him. Kurama even suspected that Naruto might be stronger than Hagoromo Otsutsuki now, but he had no proof. Come on, let me feel your strength. Naruto closed his eyes, ready to receive Kurama's chakra shock. Meanwhile, outside. After Naruto finished speaking, he closed his eyes. Before the three could prepare themselves, the next second. Whoosh! Suddenly, an indescribably vast chakra erupted. An orange-red chakra cloak completely covered Naruto. The malevolent intent contained in this chakra sent a chill down the spines of the two who were closer, from their heels all the way to their heads. Goosebumps appeared all over their bodies. So this is the Ninetales. It's truly different from the other tailed beasts they've seen. 1 tail, 2 tails, 4 tails. In an instant, 6 tails appeared behind Naruto. Completely unprepared. Oh no, Jiraiya exclaimed in shock. Had Naruto failed? Jiraiya cursed under his breath. If he had to fight the Ninetales, he hadn't even prepared his sage mode yet. What should he do? Tsunade! Jiraiya shouted, and just as he was about to make a move, he saw Naruto open his eyes. Master Jiraiya, don't rush, I haven't failed yet. As soon as Naruto finished speaking, the tails increased to 7. Naruto wasn't in a hurry now, but Jiraiya was even more panicked. It was too fast, they had no time to react. Naruto, wait, Jiraiya urgently called out. Naruto stopped before taking another step. At that moment, due to the chakra cloak, the original Naruto had disappeared. The two could only see a deep red, humanoid creature surging with terrifying chakra. What's wrong? Because of the chakra cloak, even Naruto's voice had an echo. Seemingly realizing that Naruto hadn't been affected, Jiraiya let out a temporary sigh of relief. You're too fast, kid. Wait for this old man. Wait a moment, let me build up my sage mode. Jiraiya put his hands together in a sign. This is a move I was going to teach you when we got back, called sage mode. Now, I'll show you. He held the pose for 5 seconds, 10 seconds, half a minute, 2 minutes. After what felt like an eternity, Jiraiya finally entered sage mode. Naruto was stunned. Was Master Jiraiya joking? Does sage mode really take that long to enter? Isn't that something you can do with a single clap of your hands? I'm ready, go ahead. Jiraiya glanced at Tsunade out of the corner of his eye, discreetly turning his back to her. He looked a little ugly in this form, and it was not suitable for public viewing. If it weren't for his beloved disciple doing such a thing, he would never have entered sage mode. As for the two-toed sages, there was no need to summon them for now. Naruto chose to continue. He had confirmed that the malevolent chakra from Kurama seemed to have no effect on him at all. He didn't know if it was because his strength was too great or Naruto believed that it must have been his indomitable iron will at work. Suddenly, the next second, the eighth tail appeared. In the ceiling space, Naruto checked his condition. He was completely fine, and his mind was perfectly clear. There was nothing to worry about now. The next step. Naruto looked up at the seal strip. He flew up and reached out to tear off the seal strip. Thud! A figure and an arm suddenly appeared, grabbing Naruto's outstretched arm and trying to throw him off. However, with greater strength and speed, Naruto grabbed the person's arm and threw him instead. Whoosh! Fortunately, he reacted quickly and adjusted his posture in time. He only slid on his knees for a bit and didn't look too pathetic. However, Naruto's strength was not small, and even Minato was uncontrollably slid a certain distance on the ground before he finally stopped. At this moment, Minato Namikaze was completely bewildered. Is this right? This strength, this fighting technique. Is this still Naruto? Minato stood up and stared blankly at the figure. Golden hair, a pair of beautiful blue eyes. Judging from his height, he didn't seem very old. Yes, this must be his son. Why else would he be here? But this child's strength left him completely baffled. Moreover, he was supposed to be in his eight-tailed state, but why did the child still look so sane? As Minato was sizing up Naruto, Naruto was also looking at Minato. He was the same as the one in the demo videos and the battle arena. But this identity, his own biological father. For a moment, Naruto didn't know how to face him. To say he had any affection for this father he had never met was complete nonsense. Where could feelings for a father he had never seen come from? Besides, Naruto himself was not a child starting from zero. In his other world, he had parents too. If he suddenly told him to accept someone close to his own age as his father, it was a bit difficult to accept. Not to mention, from a young age, Naruto had harbored a grudge against this person, seeing him as his enemy. Father! Naruto felt like punching him right now. But he decided against it. After all, he was his biological father. The battle arena was all AI, and he didn't know what the real person was like. He might as well see what he was like first. Naruto was extremely curious. I set up the sealing jutsu so that once the eight-tailed seal is released, I would appear in your consciousness. Seeing that Naruto was silent, Minato took the initiative to speak, his tone gentle as he explained, I didn't want to appear in this way, but I was also a little excited to see my son all grown up. It was a mix of happiness and worry. Son, who are you? Naruto looked confused, pretending he didn't know him. Before the fourth Hokage could answer, the nine tails roared with anger, Fourth Hokage, come here and let me beat you to a pulp. From the sound of it, Naruto knew that the nine tails was truly furious. Not even when he was being pummeled by Naruto was the nine tails so angry. Before Minato could say anything, Naruto turned his head and glared at Kurama. You old fox, put aside your grudges for now. Don't interrupt me while I'm observing the person in front of me. Kurama, who was originally full of aggression and wanted revenge on the fourth Hokage, instantly shuddered at Naruto's glare. Like a puppy that had been hit with a stick, he yelped and turned around, scampering into a corner to lick his wounds. Naruto turned back to Minato and smiled brightly, a smile that was so relaxed and carefree. Let's continue our conversation, Naruto said. Minato saw everything. Was it a coincidence that Naruto turned his head and Kurama retreated? Based on his understanding of a terrifying monster like the Nine Tails, how could a previously aggressive Kurama swallow his pride like that? At this point, countless questions suddenly appeared in his mind. Despite all the questions, Minato temporarily put them aside and answered Naruto's question. Naruto, Minato looked at Naruto with a gentle expression. I just told you. You're my son and I'm your father. I'm your father. While the words were not wrong, it felt like an insult. Naruto's lips curled into a grin. Really? I don't believe you. Chapter 1336. Is that so? I don't believe it. In his previous life, many a guest was rendered speechless by this question. However, Minato was worthy of Jiraiya's praise as a model shinobi. His expression was unfazed, and his voice remained steady. It seems the third Hokage really hasn't told you anything. Hattie. Hearing Minato bring this up, Naruto's lips, which had just curled into a smile, couldn't help but turn down. Minato keenly caught his son's change in mood and continued to patiently explain. The third Hokage might have done this to keep information about the Ninetales a secret to the greatest extent possible. Furthermore, he paused, and his tone carried the unique worry of a father. If people knew you were Minato Namikaze's son, it would attract unpredictable danger. After all, on his journey to become Hokage, especially during the war, he had offended many ninja villages. More importantly, he didn't want his son to hold a grudge against the third Hokage because of this. Naruto's expression said, "Heh." Because he didn't say a word about his lineage, Naruto grew up thinking his enemies were all around him, every single villager who hated him. He lived in fear every day and was afraid to even go home at first. It was only later, after he exchanged for a revival coin and the Flying Thunder God technique with his system, and had enough confidence to protect himself, that he dared to walk the village streets with his head held high. If he had known from the beginning that he was the son of the hero, the fourth Hokage, would he have had to live such a miserable life? Considering the experiences of other Jinchuriki, Naruto felt that it might not necessarily be better. Gaara, the son of the fourth Tgthegood, was treated like a monster by his villagers because of the one tail inside him. No one dared to approach or talk to him, and even his own father plotted to assassinate him. Then there were the 8 Tails Jinchuriki of the Cloud Village. Blue Bee and Killer Bee, the former was a member of the royal family, and the latter was the Raikage sworn brother, but despite their noble statuses, they were still ostracized and isolated by the villagers in the Land of Lightning, which valued strength. The Two Tails Jinchuriki was no exception. Looking at these 4 examples, Naruto realized that even with the added status, the hatred might be gone, but the deep-seated fear of the tailed beast still followed them throughout their lives as Jinchuriki. Thinking about himself, what if the villagers all knew he was the son of a hero? The situation would probably be the same. Damn it, no matter how you look at it, the real culprit is the tailed beast. If he didn't have a tailed beast inside him, and was the son of the fourth Hokage with his insane talent, Naruto couldn't even imagine how awesome his life in Konoha would have been. It would have been a perfect protagonist story. But what about reality? He was so miserable, thinking his enemies were everywhere. Before graduation, he was so cautious that he could only play the role of a dead last. He didn't dare to show his talent until he was absolutely certain he was invincible. With this thought, the resentment and confusion that had accumulated for over a decade surged in his chest like a volcano. Naruto suddenly looked up, his gaze like a knife piercing Minato. "Tell me, fourth Hokage, why did you seal the 9 tails inside me?" "Fourth Hokage, is that what he's calling me?" Minato's eyes flickered imperceptibly at the distant title, but the gentle smile on his face didn't fade in the slightest. He keenly sensed that Naruto hadn't fully accepted him yet and was still deeply resentful about the 9 tails incident. "I chose to leave half of the 9 tails chakra and seal it, because I always believed that you would be able to master and control this power, because you are my son." His lips curved upward, and his bright blue eyes curved into gentle crescents. The smile was filled with unconditional trust and hope. This warm, sunny smile seemed to have a strange magic that caused the tension in Naruto's heart to ease a little. It seemed that the fourth Hokage was a very gentle person. Minato's expression suddenly became serious. "As for why I did this, there were circumstances that I couldn't avoid. On the night you were born, there was a mastermind who was controlling the 9 tails to attack Konoha, and this person's strength was unfathomable. If we didn't have a special power to counter him, it would be impossible." He stared intently at Naruto. "That's why I chose to seal the 9 tails inside you." Naruto silently lowered his head and let out a long, silent breath. He now understood the hidden meaning in the fourth Hokage's words. The 9 tails was a guarantee of strength for him, a heavy legacy. How could he truly master it? Only by relying on his own will and hard work. After all, he had started by saying, "Because you are my son, I believe in you." This unconditional trust left Naruto speechless for a moment. He was filled with mixed emotions. In his previous life, Naruto's parents also believed in him in the same way. This was probably what it meant to be a parent, wasn't it? However, this unconditional, heavy trust had really made his life difficult. But, looking up and meeting Minato's eager and hopeful gaze, Naruto felt that the fourth Hokage had overestimated the masked man. That pathetic Uchiha Obaido, a mastermind. The only mastermind in the shinobi world was him, Uzumaki Naruto. Wait a minute. This guy in front of me doesn't seem to know the masked man's identity, does he? I know who was controlling the Nine Tails to attack Konoha that night, Naruto said with certainty. It was Uchiha Obaido. The whole shinobi world knows about it. What? The gentle expression on Minato's face instantly froze, replaced by an expression of shock and disbelief. Obaido. Surprise, confusion, and finally, a hint of relief that was hard to describe. This was the first time Naruto had seen such a complex change of expression on the face of the fourth Hokage, who was always so calm. Minato was silent for a moment, his voice distant with memories. Obaido was a good, kind-hearted child. He was full of love and would patiently help old grandmothers cross the street, and he would tirelessly help lost cats and dogs find their way home. Minato recalled Obaido's past. He couldn't connect the image of that kind and enthusiastic boy with the demon who controlled the Nine Tails and destroyed Konoha. Furthermore, Obaido had already died in the Kanabi Bridge battle, but Naruto was so certain, and it seemed the entire shinobi world knew about it. If that was the case, there could only be one possibility. Naruto. Minato's gaze enveloped Naruto like a warm sun, and his voice carried the unique concern and warning of a father. You must be very careful. Obaido was pure-hearted, and he would never have suddenly fallen into darkness unless there was an invisible hand at work, pulling the strings. As for who the mastermind was, who saved the dying Obaido, who led Obaido into darkness, it was a mystery, and everything was shrouded in fog. Hearing Minato's hint, Naruto instantly reacted. What? There's a mastermind behind this Obaido too? I have to find him. He's even more hidden than I am. The shinobi world cannot allow such a dark hand to exist. Naruto, why did you open the 8-trigram seal? Minato's gentle voice interrupted Naruto's thoughts, asking the core question. He sensed the outside world through the Nine Tails' leak chakra, and the only people out there were Jiraiya Sense and Lady Tsunade. It didn't seem like there was any imminent danger. So, why did Naruto need to unseal it? And why did he unleash the power of the Eight Tails, forcing him to waste his limited chakra to appear? Upon hearing this, Naruto's lips curved into a brilliant smile, filled with confidence and fearlessness. Just as you said, I want to start trying to control the Nine Tails' power now. This brilliant smile instantly hit the softest spot in Minato's heart. He felt a sense of familiarity. Ah, this smile, these eyes, isn't this just me? Naruto really is a lot like his father. No, maybe he's more like Kushina. Thinking of this, Minato felt quite pleased. However, along with his joy, a hint of worry crept into his heart. He looked at Naruto again. He wasn't very tall, a head shorter than him, and his face still had a youthful innocence. He didn't look very old. Naruto, how old are you? Minato's voice was still gentle, but carried a hint of subtle concern. 12. Only 12. A hint of surprise flashed in Minato's eyes. At 12, in peacetime, it was the age when one had just graduated from the academy or was about to. Was he already trying to control the Nine Tails so early? Minato wanted to say something, but then he remembered that even in the midst of the Eight Tails rampage, Naruto was still clear-headed and seemed to be in good shape. It seems this child really has an extraordinary talent for suppressing tailed beasts. I wonder how Naruto's current strength compares to Kakashi's, who became a Jonin at 12. No, I shouldn't compare him to a once-in-a-generation genius like Kakashi. That's not fair to Naruto. Speaking of Kakashi, he wondered if the boy had gotten over the trauma of that time. Never mind. Minato's lips curved into a warm and hopeful smile. He still had some time, so he might as well test his son. Naruto, are you training with Jiraiya-sensei? Yes, that's right. Then, has Jiraiya-sensei taught you a jutsu that doesn't require hand signs? Naruto blinked, a knowing smile appearing on his face. A jutsu that doesn't require hand signs, is it this? Hum. With a soft hum, a glowing blue sphere of perfectly shaped, highly condensed chakra energy, a Rasengan, appeared in Naruto's open palm. The pure energy was tightly contained within the small sphere, spinning and compressing at an incredible speed. Minato's eyes narrowed, confirming it was indeed the Rasengan. Not bad to be able to master this jutsu at such a young age. The joy he felt now far surpassed the time Jiraiya had shown him the jutsu. For a 12-year-old, this jutsu was not simple. How long did it take you to learn it? Minato asked with praise. Did I even need to learn it? Naruto scratched his head, his face full of sincere incredulity. I learned this kind of thing just by looking at it. Is that so? Minato was slightly stunned, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. See, I even have an advanced version, Naruto said excitedly. Under Minato's curious gaze. Hum boom. The blue orb in his hand suddenly swelled, and chakra surged violently. The rotating wind pressure made both of their clothes flap loudly. A half-human-sized, blindingly blue Rasengan Pro appeared. Naruto looked at Minato with a brilliant smile. He saw his Hokage robe flapping wildly in the wind, making his posture appear tall, handsome, and unrestrained. Naruto looked down at his own khaki pants and khaki-hooded windbreaker. Tusk, not at all in the same league. I should have worn a long windbreaker. What a shame. In contrast, the shock on Minato's face grew. Naruto seemed to have completely mastered the Rasengan and even developed this technique. Actually, I have this too. Looking at Minato, Naruto decided to kick it up a notch. The chakra around him exploded, instantly sweeping through the space like a hurricane. In the dim space, a massive Rasengan MAX, 5 meters in diameter and containing an enormous amount of chakra, appeared like a full moon in the sky. The deep blue light almost illuminated the entire ceiling space. The blue light reflected in Minato's pupils and on his face. Minato's surprise had now turned into shock. The precise control of this chakra and the vast amount of chakra were so great that Minato felt Naruto could be compared to a 12-year-old Kakashi. Looking down at the small figure of Naruto compared to the gigantic blue chakra sphere, a deeper sense of pride welled up in him. As it turned out, he was pleased too early. Actually, when it comes to the Rasengan, Naruto's voice carried a playful tone, I have several improved versions. Improved versions. Minato's heart skipped a beat, and a vague thought flashed through his mind. It couldn't be. The next second, whoosh! A shimmering, high-speed shuriken of light, exuding a destructive sharpness, wind release, Rasen Shuriken appeared. The piercing shriek of it tore through the air, echoing throughout the entire space. The disbelief on Minato's face instantly froze, replaced by an even deeper shock. Wind release? Naruto actually perfectly integrated wind-style chakra into the Rasengan. This was the very idea that he had failed to complete because of the Nine-Tails attack. Looking at the figure that was faintly visible in the light of the white wind blades, Minato's heart was filled with an indescribable sense of satisfaction and pride. To be able to develop a Rasengan with a fused elemental nature at such a young age, my son, he must be a genius, right? Actually, I've developed even more of these Rasen Shurikens, Naruto said as if he didn't see his father's shock, adding more fuel to the fire. Oh, so it's called Rasen Shuriken? Minato had been thinking of calling it Wind Release, Light Wheel Hurricane Spiral Arrow 0. Since it already had a name, he would just go with that. Wait, did he say more? Next, Naruto held nothing back. One by one, he showed him what it meant to be a true genius. Ice release, dust release, lava release, scorch release, magnet release. Multiple forms of the Rasengan were all showcased. One after another, the Rasengan, containing different Kekkei Genkai or special elemental powers, appeared like brilliant fireworks in this dim space. Then Minato was hit with Jiraiya's shock combo. Shock, shock, and more shock. Even Minato's expression, which had started with shock, gradually froze, and he eventually fell into a complete stupor. Minato realized he was wrong, and terribly so. Even Kakashi, who had invented the Chidori at the age of 12, couldn't compare to Naruto. Look at all these elemental styles. Ice release, dust release, lava release, scorch release, magnet release, and so on. This involved at least a dozen different Kekkei Genkai, or special elemental natures. He didn't have these Kekkei Genkai. The only way Naruto could have mastered them was if he had learned and fused them himself. This kid, he seemed to be an excessive genius, even a ridiculously demonic one. Even in the best-case scenario he could have imagined before his death, he never would have thought of this scene. However, after he recovered from his shock, he smiled a gentle smile like a small son. Kushina would be very happy to see this, wouldn't she? No matter what, as long as Naruto grew up healthy, Kushina would be happy. It was at this moment that Minato felt his belief was correct. Naruto was indeed the child of prophecy. He no longer had anything to worry about in the real world. After the display, Naruto saw Minato smiling at him, and he smiled back. For a moment, even the Nine-Tails, who was hiding in the corner, felt the sunlight outside was too bright. Naruto, Minato's voice was full of understanding and satisfaction. No wonder you wanted to unseal it and learn to control the Nine-Tails' power. I understand now. Minato understood Naruto's plan. With Naruto's strength, unsealing the Nine-Tails was indeed not surprising. But Minato was wrong again. Naruto, without a moment's hesitation, turned and walked with a relaxed stride toward the gigantic cage within the seal. Naruto, it's dangerous. Minato's pupils contracted, and he instinctively shouted a warning. He moved to stop him, but Naruto simply waved his hand to stop him. Relax. Naruto turned back, a relaxed smile on his face, and said something shocking. Actually, the Nine-Tails and I are already good friends. Then he turned back to the dark depths of the cage and shouted, Right, Kurama. Kurama? Minato was confused. Was that what he called the Nine-Tails? His gaze, filled with suspicion, was also drawn to the dark depths of the cage. The light couldn't reach it, and he could only faintly feel the massive and oppressive chakra lurking within. Just then, a deep, resonant voice came from the darkness. Naruto. To Minato, this voice lacked the violence and hatred of the Nine-Tails he remembered. Instead, it was laced with a hint of what seemed like resentment, as if it were sulking. That's right, the Nine-Tails was complaining to Naruto that with a stranger present, he should at least give the strongest-tailed beast some face. Naruto, of course, understood the hidden meaning. This was his biological father, not a stranger. However, he still gave the Nine-Tails its dignity and used its proper name. Come on out, Kurama. Kurama? Minato's eyes lit up with a sudden realization. So that was its real name. Thump, thump, thump. With a slight vibration in the space, the Nine-Tails' massive crimson body slowly emerged from the shadows, revealing its true form. Minato could clearly see that there was no hatred in the Nine-Tails' massive eyes when it looked at Naruto. It was more like the intimacy and comfort of meeting a friend. It was only when its gaze occasionally swept over him that a cold, murderous intent and hatred would erupt from the depths of its pupils. Only then did the Nine-Tails seem like the apocalyptic beast that had rampaged through Konoha. Good friends. A storm raged in Minato's heart. This was completely different from Kushina's relationship with the Nine-Tails. Naruto really seemed to have established some kind of indescribable connection with the Nine-Tails. What shocked Minato even more was that Naruto, as if he was just visiting, swaggered into the sealed cage. He even jumped lightly and landed steadily on the Nine-Tails' giant head, as if he were standing on his own pet's head. Minato's heart tightened, and he subconsciously followed him to the gate of the cage, on full alert. Say hi, Naruto said, patting the Nine-Tails on its head. Fourth Hokage. Facing its former enemy, the Nine-Tails squeezed out the title from between its huge teeth, and its voice was filled with an uncontrollable, immense hatred. Naruto's eyebrow raised slightly, and he let out a soft hum. The Nine-Tails, which had been so imposing, instantly deflated like a popped balloon. Its huge head reluctantly lowered, and its voice was as aggrieved as a bullied daughter-in-law. Minato Namikaze. After saying his name, the Nine-Tails abruptly turned its head to the side, feeling it could no longer face anyone. This scene completely shattered Minato's worldview. He, the well-informed fourth Hokage, was having his mind blown today. It turned out that the arrogant Ninetales had such a cute tsundere side. After showing Minato that he was only a paper wall of a seal away from controlling the Ninetales' power, Naruto calmly walked out of the cage. He snapped his fingers. Naruto and Minato were instantly transported to a pure white space. This space was isolated from the Ninetales, with only the two of them present. Only then did Naruto prepare to have a heart-to-heart with Minato, and more importantly, there was a piece of information he needed to ask about. "Dad," Naruto began, using the slightly strange title. Minato was taken aback. "Dad, am I that old at only a little over 20? But then, a warmth quietly welled up in his heart. "He called me, Dad, does this mean he's forgiven me?" "Yes," Minato suppressed his emotions and responded gently. Naruto got straight to the point. "What do you know about your parents, my grandparents?" The question was a bit sudden. Minato's eyes showed a hint of confusion, but he answered honestly. "I was an orphan from a young age, so I don't know much about my parents." "Oh, Tilda." Naruto nodded thoughtfully. He didn't know anything, so there were a lot of stories he could make up. The possibilities were endless. The next second, Naruto carefully chose his words and continued to ask, "Do you think there's any chance our family's ancestors might have had a special relationship with the Uchiha clan?" The Uchiha? This question made Minato especially confused. What kind of relationship? For example, Naruto intentionally drew out the last syllable but didn't continue. Minato was still confused, but then he saw Naruto's eyes rise to meet his. However, at the moment their eyes met, Minato froze as if struck by lightning. The gentleness and confusion on his face instantly solidified. His pupils suddenly contracted to pinpricks, and he was completely submerged in a look of profound shock. Because in the pair of bright blue eyes that were supposed to belong to Naruto, there was now a pair of crimson, three-tomo Sharingan. "NARUTO," Minato exclaimed in shock. "I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels." Chapter 1337. Naruto. Minato cried out in shock, his composed and calm expression now replaced by a look of disbelief, horror, and even a hint of panic. "Where did you get that Sharingan?" I don't know." Naruto stared at Minato with a pair of beautiful, wide eyes, looking genuinely bewildered. In this moment, the spirits of Marlon Brando, Jack Nicholson, Tom Hanks, and many other veteran actors had possessed him. He was not fighting alone. From Naruto's gem-like blue eyes, Minato saw a mix of confusion, innocence, and even a touch of perfectly timed curiosity. Naruto genuinely seemed to have no idea what was going on and was even looking to his father for an answer. Minato forced himself to calm down. It was an instinct honed by years of being a top-tier ninja. His sharp gaze locked onto the slowly spinning crimson three-tomo Sharingan in Naruto's eyes. But the more he looked, the more the doubts in Minato's heart grew. Where did this three-tomo Sharingan come from? Unlike Kakashi's transplanted, unclosable Sharingan, Naruto's eyes had been the same clear blue as his just moments ago. Now they were a three-tomo Sharingan. This meant Naruto could freely control when it opened and closed. This level of control was something only a member of the Uchiha clan could do, or someone with Uchiha blood could do it. This thought, like a thunderclap, exploded in Minato's mind, making him question everything. Uchiha blood? Was the Naruto with these Sharingan really his son? Suddenly, Minato, a man known for his calm and intelligence, felt his mind become a complete mess. He tried to organize his thoughts. Did Naruto have Uchiha blood? The fact of the Sharingan was right there. Even if he denied it, he couldn't find a reason. Then, was the Naruto in front of him definitely his child? Minato began to check off the facts one by one. This was the Ninetales sealing space. Correct. He had personally sealed the Ninetales inside Naruto. Correct. Naruto was the son born to Kushina after a 10-month pregnancy. Correct. So there was only one question left. Was Naruto his biological son? Minato's gaze once again focused on Naruto. The signature bright blonde hair, and now the black and red three-tomo Sharingan, but he had seen with his own eyes that Naruto had a pair of big, blue eyes. His face was a mirror image of his own. Anyone on the street could see they were father and son. Wait, his nose was also very much like Kushina's. He also remembered the Uchiha clan had black hair and black eyes. Yes, all these things confirmed that Naruto was indeed his biological son. But how could he explain this strange and sudden Sharingan? Minato couldn't figure it out. What went wrong? Could it be a bloodline issue, just as Naruto had hinted? Minato knew that the problem could only lie with the parents, meaning himself or Kushina. Could it be Kushina? She was in Uzumaki, born in the land of whirlpools, and she had only come to the Hidden Leaf Village as a child. There was no way she could have had any contact with the Uchiha clan. So the only variable was himself. Could it be that his own ancestors had some unknown blood connection to the Uchiha clan? This groundbreaking hypothesis, like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, sent a tidal wave of thoughts crashing through Minato's mind. Naruto watched with great interest as the colors of a dye shop flashed across Minato's face, a clear sign that he was thinking, and the internal struggle was intense. His brain must be a complete mess, right? If I put myself in his shoes, and a son suddenly showed up with a Sharingan, I'd probably be confused for a while, too. Where could Uchiha blood come from out of nowhere? Keep thinking. Naruto had high hopes for his first meeting with his biological father. After all, he couldn't hide the Sharingan, Mangekyo, or even the Rinnegan forever. As the saying goes, if you get rich and don't go back home, it's like wearing fancy clothes in the dark. If he had these eyes and didn't show off, Naruto would feel miserable. He wanted to crawl around the Hidden Leaf Village just to show them off. He, Naruto Uzumaki, loved nothing more than showing off. Especially the day he could openly show the Sharingan and Mangekyo to Sasuke. Hee Sasuke, don't you think my Mangekyo is pretty? Tusk, he couldn't wait to see Sasuke's expression. The thought alone made him incredibly excited. So, fourth Hokage dad, you have to work hard. You must find a way to legitimize the origin of these Sharingan. Seeing this, Naruto decided to add more fuel to the fire to further solidify his suggestion. He pretended to be careful, asking with a hint of nervousness and hope, "Don't you, as my biological father, have these eyes?" This honest, almost self-evident tone made Minato immediately start to doubt himself. Had he been expelled from his own family bloodline? Was he supposed to have them? No, if Naruto had them, then I, his father, should have them too. Then, why didn't he have them? Was it because his talent wasn't enough? But he was the fourth Hokage at such a young age. In terms of talent, was he lacking compared to anyone? Minato fell into a deep state of self-questioning and contemplation. He looked up in a daze, meeting Naruto's bright and expectant eyes. In the depths of those clear pupils, Minato felt as if he saw a little beast, rejected by its pack for its strange appearance, who, after finding its father, desperately hoped to find the same abnormal features in him, proving that it wasn't alone. Naruto was hoping for an affirmative answer. However, Minato had no idea how to respond to his expectation. He had never had the Sharingan. "As I thought, you don't have the Sharingan either, do you?" Naruto sighed. Catching a fleeting look of disappointment in Naruto's eyes, Minato's heart tightened, a sharp, piercing pain welling up. "Naruto," his voice became gentler with a calming tone, "when did you first get these eyes?" When, Naruto tilted his head, pretending to recall, then smoothly wove a story. "I remember one time, after I made my very first friend, I was so happy. Then, when I went home and looked in the mirror, I saw these eyes." It's that simple. Minato remembered that the conditions for an Uchiha to awaken their Sharingan were quite harsh. "How old were you?" Minato asked, as if something had just occurred to him. "How old?" Naruto pretended to think. "Maybe 6 years old." Naruto remembered the friends he made in first grade, a pineapple-headed boy and a chubby boy. 6 years old? In all the history of the Uchiha clan, there was no record of a 6-year-old awakening the Sharingan. What was even more astonishing was that he had a 3-tomo at 12. No, it was at least before he was 12. As Hokage, Minato had access to a lot of information, including intel that outsiders couldn't even imagine. Given Naruto's growth trajectory, even Madara Uchiha couldn't compare. Suddenly, a bold idea that seemed to explain everything, like a flash of lightning, struck Minato's mind. "Naruto," his voice was urgent, How old were you when your 3 Tamo Sharingan appeared? How old? Although Naruto didn't understand the meaning behind the question, he had already prepared a story. Maybe the same year, 6 years old. He had a 3 Tamo at 6. This kid's talent is terrifyingly good. However, this confirmed his audacious hypothesis. But Naruto wasn't finished. After the 3 Tamo Sharingan, another kind of eye, one even more advanced, appeared. What? Hearing this, Minato's pupils shrank and his heart skipped a beat. Could it be? No, that's impossible. Naruto is only 12. As if to answer his suspicion, the 3 Tamo in Naruto's Sharingan slowly spun, then suddenly accelerated. The Tamo connected, distorted, and finally formed a 4-bladed shuriken pattern that emanated a deep, ominous aura. The Mangekyo Sharingan. It really appeared. Minato's breathing stopped. He was so focused that he was on the verge of suffocating. He couldn't be mistaken. This was the forbidden and powerful Mangekyo Sharingan, as documented in the second Hokage scrolls. It had awakened in Naruto. But according to the second Hokage's research, the price of awakening these eyes was often an unforgettable loss. Naruto, Minato's voice was filled with unconcealed worry. Did one of your friends die? A friend died? Naruto looked confused. Why would he suddenly ask that? Wait a minute. Is it because of the conditions for awakening the Mangekyo? Intense emotional upheaval, a friend's death would make sense. This dad, he's even done research on the Mangekyo. Naruto's internal alarm bells went off. He couldn't just make things up anymore. No, none of my friends died, Naruto said with certainty, then slowly weaved another story. I remember that my friends were praising my grilled fish, saying it was super delicious, and I was so happy. When I went home and looked in the mirror, hey, I saw these even cooler eyes. Minato was once again too shocked to speak. The Mangekyo Sharingan just like that, and because of happiness, just happiness. That's not what the second Hokage's research said. However, staring at the strange Mangekyo Sharingan in Naruto's eyes, Minato became even more convinced of his theory. I heard that these eyes are a unique symbol of the Uchiha clan. Why? Would I have the Sharingan? Naruto had already quietly deactivated his Mangekyo. He now looked at Minato with a pair of clear, innocent blue eyes, his face filled with the clear-minded foolishness of a college student. No, wait, he looked confused. My teammate Sasuke Uchiha has a 3 Tamo Sharingan. Your last name is Namikaze, and mine is Uzumaki, but I have the Sharingan. Does that mean my last name should actually be Uchiha? So my name should be Naruto Uchiha. Naruto Uchiha. No, it shouldn't be like this. Seeing Naruto's confused, slightly wronged expression, a strong sense of responsibility welled up in Minato. He had to clarify this. Although he sensed his chakra was about to run out and time was short, he still had to reassure Naruto. Naruto? Minato's voice was gentle yet firm, carrying a reassuring steadiness that interrupted Naruto's wild thoughts. He reached out with a warm hand and gently patted Naruto's bright blonde hair, as if comforting a troubled little beast, and lovingly ruffled it. Don't panic, I have a guess, and it's highly likely to be true. A possibility. Yes, Minato nodded with certainty, his eyes filled with the light of wisdom. It's essentially the truth. I believe that our Namikaze clan's ancestors likely had a blood connection with the Uchiha clan, so a faint Uchiha bloodline was hidden within us. Because of how long ago it was, the bloodline became diluted, and no Sharingan ever appeared. That is, until you were born. Your talent is exceptional, far surpassing all of our ancestors, and so you successfully awakened this dormant power. It's a reversion to our ancestry. Minato was absolutely convinced of this theory. As for why he hadn't reverted, it must be because his talent wasn't enough. Even though he was the 4th Hokage at a young age, compared to a genius like Naruto, he was still a long way off. Reversion, Naruto repeated the word, an expression of partial understanding on his face, but his heart was secretly overjoyed. Reversion, this explanation was perfect. However, the ancestor he was reverting to was probably not from his dad's side. It was probably from his mom, Kushina Uzumaki's side. After all, Naruto had previously speculated that all innate Kekkei Genkai must have originated from the Sage of 6 Paths. Whether it was the Uzumaki, Uchiha, or Hyuga clans, they were all one big family, originating from a single ancestor. So, his reversion would be to the Uzumaki's first ancestor. That is, the Sage of Six Paths. Naruto nodded to himself. Excellent. The reason has been found. It perfectly matched his identity as the Sage of Six Paths reincarnation. Although the Sage of Six Paths was rumored to have the Rinnegan, he must have had the Sharingan at some point, right? What if he didn't? That's fine too. He, Naruto Uzumaki, also had the Rinnegan. Is that really true? Naruto looked up, past Minato's arm, into his dad's hopeful blue eyes, seeking confirmation. Of course it's true. Minato's smile was kind and certain, with an unquestionable firmness. Then, he said with a hint of subtle regret, Naruto, my chakra is running out, I have to go. But I have always believed in you, believed that you are the child of prophecy that Jiraiya-sensei spoke of. That belief has never wavered since the moment you were born. And now, I trust it even more. The future peace of the shinobi world is up to you. Before his voice had even faded, Minato's golden figure began to turn transparent, on the verge of completely disappearing from the space. Wait, I have something else I want to show you. For example, do you like how beautiful these contact lenses look? Naruto urgently called out. He hadn't finished showing off to his dear father yet. Just as Minato's figure was about to completely vanish, the clear blue pupils in Naruto's eyes suddenly faded. What replaced them was not the crimson Sharingan that Minato had expected, but a pair of deep purple, eerie-looking eyes with concentric rings, like a cosmic cycle of rebirth. This is, Minato's remaining ghostly figure suddenly trembled. The Rinnegan. The cry of horror and disbelief echoed in the space. Then, Minato's figure completely dissolved into specks of golden light and vanished. It was quite sudden. Looking at the empty space, Naruto knew his father had disappeared. As for his father's final look of surprise, he could ponder it in the Pure Land. After all, it was just another reversion, wasn't it? Reverting to anyone was still a reversion. However, watching his father disappear, a faint sense of melancholy rose in Naruto's heart. He never expected that the Nine Tails would be the only legacy left to him by the father he never met. It made him feel quite emotional. A father's love is silent, but heavy as a mountain. It was indeed heavy. It had burdened him for a full 12 years. But never mind. If he looked at the bright side, if it weren't for this seal, he wouldn't have made a friend like Kurama, right? With that thought, the melancholy in Naruto's heart quietly faded. So, as a future father, what could he leave for the next generation? When he went back, he would write down all of his nearly 1,000 S-rank and A-rank powerful ninjutsu into scrolls. They would be his family heirlooms. And besides that, weren't all the various bloodline limits he possessed a form of wealth? His own child would have a little too many initial buffs. Never mind, it's too early to think about the next generation. I don't even have a partner yet. Why am I thinking so far ahead? Snap! A crisp snap of his fingers echoed, and Naruto's figure flashed, returning to the gloomy space where the Nine Tails was sealed. He looked around. Aside from the bored red fox lying in the cage, there was no one else. His father's chakra was only set to be triggered when the Eight Tails went berserk. So what about his mom, Kushina? When would she appear, and in what way? Shaking his head, Naruto stopped thinking about it. His gaze sharpened, once again focusing on the giant 8-trigram seal. Come on, let's continue to open the seal. Chapter 1338. The moment the idea of unsealing it appeared, an invisible force lifted Naruto into the air. He slowly floated toward the center of the giant cage. There, a scroll with the character seal was quietly attached. Inside the pitch-black cage, Kurama eagerly waited. Although it had been freely running around the training space for nearly 10 years, this seal still felt like a thorn, constantly wedged between itself and Naruto. With this thorn in place, Kurama always felt uneasy and restricted. Now, true freedom was finally about to arrive. Naruto reached out and lightly peeled off the scroll. The next second, Naruto landed on the ground. He fixed his gaze on the core of the seal on his abdomen. A key. With his current mastery of Fuinjutsu, he didn't need one at all. He spread the 5 fingers of his right hand. 5 different types of chakra condensed and shimmered at his fingertips. Then, he firmly placed his entire palm over his navel and twisted hard counterclockwise. In an instant, inside the circular seal with black borders on his stomach, a dark Tamo suddenly appeared at the center and began to spin rapidly clockwise. As it spun, the Tamo quickly expanded, like ink spreading in water, swiftly filling the entire space within the seal's circle. At the same time, as the anchor point of the entire sealing space, the large gate that symbolized the ultimate restraint had a massive circular lock at its center, with a precise structure and an embedded Fibonacci-like spiral pattern. At this moment, this giant lock began to rotate in sync with the Tamo on Naruto's abdomen. The spiral structure continuously contracted and disintegrated outward as it spun. Until the moment the black Tamo completely filled the seal's circle, the Fibonacci-like spiral structure also completely disappeared. The lock was open. Bang! Kurama, which had been poised and ready, smashed through the cage with the accumulated joy and power of 1,000 years. Roar! A roar that shook the entire space erupted. Kurama was so excited that its entire body trembled. Freedom! Kurama had finally regained this priceless freedom. From now on, Kurama swore it would never again be enslaved by any human. Why are you roaring so loudly? A voice of clear dissatisfaction, like a clap of thunder, precisely shattered the soaring ambition Kurama had just felt. Gah! Kurama's movements instantly froze, and its deafening roar came to an abrupt halt. Time seemed to stand still. It held its imposing posture of roaring at the sky with its giant maw wide open, yet it dared not make a single sound. The only part of the fox that dared to move was its eyes. Its pair of cautious little eyes slowly and carefully moved downward. It immediately saw Naruto, the small figure who had been affected by the gale force of its roar. That small figure was frowning and looking at it. Their eyes met. Seeing this, Kurama's raised head, which had symbolized freedom, instantly drooped like a wilted eggplant, becoming completely docile. Never again, I will never do that again. Cough, cough, cough. It quickly lowered its head and made a few very soft, fake coughs, as if to prove that its throat had just suddenly felt a little itchy. Yes, that's all it was. Naruto gave Kurama a speechless glance. This guy's voice was still as thunderous as when they first met. Especially in this enclosed ceiling space, the reverberation effect was multiplied several times. That last roar made Naruto's ears ring. Actually, Naruto didn't really care. But what if it disturbed the flowers and plants? That would be bad. Seeing how well-behaved Kurama had become, Naruto temporarily let it off the hook. He looked over the remnants of the shattered cage, which Kurama had swatted apart, and then at the giant beast that had regained its freedom. Naruto suddenly paused. The seal was undone. Now what? What should he do next? Oops. He had only thought about unsealing it before, and he didn't know how to proceed after the unsealing. They said that mastering a tailed beast means using its chakra, so the question is, how does he use Kurama's chakra? He looked around, but in this empty space, there was no one he could ask. His mother, Kushina, didn't seem to have appeared either. Finally, he could only turn his gaze to Kurama. Hey, raccoon, Naruto asked with a bit of confusion, what do I do now to get your chakra? A very human-like, strange expression flashed in Kurama's massive vertical pupils. No way. Haha. This guy actually doesn't know how to use my chakra. Heh, as if I would voluntarily hand over a method to enslave myself. Kurama stopped to think carefully. It seems I actually would. After all, Naruto was one of the few beings in its long fox life who could be called a friend. Although Naruto was sometimes very violent, as Naruto himself said, he was just so powerful and had bipolar disorder, sometimes wanting to hit something. It was already great that he could control his impulse to hit people, no, to hit a fox, most of the time. Just as Naruto himself said, he loved the fox very, very much. Although it was a bit frustrating, Kurama, well, it tentatively agreed. However, this bipolar disorder was too terrifying. When he was manic, he'd chase it for a one-on-one fight, and when he was depressed, he'd insist on hugging it and stroking its fur, almost stroking its smooth, glossy red fur bald. The human mind is truly complex and hard to understand. What, you don't know either? Naruto asked, confused, seeing that Kurama had been in a daze for a while without saying anything. Naruto. Kurama hesitated for a moment, then gave the answer in a deep, muffled voice. Next, you just need to use your own chakra to pull on my chakra, like fishing, and guide my chakra into your body. Originally, Kurama had planned to let a chakra clone actively enter Naruto's body. But it was Kurama, and it had its pride. Besides, it still had some complaints about Naruto occasionally wanting to practice with it. Although it didn't say anything and considered him a good friend, it still had some grudges. I see, Naruto nodded in realization. With a thought, the chakra in his body surged, and a clone, purely condensed from chakra, separated from him. As soon as the clone appeared, it rushed toward Kurama without hesitation. However, just as the clone reached out its arm to try and pull Kurama's massive chakra out of its body, a sudden change occurred. Swoosh! Without any warning, 6 golden, shimmering chakra chains shot out from Naruto's main body, aimed directly at Kurama. Swish, swish, swish. The chains sliced through the air. In a flash, the 6 chains had tightly wrapped around Kurama's enormous body, binding it securely. No matter how Kurama struggled, it couldn't move. This is adamantine sealing chains. Naruto's pupils constricted as he instantly recognized the familiar sealing jutsu. He also possessed the adamantine sealing chains. However, although these chains originated from Naruto's body, they were not something he had consciously summoned. The chakra driving the chains felt both familiar and foreign. This chakra, its Kushina. Kurama, bound by the chains, raised its head abruptly. A look of astonishment and realization flashed in its vertical pupils. Almost simultaneously, Naruto clearly felt a gentle, yet powerful chakra calling to him. He didn't resist. The next moment, the scene suddenly changed. He was now in a strange space, woven with a warm yellow and pure white. Naruto. A gentle voice, like a spring breeze rustling through a heartstring, softly sounded. Naruto followed the voice and looked up, his gaze instantly fixed. Standing before him was a beautiful woman with hair as red as fire and a gentle demeanor. Her beautiful, soft red hair, like a burning flame, cascaded down like a waterfall. A small hair clip on the side of her forehead added a touch of charm. This iconic red hair silently announced her identity. His gaze dropped. A pair of sky-blue, lake-clear eyes were staring at him without blinking, filled with complex emotions. In those eyes, expectation, joy, love, concern, relief, reluctance, and a deep, thick love were intertwined. It was as if she wanted to pour all the motherly love that had been missing for 12 years into this silent gaze. Looking at her face, her features, and the look in her eyes, Naruto felt like he was looking in a mirror. Before, Naruto thought he looked more like his father, but now it seemed. He had clearly inherited his mother's breathtakingly beautiful face, combined with his father's golden hair. Tusk. No wonder he was such a handsome guy. Finally, his gaze involuntarily returned to her blue eyes. He met her gaze, a gaze she was reluctant to pull away from for even a moment. Just a second ago, Naruto had felt a hint of unease, not knowing how to face this mother he had never met. However, the moment their eyes met, all his unease and hesitation melted away like snow. Her warm eyes, filled with infinite tolerance, had silently provided the answer. This look, it's so familiar. Naruto was overwhelmed with emotion. That's right. The only person who can look at you like that is your mom. Without any words or preparation, a name he hadn't spoken for 12 years naturally slipped out. Mom. Chapter 1339. Mom. Noticing Kushina's slightly open arms, Naruto didn't hesitate, rushing forward to give her a big hug. This sudden embrace took Kushina by surprise for a moment, and then her heart was filled with overwhelming joy and love. She hugged her son tightly, as if to make up for the 12 years they had missed. You recognized me, you know. Kushina's eyes curved into two happy crescents, her voice filled with irrepressible excitement. For all these years, she had fantasized countless times about meeting Naruto, with a mix of worry, anticipation, and anxiety. She never imagined that he would recognize her at first sight. This connection made her heart swell with happiness. It's a good thing he wasn't dumb enough to mistake me for the Ninetales avatar. At that moment, Naruto only felt that his mother's embrace was incredibly warm. I've always wanted to meet you, you know. Kushina paused for a moment, and then her smile became even brighter. She gently patted Naruto's back. You know, you really are my son. The familiar speech tick made her feel an incredible sense of closeness. A moment later, the two reluctantly pulled apart. Standing so close, Naruto could clearly feel that his mother's chakra presence was far more potent and lingering than his father's had been just now. She must be here for a longer time. Hee, just as expected of an Uzumaki. Naruto gazed at Kushina with a brilliant smile, unable to hide the joy in his eyes. Kushina led Naruto to sit across from her and gently explained. Minato put a piece of my chakra into the sealing jutsu so I could help you when you needed to control the Ninetales' power and assist you in completing this important mission. She spoke patiently, but noticed that Naruto was just smiling brightly at her, his eyes sparkling as if he wasn't listening at all. Are you even listening to me? Kushina asked, with a mix of helplessness and affection. Just as I thought, Mom is a real beauty. Although Naruto hadn't known who his parents were before, one thing was certain. He, Naruto Uzumaki, was a handsome guy, so his parents' looks couldn't be bad. Seeing her now, his belief was proven correct. Being praised so directly by her own son, Kushina was delighted, and a gentle smile bloomed on her face. Thank you for the compliment. Then, with a hint of apology, she added, Your hair is like your father's, but your face is all me. I'm so sorry for that, Naruto. Why are you apologizing? Naruto looked confused. He said honestly, with a touch of pride, By inheriting the looks of a beautiful mom, my handsomeness is practically unrivaled, you know. Thinking of this, Naruto couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. With his recent rise in fame, more and more girls were secretly, and sometimes even openly, confessing their admiration for him. They would send him love letters or corner him, leaving him feeling exhausted. He had even considered making a public announcement with Sasuke to scare off all his admirers, but then he decided against it. That strategy was too avant-garde for the ninja world. The version update wasn't that fast yet. Seeing the apologetic look on his mom's face, Naruto decided to complain about it to make her feel better. It's because I inherited your good looks, Mom. I'm just too handsome, and so many girls are chasing after me. I can't shake them off, it's a real pain, you know. Really? Her beautiful blue eyes lit up instantly, sparkling with excitement. Tell me, Mom, are there any girls as amazing as your mom? Kushina's reaction was completely unexpected. Naruto thought she would at least offer some comfort or life advice. Instead, she was encouraging him to date so early, or was she already trying to get him married off? That's just scary. Naruto protested a little comically, I'm only 12. Naruto, you're only 12. Looking at Naruto, who was almost as tall as her, it was now Kushina's turn to be surprised. 12 years old. The age when he just graduated from the academy, and he's already at the stage of needing to fully control the Ninetales' power. His talent was truly astonishing. Yes. Naruto nodded gently and seriously. I've been strictly following a healthy lifestyle. I go to bed at 10 every night and wake up at 8 every morning. I drink exactly 682 ml of milk in the morning, and my 3 meals a day are always regular. I always eat until I'm full and never picky. That's probably why I'm so strong and healthy. I'm only 158 cm at 12. In my previous life, that's not exactly top tier for kids born in the 2000s. Do you take a hot bath every night? Kushina suddenly asked, her voice full of concern. Of course. Naruto replied with a cheerful smile. Feeling his mother's concern warmed his heart. Was there anyone else in the village who cared about him this much? There were, but no one cared with such a fine-grained attention to detail. No one. They were all tough guys. None of them were as careful as his mother. That's wonderful. Kushina smiled contentedly. Although she wasn't sure if Naruto had heard her final words, seeing that her son was following even the take a good bath part and was so healthy and strong made her feel incredibly relieved and happy. She wasn't like Minato, who focused on things like being a savior or dominating the ninja world. For her, Naruto growing up healthy and happy was the greatest joy of all. Noticing his mom's happy expression, Naruto's mind stirred. He remembered Kushina's apologetic words. "Your hair is like your father's, but your face is all me." Wait, does mom think that inheriting her looks is a burden? My mom seems a little insecure, apologizing for something like that. Seeing this, Naruto decided to use his skills as the king of compliments. He had already praised her looks, now it was time for her hair. She seems to really care about her hair, you know. Naruto suddenly returned to the previous topic. Also, I think your vibrant red hair is so beautiful. If I had hair that red, I'd be even more handsome. Thank you for the compliment. Kushina's eyes once again happily curved into crescents, her cheeks slightly flushed. It was clear this compliment about her hair made her especially happy. A gentle, nostalgic look appeared on her face. You're the second man to ever compliment my red hair. Really? These people in the ninja world have no taste. She's the second person to ever compliment such beautiful red hair. Wait, who is the first? The words had barely left his mouth when Naruto instantly realized the answer. Who else could it be? It had to be his father, Minato Namikaze. Kushina's reply confirmed his thought. She smiled blissfully. The first one was, of course, your dad. Naruto recalled seeing his father just moments ago. With that gentle smile, he looked like a kind person who was probably good at giving compliments. Seeing the sweet, nostalgic look on his mom's face, Naruto's gossiping heart flared up. Mom, please tell me the story of how you and Dad met. That's a little embarrassing, you know. Kushina's face turned a cute shade of red as she awkwardly scratched her head. You know, Naruto suddenly felt that this catchphrase sounded familiar. Haha, I guess I got a little excited. Kushina explained. I'm naturally very impatient, so I talk fast, and my catchphrase just slips out. I've tried to get rid of it, but it always. I see, Naruto nodded, but his persistence didn't waver. Mom, please continue telling me the story of how you and Dad fell in love. He knew so little about his parents and desperately wanted to learn more. Naruto's relentless pleading finally moved Kushina. Okay, Tilda. She looked up, her eyes filled with memories. It happened on my first day in the Hidden Leaf Village. That day was the first time I met your father. Then, Kushina began to tell her story with Minato Namikaze. She talked about introducing herself at her new school, being mocked for her red hair, and declaring her goal to become the first female Hokage. She also mentioned Minato's response that he would become a Hokage recognized by everyone in the village. Listening to his mom's stories, a smile appeared on Naruto's face. She wanted to be the first female Hokage. That's too bad. That lying old lady Tsunade is about to get there first. The story continued. Because she had boasted about wanting to be Hokage on her first day, she was often bullied by the boys. Many of them would grab her noticeable red hair and mock her, calling her a tomato. At this point, Naruto's eyes lit up. Is it coming? The part where Dad saves his lady, protecting her from the bullies, and they fall in love. Wait a minute, this script, it sounds familiar. Naruto remembered. Wasn't this just a different version of his and Hinata's story? Hinata was bullied for her Byakugan, and he stood up for her. His mom was mocked for her red hair, so his dad must have. Naruto immediately chimed in. I get it. The guy who stood up and protected you, Mom, had to be Dad. No, not at all. Kushina suddenly clenched her fists, her knuckles turning white, and veins bulging on the back of her fair hands. They called me a tomato, and I was so mortified because the description was just so accurate. It hit a sore spot. Her voice took on a dangerous edge. So, all the boys who called me a tomato and looked down on me got their butts kicked. They were the ones who ended up looking like smashed tomatoes. Naruto listened, with a completely baffled expression. This, Naruto secretly glanced at Kushina, who now looked fierce, as if she were ready to beat someone up again. He felt as if he was meeting his mother for the first time. The beautiful and quiet image of a gentle mother was shattered in an instant. Was Mom's personality really like this? I didn't see it at all a moment ago. I just thought she was a gentle, beautiful woman. But it turns out, of course, the prettier a woman is, the better she can pretend. Still, having a mom with this kind of personality was actually quite nice. At least she wouldn't be like Hinata, who couldn't even fight back or talk back when she was bullied. Because I had long, flowing red hair and beat the boys half to death, I earned another nickname, the red hot-blooded habanero. Kushina continued her story, but the gnashing of her teeth made Naruto's heart a little jumpy. Is this what they call bloodline suppression? It's kind of terrifying. So it's true, just like Shikamaru and Choji said, moms are a terrifying species. He had thought they were just overreacting. After all, moms in the ninja world couldn't be all that different from moms on Earth. But now it seemed they were very different. With chakra on their side, ninja moms were definitely even more terrifying. The story continued. Because of her red hair and her status as a foreigner, Kushina had always felt a deep-seated inferiority. But her fiery and stubborn personality made her put on a tough shell and fight back with her fists. One time, a classmate she had often taught a lesson to brought in some reinforcements, his older brother, a genin, who ambushed her one day. However, even though he was a genin, he only had the upper hand for a little while before Kushina, even more ferocious and tenacious, completely defeated him. She ended up sitting on top of the genin, beating him into a pulp. But because her red hair always brought her trouble and ridicule, Kushina grew to hate it even more. And all through this, your father was watching from the side. The sudden turn in the story shocked Naruto. Just watching, he didn't step in. Dad seems a little unreliable. His beloved was being bullied by a ninja above her rank, and he just watched. Ha ha, Kushina laughed sweetly and continued her story. I misunderstood him at the time. I thought he was just watching because he was prejudiced against me for being a foreigner with red hair. But then something happened that made me suddenly understand him and even start to love this red hair. What was it? What was it? Naruto urged her on. The story had to be reaching its turning point now. It was one evening, as the setting sun painted the sky a vibrant orange. Kushina, who had just returned home, found the house completely empty. As she wondered why, 3 ninjas from another village suddenly jumped out of the shadows and kidnapped her. Hearing this, Naruto clenched his fists. The Cloud Village, this feud isn't over yet. The story continued. Kushina, who had been abducted, was filled with despair. Even though she left a trail of her red hair behind her, pulling strands out and dropping them on the ground as clues, she had already given up hope. As an outsider, she felt it was pathetic to assume anyone would come to her rescue. When we got close to the land of Fire's border, I thought all hope was lost, and I was about to be taken away by the Cloud Village for good. That's when Minato arrived. Whoa, Naruto exclaimed with exaggerated enthusiasm. Dad's strength is unexpectedly great. At school age, he could defeat 3 enemy ninjas who were kidnapping a future Jinchuriki. He must have been at least an elite chunin. But the most important part was the lines he said. Your red hair is beautiful, I noticed it right away. Because I knew you were strong, in both body and spirit. And another one, I don't want to lose you. Oh wow, a checkmate. He could see the undeniable sweetness on his mom's face. As expected of the 4th Hokage, no, as expected of his dad. When it comes to dating, I proclaim you the strongest. Naruto immediately pulled out a mental notebook and wrote it all down. He might need it someday. He changed me, Kushina's voice was gentle and filled with gratitude. My red hair, which I had always hated, brought me my destined other half. It became our destined red thread. She turned, her eyes as gentle as water, and looked at Naruto. From that day on, I started to love my hair, and more importantly, I fell in love with Minato. Naruto smiled soundlessly, a brilliant and happy grin, genuinely touched by his parents' love story. The story was so beautiful. He had known his mom was kidnapped by the Cloud Village, but he had never heard the full story before. Suddenly, a strange feeling crossed his mind. The 2 of them, who were in love, hadn't even graduated from the Ninja Academy yet, had they? They definitely hadn't. Folks watching this, you can't learn from this. This is a precious message, only for the man who complimented my hair, Kushina said, her gaze intense and serious. Naruto, do you accept? Yes. Naruto nodded emphatically. Of course he did. A gentle smile bloomed on Kushina's face, and she softly said the words filled with love. Aishitaru. I love you too, Mom. Haha. Kushina laughed even more happily, her eyes sparkling with joy. But then, as if she remembered something, the smile on Kushina's face quickly faded, replaced by a look of unprecedented seriousness. Next, she slowly turned her head and looked in the direction of the Nine Tails, her meaning unspoken but clear. Kurama. Naruto's heart tightened. He instantly understood his mother's intentions. Now, how do I explain this? Maybe, just to put Mom's mind at ease, we should just have a friendly match. Naruto mourned for Kurama for 2 minutes. You have to be patient, big fella. I'll go easy on you. Chapter 1340. With a sudden clarity, Naruto's consciousness returned to his body. He opened his eyes and immediately spotted the gigantic creature, Kurama. The space was too vast, and Kurama was too conspicuous. At this moment, the Nine Tails was bound tightly by 6 chakra chains, seemingly unable to move. Naruto knew this was a facade. His mother's chakra chains weren't strong, and it would be effortless for Kurama to break free. But today, Kurama seemed to have changed its nature. It obediently stayed put, not even bothering to put up a decent struggle. Apparently noticing Naruto had opened his eyes, Kurama's bored gaze shot over. The meaning conveyed by those enormous eyes was instantly understood by Naruto. Hurry up and finish. I have to go back and beat up Hashirama. This guy, Naruto sighed. The Nine-Tails Fox wanted to play a game again. That made sense. The training space had blue skies and white clouds, an unlimited supply of happiness-inducing drinks, handheld games, and a soft sofa. Compared to this dark and gloomy place, there was really no reason to stay. But there was still a show that needed it to star in. Naruto glared at the Nine-Tails. He couldn't speak, so he could only convey his message through his eyes. This is going to be a big show, Kurama. Don't embarrass yourself. Once we get back, I'll personally cook you a feast for 3 days straight. Even without saying a word, Naruto believed that with their one-man, one-fox bond, Kurama would understand. Upon receiving Naruto's glare, Kurama instantly shivered. That look. It didn't quite understand it, but something was definitely not right. What other shenanigans is Naruto planning now? Kurama thought to itself. At the same time, this entire situation was perfectly sensed by Kushina. She urgently reminded him, I've suppressed the Nine Tails, but my chakra won't last long. She clenched her fist and cheered. Quickly, get rid of it while you have the chance. Got it. Naruto affirmed, ready to show off. Mom, just wait and see what I can do. I'll guarantee I'll blow your mind. You'll see what it means to be the greatest person in the history of the ninja world. I, Uzumaki Naruto, am not holding back today. With this thought, Naruto's eyes hardened, and his blue pupils were filled with an icy, killing intent. The moment Naruto's demeanor changed, his good friend Kurama instantly sensed it. The Nine Tails was immediately bewildered. It quickly looked left and right. Where's the enemy? What happened? After looking around, it didn't find a single enemy. Then, Kurama didn't understand. There wasn't even a shadow of an enemy, so why was Naruto suddenly like this? Wait a minute, could the enemy be me? Oh no, Kurama shrieked in its mind. It was very likely that this time's enemy really was it. What's more, this time, it was even more intense than the time it didn't tell Naruto about his father's identity. Kurama let out a loud cry, trying to awaken the last bit of friendship Naruto had left. Naruto, calm down, Shut up, you shameless old scoundrel. Naruto interrupted Kurama with a furious roar. He didn't give Kurama another chance to speak. He extended his right hand. Hum. With a soft hum, a black orb the size of a walnut quietly appeared. The light on the surface of the orb seemed to be completely devoured. Only a few wisps of tangible blue chakra threads, like stars being pulled by a black hole, silently spiraled, pulled, and consumed. This black orb was simple and unadorned. However, the moment it appeared, Kurama's heart almost stopped beating. A primal fear screamed from its very being. It recognized this thing. Although Naruto had never used it in the training space, this thing had been proven in actual combat. Back then, the first and second Hokage were instantly killed by it with a single strike. On that day, as a part of Naruto, Kurama had shouted excitedly, feeling utterly thrilled, and drank 3 to 5 more bottles of its happy drink that night. However, now, facing the threat of this thing in person, Kurama was filled with unprecedented despair and was completely dumbfounded. "Naruto, I beg you to open your eyes and see. I'm your weak, pathetic, helpless, and best friend, Kurama. No, I'm the tiny raccoon. Did you mistake me for someone else? Are you using this kind of thing against me? Is it because you're afraid I won't die?" Kurama desperately widened its pitiful eyes, hoping to rekindle Naruto's remaining friendship. But it saw that Naruto's face was still as cold as ice, and the chakra black orb in his right hand was still emitting a deadly message. Kurama instantly realized, it understood. Naruto had already found out what it had been doing. "I won't do it again. Never again. Big brother Naruto, why use a butcher's knife on a chicken? There's really no need for this." Kurama didn't dare shout. That one shout just now had directly enraged Naruto, causing him to summon this killer orb. It decided to save itself with action. It believed that Naruto still loved it. Suddenly, before Naruto could even make a move, a unique chakra shadow emerged from Kurama and instantly completely separated from its body. After this chakra left its body, Kurama instantly became skin and bones. Its 9 massive tails shrunk to less than 1% of their original size, almost disappearing from view. It had drained itself of every last drop. Chakra could be recovered, but if its life was gone, then everything would truly be gone. Then, without even needing Naruto to do anything, this massive chakra 9 tails actively drilled into Naruto's body. "Ding tilde, you have unlocked the 9 tails chakra mode." Naruto stared blankly at all this. He hadn't done anything, yet the chakra 9 tails had automatically entered his body. This was different from what Kurama had told him. "Kurama was really lying to me," Naruto muttered. He had only suspected it before, but now his guess was confirmed. Naruto was actually quite indifferent to Kurama's half-truths. He himself had a history of bipolar disorder, so one was no better than the other. But why was it so proactive this time? Naruto glanced at the special Rasengan spinning in his right hand and thought to himself, could Kurama be afraid of this thing? But this is just a dummy. At most, the explosion effect is dazzling, it only looks powerful. How could I possibly use a dangerous jutsu like the black hole Rasengan to attack my good friend, Kurama? I, Naruto, just wanted to show off my strength in front of my mother. You were supposed to be my co-star, so why did you give up so easily? Turning his head, Naruto looked at the scrawny Kurama again. He saw that it was now lying on the ground like a pile of mud, looking as if it had fallen asleep. Naruto instantly understood. Its soul had already run away to the training space. Kurama's message was clear: do what you will with my body. Tusk. Kurama is such a coward. I think you want to eat dango. You couldn't even cooperate with me. You didn't understand my signal, did you? Seeing that Kurama had given up completely, Naruto put away his Rasengan and checked the new pop-up window. 9 tails chakra mode. All stats plus 12%. Chakra plus 140 million. Chakra recovery x 500%. Ability malice sensing. So strong. This was the only thought Naruto had after seeing the panel. The added chakra alone was nearly 10 times his total chakra. The new chakra recovery ability was simply unbelievable. Actually, Naruto didn't lack chakra. What he valued most was the first one. All stats plus 12%. This thing increased a percentage, so the stronger the user, the more it increased. For someone like him with a solid foundation, it was just right. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Why didn't you tell me about this? Naruto muttered like a wronged woman. If he had known this mode was so powerful, he would have come to open Kurama's seal long ago. Why wait until now? Naruto sighed softly. What's past is past. I can't change what's already happened. You did it, Naruto. Kushina's face lit up with a brilliant smile as she gazed at Naruto, her eyes filled with pride and relief. She was genuinely overjoyed that he had gained control of the Ninetales' power. Yeah. Naruto nodded lightly, a hint of melancholy in his expression. Now that the Ninetales was sealed, would his mother have to leave as well? He so wished that this mother who cared for him so selflessly could stay with him forever. But it wasn't possible. The training space, while accessible through chakra, was entered by a soul borrowing chakra as a conduit. Pure chakra could not carry a complete consciousness. Perhaps in the future, with the power of the Rinnegan, a reunion could be achieved. Sensing Naruto's sadness, Kushina gently comforted him. Naruto, don't be sad. I'll watch you grow up with Minato from the Pure Land. You have to do your best. Yeah. Naruto nodded again, forcing back the sorrow in his heart. Seeing the deep reluctance in his mother's eyes, Naruto decided to reveal a secret. Mom, if there was a way to truly bring you and Dad back to life, would you be happy? Naruto. Kushina's gentle expression instantly froze. Her face hardened, her red hair began to float, and her aura was on the verge of exploding. Don't ever do anything so dangerous. Her voice was stern, a warning that left no room for doubt. Jutsu were strange and varied. There might truly be a forbidden jutsu to revive the dead. But the price would surely be unbearable. Kushina absolutely would not allow Naruto to touch a taboo to revive them, or to fall into darkness for it. Okay, Naruto said perfunctorily, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. I will definitely revive you too in the future. Before I go, there are some things I must tell you. Kushina's expression remained serious, her tone solemn. She needed to pass on her experience and lessons as a Jinchuriki to her son without holding anything back. Naruto, this is about the incident 12 years ago, on the night you were born. I must tell you the truth. I was your predecessor as the Jinchuriki. Kushina's voice was calm, yet it held a heavy weight. As she spoke, the sealed-away past slowly unfolded before Naruto like a scroll. Naruto wasn't surprised that his mother had been a Jinchuriki. He had long suspected it. He also knew his mother came from the hidden Eddy village of the Land of Whirlpools. He had even sent people to scout it, but unfortunately, all that was left was a ruin. Kushina solemnly warned, as a Jinchuriki, as a vessel, you must first fill the vessel with true love. Naruto nodded silently, but that was all he did. This little guy, Kurama, could it possibly wreak havoc? In addition, the other crucial thing Kushina mentioned was the night of the Ninetales attack 12 years ago. Actually, before that, I was still sealing the Ninetales. Huh? If you were still sealing the Ninetales, then why did it escape and wreak havoc on the Hidden Leaf Village? Naruto's mind was filled with questions. This part was also vague in Danzo's memory fragments. He had always thought that his mother had been killed before the Ninetales was unsealed. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for it to escape. But the truth was completely different. Suddenly, a terrifying image buried deep in his mind surfaced. A killer god, wearing a tiger-striped mask, was holding him in his hand like a small potato. That horrifying tiger-striped mask and the lone, crimson three-tomo Sharingan had caused a ton of psychological trauma to his young mind. It had made him faint on the spot. Damn you, Tgthegood, you really deserve to die. Naruto's heart seethed with anger. Temporarily suppressing his murderous intent towards Abido, he quickly analyzed the situation. His mother was killed on the night he was born, and the Ninetales was unsealed then as well. The two must be connected. Kushina's story confirmed Naruto's guess. For some reason, that masked man knew the precise moment when the Jinchuriki's seal was at its weakest. What moment? The words were out before he could stop them, but Naruto instantly understood. What other moment could it be? That night he was born, and the Ninetales went berserk right at that moment. Connecting the two, his mother, as the Ninetales Jinchuriki, would have her seal at its weakest during childbirth. Damn you, Tgthegood, you really deserve to die. He roared again in his mind, his brain already running through 1,000 horrific ways for Abido to die. Coming back to his senses, he looked at his mother, who seemed so serious yet felt so incredibly close to him. A wave of guilt washed over Naruto's heart. He had never thought that his own birth would become the fuse for a disaster. Wait a minute. Something doesn't feel right. According to his mother, the matter of a nine-tails Jinchuriki giving birth was a top secret. Even Danzo, who assisted the Hokage, knew very little about it. So where did Uchiha Obaido, a rogue ninja, get this information from? That's strange. Kushina continued to tell her story. Naruto could feel the hatred she held for that masked man in every word she spoke. Should I tell my mother that Uchiha Obaido is the masked man? The thought flashed through his mind, and Naruto hesitated for a moment before ultimately choosing to remain silent. His father was resilient, it would have been fine to tell him. But his mother's life had already been tragic enough. As a Jinchuriki, she had never had a good life. If he were to tell her that the person who killed her and her husband was the very student her husband had cherished like a son, that would be too cruel. He couldn't add this new, bloody wound to her heart just as she was about to depart. I'm sorry for making you the vessel for the Nine-Tails, for making you bear our burden. I'm sorry I couldn't be there to watch you grow up or give you a lifetime of love. Kushina's voice choked, and tears silently streamed down her face. She remembered her life as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, all the loneliness, fear, and rejection. She could empathize with everything Naruto might have gone through, and felt a wrenching pain in her heart for missing out on his childhood. She gently wiped away her tears and looked at Naruto with a soft, apologetic gaze. Her words of apology were gentle, but as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Mother is indeed more sensitive, delicate, and emotional than father. Looking at his mother, who was filled with guilt, Naruto's lips curved into a warm and sincere smile. Mom, you don't need to apologize. I've truly never resented you for any of it. It's true. Although he had once resented that man, that enemy, who had sealed the Nine-Tails inside him. But after learning that man was his own father, he had let it go. He thought back to his mother's story. She knew that the seal would be at its weakest during childbirth, yet she still risked her life to bring him into this world. This immense love deeply moved Naruto. Dad and Mom gave their lives for me. I've deeply felt the love you have for me, so now I feel incredibly happy. Even though his soul came from another world and his mind was already mature, this love from his family, a love that came at the cost of their lives, still made his soul tremble with deep emotion. There was no greater human affection than this. Hearing this, Kushina's tears fell once more. She couldn't help but step forward and pull Naruto into a tight hug. It was as if she wanted to make up for the 12 years they had lost in a single embrace. Naruto, thank you for letting me be your mother. Thank you for letting Minato be your father. Thank you so much for being a part of our family. The moment she finished speaking, Kushina's figure, condensed from chakra, scattered like fireflies in the wind, finally transforming into bits of warm, glowing dust that completely vanished into the air. The real, warm embrace in his arms suddenly disappeared. Facing this love that was so incredibly genuine, Naruto could no longer hold back. Tears finally welled up and streamed from his eyes. Chapter 1341. A long time later, Naruto opened his eyes again. The scene before him was no longer yellow and white, but a dim gray. He was in the seal space. His parents' chakras had completely disappeared this time, and there was no one else in the space besides him. In the distance, a skinny fox was still keeping him company. After reminiscing for a moment, Naruto opened his eyes once more. What a touching pair of parents, but most of my task is complete. The final task is... Naruto's blue eyes were fixed on the Nine-Tails, a skinny fox that was still mightier than a horse. The meaning was clear. The final task was to replace this yang half of the Nine-Tails with a complete Nine-Tails. Otherwise, having only half of the Nine-Tails in his body would truly drive his obsessive-compulsive disorder crazy. He sensed for a moment and found the Nine-Tails happily playing a handheld console in the training space. That guy, what a recluse. With a thought, the corpse-like Nine-Tails immediately opened its eyes. The Nine-Tails was a little confused. It had been having a great time, drinking happy soda and lying on the couch playing a game. The crucial moment was just about to arrive, and it was getting ready to use a combo to execute Hashirama. But then, why was it back here? Naruto isn't going to get angry at me again, is he? Thinking this, the Ninetales nervously peeked at Naruto. It saw that the black Rasengan in Naruto's hand had already disappeared, and his piercing gaze had returned to normal. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Seeing this, the Ninetales' courage instantly swelled. Naruto, why'd you call me out again? The Ninetales demanded. It was saying that it, Kurama, also had a temper, and Naruto couldn't just give it no face. Big Fox, I have a surprise for you, Naruto said with a mischievous grin. He thought that restoring this half of the Ninetales to its complete form would surely make Big Fox happy. Seeing the Ninetales' human-like expression of doubt, Naruto silently said, "Recycle." Then Naruto stared at the Ninetales, and the Ninetales stared back at Naruto. They just stared at each other. Why didn't it work? Naruto opened the panel again and found that the recycle button was grayed out. It seemed he couldn't do it while he was here. In that case, in the real world, the closed-eyed Naruto suddenly opened them. Naruto, did you succeed? Jiraiya, who was in sage mode and had been waiting on the side, asked. Tsunade, standing next to him, was also very concerned. The two of them had been on high alert the entire time. But other than the immense chakra that had exploded at the very beginning, it had been calm the rest of the time. There was no danger at all. This was a little different from what they had imagined. Of course I succeeded, Jiraiya-sensei. Looking at the pervert sage, Naruto suddenly remembered his mother's instructions, warning him to stay away from the perverted Jiraiya. Well, Mother certainly understood the pervert sage. Unfortunately, it's too late. Out of the three vices, he could quit gambling and drugs, but perversion. He couldn't quit that anymore. The meaning of life was to be perverted. Back to the point. Remembering his next plan, Naruto said to the two, Jiraiya-sensei, and you, Grandma Tsunade. No matter what happens next, don't be surprised. These words confused Jiraiya. Didn't he succeed? Tsunade, on the other hand, had a violent reaction. What, you little brat, who are you calling Grandma? Tsunade waved her fist, baring her teeth and claws, ready to teach Naruto a lesson, but she was stopped by Jiraiya. Tsunade, calm down. Don't argue with a 12-year-old kid. HMPH. Tsunade snorted, her brown eyes fixed on Naruto. She didn't know if the look in her eyes was concern or anger. Naruto didn't care, though. He opened the panel again and directly chose to recycle. He had already tested this with the 8 tails before. There were no special side effects, and the tailed beast itself didn't even lose any memories. As for the Jinchuriki dying after the tailed beast was extracted, Naruto said, impossible. With his physique, let alone the 9 tails, even if the 10 tails came, he wouldn't die. A notification suddenly appeared. Ding tilde. You have recycled the 9 tails Kurama. You have gained 330,000 Ryo, plus 50000 chakra, and plus 4 skill points. The reward, Naruto thought it was strange. The money didn't seem to be that much. Even the 8 tails had given him 600,000 Ryo. Why did the 9 tails only give him 330,000? After some thought, Naruto realized the reason. This was only half of the 9 tails. Giving him 330,000 Ryo seemed normal. The chakra increase was significant, but still not as much as the 8 tails. It was probably also because it was only half of the 9 tails. The same went for the skill points. Was that all? Naruto searched through the rewards, but there was nothing else. Damn it, this isn't right. Where's my 9 tails medal? The medal that gives plus 9% chakra recovery. Naruto mumbled, a little disbelieving. This trash game, to prevent bugs, would not give him a medal for only half of the 9 tails, right? No way, even half a medal would be fine. A 4.5% chakra recovery rate would still be very good. He, Naruto, wouldn't dislike it. Naruto searched everywhere, but couldn't find a single thing. Trash game. He cursed it one more time and then checked his status. As he expected, there was nothing out of the ordinary. Next, he opened the store and chose to directly purchase a complete 9 tails. Purchase Ninetales Kurama. The 2 million ryo in his account instantly evaporated. The next moment, a cold, metallic piquet ball appeared in his inventory. This time, Naruto was a pro. I choose you, Ninetales. He threw the piquet ball into the air. What is that? Jiraiya and Tsunade hadn't even seen Naruto's movements. They only saw a small ball fly out and then bang! Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar and a cloud of smoke, a giant orange fox, the size of a mountain, with 9 tails swaying behind it, suddenly appeared. What? Both Tsunade and Jiraiya's pupils constricted at the same time. They were completely shocked. The oppressive force from the terrifying chakra that washed over them. Yes, it was definitely the 9 tails. But Jiraiya stared blankly back at Naruto, who was still standing there, perfectly alive. His gaze moved down to Naruto's stomach. But the 9 tails was supposed to be sealed inside Naruto's stomach, wasn't it? How did it suddenly appear outside? Naruto, are you okay? Jiraiya checked on Naruto from head to toe. He couldn't risk anything happening to his precious student. Something unexpected happened, Jiraiya-sensei, Naruto said with a relaxed, confident expression. As you can see, the 9 tails came out for some reason. Was it really just an accident? Observing Naruto's relaxed tone and the smile on his face, Jiraiya couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. But he couldn't pinpoint what it was. This kid, he couldn't have done this on purpose, could he? Naruto, you. Suddenly remembering something, Jiraiya looked at Naruto's face. A Jinchuriki would almost certainly die if their tailed beast was extracted. However, Jiraiya's small eyes watched Naruto intently and saw that his face was rosy, and there was nothing wrong with him at all. Don't worry, Jiraiya-sensei, just a small accident. If I can seal the 9 tails back in time, I won't die, Naruto said, telling a white lie. Roar! As soon as Naruto finished speaking, a monstrous roar shot into the sky. Unlike in the sealed space, in this wide-open forest, the 9 tails roar was still incredibly destructive. The mere sound waves were like a violent storm, uprooting nearby trees and mercilessly blowing them away. Is this the 9 tails? Seeing this scene, Jiraiya's expression turned serious, and a drop of cold sweat ran down his forehead. The chakra, the aura, it was truly powerful. Seeing the 9 tails for the first time, Jiraiya finally understood why the Leaf Village had suffered so many losses during the 9 tails attack. Beside him, Tsunade was also on high alert. As for the target of their vigilance, the 9 tails was first in disbelief, then ecstatic. This is the shinobi world. It's not that special space inside Naruto's body. I'm truly free. Roar! The 9 tails couldn't help but roar in excitement. Kurama was free. Wait, the roaring Kurama suddenly stopped. A pair of huge golden eyes, with a human-like look of vigilance, searched for Naruto. Did that guy die when I suddenly came out? The calmed-down 9 tails immediately sensed the chakra signatures of 4 people. 3 of them were hostile, and 1 was extremely familiar. Naruto. The 9 tails immediately turned its head to look at Naruto. It didn't care about the 2 humans in front of him. Its eyes were only on Naruto. And Kurama noticed that Naruto was looking at it with a playful expression. In that cold, winter-like gaze, the 9 tails suddenly recalled that moment before. Naruto's expression when he used that black orb attack. That look, that expression, it was exactly the same. Oh no! Kurama cried out inwardly. It frantically looked around, its huge fox head comically sweeping the area. Anyone could feel its tension. Put on a show. Naruto felt he had conveyed his meaning very well. Naruto, be careful. Let your master go first to face it. Jiraiya stood in front of him, shielding him with his back. As he and Tsunade shared a knowing look, ready to relive the glory of the 3 Sannin, they were held back by Naruto. Pervert sage, you just rest. I'll handle this. Jiraiya turned his head in surprise, and in his peripheral vision, he only saw a confident Naruto clap his hands together. Suddenly, a massive burst of chakra surged out. Wood release, wood dragon technique. Wood release. Hearing the name of Naruto's jutsu, the other 2 spoke out in surprise. Was this the same wood release they knew? Correct. Accompanied by an earthquake-like tremor, 1, 2, 3, and countless small saplings suddenly burst out of the ground near the Ninetails. The moment they emerged, with the support of a large amount of chakra, the countless saplings grew like they were on steroids, instantly transforming into wood dragons dozens of meters thick. The dark green wood dragons, radiating a heartless vitality, appeared and, under Naruto's control, tightly coiled around the Ninetails. Facing Naruto's attack, the Ninetails, still in a state of shock and with nowhere to run, didn't even dare to defend itself and was thoroughly bound by dozens, if not hundreds, of wood dragons. This is wood release. Jiraiya was dumbfounded. He knew Naruto's talent. He had watched Naruto's battles with the first and second Hokage from the side. At that time, Naruto had displayed abilities like ice release, dust release, and even scorch release. But did he have something like wood release? Compared to Jiraiya's shock, Tsunade was speechless as she looked at the several ferocious wood dragons. After a moment, she reached out and touched the pendant around her neck, mumbling with a look of reminiscence. Wood release, huh? Naruto didn't have time to indulge their nostalgia. He leaped forward, opening his arms. 8 trigrams sealing style. He roared. With the sealing jutsu's power, the distant Ninetails felt a pull from the seal. It didn't dare to resist, nor did it want to. It simply let Naruto seal it. The outside world was no fun. Besides freedom, everyone was hostile towards it. But inside Naruto's body, there was good food, good drinks, and fun to be had, and it didn't lack freedom either. Kurama absolutely loved it there. Under the pull of the sealing jutsu, the giant orange Ninetails was pulled into strands, one by one, and stuffed into Naruto's stomach. In just a few breaths, the entire Ninetails was sealed within Naruto. Suddenly, an idea popped into Naruto's head. If I recycled it again, would I get the medal? I'd better not. The 2 old people on the side were already on edge after this one time. If he did it again, they might have a heart attack and pass away. After checking the seal, Naruto turned around. He had a look of a person who had just survived a life-threatening situation. Phew, good thing I sealed it in time, otherwise I would have been a goner. Really? Naruto's relaxed expression made Jiraiya, who had spent some time with him, quite suspicious. Is Naruto up to something weird again? Jiraiya wondered. But he had no proof and could only speculate. Tsunade, however, was quite convinced by Naruto's words, but still. Naruto, who taught you? Who taught you would release? Tsunade stared at Naruto, her beautiful brown eyes full of curiosity. Who taught him would release? Kakashi-sensei, of course, Naruto said as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Kakashi, huh? Tsunade mumbled the name. It sounded familiar. Was he Minato's student? He was also Sakumo's son, it seemed. Seeing Tsunade lost in her memories, Naruto added, and it's not just wood release. My ice release, dust release, and all my abilities were taught to me by Kakashi-sensei. Naruto praised Kakashi-sensei in front of the new Hokage. When I was in the academy, I was completely ordinary. But after studying with Kakashi-sensei for only 3 or 4 months, my strength skyrocketed. Is that so? Tsunade looked at Naruto with a strange expression. From ordinary to being able to beat her great-uncle and great-grandfather. She only believed half of what Naruto said. However, for Naruto to have grown to this level, his supervising teacher, Kakashi, must have contributed significantly. Has Kakashi become such a talent? The 2 talked back and forth. Seeing Tsunade being so easily fooled, Jiraiya was a little speechless. How could he, a first-hand witness, not know what had really happened? Naruto had learned the Rasengan just by watching him, and then had developed a new Rasengan that incorporated other attributes. Jiraiya believed that Kakashi had indeed helped with the normal jutsu training. But what about ice release, dust release, and wood release? Kakashi couldn't even use them himself. Could it be that Kakashi's teaching was just him suggesting an idea, and Naruto figured it out and learned it on his own? That was impossible. How could anyone be that much of a genius? But then, when he thought about how none of those bloodline limits existed in the village, Jiraiya froze. Wait a minute. Could my guess be right? His small eyes looked at Naruto with great seriousness. Is this guy really that much of a genius? Jiraiya wondered. What's wrong, Jiraiya-sensei? Are you jealous of how cool I was, effortlessly suppressing the 9 tails? Naruto teased, noticing Jiraiya's gaze. Hey, you little brat, you're so disrespectful. Jiraiya laughed and cursed. All of that didn't matter anymore. Naruto, he was always full of surprises. The dust release and ice release from before, his world-destroying power, and now, the wood release of the first Hokage, which he had just witnessed with his own eyes. His identity as the savior was now undeniable. The 3 of them called Shizune back. After the 4 of them reunited, they prepared to continue their journey, but Naruto stopped them. Jiraiya-sensei, it seems my illness that prevents me from using the flying thunder god has been cured. The 3 of them, I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. Chapter 1342. As soon as Naruto said those words, the 3 of them looked at him in unison. They had been trudging along all morning. Why didn't he say something sooner? Their eyes were full of blame, questioning, and suspicion, as if they wanted to pierce him. Cough, cough. Naruto coughed. No matter how thick his skin was, he could only turn away to avoid their scrutiny. I don't know why, but it suddenly got better again. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly changed the subject before they could ask for an explanation. He reached out to Jiraiya and Shizune next to him. Hurry up and grab on, hold on tight, we're about to go. Seeing that Tsunade was still standing there with her arms crossed and staring at him, Naruto immediately winked at Jiraiya, hinting at him to quickly grab the hot-tempered Tsunade. After the 4 of them were ready, a surge of chakra erupted from Naruto, instantly connecting all of them. Flying Thunder God, activate. Whoosh! With a flash, a spatial power appeared, and the 4 of them vanished without a trace. The distance to Konoha was quite far, so Naruto used a coordinate relay once in the middle. Whoosh! When the 4 of them came to their senses again, they had appeared in a room. Where is this? Tsunade found the room, the layout, and the 4 Hokage faces outside the window to be a little familiar. She remembered. This was the Hokage's office. Jiraiya and Shizune were also looking around to get their bearings, trying to figure out where they were. The few of them immediately saw an old man sitting at the main desk in the Hokage office. A crystal ball was on the desk. At that moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi was completely engrossed, watching the scene inside the crystal ball. Naruto looked closely. The scene was incredibly inappropriate. The sharp-eyed Naruto saw that what was displayed in the crystal ball was a hot spring. Inside the hot spring, many beautiful girls were splashing around and having fun. They were lightly dressed, their skin was as white as snow, and their figures were lovely. With every movement, a torrent of waves surged. It was a real feast for the eyes. And Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage, who was supposed to be a serious old man, was smiling salaciously, squinting his eyes as he appreciated the scene. The 4 newcomers stared at the sight, their minds completely blown. I never would have thought it, so you're this kind of 3rd Hokage. Naruto's eyes lit up, not knowing what the other 3 were feeling. 3rd Hokage, why didn't you tell me you had a jutsu like this sooner? This kind of powerful technique was an absolute treasure for intelligence gathering. He, Naruto Uzumaki, had to master it. Ahem. The 3rd Hokage looked up and suddenly found 4 people standing in the room that had been empty just a moment ago. He looked at the 4 people, then down at the scene in the crystal ball, and the lewd smile on Hiruzen Sarutobi's face instantly froze. For a moment, the air was awkward. However, Hiruzen Sarutobi was worthy of being an old politician. His expression didn't change as he gently covered the crystal ball with his sleeve. He then looked at the 4 who had suddenly appeared as if nothing had happened. Cough, cough. He coughed lightly, resuming his serious demeanor. He showed a kind smile. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Naruto, you've returned. HMPH, Tsunade didn't give the old man any face. Jiraiya's eyes, however, lit up. His teacher was indeed much more impressive than he was. He actually possessed such an incredible, high-level jutsu. Jiraiya felt he still had a lot to learn like this jutsu. If he mastered it, wouldn't he be able to? Hey. In broad daylight, Jirya started smiling pervertedly. HMPH, Tsunade glared at him, letting out another cold snort. Jirya's smile instantly froze. He had forgotten that she was here. He sneaked a peek at Tsunade, his gaze lingering on a certain area for a moment. Before her angry glare shot at him, he instantly looked away. He had wanted to go up and ask him about the jutsu, but he immediately stopped in his tracks. The three of them had different expressions, and the scene fell into an awkward silence for a moment. Bangs! Suddenly, an ANBU member crashed through the door, breaking the silence. The ANBU, who had just detected something unusual, was shocked to see 4 extra people in the room. He looked closer. Luckily, it was Lord Jirya and Lady Tsunade, not an enemy. Otherwise, the ANBU felt his career would be over. Lord Third, the ANBU immediately knelt and apologized. Hiruzen Sarutobi just looked at him and said reassuringly, "It's nothing. You can go now." He knew that the 4 had appeared so suddenly that not even the ANBU on duty, let alone himself, could have detected them. He, too, had been caught completely off guard. If he had to find a reason, it could only be blamed on Naruto's flying thunder god. No wonder so many people had died because of this jutsu. It was incredibly sudden. But who would dare to blame this guy? Naruto was Konoha's prized possession right now. Even he, Hiruzen Sarutobi, could only say, "You're a rascal." Looking at the 4 of them, Hiruzen Sarutobi knew from this team composition that the mission he had given Jirya was complete. Tsunade had been brought back to take over as the next Hokage. It seemed she had already agreed. Tsunade looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi out of the corner of her eye. She hadn't seen him in years, and he did look much older, but HMPH. She didn't give Hiruzen Sarutobi any face. "Old man, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving." As soon as she finished speaking, she grabbed Shizune and left without waiting for a reply from Hiruzen Sarutobi. Jirya wanted to follow them, but when he looked back at the spherical outline under the old man's robe, he stopped in his tracks. "Jirya, what are you staying for?" As his longtime teacher, how could Hiruzen Sarutobi not understand what Jirya was thinking? Ashamed by his beloved student's look of disgust, Jirya turned to walk away. "It's nothing, I'll report to you later." "Excellent, I've gotten rid of the last competitor," Naruto thought happily. "Naruto," Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Konoha's treasure. "The village has made a decision. I hear you signed a separate agreement with the Sand Village. You got rid of the 10 billion Ryo fee." "Yeah, that's right." "Good." Hiruzen Sarutobi took a small scroll from his drawer and handed it to Naruto. "These are our final conditions. See if you're satisfied." His cloudy old eyes looked at Naruto. With the treaty with the Sand Village already in place, he surely wouldn't go back on his word now, right? Hiruzen Sarutobi thought. Naruto stepped forward and took the scroll, looking through the terms one by one. The contents were similar to before. Besides the Sand Village's money, there was an additional 3 billion Ryo. Naruto was quite satisfied, but... "I have one more condition." Naruto looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi. This condition absolutely could not be refused. "What is it?" He still wasn't satisfied with all these conditions. Hiruzen Sarutobi thought Naruto was being a greedy lion. Naruto pointed at the crystal ball under his robe. "Add this thing to the deal." Hiruzen Sarutobi, huh. A moment later, Naruto walked out of the Hokage's building with a huge smile. He happily summarized his great gains from this trip. 8 billion Ryo in cash, a large oil field, 2 pieces of land, and various other immeasurable assets and powers. Naruto felt that with just this large sum of money he received, it would be an exaggeration to call him the wealthiest person in the Land of Fire, but the wealthiest in Konoha. Wait, not necessarily. Konoha had so many clans, which one of them wasn't rich beyond belief with all their history? Never mind, Naruto sighed. Money wasn't the point. The point was the foundation. This organization, which had been left leaderless after Danzo's defection, had been given to him, Naruto. After all, if he wasn't going to be the Hokage, he should at least be given some people to practice his management skills, right? Naruto had just mentioned it casually, so it was a pleasant surprise to actually get it. With the foundation, he could secretly make his moves. He held up the scroll and looked at it. With this treaty, he, Naruto, would belong to Konoha in the future. No problem. Thinking of this, Naruto almost burst out laughing, not to mention whether the treaty could be torn up. Besides, he was a Konoha resident in the first place. As the saying goes, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. He never thought he would gain so much just by playing hardball. Konoha had not treated him badly. In that case, he, Naruto, swore that from today onwards, he would firmly uphold the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, as the core of the no, that's wrong. It would be Tsunade soon. It was the old lady who deceived her to become the fifth Hokage and take power. Heh, I'll just play along. After a quick comment, Naruto looked up at the sky. It was already noon, no wonder he was hungry. At this time, in the aftermath of the Konoha crush, the village's shinobi were all extremely busy. But he, Naruto, had nothing to do. I'll go grab a bite first. The scene changes. Location, Ikaraku Ramen. Naruto was slurping a bowl of tonkatsu ramen when a surprised voice sounded from behind him. The voice was so familiar. He turned around in curiosity and saw an old acquaintance. He grinned. Uruka-sensei, it's you. It really is you. Uruka looked happy. He took a step forward and patted Naruto's shoulder, then his burning gaze examined his student from head to toe. He and Naruto hadn't seen each other in a long time. Ever since Orochimaru's Konoha crush, Naruto had been very elusive. After hearing about all of Naruto's great accomplishments from others, Uruka had been eager to praise him in person but could never find him. Now he finally saw him. This time, Uruka was about to call out to Tsuchai and offer to pay for Naruto's ramen, but Naruto beat him to it. This time, I'll treat you, Uruka-sensei. Huh? Uruka looked back in surprise. When did Naruto become so generous? I just earned a little bit of money, Naruto said, winking mischievously. 8 billion ryo was not just a little bit of money. This money was enough to fully restore his chakra regeneration speed. It was not easy. Unable to continuously cast his super dust release with a 10-kilometer diameter, Naruto was unable to sleep soundly. 12 years had passed, and Naruto's fear of insufficient firepower could finally be solved. Naruto, have you been watching the news recently? What news? Naruto ordered another bowl. When he heard Uruka-sensei's question, he looked at him with curiosity. It wasn't that Naruto didn't watch the news, but there had been too many hot topics recently. The ninja world's trending topics were coming one after another. Naruto didn't know which one Uruka-sensei was referring to. The Eight-Tails Jinchuriki from the Land of Lightning's Cloud Village. Apparently a guy named Killer Behe's disappeared. The Ninja World Daily says it's highly likely that the Eight-Tails has been taken by Abaido Uchiha. Oh, Naruto knew which news Uruka was talking about. He had been the one to keep this news from being released until today. The purpose? Naturally, it was to add fuel to the fire of the already tense international situation. If this were a game, there would probably be a message pop-up. World tension plus 50. First the two tails, then the 8 tails. Now, the Land of Lightning no longer had a tailed beast. It had become a country ripe for the taking. In other words, the Land of Lightning was on the table. The outbreak of war depended entirely on the ambitions of the other countries. All he had to do was wait. Naruto was fearless when it came to war. He was even pushing for it behind the scenes. However, Uruka, as a normal shinobi, was particularly worried about Naruto. Was Naruto really strong? He had only heard about it. On the day of the war, as a teacher at the Ninja Academy, he was busy evacuating the students and had no time or energy to pay attention to the battlefield. He didn't know the situation on the battlefield either. He only heard afterward that Konoha had won and Naruto had shone brilliantly during the chaos. The news and the messages he had heard from others only said that Naruto was very strong. Things like, the yellow flash has returned, and the like. Uruka felt relieved. Compared to the prankster child he was in the Ninja Academy, Naruto had really grown up. But after hearing the news, Uruka couldn't rest. Even though he had never experienced war, he knew how terrifying it could be. As a strong shinobi, Naruto would definitely be on the battlefield. Naruto, you have to be careful. Uruka's eyes were filled with complex emotions. "Don't worry, Uruka-sensei, I'll be fine," Naruto said with a carefree laugh. His smile was so lighthearted that it made Uruka feel a little more at ease. After lunch, Naruto said goodbye to Uruka. He focused his senses for a moment, and with a whoosh, he instantly vanished. When he reappeared, he was already in the land of wind. Whoosh whoosh. The biting wind and sand blew mercilessly. Naruto opened his mouth and almost got a mouthful of sand. Bah! He spat twice unhappily and looked around. It was just sand and more sand, endless sand dunes as far as the eye could see. Was this a place where people could even survive? He extended his senses, and sure enough, there wasn't a single person within dozens of kilometers. Is this where the oil field is? Naruto grabbed a handful of sand. Under the scorching sun, the surface sand was hot in his hand. It's so desolate. He wondered what it would be like to build a Las Vegas-style entertainment city in a place like this. Never mind, that was a matter for later. However, recalling Uruka-sensei's reminder, Naruto suddenly remembered something. Right, I need to inform Tetsu-chan about something. I must clarify one thing. The previous information was wrong. He had thought that his father, the fourth Hokage, had died because of Abaido Uchiha, but he had actually died from sealing the Nine Tails. This had to be stated separately and with emphasis. For no other reason than to highlight one point, there was a difference between fourth Hokages. There was a difference between Kage. What garbage is the fourth Raikage, eh? He actually dares to try and leech off my dad's fame. Chapter 1343. Uzumaki Otsutsuki. Okay, that's the plan. Let's give our dad some good publicity. After notifying Taiju, Naruto closed the chat. In their conversation, Taiju's analysis had been spot on. On the surface, his biological father, the fourth Hokage, had died sealing the Nine Tails. Ultimately, he died to save Naruto, the savior of the Naruto world. But looking at it from another perspective, if Naruto, the prophesied savior, had been killed by the Nine Tails, the entire shinobi world would have been doomed. So, his father hadn't just sealed the Nine Tails to save him and the Hidden Leaf Village. He had done it to save the entire shinobi world. His greatness was self-evident. I'm so moved by that story, I'm almost crying. Listening to the tale Taiju had just spun, Naruto couldn't help but shed a few crocodile tears. He pulled out a bottle, not a red one, but a blue one. Gulp, gulp, tilde, tilde, tilde. He threw his head back and drank. Burp, tilde, tilde, tilde. He let out a satisfying burp, feeling refreshed. He was thirsty. He looked up at the blazing sun, his eyes squinting against the glare. It's so hot, how do the locals even survive? Whatever, the sooner I get this done, the sooner I can go home. He tossed the soda bottle into the air, then instantly flashed, using a dust release to annihilate it and clean up the trash. Naruto's consciousness sank into his body. Naruto. Noticing Naruto's arrival, the fanged fox grinned, its eyes squinting with laughter. The Nine Tails, for the first time in a while, hadn't gone to the training space to play games. Instead, it was frolicking in the sealing space. The reason was simple. This sealing space was no longer the shabby, run-down place it used to be. It was a supersized mansion. It had everything: sunlight, grass, forests, and lakes. It was even on par with the training space. The Nine Tails was very happy with it here. However, there was one strange thing that left the Nine Tails very confused. After Naruto had pulled it out of the seal and thrown it into the real world, and then resealed it, the Nine Tails discovered it was whole again. Instead of the Yang Nine Tails from before, the one standing in front of Naruto now was the complete, yin-yang united, Super Nine Tails. How did that happen? The Nine Tails didn't understand. Could meeting the fourth Hokage have brought back its other half? Confused, the Nine Tails decided to talk to Naruto about it later. Naruto didn't know what the Nine Tails was thinking. He was just looking at the Nine Tails, which was almost twice the size of the previous Yang Nine Tails, and sinking into thought. Is the difference really that huge? Naruto finally understood why this lousy game had only given him so little when it recycled the Yang Nine Tails. The difference between half a Nine Tails and a whole one was immense. Then he thought, this is great. The bigger the difference, the more valuable a whole Nine Tails is. The more valuable it is, the more I'll get from recycling it. It was a good choice to pick the Nine Tails as the recycling target. Sigh. Thinking this, Naruto let out a long sigh. His fear of insufficient firepower had reached a terminal stage with no cure in sight. He was anxious. Even though he was invincible throughout the shinobi world, Naruto felt that this world was not simple. The lousy game was obviously flawed. Maybe there were new updates to the game, or a second part to it. In any case, Naruto felt that this world was vast. There must be many more characters who hadn't appeared yet, and the training grounds didn't include all possible enemies. The story Taiju had just made up, while absurd, had one part that Naruto was sure was true. That Hagoromo Otsutsuki and Kaguya Otsutsuki were not Earthlings, they were 100% aliens. Following the logic of Naruto, with clans like the Hyuga, Uchiha, Uzumaki, and Senju, the Otsutsuki must be an entire race, with a vast civilization behind them. There was no doubt that the Otsutsuki clan was very powerful, because Hagoromo and Kaguya, just judging by their performance in the dueling arena, could crush anyone in the shinobi world. Their strength might be equivalent to Kakashi or even Uruka in the Otsutsuki clan. There must be many, many more masters waiting to appear in the shinobi world. And for these yet-to-be-seen opponents, Naruto was missing one crucial thing: information. For a shinobi, information was everything. Without information, everything was unknown. How strong are they? What are their abilities? Do they have any special bloodlines or Kekkei? Unknown, unknown, everything is unknown. And so, Naruto fell into a deep-seated fear of insufficient firepower, and the solution to this was the Nine Tails. The method had already been tested and worked flawlessly. Now, he just had to do it. Kurama, you'll have to bear with this. Nine Tails. Naruto's random remark completely baffled the Nine Tails. What am I supposed to bear with? The Nine Tails' small brain quickly began to think. Did I do something wrong recently? Did I forget to tell Naruto some secret, and now he has leverage on me? Wait a minute. The Nine Tails suddenly noticed a problem. That's not right. The chakra that I proactively let Naruto bind just now, why is it gone? Did helping me get back my other half reset that? After figuring it out, the Nine Tails shouted, Naruto, I get it now. I'll be proactive this time. Huh? Naruto didn't understand. What are you being proactive about? He saw a ghostly shadow split from the Nine Tails. Is that the Nine Tails chakra? As soon as he muttered this, the shadowy figure immediately left the Nine Tails and floated over, proactively entering Naruto's body. Ding, you have unlocked Nine Tails chakra mode. The familiar sound rang out again. Naruto stared blankly at the scene. The Nine Tails was being proactive this time, but it was useless. Wouldn't it still be recycled later? Originally, Naruto had planned to come in and do some psychological preparation for the Nine Tails. After all, the state of the Eight Tails after being recycled last time wasn't good. It had PTSD and was yelling that it would rather be a dog than be recycled. But since the Nine Tails was being so proactive, it seemed unnecessary now. Naruto silently withdrew his consciousness and opened his eyes in the real world. He opened his panel and saw the very healthy green recycle option next to the Nine Tails. With a thought, he chose to recycle. Ding, you have recycled Nine Tails Kurama. You have gained 660,000 Ryo, chakra plus 200000, skill points plus 10, and Nine Tails badge. Naruto glanced at the rewards and found that they had indeed returned to normal. The money, chakra, and even skill points were similar to before. Naruto couldn't wait to open the badge to check the details. Nine Tails badge. Proficiency in 5 nature transformations, plus 2500. Plus 15% chakra recovery. Rating, dear player, your choice to recycle a tailed beast is wise. Welcome to the Tailed Beast Recycling Program. 15% chakra recovery. Naruto hadn't expected this number. The 2 tails was 2%, the 8 tails was 8%. So why was the 9 tails 15%? Could this one be the heaven's favorite? Never mind, I can't figure it out. The 15% chakra recovery was so much more cost-effective than the other tailed beasts. Naruto had been wondering which of the 9 tailed beasts would be the most cost-effective to recycle, and it seemed the answer was already here. As for the 10 tails, too expensive, not worth considering. The badge didn't need to be worn to take effect. Naruto opened his panel to check his recovery speed. 30.9%, small times 1 plus 200% plus 100% plus 500% plus 2000% equals 896.1% hour. His chakra would be full in 402 seconds. 402 seconds. That's like 37,000 chakra recovered per second, only enough to fill one Jonin's chakra pool in a second. Naruto mused, it's still too slow. Chakra was a shinobi's ammunition. Was this all the ammo he had? Naruto was anxious. He wasn't asking for it to fill up in a second, but at least enough to be able to cast one of those world-destroying dust releases with a 10-kilometer diameter in a second, right? That would require 700,000 chakra recovered per second. It was still a long way off. He needed to keep recycling. He went into the shop. First, he checked his balance. The Hidden Sand Village's compensation hadn't arrived yet, but the Hidden Leaf Village's money was in his account. A full 3 billion ryo, it was enough. He quickly found Kurama in the shop. The price was only 2 million ryo. Buy. Instantly, a piquet ball appeared in his backpack. Is this not copyright infringement? Holding the item again, Naruto couldn't be bothered to complain. It was an official game, and he wasn't the one paying the copyright fees anyway. I choose you, come out 9 tails. He tossed the piquet ball into the air. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shaking rumble and a cloud of dust, a mountain-like, giant orange fox with 9 tails swirling behind it appeared in the world. The sheer chakra radiating from the 9 tails even made the sandstorms pause. Naruto. The 9 tails' voice was trembling a little. It had a feeling it had been to that dark, silent, and despairing space before. Last time, it had only been there for a short time and hadn't felt anything. But this time, because of Naruto's delay, the 9 tails felt as if it had been there for 1,000 years. It was longer than its entire fox life. The cold, loneliness, pain, and despair, time seemed to have stood still. Just thinking about that place made it shudder. So, as soon as it appeared, the 9 tails looked at the culprit. Naruto, don't send me back to that place. As the tiny figure of Naruto flickered in its vision, the 9 tails felt someone on its head. Naruto, the 9 tails was about to say something when a voice rang out. Recycle. Recycle. Before it disappeared, the 9 tails was still trying to understand the meaning of the word. Whoosh! Suddenly, the massive figure vanished from the desert. Without its presence to block it, the sandstorm intensified once more. Naruto looked at his panel. As expected, the previous rewards appeared again. Just like the 8 tails badge, the 9 tails badge could also stack, and the effects were the same. That makes sense. Spending 2 million ryo is like spending 200,000 yuan according to the game's exchange rate. If the game didn't give a rich guy like me the pleasure of a pay-to-win experience, it would be a failure. The goal was achieved. His planned method of using money to farm chakra recovery was indeed feasible. Seeing this, Naruto decisively opened the shop again and began the mechanical process. Buy 9 tails. Toss piquet ball. Dong. The 9 tails appears. Naruto. The 9 tails roared in anger and fear. I, Kurama, never want to go back to that place again. But Naruto jumped onto its head again, and a voice that sounded chillingly cold to its ears rang out. Recycle. No, Naruto. The huge body suddenly vanished, leaving only a distorted, desperate cry. You want me to, Naruto? What's that supposed to mean? Naruto thought he had misheard. Did the 9 tails find it fun and want him to do it more? Why is this 9 tails so different from the 8 tails? The 8 tails was scared, but the 9 tails loves it. Does this lousy game have a soft spot for the 9 tails? Is the 9 tails really the heaven's favorite? He couldn't figure it out, so he decided not to think about it anymore. Since the 9 tails agreed, he would speed things up. He repeated the process. Buy 9 tails. Toss piquet ball. Dong. The ground shook as the 9 tails appeared again. Roar. The 9 tails, still reeling from the last trip, let out a furious roar. That place was hell. It would rather die than go back. I get it, I get it. Naruto naturally understood its meaning, and jumped onto its head. Recycle. The nine tails vanished again. He continued to repeat the process. By nine tails. Toss piquet ball. Dong. The ground shook as the nine tails appeared once more. Roar. After 2 more trips, Naruto still didn't understand its meaning. The nine tails roared with its anger reaching a peak. The roar of a complete nine tails was not just twice as powerful as a half one, but several times more. However, Dong. A small shadow suddenly unleashed a terrifying, no, a fox-frightening amount of chakra. Boom. Rustle tilde tilde tilde. In the barren desert, countless giant trees suddenly grew, and in just a few moments, a green giant formed from over 100 massive trees, blocking out the sky. The nine tails looked up. It felt as small as a teacup puppy compared to this green giant. Dong. Innumerable branches and vines extended from the green giant. The nine tails knew its fate was to be captured. It resisted with all its might, preferring to be beaten by Naruto rather than go back to that terrifying place. It bit and tore with its claws, but the vines, imbued with an unmatchable, powerful life force, were tougher than steel ropes. No matter how much it pulled, it couldn't break them. Each vine was even absorbing its chakra. In the end, it was completely restrained, with only its fox head sticking out. Naruto jumped onto its head again. Naughty, naughty. Naruto commented on the nine tails' resistance this time. Recycle. Then, Naruto chose to continue the process. By nine tails. Toss piquet ball. Dong. The ground shook as the nine tails appeared yet again. Roar. The newly appeared nine tails was still haunted by that place. It decided to fight back, even death. Being beaten by Naruto was better than ending up in that place. Dong. What awaited it was the giant's wooden hammer. With just one strike, the nine tails was knocked unconscious. Recycle. The process continued. Roar. The nine tails, appearing once more, let out another roar and attacked again. That place was hell. It, Kurama, would rather die than go there. But the nine tails was defeated. 3 times, 4 times, 10 times. I choose you, come out nine tails. This time, there was no roar, only the nine tails lying on the ground like a dead dog. Kurama was utterly miserable. It couldn't win, and it was captured every time. It didn't want to go to that hell, but it had to. I'm tired, just end me already. Thankfully, after a long time, the nine tails didn't hear that terrifying word, recycle, that was now ingrained in its DNA. That should be enough. The nine tails felt like it had heard music from heaven. It looked up, bewildered, at the figure above it. The golden hair seemed more dazzling than the sun itself. You cooperated well, nine tails, Naruto praised. I'll treat you to a feast for 3 days. You can eat whatever you want. Really? The nine tails' fox eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Naruto's cooking was something a fox could never forget after just one taste. Suddenly, the nine tails felt that the hellish space wasn't so scary after all. Of course. The nine tails grinned, its exaggerated smile stretching to the back of its head. Sure enough, Naruto still loves me. After sealing the nine tails again, he collected its chakra once more. The previous prompt appeared, but with slightly different stats. Nine tails chakra mode. All attributes plus 15%. Chakra plus 1/4 billion. Chakra recovery, x 1500%. Trait, malice sensing. The attribute bonus increased from 12% to 15%. His chakra increased 9-fold to 1.4 billion. He could never spend it all now. If he added his own yin seal, he would be invincible. His mom would never have to worry about him running out of chakra again. In particular, the chakra recovery rate directly tripled, from 500% to 1500%. As expected of a complete nine tails, it was powerful. Naruto wanted to test the power of the nine tails chakra mode himself, but he remembered that the oil fields were below him and decided against it. I'll just go bully Madara Uchiha tonight. Chapter 1344. A bit of exercise and some food, Naruto felt completely refreshed. I'm heading home. Swoosh. As he spoke, space warped, and Naruto's figure completely vanished from the desert. The village was as harmonious and peaceful as ever, with no signs of impending war. War felt too far away from the Leaf Village. People were long accustomed to this peace, and for a moment, Naruto didn't know if that was a good thing or a bad thing. However, that was a problem for another day. Naruto had things to do. For example, he needed to go to the logistics department to pick up his vest and update his records. Starting today, Naruto Uzumaki would shed his genin status and become a glorious jonin. This was, of course, part of the treaty he had signed. After all, the title of jonin was one Naruto had coveted for a long time. A few months ago, when he received the genin title, its stat boosts had astonished him. If a genin title was like that, what about a jonin one? As for whether he was qualified, Naruto felt that in terms of strength, becoming a jonin was no problem. As for experience, with the memories of Danzo and the fourth Reikage, he had no lack of jonin-level experience. In fact, perhaps there weren't many shinobi in the entire Leaf Village with more experience than him. Naruto first made his way to the logistics department to get his vest. This green vest was often seen around the village. It was standard issue for Chunin and above. Both Uruka-sensei and Kakashi-sensei wore these vests. They had plenty of pockets, were functional, and were designed with protection and space in mind. Finally, I'm no longer a genin, Naruto murmured to himself as he put on the vest. He felt the fabric and was surprised by how light it was. He had heard the defense was also quite good. After getting his vest, Naruto had to report to another place, the Jonin squad. Jonin were the elite of the elite, the backbone of a ninja village and its absolute pillars. They also participated in many of the village's major decisions, such as the selection for Hokage. The number of Jonin in each village was very small, and they were highly valued. For example, in the Leaf Village, to make it easier for Jonin to hold meetings, the Jonin squad was specially created, which most Jonin could join. As a newly promoted Jonin, Naruto naturally chose to join. He wanted to see who exactly didn't vote for him when they were choosing the Hokage. Arriving at the Jonin squad's office, Naruto saw a familiar figure. The white-haired man sitting behind the desk was reading a perverted book. It was Kakashi-sensei. Naruto was momentarily taken aback. He had heard that Kakashi-sensei had been given an important role in the Jonin squad, and he was surprised to see him there. "Naruto, you've arrived," Kakashi said, putting down his book and raising a lazy, dead-eyed gaze. His eyes were calm, as if he had been expecting him. Another 12-year-old Jonin. Kakashi wasn't surprised that Naruto had become a Jonin, but he was a little emotional. "Are you on duty here?" Naruto walked up and handed over his paperwork. Kakashi still had his lazy, sleepy demeanor, as if he had been reluctantly dragged there to wait for him. When Naruto asked, Kakashi scratched his head. Something like that." Naruto understood immediately from his expression. As he expected, it was probably another arrangement from the third Hokage, but seeing a familiar face was a good thing. Naruto smiled brightly and showed off his new vest. "Kakashi-sensei, what do you think? It's cool, right?" "Very cool," Kakashi praised briefly. Putting on the vest made him look even more like that person. After handing over his documents, Naruto looked at him with curiosity. "Kakashi-sensei, what have you been busy with lately?" He hadn't seen Kakashi at several get-togethers and was curious what he was up to. When this was brought up, a dark line appeared on Kakashi's forehead. What else could he be doing? Having such a strong student, of course, he was busy giving lectures and sharing his teaching experience. The conditions he had agreed to before had to be paid back one by one these days. In addition, the third Hokage had arranged for him to teach several classes to the Jonin squad. The theme was, How I Taught Naruto Uzumaki. These topics gave him a headache. Either they were good friends or the third Hokage's earnest requests. Things like responsibility, duty, and the future of the Leaf Village. As a Leaf Village shinobi, he couldn't hide. Giving a lecture in front of so many people was a new experience. Listening to their praises, Kakashi even began to doubt if he truly had a talent for teaching. Sigh, Kakashi sighed internally. Hanair was very supportive and understanding of him, but his plan to find Abido was being delayed again and again, and it seemed to be a long way off. "Teaching discussions, I suppose," Kakashi finally summarized. "Is that so? Teaching, discussions?" Naruto was a little puzzled. Could it be they were discussing how to lead them? No, those genin like Sasuke? Naruto gave Kakashi a strange look. He never thought Kakashi-sensei had such a proactive side to him. He had planned to chat with Kakashi a bit more, but suddenly, Naruto sensed two familiar chakra signatures. Sasuke and Sakura had returned. Kakashi-sensei, I'll treat everyone to dinner at Yakiniku-Q tonight. Don't forget to come. Oh, and also, Naruto, who was about to leave with the flying thunder god, paused and winked with his right eye. Don't forget to bring Auntie Hanner. See you tonight. Swoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto vanished in a flash. Flying thunder god. Kakashi took out the strangely shaped, three-pronged kunai from his pocket and looked at it, reminiscing. At the same time, 5 kilometers from the Leaf Village. Swoosh, swoosh, tilde. Sasuke and Sakura were jumping through the forest, hurrying along. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of them in a flash. Whoosh, tilde. Both Sasuke and Sakura immediately stopped. That figure was Naruto, Sakura exclaimed in surprise. The figure came closer, landing in front of them with a single jump. When did you? Just as Sasuke spoke, he noticed something different about Naruto today. Naruto was wearing a green vest. Did the Chunin exams results come out? You're a Chunin? Sasuke walked up and patted Naruto's vest. It was real. The previous Chunin exams had been interrupted by an incident, and the results had been held back. Sasuke thought he wouldn't be able to become a Chunin this year. Seeing Naruto's vest, he suddenly felt there was still hope. No. Naruto wagged a finger in front of Sasuke, emphasizing smugly. Correction, I'm not a Chunin, but a Jonin. A Jonin? Sasuke was still processing the meaning of his words when Sakura gasped in surprise. You're already a Jonin, Naruto. Hee, that's right. Wow, you're so amazing. I asked about it before, and Kakashi-sensei's record for becoming a Jonin was only at the age of 12. Sakura couldn't help but praise. However, Naruto felt that Sakura's tone sounded a little two-faced. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. HMPH? Sasuke sneered. Seeing Naruto's smug expression, he knew instantly why Naruto had come here. To show off. This was a word Sasuke had learned from Naruto. But at this moment, Naruto was displaying its meaning to the fullest. Naruto is already a Jonin? Thinking about this, Sasuke was quite unconvinced. But when he thought of Naruto's strength, he was momentarily speechless. This time, Sasuke hadn't really cared about the Chunin exams. His purpose for participating was only to test his own strength and to see the true gap between him and Naruto. But looking at the incredibly arrogant Naruto in front of him, Sasuke felt a hint of envy. When will I be able to become a Jonin? Sasuke wondered. What are you thinking, Sasuke? Are you jealous? At his words, a dark line appeared on Sasuke's face. Naruto, where did you go last night? He immediately changed the subject. Sasuke felt that because Naruto was gone last night, he couldn't find Teacher Leopard to learn from, which made him fall behind in both strength and progress, and in turn, made him unable to become a Jonin. Naruto heard a hint of blame in his tone. Genin, watch your tone when you talk to me. Naruto, you. Heh, Naruto looked at him again. Sasuke, remember, use titles when we're working. Hey, tilde, hearing them bicker, Sakura covered her mouth and laughed from the side. Naruto looked at her, puzzled. He didn't know what her game was this time. As Sasuke's loyal fan, shouldn't she bravely step forward and protect Sasuke's image right now? He didn't get it. Naruto felt he understood less and less about the situation between the two of them. The limited knowledge of love he had from his past life was no longer enough. Naruto looked at the fuming Sasuke. He didn't know if Sasuke was angry at him or angry at himself for not being strong enough. He then glanced at the giggling Sakura. Whatever, I've shown off enough, time to go. Later, his consciousness instantly locked onto the chakra of another familiar person within his sensory range. Swoosh! With another flash, Naruto appeared in an unfamiliar place. He put on a brilliant smile. Haha, how did you guys know I was promoted to Jonin? The response was not a happy, familiar cheer, but an incoming sword. Swoosh! A large, gleaming sword swung towards him. Naruto instinctively leaned back, using the momentum to do a backflip. As he landed, he leaped lightly, his palm already on the back of the person's head. Thud. With a gentle push, the person's face made intimate contact with the ground. The ground cracked, and their head was turned into a pulp. Naruto, Shikamaru breathed a sigh of relief. It's a good thing you came. He had used his shadow paralysis jutsu to control the bandits, but he didn't expect one to be so strong that he broke free during a gap in his jutsu. Naruto glanced around. It turned out the mission for these three was to clear out this bandit nest. Naruto tilde, just as he finished his scan, and before he turned around, Naruto heard a high-pitched female voice calling his name and lunging towards him. Crap, I forgot she was here with Shikamaru's team. Naruto scratched his head. I'm treating everyone to dinner at Yakiniku-Q tonight, so be sure to come. Yay. At the mention of Naruto treating them, Choji's voice instantly erupted, completely overpowering Ino. Later. Swoosh. Naruto vanished in another flash just before Ino could get to him. This time, he appeared with Team 10. He quickly scanned the surroundings. Safe. He then turned to the three of them with a smile. How did you guys know I was promoted to Jonin? Chapter 1345. It was 2:30 in the afternoon. The sun was high and the heat was intense. In Konoha, the big sun was making everyone sleepy. Naruto, however, didn't go to sleep. A force he called the need to show off was driving him to find someone to boast to. But have I really become a lone wolf? Naruto thought about the people he knew, his friends. There were only a handful of them, maybe a dozen or so, fewer than 20 even. Sigh. Naruto let out a deep sigh, a hint of sadness enveloping him. Sigh. Another sigh came from a distance. Naruto looked up and saw a big head of white hair emerging from the Hokage's office. The white hair, without a doubt, belonged to Jiraiya. He, too, was sighing with melancholy. Seeing him in such a dejected state, Naruto couldn't help but wonder if the old man was feeling life wasn't worth living because he hadn't learned the telescope jutsu from the third Hokage. Just what I'd expect from you, pervy sage. Naruto's sadness instantly vanished as a smile spread across his face, watching the old man's lonely back retreat. The old man had truly stayed true to his original intention. He was tempted to go over and show off, but he had only just become a Jonin. There was nothing to boast about to the old man. It was only fun with his peers. But Naruto went through the list of his friends. He had already found Team 8 and Team 10. As for Rock Lee and Neji's Team 3, they were off on a mission and couldn't be found. That's weird, I feel like I'm forgetting someone. Who was it? Naruto thought long and hard. He remembered, it was Karin. That redhead from the grass village, the one who immigrated to Konoha after her village was destroyed. In a flash, all the memories came back to him. Because of the background check, she had been cooperating with Konoha's process. Kakashi-sensei said it would be complete after the Chunin exams, but with all that had happened since the exams, Naruto had completely forgotten about it. She should be, right now. He closed his eyes and expanded his senses. Her chakra was special, and Naruto could feel it, but she was still in prison, had no one come to get her. Good thing I remembered her. I mean, the girl can't just live in a prison forever, can she? A little while later, Naruto found Karin at the prison's guest house. Wada. As soon as she saw him, Karin rushed forward and threw her arms around him. Her sobs were heart-wrenching, and in a moment, Naruto's shoulder was soaked. He tried to pull away twice, but she wouldn't budge. He gave up. Seeing Karin's distinctive red hair always made Naruto think of his mother, and a sense of familiarity warmed his heart. But on his back, where he couldn't see, Karin's sobs were accompanied by a slight upward curl of her lips, her eyes filled with the glee of a successful sneak attack. She cried for a long time. Just as Naruto thought her tears had run dry and he tried to push her away, he found she was clinging to him like an octopus. This girl, something's not quite right, Naruto thought with a black line on his face. He managed to pull Karin away. She pouted, looking incredibly wronged. Women, they sure can act. Naruto sighed but didn't dwell on it. He decided to find her a place to stay. You don't have a home in Konoha yet, and the house the village assigned you will take a few days. Since you don't have a place to stay now, you can stay at Sasuke's hot springs for the time being." Hearing this, Karin said anxiously, "Where you are is home. I want to live with you." Naruto's lips curled into a sneer. "Woman, your name is Shameless." Under Naruto's gaze, Karin's face flushed, but she still bravely and proactively met his eyes. Her boldness gave Naruto a slight headache. "You'll stay at Sasuke's place. As for work." Naruto pondered for a moment. Work would be difficult to arrange. All the teams were fully staffed for now. Maybe he could place her in the foundation. At that moment, Naruto remembered the organization that now belonged to him, the Foundation. From his memories of Danzo, Naruto was very familiar with the organization's location and personnel. He'd have to make the final arrangements tomorrow. This morning, Naruto had asked the third Hokage to issue a command for all Foundation members to assemble tomorrow. So he'd have to wait until then. Naruto was planning a major overhaul for the Foundation, and placing a small character like Karin, there wouldn't be a problem. Rejecting Karin's desire to live together, Naruto firmly arranged for her to stay at the hot springs Sasuke owned. "Karin, tonight I'm treating everyone to dinner at Yakiniku Q. You're welcome to come if you have time." As he was leaving, Naruto extended the invitation. It was a good chance for Karin to integrate into Konoha. Is he asking me on a date?" Karin's eyes twinkled with a strange light. I will definitely be there." Karin thought it was a private date with Naruto, but when she arrived, the situation was completely unexpected. There were so many people. Besides her, there were 12 others. She had dressed up meticulously, but she was squeezed into a corner of the table. As the guest of honor, Naruto was naturally the center of attention, surrounded by people offering their congratulations. As an outsider, she could only watch the glowing man from the sidelines. At that moment, Naruto looked around at the gathering of friends, a surge of ambition rising in his heart. Learning from his last failure to become Hokage, Naruto realized there was no other reason than his small support base in the Jonin ranks. If he could train these 12 people to become Jonin and make his faction the majority, who would dare defy his orders then? Naruto-kun. As Naruto was lost in his grand ambitions, a shy, timid voice sounded next to him. He turned to look. Hinata had her head bowed, her beautiful white eyes afraid to meet his. She tremblingly offered him an exquisitely decorated box. "To celebrate your promotion to Jonin, this is a gift." Her voice grew softer with each word, a faint blush spreading across her face. Naruto chuckled. Sure enough, compared to Ino, he preferred the shy Hinata. "Thank you," Naruto accepted the gift with a big grin. The moment their fingers touched, Hinata's face turned even redder. She immediately lowered her head even further. Everyone at the table was eating and chatting. After talking to Sasuke for a bit about the aftermath of the Chunin exams, Naruto looked back to see that she was still looking down. "Don't just keep your head down, eat something. Aren't you hungry?" "Okay." She picked up her chopsticks, her face so red she didn't lift her head, and brought a piece of food to her mouth. "Whoa, that's raw." "Huh?" Hinata looked up, dumbfounded, her confusion momentarily overriding her shyness. "Quick, drink some water to calm down," Naruto said, quickly handing her a cup. Hinata gulped it down. I grabbed the wrong one. I think that's my water cup." "Huh?" Hinata was dumbfounded again, her dazed face immediately turning a deep red as if she was about to turn into a steam engine. "Sorry, I'm just kidding," Naruto laughed heartily. This was too much fun. As the meal went on, the table grew louder. The conversation drifted to all sorts of topics. Naruto would interject a couple of words, but his chopsticks never stopped moving, constantly flipping pieces of meat and vegetables. While he ate, he also put food on Hinata's plate. At their last get-together, Naruto had been surprised to discover that Hinata had a massive appetite, even though she never showed it. He suspected the girl must have been starving herself. So, worried she wouldn't get enough to eat, he made sure to keep giving her food. In reality, most of the food he cooked was stolen by Choji across the table. That was exactly why Choji had chosen that seat. "Choji, man, you don't get it. Everything Naruto touches with his chopsticks tastes amazing. It's so good it makes you want to cry. Eating yakiniku with Naruto is heaven. The night grew deeper. The party came to an end. After paying the bill, Naruto realized Choji was a true glut. No, Hinata was even more of a bottomless pit. Looking at the seemingly plain girl, Naruto felt like she had a stomach like a black hole. But remembering her cute face when she burped, Naruto smiled. See you tomorrow. After saying goodbye to his friends and teachers, Naruto started walking home alone. He looked back and realized he wasn't alone. 2 shadows were following him. What do you want? It was so late. What were these 2 doing following him instead of going home? We're going to see Sensei, Sasuke and Sakura said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Right. Naruto felt a headache coming on. He'd completely forgotten about that. However, it did remind him that if he wanted to strengthen his 12 friends' combat power, special training in the training space was essential. But he couldn't just get a giant communal bed and drag them all into the training space. I need to figure something out, Naruto muttered to himself and continued walking. 4 hours later. Slam! Naruto firmly rejected Sasuke and Sakura's request to stay the night, shutting the door on them. Besides, he had a mission tonight. There was no way he could let them stay. The night was pitch black, not a moon or a star was visible. When the moon is dark and the wind is high, it's time for murder and arson. Happy. Naruto put on a mask and set out. Location, the Konoha prison. This was a sunless dungeon, a place of eternal gloom. With a flash of the flying thunder god jutsu and a genjutsu to handle 2 guards, he arrived at the front of the dungeon. He stared coldly at the disheveled figure behind the bars, a wicked smile spreading across his face. Orochimaru, do you have a dream? Chapter 1346. Orochimaru, do you have a dream? A sudden question echoed in the desolate dungeon, but the man in the cage remained unresponsive. Tusk, is he dead? A dramatic and teasing tone laced with a hint of mockery. Still no response. In his perception, there was indeed a chakra signature inside. Orochimaru must still be alive. Naruto took a step forward, his gaze penetrating the gaps in the bars. The person inside hung limply, their head bowed. Blood and cold sweat soaked their hair, which fell in strands over their forehead, obscuring their face. Their lean and bloodied torso was almost bare. 8 sharp, gleaming iron hooks were inserted directly into his body, the most prominent of which were the 2 that pierced through his shoulder blades. Naruto's gaze followed the hooks, which were connected to chains. The other ends of the chains were fastened to the surrounding walls. The 8 chains were pulled taut, suspending the man like meat in a butcher's stall. Orochimaru's body was a mess, covered in wounds and scabs. A closer look revealed traces of sealing jutsu on him. After a moment of sensing, Naruto found that many of his pressure points bore the marks of the gentle fist. Tusk, what a sorry state. Naruto felt a pang of regret. He remembered how full of vigor Orochimaru was in the Forest of Death, toying with Sasuke like a cat with a mouse. He had looked at Naruto as if he were nothing more than a stray dog or chicken with utter disdain. How arrogant was that? And now, it was his own fault. If he didn't have some intelligence, value, and connections, Naruto thought, this guy would have been fed to the dogs long ago. Hey, are you still alive? Cough. Finally, after coughing up a pool of deep red blood mixed with some solid matter, Orochimaru slowly raised his head. His cold, snake-like eyes saw nothing but darkness, but he could sense that the person in front of him was not from the hidden leaf. You are, his hoarse and weak voice began to speak, but then stopped abruptly. His newly raised head, unable to bear the weight, drooped again. It's good that you're not dead, Naruto, disguised as Obito Uchiha, spoke in a playful tone. Seeing Orochimaru looking as if he would die the next second, Naruto's eyes remained indifferent, even a little disdainful. This is Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, alongside Jiraiya and Tsunade. How weak. In Danzo's memories, there were many records about this person. Research, not as good as his own clones. Strength, even worse. The only value Orochimaru had in Naruto's eyes was simple: staying alive. As long as he was alive and that one jutsu existed, this person had an indelible use, taking the blame. Who else was a better scapegoat now that the entire shinobi world knew that Orochimaru knew the impure world reincarnation jutsu? In the future, everything related to the impure world reincarnation could be directly blamed on him. Other than that, he was completely worthless.
Cough, cough.
After coughing up another mouthful of blood, Orochimaru seemed to have gained some strength. "Who are you?" He squinted and raised his head again. The outside of the cage was pitch black, but in the dim light, there seemed to be a figure's silhouette. The figure took a step forward and came into the light. Dressed in a black cloak and wearing a tiger skin mask, a crimson three-tomo Sharingan was visible beneath the mask. This attire shocked Orochimaru. "You are Abaito Uchiha." "That's right, it's me." The three-tomo Sharingan slowly spun, then merged into a strange pattern. The figure in the black cloak became ethereal, like a ghost, and passed straight through the iron bars into the prison cell. "This, Manjikayo?" Orochimaru's eyes twitched. Yes, this was the real Abaito Uchiha. The torment of the past few days had left him in a bad state and lacking energy, but he still forced himself to stay alert. Orochimaru's mind, which had become sluggish from pain and exhaustion, began to recall information about Abaito. Abaito Uchiha? Orochimaru was somewhat familiar with this person. He was the disciple of Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage's rival. He was later said to have died in a battle. The next time Orochimaru heard about Abaito was in the Shinobi World Daily. At the time, when he saw the introduction to the Manjikayo Sharingan in the newspaper, Orochimaru was filled with desire. Unfortunately, he had no chance to meet him. Until one day, the Hidden Sand Village spent a huge amount of money to invite him to join the Konoha Crush plan to counter the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Orochimaru knew his chance had come. He didn't know much about the Manjikayo Sharingan, but with Itachi Uchiha as a precedent, Orochimaru was fully prepared this time. Moreover, the newspaper had revealed everything about that pair of eyes. Orochimaru felt victory was within his grasp. But the result was an instant kill. Just one genjutsu, and he was instantly defeated. He didn't even have a chance to resist. Too strong. Orochimaru was absolutely convinced that Abaito Uchiha was countless times stronger than Itachi Uchiha. If Abaito hadn't wanted to take revenge on the Hidden Leaf and still found him useful, he would have died on the spot. But Orochimaru remembered that teasing look in his eyes. It was as if he was not looking at him, but at some interesting toy. Although he was unwilling at this moment, upon seeing that eye again, Orochimaru instinctively avoided it. "Answer my previous question." Naruto, no, Abaito Uchiha, recalled the memories synced from Naruto and curled his lips into a playful smile. "Orochimaru, what is your dream?" A dream? Under the effect of adrenaline, Orochimaru's mind cleared up a lot. He realized this might be an opportunity. A chance to escape this prison, to escape the Hidden Leaf. "My dream is to escape this place and to live." With that, he flashed a standard Orochimaru-esque smile. His voice was hoarse and dry, but his gaze was sincere and respectful. "Abaito-kun, can you help me achieve this dream?" That's pretty straightforward. Thinking about everything Orochimaru had done over the years in Danzo's memories, Naruto had expected this guy to talk about eternal life or something similar. "However, I can promise you that." A gleam of light shot out of Orochimaru's eyes. "But," Naruto paused, then stated his condition, "on one condition, you must be of use to me and join my plan." Just as I thought, Orochimaru secretly nodded. As he had expected, this Abaito Uchiha had a request for him. Otherwise, why would this person appear here? Having a request meant there was a chance to get out. With his goal in sight, Orochimaru's mind sped up. He was thinking about what he had that Abaito Uchiha could possibly want. Strength, he was instantly defeated. Information, if necessary, he would have been completely squeezed dry when he was under the genjutsu. It seemed there was only one answer, the impure world reincarnation. At this thought, Orochimaru forced a smile, which triggered his old wounds, but the pain was far less than the joy in his heart. Subconsciously, his long tongue began to involuntarily lick the area around his lips. Orochimaru knew that since he had a bargaining chip, even though he was trapped here and in a sorrier state than a dog, the situation had been reversed. Oh, calmness and reason returned to his face, and Orochimaru's thoughts became incredibly clear. His hoarse voice continued, "A plan? What plan?" "The Eye of the Moon planned. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels." Chapter 1347. The Eye of the Moon planned. Orochimaru paused for a moment to process this unknown information. What was the meaning behind that name? Moon's Eye, Moon. Eye, he couldn't figure it out. The Eye of the Moon plan, what is it for? What was it for? Naruto wanted to know the answer to that question too. He wanted to know very, very badly. He knew that Obaido's future identity would be the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. He knew that Obaido Uchiha was the mastermind behind the Akatsuki, a group widely considered to be a major villainous organization in the Naruto world. He knew that Obaido Uchiha wanted to overthrow the ninja world. So, what could he deduce from that? All of this was information Naruto had pieced together from the dueling arena. The Eye of the Moon plan was a term he learned from Obaido's AI dialogue, a phrase that appeared just as often as Rin. There was no doubt that it was a crucial plan, one that might even be the main plot of Naruto. But what were the specifics? He had no idea. Naruto genuinely had no idea. He had only heard fragments of information from the AI characters. How the hell was he supposed to know? All Naruto knew was that this plan would definitely overthrow the ninja world. If it was just about overthrowing the ninja world, it was exactly what he wanted to do. Naruto also wanted to overthrow the ninja world and give it a massive overhaul. So the Eye of the Moon plan was now his. He would use Obaido's name to do what Naruto wanted. How would he overthrow it? Naruto was still thinking about it, but it would definitely be a profound change, politically and economically. These were all things that he, Naruto, the son of the ninja world, couldn't do in the open. As for the negative consequences, Obaido Uchiha could take all the blame. This was the true route, the one that would deeply embed itself in the darkness and secretly eliminate all obstacles to the world's prosperity. Danzo and his ilk, the route that protected Konoha, they were just a fake route. Obaido Uchiha was the real route, a route that could withstand the tests of time and history. Looking at the battered Orochimaru, who only had his eyes shining brightly, Naruto knew that the plan was not yet complete. He shouldn't reveal everything, but he could give him a preview. The Eye of the Moon plan. The corner of Naruto's mouth under his mask curled into a wicked smile. His tone was relaxed and curt. Is what I want to do. Like what? Naruto didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked, Orochimaru, don't you sometimes find this ninja world tedious? Tedious? Orochimaru frowned slightly, his facial wounds twitching, but he didn't seem to mind. What Obaido said, tedious. He didn't think so at all. Itachi Uchiha, Sasuke Uchiha, and even Obaido Uchiha himself were people he had been trying to get his hands on. The Uchiha clan, the Senju clan, and now the Uzumaki clan after Naruto's rise to fame were all bloodlines he wanted to study. The only thing that was truly tedious was the lack of funds. Perhaps, Orochimaru said dismissively. Naruto glanced at him, but didn't pay any mind. He imitated Obaido's mannerisms, his voice growing passionate. The child of a daimyo becomes a daimyo, the child of a minister becomes a minister, the child of a general becomes a general, and the child of a ninja remains a ninja. Naruto's gaze turned back, his lazy eyes brimming with intense aggression. The world has become stagnant. A world that never changes is too tedious, too rotten. Oh, Orochimaru's interest was piqued. What do you want to do? I want to tear it down. Naruto's voice was calm and unwavering as he spoke of something that would shake the ninja world to its core. First, we start by killing the daimyos. Is that so? Orochimaru almost bit his tongue. He had expected the person in front of him to be crazy, but not this crazy. This was a complete madman. The daimyos. What was a ninja doing killing daimyos? Was that something a ninja could even do? At this moment, the laws that had existed for thousands of years had become so ingrained in their minds, like a mathematical truth, that they were difficult to overturn. However, Orochimaru licked his lips excitedly, suppressing the joy in his eyes. Things seemed to have gotten interesting. He was never one to follow the rules. Daimyos, they must be very rich. If I kill the daimyos, I might be able to get a lot of money. Furthermore, with this madman in front of him attracting all the attention, he could completely distance himself from the whole thing. I know you want to escape, and I want to use your strength, so, do you want to join me? Before Orochimaru could answer, Naruto added, Of course, if you don't agree, I won't save you. I don't have a choice, do I? Orochimaru's voice was calm, as if he had returned to his usual peaceful state. Good, Naruto nodded slightly, then made a hand gesture. Summoning jutsu. Poof! A puff of smoke appeared in the small prison cell. After the white smoke cleared, a figure stood in the cage. Orochimaru felt a sense of familiarity with this person. It wasn't the person, but the clothes he wore, a black cloak with red clouds, the Akatsuki uniform. However, he didn't recognize the person at all. It was a young face with a spiky gray haircut, purple eyes, and a rare forehead protector. Yugakure, was that the village that had disappeared? Orochimaru guessed that this person had joined the Akatsuki after he had left. He shifted his gaze from the person to Abido. Orochimaru's eyes asked, "Who is this?" "I heard you have a jutsu called the living corpse reincarnation, where you can take over someone's body." Naruto motioned with his hand. "Here, I've prepared a body for you." "As for your current body," Naruto looked at Orochimaru's mutilated body. "You don't need it. This way, you can feign your death and make Konoha believe you are gone." Orochimaru looked down at his broken body. "Hess, you've thought of everything." His eyes flickered. For a moment, he couldn't figure out what Abido Uchiha was up to. "Not only have I thought of everything, but this person is also said to be immortal." Naruto's tone was full of temptation. What kind of evil thoughts could Naruto have? He just wanted to completely control Orochimaru, that's all. The person in the black cloak with red clouds was, of course, Hidden, whom Naruto had completely controlled a long time ago. He would give this body to Orochimaru so that Orochimaru would take it over, and he could then completely control Orochimaru. What he had said before, that he only needed Orochimaru to be alive, didn't mean he would be free. A dog on a walk had a leash, let alone a cold-blooded snake. Seeing that Orochimaru wasn't moving, Naruto urged, "Come on, what are you waiting for? The Konoha patrol will be here soon." Naruto's intention was very clear. "Orochimaru, get into the bowl." Orochimaru looked at Abido Uchiha and then at the vacant-eyed ninja who was clearly under a genjutsu. A sharp glint flashed in Orochimaru's eyes, but it was quickly buried. He knew he had no other choice. However, Orochimaru knew that Abido Uchiha only knew a little about his living corpse reincarnation. This ability had a 3-year cooldown. The worst-case scenario was he would just have to change his skin again in 3 years. Besides, what Abido Uchiha said made a lot of sense. Leaving this body behind and faking his death would give him a long time of peace. "Then I thank you, sir." Orochimaru tried to regurgitate his true form, but his body didn't respond. "Tisk," Naruto sighed in disgust. He went up and tapped Orochimaru a few times and then took out a pill. After swallowing the pill, Orochimaru felt much better and his wounds healed slightly. Only then could he continue. PSS Sage. A large white-scaled snake crawled out of Orochimaru's mouth and lunged at Hidden. The controlled Hidden didn't react at all and was immediately taken over by Orochimaru. Throughout the entire process, Orochimaru didn't feel the slightest bit of resistance. Excellent! Seeing that Orochimaru had fallen for it, Naruto was very satisfied. He clapped his hands, and while Orochimaru was in the chaos of taking over the body, he used a sealing jutsu to permanently seal Orochimaru's soul within that body. With this, Orochimaru had nowhere to run. He couldn't die, and his soul couldn't escape. Orochimaru had essentially entered the cage of Hidden. Naruto was very pleased. A faint smile on his lips, he said, "Orochimaru, let's go." A vortex appeared, swallowing both of them. Chapter 1348. Location: hundreds of kilometers away, a dark room. A vortex suddenly appeared, and when it vanished, 2 figures were standing in the room. The room was previously a sunlit prison cell, but this one was completely dark. Orochimaru sensed the change in scenery. Before he could fully examine his surroundings, he felt that the air was several times more humid than before. There was also a salty scent of salt in the air. His acute senses told him that they were by the sea. Konoha was quite far from the coast. "This is..." Orochimaru looked at the other shadow in the room and asked, his tone inquisitive. "Your old home, the land of hot water." Orochimaru instantly understood that "your" referred to the body he was currently in. The land of hot water, huh? Orochimaru pondered for a moment, his profound gaze glancing at Tobai, who was examining him. The distance from Konoha to the land of hot water had been covered in an instant. This was information that the newspapers had not revealed. Such an ability, worthy of the Mangekyo Sharingan, this is great. Using the faint moonlight, Orochimaru swept his gaze around the room. He was inside a simple room, dimly lit, with the only source of light being the moon shining through the window. He closed his eyes and sensed the surroundings for a moment. It was sparsely populated. Regardless, he had finally escaped. The tension in Orochimaru's heart eased. He now had the leisure to focus on and adapt to his new body. Sensing the changes in his body, Orochimaru began to explore and gradually adapt to it. "This body is truly excellent," Orochimaru complimented in his husky, magnetic voice. Naruto, still Tobei, watched him coldly. The body was Hidden's, but after Orochimaru had taken it over, its spiritual and psychic state had undergone a significant change. What was once a vibrant person now had a dark, cold aura. They were two completely different people. "Of course, it's excellent. This guy can't die. If you're interested, you can give it a try," Naruto said, reminding Orochimaru, who might not be familiar with Hidden. "Is that so?" A strange light flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. Naturally, Naruto was particularly certain about this. Because Hidden's soul and Orochimaru's existed simultaneously within one body, even though Orochimaru occupied the body, Hidden's soul still existed in a special way. So, Hidden himself was not dead, and the body's immortality remained. "However," Naruto added, "if you want this ability to last, it's best to sacrifice a life to that so-called Jashin every quarter." "I see," Orochimaru nodded with great interest. He had thought that Tobei was lying to him, but it turned out to be true. This body was truly irresistible to study. Orochimaru familiarized himself with every detail of the body, looking for any potential traps. A moment later, his eyes were filled with surprise as he looked at Tobei in front of him. The person wore a mask that hid his expression, with only his three tamos Sharingan visible, emitting an ominous red light. He didn't do anything to this body. Was he being kind, or was he uneducated and didn't even know how to do anything? Thinking about some of Tobei's past, Orochimaru thought the latter was more likely. The suspicious Orochimaru pondered for a moment. He knew that getting something was always tied to giving something in return. Tobei had invited him to join the Eye of the Moon plan, saved him, and even gave him a suitable body. He must have a plan for him. Orochimaru decided to wait and see, if it wasn't to his liking. "So, what do you need me to do?" "Nothing for now." Naruto's voice under the mask was as cold and calm as ever. "You've been imprisoned in Konoha for a while, so you probably don't know the latest news in the ninja world." "What news?" Orochimaru didn't understand. He had only been imprisoned for a few days. Could anything major have happened in the ninja world? Shouldn't the biggest event have been the Konoha Crush? He had already expected that before the operation. A faint smile appeared on Naruto's face. "The fourth Reikage, A, is dead. The 2 Tails and 8 Tails Jinchuriki are both dead, and the 2 Tails and 8 Tails have both been captured." "What?" Hearing these 3 pieces of news, even the usually calm Orochimaru was taken aback. This news was truly explosive. "Wait a minute," Orochimaru calmed down and looked at Tobei with suspicion. "Are all of these fake news?" "Who did it?" he asked. The 3 tamos Sharingan that was visible on Naruto's face flickered with an unreadable light. "That would be me, of course." Orochimaru was a little suspicious for a moment, but such sensational news in the ninja world was generally not faked. He looked deeply at Tobei. Because of the mask, Orochimaru couldn't see his expression, but his gaze made him feel as if he was being seen through. How terrifying, Tobei-kun. Orochimaru, a veteran of war, naturally knew what this explosive news meant. War and chaos that would follow. Orochimaru smiled to himself. He loved chaos the most. For a strong person, chaos was an opportunity. There would be countless opportunities to act and countless ninjas and corpses to study. "You are now in a dormant phase, maintaining the ninja world's belief that you are dead," Naruto said softly, explaining Orochimaru's arrangements. "In the future, specifically in 6 months, there will be a mission that you'll need to complete. It would be best if you use the first and second Hokage to complete it," Naruto added. The first and second. Orochimaru looked at Tobai, who had nothing on him. Have you retrieved them already? Naturally, Naruto lightly patted himself again, summoning jutsu. Bang! Smoke once again filled the room. After the smoke dissipated, another figure appeared. This new figure's dark skin helped him blend into the background. Orochimaru could barely make out the person with the moonlight. He had dark skin and a sturdy build. Seeing this, Orochimaru frowned. This was neither the first nor the second Hokage. This is Black Mamba, Naruto introduced. He will be your teammate. As for the first and second Hokage, he will keep them and transfer them to you when they are needed. Orochimaru's upturned lips drooped. As expected, he didn't trust him. This was not unexpected. Orochimaru's critical gaze once again examined the new guy. Black Mamba looked like a ninja from the land of lightning, with short black hair that was almost a buzz cut. What was most striking were his eyes, a pair of dull, lifeless eyes. He seemed like an easy guy to deceive. Seeing Orochimaru's eyes darting around, Naruto knew what he was thinking. But his plan was doomed to fail. This was an S-rank existence with all 5 chakra natures specifically customized for Orochimaru. He was incredibly powerful. Even though he looked a bit stupid, he would definitely get the job done. How disappointing, Tobai-kun. Do you not trust me? Orochimaru, a master of manipulating people's emotions, made his feelings clear with a hurt tone. If I asked you to hand over the impure world reincarnation, would you? Heh. Orochimaru gave 2 low, cynical laughs and said nothing else. The two of them were simply using each other. Orochimaru knew that the only useful thing he had was the impure world reincarnation. Once he handed it over, he would surely die without a burial place. The two of them looked at each other, understanding what the other was thinking. Neither was better than the other. This was the true meaning of gentlemen seek harmony, not sameness, while petty men seek sameness, not harmony. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Orochimaru found the direction of the door and gestured to leave. You may, Naruto nodded slightly. If anything comes up, I'll have Black Mamba inform you. Orochimaru naturally understood the implication. Black Mamba was there to monitor him. Naruto chuckled as he watched Orochimaru's retreating figure. The third scapegoat was now online. He wondered if Orochimaru was ready to become a world boss. But this was no longer up to him. As the saying goes, one is often a pawn in their own game. But wait. He counted his 3 scapegoats. Scapegoat 1, Obito Uchiha, a tough and powerful man and the biggest mastermind in the ninja world right now. Scapegoat 2, Danzo Shimura, a ruthless and cruel man who could stop children from crying. He would be making his appearance soon. Scapegoat 3, Orochimaru, a sinister and cold man, destined to become the great demon lord who would destroy the world in the future. These 3, they're all from Konoha, and a master, a middle-aged, and a young one. The 3 generations of scoundrels have all gathered. Looking at it this way, Konoha is truly a blessed land, a place where talents are born. Chapter 1349. The next day, early in the morning, the sky had just begun to light. It was the day to take over the Anbu route. Naruto headed to the hot springs to pick up Karin, who was still unfamiliar with the Hidden Leaf Village. Naruto. When he arrived, he found Karin, but there were also 2 other familiar figures. His good teammates, Sasuke and Sakura. Sakura. Aren't you coming with us on the mission? Sasuke hesitated for a moment before voicing his confusion. He had just briefly spoken with the girl named Karin and learned that Naruto had become the leader of a mysterious organization called Root. Yesterday, he was promoted to Jonin, and today, he was the leader of an organization. This shocking change made Sasuke feel a strong sense of unease. Would they still be able to go on missions together like before? Could they still go to the Sage's realm? Most importantly, would their friendship and bond be severed because of this? Although Sasuke was reluctant to admit it, Naruto had already taken an irreplaceable place in his life. Naruto seemed oblivious to his inner turmoil. His expression remained the same. Not today. Karin and I are in a bit of a rush, so we're heading off first. With that, Naruto turned and prepared to leave with Karin. Just as he took 2 steps, Sasuke's voice called out from behind him, with a hint of tension. In the future, can we still go on missions together? Naruto turned back, grinning at his two teammates. A hint of melancholy passed through his heart. Sasuke, Sakura, a sad, thick wall has grown between us. Do you even know the value of being the leader of the root organization? But go on missions together? Of course. He couldn't stay in the Hidden Leaf Village forever, could he? However, seeing Sasuke's serious expression, a mischievous smile suddenly appeared on Naruto's face. In the future, depends on my mood. After all, I'm a Jonin now. His tone was teasing. That guy. Watching Naruto's figure walk away, Sasuke couldn't help but grit his teeth. Is this the world of a Jonin? A powerful sense of urgency seized him. If he didn't stick with Naruto, his training progress would fall far behind. In that instant, Sasuke's desire for power had never been so intense. He had to become a Jonin as soon as possible. 3 years? No, 1 year. Sasuke will become a Jonin in 1 year. On the other side, Naruto was walking leisurely down the streets of the Hidden Leaf Village with Karin. He was helping her get familiar with the village while giving the root organization time to gather. They hadn't walked far when Naruto's keen senses caught a familiar figure. At the corner of the next intersection, the iconic silver-haired figure was lazily leaning against a wall, engrossed in his book, Ika Ika Paradise. Although Kakashi seemed completely absorbed, Naruto was 99.9%, no, 100% sure that his teacher was here specifically to find him. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto approached with Karin and greeted him. Kakashi lowered his book, his gaze first sweeping over Naruto, then briefly resting on Karin's face before locking back onto Naruto. Those dead fish eyes, usually lazy and carefree, now held a rare, unconcealed, deep worry. Naruto, Kakashi's voice was low, with a hint of weariness. I heard you're about to take over the root organization. After hearing the news last night, he had tossed and turned all night, unable to sleep. Root. Just the name alone was enough to stir up unbearable memories of a time ruled by darkness and cold, calculated rules. Although the culprit, Danzo Shimura, had defected, the very existence of Root still hung over his heart like a dark cloud. And when he thought of Naruto Uzumaki, the bright young boy who carried the future of the Hidden Leaf Village, becoming the leader of this organization, an indescribable fear enveloped him. He couldn't imagine the catastrophe that would befall the Hidden Leaf Village and the entire world if the abyss-like darkness of Root were to completely stain the pure white canvas of Naruto's heart. What a terrifying sight that would be. Kakashi's gaze was complex as he looked at his beloved student. The Root organization is very deep, Naruto. You must not get too involved. He couldn't stop the Hokage's decision. This was the only piece of advice he could give. Kakashi-sensei, I get it, Naruto said in a relaxed tone, full of his usual confidence, as if he were just about to take over a trivial little club. Kakashi had 1,000 words to say, but they suddenly wouldn't come out. He made up his mind right then and there. From now on, he would keep a close eye on the Root organization, constantly monitoring and correcting his student, the future hope of the Hidden Leaf Village. You must be careful, remember, your sensei will always be watching you from behind. Okay, Naruto nodded, not understanding, but a little amused. You're overthinking it, Kakashi-sensei, you're overthinking it. Is this Root organization some kind of dragon's lair? It's just a small root branch, won't it be easy to handle? With that thought, a brilliant smile bloomed on Naruto's face. He gave Kakashi a thumbs up. His voice was loud and confident. Don't worry, Kakashi-sensei, I'll take care of this little root organization. After saying goodbye to Kakashi, Naruto continued on with Karin. They hadn't gone far when Karin, unable to contain her curiosity, asked in a low voice, Naruto-kun, what is the root organization? As a newcomer, she was unfamiliar with the name, but she had keenly picked up on the deep concern in the Jonin teacher's words. The root organization, huh? Naruto pondered for a moment. He didn't actually know much about Root himself, having never heard of it before. However, with Danzo's memories, no one knew Root better than he did. In his memories, Root was not a good place, but in his hands, it would be completely reborn. So, he flashed a hopeful smile and said to Karin, in the future, it will become the hidden protector of the Hidden Leaf Village. A protector, Karin repeated the word softly, engraving it solemnly in her heart. At the same time, she secretly turned her head to steal a glance at Naruto's profile, which looked particularly handsome in the morning light. Her heart fluttered. As expected of Naruto-kun, he's about to lead such an important organization. So cool. Naruto naturally sensed Karin's worshipful gaze, but he didn't care. He was focused on the root organization that they were about to arrive at. He continued to review Danzo's memories. The people of Root had no names, no emotions, no past, no future. Each of them was a meticulously crafted, cold tool, stripped of their humanity through inhumane training, ultimately becoming mindless puppets who only knew how to obey orders. After decades of iterations, almost every member was personally selected, brainwashed from a young age, and cruelly trained by Danzo himself. Each one was watched as they grew up, and their loyalty to Danzo was carved into their bones. What kind of hidden leaf organization was this? It was clearly Danzo Shimura's private army. It was his own kingdom. It was impenetrable. Remembering this, Naruto finally understood why the third Hokage had shown that meaningful, even scheming, smile. That old fox was probably testing him with this. He probably even predicted that a 12-year-old like him would never be able to tame this iron-blooded army that was only loyal to one person. However, the corner of Naruto's mouth curled into a contemptuous smile. Who was he, Naruto Uzumaki? If he could even tame the Nine Tails, what was so hard about a mere organization? It was as easy as flipping his hand. It would probably be the same process as taming Gamabunta. They say, first you invite, then you behead, then you take them as your dog. A 3-step process. He could simplify it. Just behead, then take them as his dog. He wanted to see just how hard the bones of these brainwashed tools were. Besides, since these people were so loyal to Danzo, Naruto was confident he had an even more clever way to handle them. Meanwhile, deep underground in the Hidden Leaf Village, inside the gigantic, ant-hill-like base of the Root Organization, the atmosphere was unusually strange. Ever since the news of Danzo Shimura's defection had arrived, the entire Root Organization had fallen into unprecedented chaos and confusion. At first, the members couldn't believe it. Although such a thing was unheard of, the logic of Root told them that Lord Danzo must have faked his defection for some top-secret mission. It wasn't until the elite Anbu forcibly descended upon the Root base. At that moment, the heavens of Root collapsed. Lord Danzo really betrayed the Hidden Leaf Village. After that, the Root Organization was announced to be disbanded. Most of the members scattered like fallen leaves, either returning home to live in obscurity or being absorbed into the Anbu system. A small number of core members were forced to undergo strict investigations and surveillance. Just when all the Root members felt their hearts turn to ash, thinking that the organization had completely perished and that they and their dreams would vanish like ghosts, a cold summons, like a giant rock thrown into still water, startled everyone yesterday. It ordered them to return to the Root base and gather today. Now, in a dark corridor leading to the main conference room, 2 figures were walking quickly. Tanuki, do you know what this emergency summons is for? Hayu asked in a low voice, with a hint of tension he couldn't hide. It must be Lord Danzo coming back. The person who answered's face immediately flushed with uncontrollable excitement. I knew it. Lord Danzo's defection was definitely a fake, a painful ruse to cooperate with a top-secret Hidden Leaf operation. Now that the mission is complete, Lord Danzo is naturally making a glorious return. Tanuki, is that really true? Hayu looked at his fanatical expression, his face showing a hint of hesitation, his voice growing weaker. Shigaraki Tanuki suddenly stopped. His eyes burned as he stared at Hayu, his voice resolute. It has to be. What else could it be? His heart was already overwhelmed with ecstasy. If Lord Danzo returned, not only would the Root Organization be revived, but his own crucial, interrupted research could also continue. With this fervent anticipation, Shigaraki Tanuki's steps quickened. As the two continued forward, the number of people gathered in the corridor increased the closer they got to the conference room. They asked each other in hushed tones, but no one had any definitive news. However, Shigaraki Tanuki's fanatical theory of Danzo's return, like a spark thrown onto dry firewood, quickly ignited the hopes in the hearts of most of the members. It received widespread approval and agreement. Until they ran into a group of people on the way. The leader was Fu Yamanaka. Hugh's eyes lit up. He hurried forward and asked, "Fu-senpai, do you have any solid news? What's going on with Lord Danzo?" Fu, who was leading the group, looked at the person who spoke. After recognizing him, he shook his head slightly. He was a little confused himself. He had been taken away for questioning a few days ago, and thanks to his clan's protection, he wasn't put in a difficult position, but he was put under house arrest. Last night, he suddenly received this mysterious summons, and now he was completely clueless. It must be Lord Danzo coming back. Shigaraki Tanuki repeated his theory. This time, several members following behind Fu Yamanaka also agreed. He's right, it must be Lord Danzo coming back. Otherwise, why would he summon us? The Root organization is about to be resurrected. Only Lord Danzo has the right to lead us. Exactly, the leader of Root will always be Lord Danzo. Only Lord Danzo can lead us and make the Hidden Leaf Village great forever. Fu Yamanaka scanned the faces of the people whose eyes burned with fanatical belief. Although he had his own reservations, he couldn't help but nod along with the crowd. He suppressed the unease in his heart and agreed, "That's right, let's go. Let's go welcome Lord Danzo." The group continued forward, meeting more and more Root members who held the same fanaticism and hope. They formed a dark current, surging toward the main conference room, the symbol of the core of power. Finally, upon entering the spacious but cold conference room, everyone saw a heavyweight elder, Toruna Burame. His appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. "Torun-senpai, is Lord Danzo back?" As an elder of the Root organization, Toruna Burame was instantly surrounded by the fanatical crowd. "Danzo?" Toruna Burame frowned slightly, a flicker of complexity passing through his eyes. After a moment of silence, he chose to hide the truth. "I am not sure yet." He had known about Danzo's defection when he first received the news and had even questioned the two elders about it. He even went directly to the third Hokage, and the answer was the same. Danzo Shimura had defected. It wasn't just because of the Sharingan on his arm, but because Danzo Shimura had willingly defected himself. The moment he learned the truth, Toruna Burame's heart sank into an icy pit. He had followed Danzo because he couldn't stand Hiruzen Sarutobai's methods and firmly believed that only Danzo's ideals could lead the Hidden Leaf Village to true glory. Whether it was the Sharingan or the Uchiha clan's massacre, he had carried out his orders without question, fully believing in Danzo's choices. But in the end, Danzo Shimura chose to defect. This left Toruna Burame feeling deeply disillusioned and disappointed. Then what is this summons for? It must be Lord Danzo coming back. Someone in the crowd shouted, voicing Shigaraki Tanuki's inner thoughts. A brilliant smile instantly appeared on Shigaraki Tanuki's face. "Sure enough, I'm not the only one. The entire Root is loyal to Lord Danzo." "That's right, it must be Lord Danzo coming back," he echoed excitedly. "What if Lord Danzo isn't coming back and someone else is taking over Root?" a timid voice asked. In an instant, countless pairs of ferocious eyes turned to the source of the voice. Sai felt as if he was about to be torn to shreds by these gazes, but his older brother, Shin, reacted quickly. He stepped forward, blocked his brother with his arm, and shielded him from the predatory stares with his body. "Shin, you should discipline your little brother. Listen to what nonsense he's talking about. How can Root be taken over by someone else? Root only has one son, and that's Lord Danzo." Shigaraki Tanuki's impassioned declaration immediately ignited a collective response from the whole room. Most of them had flushed faces, fanatical eyes, and were waving their arms in the air. They had been brainwashed and trained under Danzo's shadow since they were young, and that twisted loyalty had long been ingrained in their bones. "That's right, Root's leader will only ever be one person, and that's Lord Danzo." Torun Aburame watched coldly. He looked at the faces twisted by fanaticism and felt a chill in his heart. He knew that most of these people were in the dark, but he was too lazy to reveal the truth. He was also curious about the truth behind this mysterious summons today. Suddenly, Torun Aburame's body stiffened. His symbiotic parasitic insects, which were always active inside him, had, without warning, collectively fallen silent. They were even trembling. They were afraid of an irresistible presence that was about to arrive. This unprecedented anomaly instantly sent off alarm bells in Torunaburam's mind. He turned his head sharply, his keen gaze, like that of a hawk, locking onto the closed door of the conference room. Creak! As the noise inside the room died down, the door behind them slowly opened. As if a mute button had been pressed, all sounds in the conference room instantly vanished. Over 100 pairs of eyes all focused on the doorway, with an almost religious anticipation. Is it Lord Danzo? However, to everyone's disappointment and shock, the person who appeared at the door was a figure wearing an ambu mask. He stepped aside and respectfully gestured, "Lord Naruto, this is the place." Then, a blonde-haired boy in a black coat, with a radiant, sun-like smile on his face, calmly and composedly stepped into this space shrouded in fanaticism and darkness. He said to the Anbu member gently, "Thank you for your hard work. When you go back, say hello to the old man Hawkage for me. Tell him I've received his gift." The old man Hawkage. The overly casual title made a drop of cold sweat run down the Anbu member's forehead. He instinctively glanced inside the conference room. He had heard the fanatical shouts of the Root members just a moment ago, even through the door. "Lord Danzo, these people." "Lord Naruto, should I stay and maintain order?" the Anbu member asked in a low voice. "No need." Naruto didn't even turn his head. His voice was calm but held an undeniable power. "Just leave this to me." "As you command." Thinking of the terrifying strength of this person, which could defy all logic, the Anbu member's doubts vanished. He exchanged a knowing glance with the few Anbu members who were with him, and then turned and left without hesitation. "It's him." Torunaburam's mind reeled. This boy was the source of his insect's fear. He knew Naruto. During the horrific Hidden Leaf destruction plan, most of the Root members were strictly confined to the base, with only a few scouts allowed to operate outside. And he, Torunaburam, was one of those very few eyes, thanks to his unmatched intelligence-gathering abilities. Because of this, he had personally witnessed the hellish sight that would forever be seared into his memory. How Naruto Uzumaki, with an almost crushing dominance, used over 1,000 different but world-destroying ninjutsu to relentlessly barrage the resurrected bodies of the first and second Hokage for nearly an hour. The scene, which defied all shinobi knowledge, contained an absolute power and a bottomless well of chakra. It took him, a veteran elite who had seen a lot, a full 3 days to accept and digest that deep-seated terror. Strong, so strong. He had been convinced back then that the future of the Hidden Leaf Village would rest in this person's hands. But his purpose for being here at the Root base today. Could it be? An unbelievable, yet perfectly fitting idea suddenly appeared in his mind. "Who's this guy?" a voice in the crowd muttered softly, voicing the confusion of most Root members. "I've never seen him before, I don't know." The one who was asked shook his head blankly. Although the Shinobi World Daily had already reached every country, and Naruto's name was famous throughout the Shinobi world, the coverage was not 100%. What's more, the Root members gathered here were a group of eccentric, reclusive people who were detached from the normal world. They didn't communicate with the outside world and were indifferent to outside information. It was perfectly normal for them not to recognize the famous young boy in front of them. In the countless eyes that were now on him, the expressions were a mixture of strangeness, curiosity, and undisguised, ferocious hostility, like a beast watching an intruder in its territory. Naruto, however, walked as if he were taking a leisurely stroll, ignoring all the stares. His steps were steady as he walked through the path the crowd parted for him, heading directly for the high-seated, symbolic throne of power and status. Karin was also being stared at by so many beast-like eyes. Although she was just a bystander, she felt a bone-chilling coldness. It was like being targeted by countless hungry, venomous snakes. Her heart pounded wildly in her chest, but seeing Naruto's calm figure, she just thought he was so cool. After staring blankly at Naruto walking away, she came to her senses and quickly followed him with her head down. Everyone's eyes followed the unfamiliar blonde boy, filled with shock and uncertainty. Most people were guessing what the purpose was for this kid, who looked like he had just graduated from the academy, being respectfully led here by the Anbu. Was he trying to join the Anbu? As Naruto's steps steadily climbed the stairs toward the main seat, and he was about to sit on the chair that symbolized Danzo's supreme authority. "Hey, where did this little brat come from? You don't know your place. Do you think you can sit in that seat?" A voice that could no longer be suppressed suddenly exploded, shouting out the shock and anger that had been building up in everyone's hearts. "Exactly, why did the Anbu bring you here? Where's Lord Danzo?" "Little brat." Naruto, who was about to sit down, paused slightly. The corner of his mouth slowly curled into a half-smile, as if he had heard something incredibly funny. The next second, in everyone's shocked, sneering, or angry gazes, he turned around and nonchalantly sat on the seat of power. His demeanor was so calm, it was as if he were in his own living room. "Get down, this isn't a place for you. That seat isn't for a brat like you." Seeing the blonde boy, who was no more than 12 years old, casually sit in Lord Danzo's exclusive seat, the root members in the entire conference room erupted as if their most basic defensive instincts had been triggered. A storm of angry and questioning voices swept through the room. A few hot-headed ones had murderous looks in their eyes, and their chakra surged. It seemed they were about to charge forward and tear this clueless kid to shreds. Naruto slowly raised his eyes. His pair of brilliant blue eyes was so cold it was unsettling. He had no desire to deal with these ants himself. "Never mind." He casually raised his right hand, his 5 fingers slightly spread, palm up. Buzz! A pure yet destructive white light suddenly lit up in his palm. Then, the white light erupted. It instantly condensed into an enormous, inverted cone. The tip of the cone rested steadily on Naruto's palm. The massive cone extended infinitely upward, easily piercing through the thick ceiling and layers of rock and earth, until it finally disappeared into the distant, unreachable sky. As soon as the inverted white giant cone appeared, an aura of extreme sharpness, as if it would completely decompose and annihilate everything in the world into nothingness, descended with a crash. It was like an invisible giant hand that tightly squeezed the throats of everyone present. The angry roars came to an abrupt halt. The surging chakra instantly froze. The conference room fell into a dead silence. The only sound left was the pounding of everyone's hearts wildly beating against their chests. Before anyone could recover from the suffocating pressure, the inverted white giant cone suddenly burst into a blinding light. It flashed. The next moment, everyone felt a chill on their heads. An unprecedented feeling of emptiness instantly enveloped them. Someone instinctively looked up, and their pupils immediately shrank to pinpricks. The color drained from their faces. They saw that the ceiling of the root base, which was buried dozens of meters underground and should have been obscured by thick layers of rock and mountain, was now completely gone. The morning sunlight poured down unobstructed, illuminating this dark corner that had never seen the light of day. And the thick layers of earth, rock, and buildings, dozens or even 100 meters thick, that had once covered it had been completely wiped away as if by the most precise eraser. There was no explosion, no tremor, and there wasn't even a single piece of rubble or dust left behind. It was as if they had never existed. What kind of unbelievable power was this? Was it really something a human could do in an instant? The conference room, which had been so noisy just a moment ago, was now so quiet you could hear a pin drop. It was as silent as a library. All the root members were frozen in place, their faces etched with extreme shock and stupefaction. Their eyes, once filled with hostility and doubt, now only held a deep-seated fear and confusion. They were all focused on the blonde boy in the main seat. In the suffocating silence, Naruto's calm voice rang out. "I know you have countless questions and many things you want to say to me." His voice was not loud, but it seemed to carry a certain magic, forcing everyone to desperately suppress their wildly beating hearts and even hold their breath just to hear every word he said. "I'm giving you that chance now. In the back room over there, I will talk to each of you, one by one." Naruto pointed with his hand. "First, you." The finger of the great void prison pointed at the one who had been the most vocal, Shigaraki Tanuki. "Me." Shigaraki Tanuki's body trembled. He felt the horror of being singled out by the Grim Reaper. He froze in place, his mind a blank. After speaking, Naruto ignored the crowd, stood up, and walked directly into the back room. Only Karin remained outside, like the most loyal sentinel. Shigaraki Tanuki stood there like a soulless puppet. He stared blankly at the door to the back room and then mechanically raised his head to look at the shockingly unobstructed, brilliant blue sky. That thick layer, dozens or even 100 meters deep, had been so effortlessly erased. This kind of power. Gulp. He swallowed a mouthful of almost frozen saliva with difficulty. Hey, what are you standing around for? Lord Naruto is waiting for you inside. Karen's voice was a little impatient. Shigaraki Tanuki's eyes, like those of a drowning person, looked for help from his comrades. Some were concerned, some were gloating, but not one of them was willing to stand up. That terrifying white light that had seemed to annihilate everything was like a sharp sword hanging over everyone's heads. At this moment, who would dare to stand up? He took a few trembling steps forward, and as he reached the door to the back room, a voice came from behind him. Tanuki, remember, Lord Danzo is watching you. Danzo. Remembering his lord's figure, Shigaraki Tanuki hardened his heart and said through gritted teeth, I will be loyal to Lord Danzo. With that, he charged into the back room like a man heading for the gallows. 3 minutes passed. In the dead silence, it felt as long as 3 centuries. No one knew what had happened behind that closed door. Suddenly, creak a soft sound, the door opened. Shigaraki Tanuki walked out of the back room slowly. The dejected, frightened, and suicidal expression from before was completely gone, replaced by a radiant smile. This smile seemed to have a light of its own. He looked like a completely new person. This drastic change stunned everyone. After a brief silence, whispers spread like a plague. He's betrayed us. That guy has definitely betrayed us. Impossible. Shigaraki Tanuki is the most loyal to Lord Danzo, Hayu said resolutely. The passionate declaration Shigaraki Tanuki had made on the way here was still fresh in his mind. Shigaraki Tanuki's loyalty to Lord Danzo was beyond doubt. But the person who spoke before shook his head. Seeing his words being questioned, Hayu asked loudly, Shigaraki Tanuki, are you still loyal to Lord Danzo? Hearing this, Shigaraki Tanuki felt a disgust as if he had just eaten feces. He suddenly straightened his back, his voice loud and filled with a fanatical, almost sacred passion. Danzo, Pa, there are not 2 suns in the sky, and a people can have only one master. In my heart, there will always be only one sun, and that is the Supreme Lord Naruto. While everyone was in shock, he paused, as if that wasn't enough, and added in an almost fawning tone, I, Shigaraki Tanuki, am willing to be Lord Naruto's most loyal dog. Chapter 1350. I, Shigaraki Tanuki, am willing to be the most loyal dog of Lord Naruto. Boom! As these words were spoken, a bombshell was dropped in the meeting room full of Foundation members. What kind of place was this? This was the headquarters of the Foundation, Danzo's most loyal base. Everyone here was unflinchingly loyal to Danzo. This guy, Shigaraki Tanuki, actually dared to belittle Lord Danzo in front of everyone. Upon hearing this, many Foundation shinobi were instantly filled with rage. Their faces flushed as they moved forward, wanting to teach this man a lesson. Facing the agitated crowd, Shigaraki Tanuki was not flustered in the least. In fact, he was eager to fight. In the past, he was just an ordinary researcher. He knew a little about ninjutsu but wasn't very strong. But now, after receiving the blessing of Lord Naruto, he had completely mastered the water and fire natures of chakra. Dozens, even hundreds, of water and fire-related ninjutsu suddenly appeared in his mind. It was as if he had been an expert in these arts for decades, and all the jutsus were second nature to him. What's more, he felt his body was bloated to the point of explosion. The abundant physical and mental energy within him gave him a seemingly inexhaustible supply of chakra. This seemingly endless chakra energy, this experience that appeared out of nowhere. It was incredible. Shigaraki Tanuki felt that at this moment, he could challenge the Hokage. Lord Naruto, you are my eternal son. After a heartfelt praise for Naruto, Shigaraki Tanuki looked at his old acquaintances with a mocking expression. As a former member, he knew what these people were thinking. He used to be the same, so blind as to serve that incompetent old fool, Shimurate Danzo. Lord Naruto was right. What could that old man give them? Strength. He couldn't provide strength. Glory. He couldn't provide glory. The Foundation could only be a rat hiding in the shadows, completely afraid of the light. Look, as soon as something was exposed, as soon as one of the old man's dirty deeds was revealed, he would immediately desert them. With a cold eye, he watched the dogs of Danzo, ready to make a move at any moment and show his loyalty to Lord Naruto, thereby severing all ties with them. However, the situation was not what he had hoped for. These people only dared to hurl insults. No one dared to step forward and fight. It seemed they were afraid of Lord Naruto, who was standing behind him. "Heh," Shigaraki Tanuki snorted. "They are nothing but stray dogs. After their master, the old dog Shimura Danzo, deserted them, these dogs don't even dare to bare their teeth at others. It's so contemptible. Garbage." Since these cowards wouldn't fight, Shigaraki Tanuki sighed in disappointment, regretting that he couldn't show his loyalty to Lord Naruto. He was about to provoke them again, but remembering Lord Naruto's mission, he put away his impulsive thoughts. Completing Lord Naruto's command was his top priority: loyalty. The thought of his lord's mission made Shigaraki Tanuki look up and search the crowd. He quickly found the man in the black cloak. It was his senior, whom he had seen earlier, Aburame Ryoma. "Aburame Ryoma?" Shigaraki Tanuki called out, his tone devoid of any respect. He motioned behind him, indicating for Ryoma to enter the small, dark room. "Lord Naruto wants you inside." "Me?" Aburame Ryoma thought to himself, nodding slightly. He had been expecting this. With the Anbu leading this outsider, Naruto Uzumaki, here, and with what Naruto had just done, Aburame Ryoma had a feeling that Naruto had come to take over the foundation. But this sudden display of power. Aburame Ryoma looked up at the sky. Dozens of meters of soil and rocks had been completely cleared, and the rising sun broke through the clouds, casting a bright light into the perennially dark meeting room. It was as if it was a sign of the new light this person would bring to the foundation. However, a faint twitch appeared at the corner of Aburame Ryoma's mouth. This method was certainly unexpected, but not unimaginable. He had been a bystander during that battle and had seen everything clearly. The abilities of that person were something even the first and second Hokage could not withstand, let alone ordinary people like them. And that earth-shattering dust release. If that person so desired, not just the foundation, but the entire Leaf Village could be wiped out with a single wave of his hand. So, when his name was called, Aburame Ryoma knew there was no escaping. Besides, he didn't want to escape. He wanted to meet this Naruto Uzumaki. This was the person who would determine the fate of the world. As a small-time character who had already chosen the wrong path with Shimura Danzo, he didn't want to miss his chance with this one. Aburame Ryoma stepped out of the crowd and walked straight toward the small, dark room. "Lord Ryoma." The quiet whispers of many people made him pause, but it was only a moment's pause. "It's over, it's all over." Looking at the figure walking toward the dark room, several loyal Foundation members felt a sense of dread. Meanwhile, upon entering the dark room, Aburame Ryoma found it to be much darker than the outside, similar to the meeting room before the roof was broken. Fortunately, a small candle flickered inside, allowing him to see the situation. By the candle's light, a figure was seated on a high chair in the center of the room. It was the very person he had been hoping to meet, Naruto Uzumaki. Under the faint candlelight, Naruto's silhouette was cast onto the wall behind him, creating a huge dark shadow. As the candle flickered, the shadow swayed, just like his own nervous heart at this moment. "Lord Naruto." Facing this being one-on-one, Aburame Ryoma lowered his head. A look of surprise flashed in Naruto's eyes. Why wasn't this guy following the script? The normal script should have been the same as with Shigaraki Tanuki. Under the power of suggestion, he would have come in, seen him, and shouted, "Lord Danzo, you're finally back." Then, he would have rushed forward, crying, and recounted the anxiety he had been feeling for the past few days. This was the first step. As for the next step, it would naturally be to replace the image of Shimura Danzo in his memory with Naruto Uzumaki. Danzo, who was that dog? An insignificant nobody. Only Lord Naruto was the one who watched them grow up. As for how Naruto, at the age of 12, watched them, who were in their 30s and 40s, grow up. Well, those number monsters were simply illogical. After all this time and with so many subjects, Naruto's genjutsu was as natural as an extension of his own arm. This was him being generous. If he didn't treat them as human, he could suggest they were dogs, and they would all start lifting their legs to pee. They might even start walking on all fours. But this man in front of him was completely unaffected. There could only be one possibility. There was a traitor in the Foundation, and this guy wasn't loyal to Danzo. No, Naruto frowned. That wasn't right either. This genjutsu only made people see the person they most wanted to see at that moment. This man could see him only because he wanted to see him. Could it be that this Aburame Ryoma was loyal to him, Naruto Uzumaki? That would be even more wrong. Staring at the black-robed man from the same clan as Shino Aburame, Naruto sifted through Danzo's memories. According to the old man's memories, this man was a veteran of the Foundation, incredibly loyal to the organization. In both his work and other matters, Aburame Ryoma was loyal to Shimura Danzo and carried out his orders without question. Whether the tasks were good or bad, this man showed no mercy. He was definitely Danzo's most faithful dog. However, now this loyal dog was suspected of being a traitor to the Foundation. "You call me Lord Naruto?" Naruto pondered for a moment, then asked tentatively, "What? Are you going to betray Danzo?" "There is no betrayal of Danzo." Aburame Ryoma immediately denied it. His voice was calm, as if he were stating a fact. "I have always been loyal to the Leaf Village, not to Shimura Danzo as an individual. Besides, Shimura Danzo has already betrayed the Foundation and the Leaf Village." Noticing Naruto scrutinizing him, Aburame Ryoma adjusted his sunglasses, his expression as cold as ever. Naruto eyed him suspiciously. Could this man be using the belittling of Danzo to show his loyalty to him? And he specifically emphasized that he was loyal to the Leaf Village, not to Danzo as an individual. You can't see what's in a person's heart. Naruto didn't know what Aburame Ryoma was thinking, but there were always smart people in every organization. They were good at reading the situation, and they could seamlessly join a new organization and even secure a high-ranking position. But it didn't matter. Naruto knew that no matter who came, the process must be followed. After this treatment, no one would have any disloyal thoughts again. "Is that so?" Naruto went along with his words.
Yes.
Ever since he heard of Shimura Danzo's desertion, Aburame Ryoma had been reflecting on his life. Was the path he had chosen right? His thoughts were a tangled mess, and the more he reminisced, the more he realized he had done so much for Danzo. Especially when he thought about some of Shimura Danzo's past actions. Shimura Danzo claimed to put the Leaf Village first, but he ordered all Foundation members to stand down and watch as Orochimaru's Leaf Crush plan unfolded. He even provided help and convenience to Orochimaru behind the scenes. It wasn't until later that I realized all he cared about was having Orochimaru kill Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, so he could take the Hokage position himself. In his eyes, the Hokage position was more important than anything. For the sake of the Hokage throne, he could stand by and watch the Leaf Village suffer great losses. Aburame Ryoma's voice was as cold as ever, but Naruto could detect a hint of sadness. It was the same during the Ninetales attack 12 years ago. At the time, I just thought he wanted to preserve the Foundation's strength because we were weak, but the Orochimaru incident made me see him for who he truly was. Tusk, tusk, tusk. Naruto watched him with a cold expression. Were these all of Danzo's problems? With Danzo's own memories, Naruto knew exactly what Danzo had done. And at the time, this Aburame Ryoma was there every step of the way. The Uchiha clan massacre, the suppression of the Akatsuki, human experiments, and so on. He wasn't mentioning any of that. These were just the big events. His minor crimes were too numerous to list. Wait a minute. Naruto suddenly thought, was he being too moral? Maybe these things were normal in the eyes of the man in front of him, and in the eyes of most people in the shinobi world. Sigh, Naruto sighed deeply. He was always out of place in this world because he wasn't crazy enough. "Lord Naruto, may I ask, what is your goal?" Aburame Ryoma asked with a piercing gaze. Although he was wearing sunglasses, Naruto couldn't see his eyes. "My goal," Naruto pondered for a moment, then his interest was piqued. His voice was full of passion. "My goal is world peace." At that moment, a light seemed to emanate from him. "So you want to unite the ninja world?" Aburame Ryoma muttered to himself, understanding. It was a grand ambition, a goal that even the first Hokage had not been able to achieve. But if it was this person, Aburame Ryoma recalled the scene from that day. If it was him, it was entirely possible. Besides, he was only 12 years old. Of course, that's just a long-term goal. But after a moment, Naruto waved his hand. My current goal is to make the foundation great again. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. Chapter 1351. A long procession of people walked along a path toward the Hokage's office, under a light, drizzling rain. The root base was in a secluded area, so the trip to the Hokage's office took them through several bustling streets. Even with the rain, there were still many people with umbrellas walking and lingering in front of shops. But as soon as they saw Naruto's group, everyone instantly backed away. Naruto watched this with a strange expression. The bustling street would become instantly deserted as soon as he passed by. The effect was better than clearing the streets. Why was that? Naruto felt his looks were perfectly fine, and he was quite famous. He looked back and understood. It was all the fault of the root members behind him. Many of them had stone-cold faces and icy glares. Their silence was imposing as they walked, looking like they were about to beat someone up. And, walking in such uniform attire, it was too conspicuous, too ostentatious. This is completely against our Konoha's root, the people's root, and the guiding principles of building root. Naruto mused as he walked. Was there any way to make root a little more friendly to the public? He was so absorbed in his thoughts that he didn't even hear the greetings of others. The idle Team 10 had gone out for dango. While waiting, Ino turned around and spotted Naruto coming from the corner of the street. She was overjoyed. Naruto. She smiled brightly, waving her hands so fast they were a blur. When she saw Naruto hadn't noticed her, Ino prepared to run over and give him a big hug. But before she could take a step, as Naruto's figure emerged from the corner and the black-clad figures behind him appeared one by one, Ino froze. These people, they looked so menacing. Her intuition told her not to go, but Naruto was right there. As Ino gritted her teeth and stomped her foot, determined to go over, Shikamaru and Choji both grabbed her. She looked back at them, and they both shook their heads. Don't go, it's dangerous, Choji warned her with a serious expression. Shikamaru was more direct. What a drag, can't you sense the danger? Of course I can, but Naruto is over there. Women, Shikamaru let go and covered his head, feeling a headache coming on. They released her, and when she looked back, Ino saw that the group had already walked away. By this time, Naruto had an idea. I got it. Got what? Karin asked curiously. Ha ha ha, Naruto chuckled mysteriously, not answering. He planned to change Root's image by giving them masks. He could have some goofy faces custom-made, or maybe some panda heads. A mix of both would definitely make the Root ninja look much friendlier. Perfect, it's settled. Soon, they arrived at the Hokage's office. Naruto stepped inside, and the many black-clad Jonin behind him closed their umbrellas and followed closely. The group formed two long lines, a great procession heading straight for the Hokage's office. Some Anbu members had already noticed the anomaly and tried to stop them. But before they could even move, Shigaraki Tanuki and Aburame Ryoma had already taken them all down. When they reached the door, the Anbu guard tried to block them for a moment. Naruto-sama, the Hokage is inside. Please allow me to announce your arrival. Without a signal from Naruto, the others, already familiar with the drill, simply shoved the Anbu aside. Then, with a loud bang, Naruto kicked the door open with a left front kick, sending the two doors flying like shuriken into the opposite wall. Naruto walked in with a stone-cold expression. Behind him, 25 Root members filed in and stood in 3 neat rows. Behind his desk, Hiruzen Sarutobai's face turned dark. He had already received intel when Naruto's group left the Root base. At first, he didn't know their destination, but then he learned that they were heading for the Hokage's office. They're coming to see me. Hiruzen didn't think much of it and didn't expect any trouble. After all, with Naruto's strength, why would he need so many people? He assumed Naruto was simply a little displeased with his arrangements, especially since the Anbu had already delivered his message to Naruto. He never expected them to barge in so brazenly. Lord Hawkage, the Anbu subdued by a Burame Ryoma, had a grief-stricken look on his face. First, there was the time Naruto's group silently appeared in the office, and now this. He wanted to die. Naruto looked to the side and frowned. Ryoma, why are you so rough? Let him go, you've hurt this Anbu agent. Yes, Naruto-sama. Burame Ryoma reluctantly released his grip. Watching the two of them perform this act, Hiruzen sighed deeply. However, Naruto's actions made him feel slightly more at ease. So many things had happened recently. The Konoha crush, a betrayal by his own student. Danzo's defection, a stab in the back from his old friend. And most importantly, Konoha's future, Naruto Uzumaki. First, he threatened to leave the village, and now this. He didn't seem like an honest kid at all. These successive crises were almost enough to crush an old man like him. You may leave, Hiruzen's voice sounded even older. He looked at the many figures who had entered the room. He didn't know each of them personally, but he had an impression of them. Hiruzen knew they were all members of REINCARNATION. Right now, they all looked like obedient followers. Especially, he glanced at a Burame Ryoma. Hiruzen remembered the man in the sunglasses. He knew him as a founding member of REINCARNATION. The fact that even he was so obedient meant that Naruto had completely taken over REINCARNATION. Hiruzen sighed to himself. It was too fast. He knew REINCARNATION's composition very well. It was a team that Danzo had built from the ground up. Every member was fiercely loyal to Danzo. They were his zealots. It was impossible to get any information from them. The Anbu's interrogations in the last few days had yielded no results. But Naruto had managed to take them over. It hadn't even been a full day, had it? And he could command them as if they were an extension of his own arm. This isn't what the Anbu's report said this morning. Hiruzen's gaze returned from the REINCARNATION members to Naruto. Naruto, what are you doing? He questioned, feigning a bit of anger. Don't be mad, old man. Naruto was grinning, a complete change from his earlier demeanor. I came to help you with something big. What kind of help? You couldn't get any information about Danzo from these REINCARNATION members before, could you? Naruto asked confidently. He turned his head. Panther, step forward. Yes, Naruto-sama. A bald man stepped out from the group. Naruto patted his shoulder. Show the Hawkage the gift Danzo left for you.
Yes.
The man opened his mouth, revealing a strange symbol on his tongue. This, Hiruzen's eyes narrowed. That's the cursed seal Danzo left. With this, no one can speak about him, Naruto said with a confident smile. And I happen to know a little bit about sealing jutsu. With that, Naruto formed a hand sign and his chakra surged. He placed his hand on the man's neck. The cursed seal on his tongue vanished as if it had melted away. I've removed all the cursed seals from REINCARNATION. Now, Lord Hawkage, you can know anything you want. Is that so? Hiruzen looked slightly relieved. He hadn't expected Naruto to know so much about sealing jutsu. It must have been his Uzumaki clan heritage. Furthermore, judging by what Jiraiya said yesterday, Naruto understood the fourth Hokage's 8-trigram seal and could break it at will, so a simple seal like this was child's play for him. Seeing Hiruzen's thoughtful expression, Naruto immediately gave an order in the REINCARNATION group chat. In the next second, all the REINCARNATION members knelt down in unison. Lord Hawkage, we are loyal to Konoha. We were simply deceived by that old thief Danzo. Everything was at Shimura Danzo's command and direction. It had nothing to do with us. Please distinguish the loyal from the treacherous, Lord Hawkage. Good, good. Seeing so many REINCARNATION members declaring their loyalty, Hiruzen felt extremely comforted. At least on the surface, that's what Naruto saw. As for what was in his heart, Naruto had no idea. After all, the hearts of these political figures were dark, and you could never guess what they were thinking. Nothing like Naruto, who was as pure as a white lotus in this regard. You may go and report to the Anbu. Summarize Danzo's crimes thoroughly, Naruto said, turning to them and emphasizing each word. You must write down every single one of his actions.
Yes.
The 25 REINCARNATION members turned around again and filed out. They were going to confess all of Danzo's wickedness, one by one. Since Danzo has defected, he can no longer decide what bad deeds he committed in the past. So, all the bad things Root had ever done were, naturally, Danzo's fault. And as members of Root, They were simply forced into it by Danzo's oppression and enslavement. You must know, every single one of us was forced into this. Every single one of us is loyal to Konoha. Ever since we joined Root, we've been enduring inner torment at every moment. We constantly yearn for the light. No matter what, we are all clean, we are all innocent, we are all pure as white lotuses. Sigh, Naruto sighed lightly, his words holding a deeper meaning. They're all good ninja of Konoha, right, old geezer? Hiruzen didn't answer, just puffed on his pipe. He stared at Naruto, his old eyes flickering, unable to figure out what Naruto was thinking. Seeing the old man's expression, Naruto smiled. What bad intentions could he have? He was doing this all for Konoha. No matter what, the goal of integrating Root into Konoha was achieved. His small goal had moved forward. However, today's objective was only the first step. The next steps were all critical. With this thought, Naruto's face suddenly fell. He was the master of acting once more. Sigh, old geezer Hawkage, you've kept me in the dark for so long. Old geezer Hawkage. Hearing this title, Hiruzen knew Naruto wasn't in a good mood. Then he realized what Naruto was referring to, taking over Root. A mysterious smile appeared on his face. Haha, it's a good thing for a young man like Naruto to learn about the ugliness of politics. Just as he was thinking, Naruto's next words shocked him. Old man, where did Root get so many Jonin from? What Jonin? Naruto emphasized his point. A small organization like Root, with only 29 members in total, how could it have 25 Jonin? The third Hawkage instantly sat up straight. His eyes nearly popped out of his sockets in utter shock. You said, how many? His voice was trembling slightly. After all, that was 25 Jonin. A Jonin was the pillar of every village. Each was a rare treasure. 25? Naruto's face showed a perfect amount of confusion. Huh, you didn't know. 25 Jonin. Hiruzen was completely stunned. His mind was struggling to process this. Where did Root get 25 Jonin? Are Jonin that easy to train? How many Jonin does the entire Anbu have? How many Jonin does all of Konoha have? A tiny organization like Root has 25 Jonin. The previous investigation must have been wrong. The Anbu's interrogations never mentioned this at all. If Root had 25 Jonin, then Danzo. Even though he was breaking out in a cold sweat, Hiruzen forced himself to calm down. He looked at Naruto with suspicion. You're not playing a trick on an old man, are you? He even took a leisurely puff from his pipe. Surrounded by smoke, his cloudy old eyes flickered as he carefully observed Naruto, trying to find a clue. But deep down, there was a glimmer of uncontrollable hope. What if it's true? Oh, Naruto was perfectly calm. Looks like you really didn't know. This calm demeanor made Hiruzen even more suspicious. Danzo can really hide things. Naruto felt that he had built up enough suspense, so he laid his cards on the table. Sai, I just tested them myself. If you don't believe me, you can have the Anbu test them. Naruto's sincerity made Hiruzen hesitate for a moment, but in his heart, a wave of joy surged. Jonin, 25 of them. How many years and how many resources would it take to train that many Jonin? He suddenly became desperate. His small eyes widened, and he looked at Naruto with genuine concern. Is it true? He asked, as if confirming it. Why would I lie to you? Seeing the old man's childlike expression, Naruto was reminded of their meeting when he was 3 years old. The old man looked just like this then. You can have the Anbu test them. I'm sure they'll cooperate. Hiruzen thought for a moment and agreed. All right. He called the Anbu waiting outside and gave them the order. After doing all this, Hiruzen felt much more relaxed. Now he just had to wait for the news. 25 Jonin, what a pleasant surprise. If it were true, Konoha's strength would be greatly enhanced. Right, he glanced at Naruto, who was sitting across from him, though it wouldn't make much of a difference. Sigh, he sighed softly, times have changed. A Jonin doesn't seem to matter so much anymore. But then, he remembered something else and was a little puzzled. Danzo, the leader of an organization with 25 Jonin, chose to defect instead of using that power to negotiate with Konoha or even to stage a coup. He really is. Danzo truly is a patriot of Konoha. He must have done it to minimize Konoha's losses, right? As expected, even though he's a defector, Danzo still loves Konoha in his heart. The thought touched Hiruzen's heart. He truly is my old friend. I am Konoha's light, and you are Konoha's shadow. Old geezer Hokage. Naruto's call interrupted Hiruzen's thoughts. Seeing Naruto, Hiruzen remembered something. Oh, by the way, Naruto, why are these root members so obedient to you? Thinking about this, Hiruzen felt a little regretful. If he had known Root had so many Jonin and was so dangerous, he never would have let Naruto go to such a perilous place. Thankfully, everything is okay now. So, he was curious about the answer to this question. How had Naruto managed to take over the root members who were completely loyal to Danzo? They were all Jonin. At first, they weren't very obedient, Naruto said. Hearing this, Hiruzen became more interested. So how did you solve it? Later, Naruto built up the suspense. I just beat them up until they became much more obedient. Hiruzen was speechless. That makes sense. Even though they were 25 Jonin, Naruto's power could no longer be judged by conventional standards. Old man, there's one more thing I forgot to mention. What is it? Hiruzen was intrigued, wondering what other mischief Naruto had up his sleeve. Naruto said with a serious tone, "This is the real purpose of today. I promised the root members that they would live in the sunlight, no longer like mice living in the shadows under Danzo's command." Hiruzen pondered for a moment. What exactly does that mean? It's simple, Naruto said with a smile. Let them live in Konoha as normal people, give them the status of Jonin, and let them join the Jonin unit. Jonin status? Hiruzen didn't need to hesitate on that. As long as they passed the strength test, they would be granted the status. But the Jonin unit? He looked up at the smiling figure and suspected that Naruto had added that part himself. As a politician with many years of experience, he knew the reason for this was probably the recent election. Should I agree to it? Originally, not all Jonin joined the Jonin unit, but everyone in the Jonin unit was a Jonin. Naruto's move? After thinking for a moment, Hiruzen nodded. Okay, I'll agree to it. Even though he was going to retire in a few days, he still had the authority for this. I'll thank you on behalf of the many root members, Lord Hokage. Also, there's one more thing I need you to agree to. What is it? Hiruzen settled back in his chair, ready to see what other tricks Naruto would pull. I need to go out of the village with the other root members for a few days. Leaving again, Hiruzen was starting to feel a bit of PTSD from this. Naruto's face was full of sincerity. This time, it's for an important matter. Oh, what is it? Hiruzen wanted to see what he had planned. Naruto stated bluntly, according to the root members, the members in the village are only a part of the total. Many more are deployed outside. Oh, Hiruzen's heart raced. Do those people have the same strength? How many of them are there? Naruto shook his head. Just as Hiruzen thought the answer was no, Naruto spoke. I don't know, there might be more than the ones in the village. I don't know their strength either. This, Naruto planned to play it by ear. Maybe a dozen, maybe a few dozen, or even over 100. As for their strength, you can guess. Thinking of his next moves, Naruto selectively revealed some information. My purpose for this trip is to race against Danzo to win over the loyalty of those root members. According to the root members, these deployed ninja are mostly orphans from the land of fire, trained since childhood. They are also loyal to Konoha. If we can get them before Danzo does, we can add more talent to Konoha. Hearing this, Hiruzen's old face could no longer remain impassive. That old dog, Danzo, has already defected for several days. However, despite his urgency, as an old Hokage who had been in power for many years, he remained calm. Hiruzen said with a solemn expression, Naruto, the village will support you with everything we have. I'm giving you this S-rank mission. Yes, Lord Hokage, Naruto nodded just as solemnly. But I need 4 people to go with me, and I also need you to give me one person. Who? I need Aburame Ryoma, Shigaraki Tanuki, Yamanaka Fu, and Aburame Torun to go with me. After a pause, Naruto smiled. In addition, I need you to have Kakashi-sensei join Root and serve as a consultant. Who Kakashi, join Root? I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. Chapter 1352. Who Kakashi, join Root? Hiruzen Sarutobai's eyes were full of confusion, his small eyes showing great bewilderment. Naruto explained, Root was formerly established to be a training department for Anbu. Now, I want to restart and strengthen Root's training responsibilities to cultivate more talent for Anbu and the Hidden Leaf. So, Naruto drew out the word, his meaning self-evident. Kakashi, a famous teacher known in the Hidden Leaf, no, in the entire shinobi world, would naturally be the best person to transfer to Root. Hiruzen Sarutobai pondered for a moment. Naruto stared at the old man, watching him smoke silently. The old man was surrounded by smoke, and Naruto couldn't tell what he was thinking. For some reason, the old man seemed reluctant to let Kakashi join Root. Naruto thought for a moment and took a step back. If not, he should at least be an advisor, right? That can be arranged. Hiruzen Sarutobai took down his pipe and affirmed. Excellent. Naruto nodded slightly. Although he didn't know why the old man wouldn't let him go, at least he had secured Kakashi's name. Leaving all else aside, Kakashi's name was quite impressive. After all, he was the teacher who trained the god of shinobi. All right, Hokage old man, I'm leaving if there's nothing else. With most of his goals for the day accomplished, Naruto was ready to retreat. Hiruzen Sarutobai looked up and watched him leave. After Naruto and Karin had completely disappeared, he closed his eyes. Naruto's suspicion was ruled out. Since last night, when the Anbu from the prison reported Orochimaru's death, Hiruzen Sarutobai was in disbelief. After seeing it for himself, he came to a possible conclusion. Orochimaru might really be dead. Fortunately, he didn't jump to conclusions and had Anbu checked the seals on the first and second Hokage. Sure enough, the two sealed lords had disappeared. Now, he was certain that Orochimaru was not dead but had been rescued by someone else. Who was the culprit? There were too many possibilities. Although the probability was small, even Naruto was not entirely out of the question in Hiruzen Sarutobai's mind. But after seeing him today, the possibility of Naruto being the culprit could be ruled out. So, the only person who could have rescued Orochimaru under heavy guard without being discovered was Obaido Uchiha. Just now, when Naruto asked if Kakashi could join Root, Hiruzen Sarutobai was already thinking about Kakashi's placement. The incident yesterday, the Hidden Leaf Crush plan, the Uchiha clan massacre, the Nine Tails attack. In short, the animosity between the Hidden Leaf and Obaido Uchiha was growing. They couldn't let this person roam free anymore. They had to apprehend Obaido Uchiha. As for the candidate, Hiruzen Sarutobai had considered Naruto's Root. After all, Root already had an intelligence department. However, Naruto, as a Jinchuriki, was not a suitable candidate for tracking. As anyone who has played shogi knows, an elephant can defeat a tiger and a lion, but it is countered by a mouse. The Mangekyo Sharingan that Obaido Uchiha possessed was a weapon that countered tailed beasts. It was better to be safe than sorry. After all, Obaido Uchiha's reputation was far too great. The former Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Two Tails, and Eight Tails. Hiruzen Sarutobai would definitely not arrange for Naruto to be the one to track him. Since Naruto couldn't go, the only candidate, in terms of both strength and other factors, seemed to be Kakashi alone. That's why Hiruzen Sarutobai had been so non-committal in his answer just now. Obaido Uchiha, he muttered. In the swirling smoke, Hiruzen Sarutobai's eyes grew more and more hazy. The Nine Tails rampage, the Uchiha clan massacre, controlling the fourth Mizukage, his recent actions in the Land of Lightning, and participating in the Hidden Leaf Crush plan. Hiruzen Sarutobai couldn't understand or figure it out. Why did this person have such a deep-seated hatred for the Hidden Leaf and the world, and why did he want the tailed beasts? What is his purpose, the Hidden Leaf, the Hidden Mist Village, the Hidden Cloud Village, and the tailed beasts? While Hiruzen Sarutobai was deep in thought, Naruto returned to his loyal Root base. The sky was gloomy, and it was still drizzling. Karin stood beside him, holding an umbrella for him and using the opportunity to cling to him. He turned his head to glance at her. Hee Tilda Karin smiled happily, her cheeks flushing. Naruto looked away, no longer minding. He looked at the base, which was pierced by a giant hourglass, and his heart bled. This is all my property. He closed his eyes and sensed for a moment, then opened them, suddenly bringing his hands together. Earth-style, Root Restoration Jutsu. Rumble, rumble. It was as if an earth dragon was rolling, countless soil and stones tumbled, leaped, and gathered here. Everything was under Naruto's powerful chakra control, restoring the root base to its original appearance. In the distance, the four-person team, who had been granted the fastest possible completion of their assessment by Hiruzen Sarutobi and had quickly rushed over, were dumbfounded by this scene. They had thought Naruto's deadly destructive white light was already invincible, but they hadn't expected him to have such powerful earth style and an unparalleled chakra control ability. And this chakra level was akin to a tailed beast's. "This is the invincible Lord Naruto," Shigaraki Tanuki exclaimed with infinite reverence, and the others agreed. After the ground returned to a state of calm, the four of them jumped in front of Naruto, their eyes even more loyal. "Lord Naruto." Naruto glanced at them and nodded lightly. "The four of you have a mission to go out with me and recruit some people." "Oh, right." Naruto took out the custom masks from his backpack and threw them to the four. They were four deformed panda heads, each with its own unique characteristics. "This is," Ryoma Aburame looked at the item in his hand, a question mark on his face. "What kind of expression is this? It looks so strange." "These are the masks Root will use from now on. Put them on, we'll depart soon." After saying that, Naruto put on a comical-looking mask. Seeing this mask, the four of them felt a strange urge to laugh. Karin, for her part, couldn't hold it in and laughed. "Lord, Naruto, what is this?" Naruto slanted a look at her. "Is it that funny?" "Ha, it's not funny." "It's not funny, and yet you're still laughing." He turned to look at the four of them. Sure enough, all four of them seemed to be in a great deal of pain trying to hold back their laughter. This is what it means to be a ninja. They can't even hold back a laugh. How funny. "You, Karin Uzumaki, you have failed the test. Your punishment is to stay home and guard the place." Naruto found an excuse and casually placed a confinement spell on Karin. Karin looked baffled. Naruto ignored her. "Now let's go." With that, he was off. Whoosh tilde. He was the first to depart. Then, the four of them followed closely behind. Flying Thunder God? He wasn't planning on using that. The so-called pursuit of Danzo and the recruitment of Root members were all just excuses. Naruto's real purpose was, first, to go on vacation. After his 2-day vacation trip before, Naruto had a profound realization. Vacationing was awesome, and staying on vacation was even more awesome. What was this about fighting Danzo for people? Danzo was already gone. It was all an excuse. He just wanted a few more days. No, a few more months of vacation. His second purpose was to lay his own chess pieces in advance before the Great Shinobi War and the struggle for the new era came. In this war, he, Naruto Uzumaki, would be the biggest winner. Almost at the same time, in a cave in the distant land of fire, while it was drizzling in the hidden leaf, it was pouring rain here. Itachi Uchiha and Kasame Hashigaki, who had just finished an Akatsuki meeting using the body flicker jutsu, opened their eyes. Itachi got up and walked to the entrance of the cave, wanting to leave but was stopped by the torrential rain. Kasame looked at him, a hint of a complicated smile in his eyes. "Itachi-san, are you going now? To the hidden leaf." Chapter 1353. "Should I go?" Itachi Uchiha didn't say a word. He didn't even turn his head, only giving a barely perceptible nod. Konoha. Yes, of course he would go. However, standing in the cave, he looked up at the pouring rain. The large raindrops fell in a continuous line, one after another. In the gloomy sky, a lightning bolt would flash from time to time, illuminating Itachi Uchiha's calm face and highlighting his scarlet Sharingan. The clouds in the sky rolled, just like the surging thoughts in Itachi's heart at that moment. Just now, at the Akatsuki meeting, the leader had issued a new mission: to check on the status of the Jinchuriki in the various villages. This was a last resort for the leader to deal with the unexpected situation after Abaido Uchiha had forcefully taken the 2 Tails and 8 Tails Jinchuriki. Everyone in the Akatsuki was more or less aware of the leader's plan. Therefore, checking on the specific situation of each Jinchuriki had become a matter of urgency. Itachi and Kasame, by virtue of being in the Land of Fire, took on the task of going to Konoha to check on the 9 Tails Jinchuriki. Itachi had actually volunteered for this task. He had 2 main objectives. Lately, Konoha had been experiencing one major event after another. First, there was the Konoha Crush plan, which shocked the ninja world, and then the defection of the longtime elder, Danzo Shimura. Each was a major event that shook the entire ninja world. It just so happened that every one of them took place in Konoha. Why does Konoha seem more dangerous than the rest of the ninja world lately? Although Danzo, who had threatened his younger brother, had now defected, and Sasuke seemed to be out of danger, Itachi still felt that he would only feel at ease if he went to see for himself. This was the first reason. The second was to pass on information. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki, was a very famous person. The ninja world daily would bombard people with news about him every 3 days, making them pay attention to him. Beating the first and second Hokage, the new god of shinobi, his specific strength was unknown, but he must be very strong. He was definitely the future of Konoha. This future, however, was now being targeted by 2 forces and 2 powerful individuals. The situation was urgent. He had to go to Konoha to pass on the information. Although Naruto Uzumaki's accomplishments and titles made him sound very strong, Itachi felt that the trustworthiness of things like newspapers should be lowered by a third. What's more, Obaido Uchiha, with his Mangekyo Sharingan, was the natural enemy of any Jinchuriki. Moreover, that guy's strength was also terrifying. He single-handedly caused the Nine-Tails rampage and killed the 4th Hokage. He entered Kirigakure alone and controlled the 4th Mizukage. He even fought the entire Hidden Cloud village and killed the 4th Raikage. Itachi also heard rumors that the 4th Kazekage of the Land of Wind was also killed by Obaido Uchiha. This guy, why does he have a grudge against the 4th Kages of every village? Itachi counted them all. He was close to collecting all the cages of the 5 great nations. At least there isn't a 4th Tsuchikage in the Land of Earth yet. But then again, no matter what, Itachi felt that Naruto Uzumaki had no chance of fighting back against such a natural enemy. As for the other side, the leader of his Akatsuki organization, with his Rinnegan, Itachi felt that even he wouldn't stand a chance, not to mention a Jinchuriki who was countered by the Mangekyo Sharingan. Therefore, this information had to be passed on. It would also be a good opportunity to make his presence known. Itachi thought a lot, but only a moment had passed. Kisame saw the slight nod. He stared at the figure in front of him, and as if he had thought of something, a smile appeared on his lips. "Mr. Itachi, I never thought you had another clansman." Speaking of which, Kisame was also very confused. Just now, at the Akatsuki meeting, a new member had joined. This new member, named Uchiha Hongjang, replaced Hidden, who had disappeared, and became Kakuzu's new teammate. Uchiha Hongjang. He had never heard that name before, but he was sure the person was from the Uchiha clan. Kisame was a little confused. Didn't Itachi wipe out the entire Uchiha clan? How did another Uchiha just pop up out of nowhere? Could it be? With that question in mind, Kisame asked calmly, "Mr. Itachi, do you know this Uchiha Hongjang?" "I've never heard that name before." Itachi's voice was cold. With his back to Kisame, Kisame couldn't see Itachi's expression. But given Itachi's character, he probably wouldn't lie about this. "Is that so?" Kisame unconsciously grinned, revealing a mouth full of shiny, sharp teeth. He didn't look like a good person at all. "Then we have to be careful. The Uchiha clansmen of Mr. Itachi are not easy to deal with," Kisame said. Itachi listened but didn't say a word. He was also curious about the origins of Uchiha Hongjang. In the ninja world, the origins of every Uchiha were very clear. Although the appearance of Madara Uchiha had startled him before, he had known about him since he was a child, so he wasn't surprised. He hadn't expected that the person wasn't Madara Uchiha, but Obaido Uchiha impersonating him. As for the suddenly appearing Obaido Uchiha, Itachi also had memories of him. In his memories, this person was a clansman who had died in the Third Great Ninja War. He was still young then, but he still remembered when some clansmen came to his father to discuss a matter, and someone mentioned they wanted to retrieve the lost Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. The object to be retrieved was Kakashi-senpai. At the time, Itachi clearly remembered that the one who gave that Sharingan to Kakashi was Obaido Uchiha. Just as the newspapers reported, everyone at the time believed that Obaido Uchiha had died in the war. Who would have thought that Obaido Uchiha was still alive and well, and even impersonating Madara Uchiha, hiding in the shadows and plotting some great scheme? Itachi still didn't know what Obito Uchiha was plotting. But he did know the origin of those Sharingan, those Mangekyo Sharingan, that Uchiha had. Then, what about this Uchiha Hongjang? Itachi had no impression of this person at all, not in the clan, and certainly not in Konoha. This person seemed to have suddenly appeared from some obscure corner. If he had the chance, Itachi decided he would ask him directly. But for now, he would go to Konoha first. With this thought, Itachi took a step into the rain. The torrent of rain instantly soaked him. His loose, red cloud Akatsuki cloak clung tightly to his body. This isn't good for your health. Seeing this, Kisame advised him kindly. When Itachi didn't move, and even tilted his head up to look at the sky, Kisame couldn't quite guess what Itachi was thinking. They were indeed about to go to Konoha, Itachi's hometown. Thinking about the things Itachi had done before, killing his parents, wiping out his clan. Although he wasn't clear why Itachi did it, Kisame felt that his feelings must be very, very complicated right now. But, judging by Itachi's past actions, Kisame found himself unable to grasp Itachi's thoughts at the moment. He just saw the rain hitting Itachi's face, streaming down from his forehead. Kisame's heart stirred, and he spoke. I don't know what you, a cold person, are thinking right now, but from my perspective, it looks like you're crying. Let's go, Itachi said coldly, then continued walking into the rain. Chapter 1354. At the same time, not far from Konoha. The Land of Fire was of a decent size. Among the 5 great nations, its territory wasn't the largest, but it certainly wasn't small. Unlike some countries, where a single weather forecast of sunny could summarize the weather for the entire nation. Thus, while Itachi Uchiha was being drenched by a violent storm, the weather not far from Konoha had long since cleared up. In the western sky, a beautiful rainbow even hung in the air. Wow, Sasuke-kun, look, what a beautiful rainbow. On the way back to the village, Sakura's mood instantly brightened when she saw the rainbow, chattering like a sparrow. The unpleasantness of being caught in the rain just moments ago vanished completely. Yay! Going on a date with Sasuke. No, it's a mission with just the 2 of us, and I even get to see such a beautiful rainbow. This is great. Sakura excitedly pointed at the rainbow in the sky. She turned around to see Sasuke with his head lowered, a gloomy and worried frown on his face. Sasuke-kun, Sakura asked cautiously. But Sasuke seemed to not have heard her at all. His mood at this moment was not one of elation. In fact, it was more like his mother had just died. The blow Naruto had dealt him this morning was quite significant. Naruto was already a Jonin and the leader of an organization. And him. He was still a genin, forever stuck doing D-rank missions like a delivery boy. Sasuke felt an indescribable feeling. He felt that there was already a sad, thick barrier between him and Naruto, and they were living completely different lives. Was he not working hard enough? Sasuke pondered. Looking back on his life, especially the last 6 months since graduating, Sasuke didn't feel he had wasted any time. He had been working hard enough. Yet, despite all his efforts, the gap between him and Naruto was only getting wider. He no longer felt any jealousy toward Naruto because the gap was too large. He couldn't even see the taillights, so how could he be jealous? A 3-year goal. Remembering his goal of catching up to Naruto in 3 years, he wondered if such a thing could really be achieved. And was the Mangekyo Sharingan Naruto spoke of truly that powerful? And did those books really help? Sasuke was a little doubtful. But Sasuke knew that he had no other path to choose. With conventional ninjutsu, he had no hope of catching up. There was only one thing he could have that Naruto couldn't, the Mangekyo Sharingan. So, regardless of whether Naruto was telling the truth, the Mangekyo Sharingan was his only hope for a comeback. With this thought, Sasuke looked up. His bright and determined eyes instantly locked onto Sakura. Sasuke-kun. Sakura yelped in surprise. She had called his name several times with no response, so his sudden gaze startled her. Sakura hid the hands she had extended to check his forehead for a fever. Sakura, could you? Looking at the flustered Sakura, even though he knew the possible consequences, Sasuke only hesitated for a moment. In an instant, His eyes became extraordinarily firm again. "Sakura, would you be willing to live with me? My house is quite big, and until I achieve my goal." Sakura couldn't hear the rest of his words. Only the two phrases, "with Sasuke-kun" and "live with me," echoed in her mind. Sasuke-kun wants to live with me. The thought appeared and lingered, refusing to fade away. After years of a one-sided crush, Sakura was a little overwhelmed. She felt her heart pounding fast, as if a baby dinosaur was rattling around, threatening to burst out of her chest. "Are you willing?" She had forgotten what he said at the beginning and in the middle. After her mind calmed down a bit, Sakura only heard this voice. "Yes, yes, Sasuke-kun, moi tilde. Sakura mustered her courage, closed her eyes, puckered her lips, and leaned in. What she received was only Sasuke's cold, palm of the Buddha. A polite refusal, JPG. Even though she was rejected, Sakura didn't feel the slightest bit of unhappiness. Her face was red, but her eyes were fixed on Sasuke. She simply thought he was being shy. Meanwhile, Sasuke was deep in thought. He had found a brilliant student to help him study. The next step was to accelerate his learning. Missions could wait. He would strive to master the Mangekyou as soon as possible. Additionally, recalling Naruto's Jonin rank, Sasuke felt that he also needed to address his own rank. Has the result of the Chunin exams not been announced yet? Sasuke thought that even with Orochimaru's interference, there should be a result by now. He decided to go back and ask his teacher, Kakashi. With his strength, he should surely be promoted to Chunin, right? What about Jonin? What were the requirements? Sasuke felt a new sense of urgency. I'll go back and ask Kakashi-sensei. With that, Sasuke stood up and started walking back. Sasuke-kun, wait for me, Sakura called out sweetly. Eek tilde. Sakura's voice made Sasuke feel goosebumps all over his body. Is this what Naruto meant by cringe? A shiver ran down his spine. Sasuke instinctively quickened his pace. After returning to the village, the two submitted their mission report. Afterward, Sasuke proposed they part ways, agreeing to meet up again in the evening. Sakura was reluctant, saying she wanted to spend more time with him to get to know him better. Sasuke was afraid he might throw up and flat out refused. As for the evening, we'll worry about that then. After they split up, Sasuke went to look for Naruto. In terms of accelerated learning, the sage land on Naruto was the ultimate weapon. Teacher Leopard was truly knowledgeable. He was not only skilled in various ninjutsu, but in the realm of knowledge, Teacher Leopard was also the highest mountain. Teacher Leopard could explain any knowledge points he hadn't known before. With Teacher Leopard's guidance, even if the teaching time each night was short, the effect would still be significant. Wait a minute. I wonder if Teacher Leopard in the Sage Land knows anything about the Mangekyou Sharingan. He had never asked before. Instantly, his urgency to find Naruto increased. He searched and searched but couldn't find Naruto. Instead, he found the white-haired Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi-sensei. Seeing Kakashi leaning against a telephone pole reading a book, Sasuke walked forward slowly. Sasuke. Kakashi put down his book. He was a little surprised to see him. But seeing Sasuke's expression, Kakashi knew he must have something on his mind. What is it? Do you know where Naruto is? Naruto. Kakashi was puzzled for a moment. Where did Naruto go? He might not have known before noon, but now he was very clear. However, due to the confidential nature of Naruto's mission, he couldn't answer directly. He went on a mission, Kakashi finally summarized. A mission. Sasuke pondered for a moment, then asked, when will he be back? Kakashi's dead fish eyes scanned Sasuke. Naruto's identity and mission were now considered confidential. But seeing the urgency in Sasuke's eyes, Kakashi hesitated for a moment and then answered. A month or two at the shortest, but maybe half a year at the longest. That long? Sasuke instantly realized that Naruto had taken on some kind of high-level mission. He felt a pang of envy, and then a little disappointment. If only I could have gone on the mission with Naruto. A single month could be worth more than half a year of my own training. Thinking of the organization Naruto was heading to this morning, Root, Sasuke asked again, Kakashi-sensei, what kind of organization is REINCARNATION? This question. Kakashi tilted his head in thought, choosing his words carefully. It's a base that specializes in training, and they also handle some intelligence work. Training. For some reason, hearing the word training made Sasuke think of the Sage Land on Naruto. If I join REINCARNATION, will I be able to connect with Naruto and enter the Sage Land to train at any time? Thinking of this, Sasuke actually felt a little excited. REINCARNATION. I want to join. But, thinking that Naruto was the leader of the REINCARNATION organization, Sasuke hesitated again. Joining REINCARNATION means becoming a subordinate of that guy Naruto. Sasuke felt that he should think about it a little more. However, since he couldn't find Naruto, Sasuke remembered the real reason he came to see Kakashi. Sensei, have the results of the Chunin exams been announced yet? Sasuke's dark eyes looked at Kakashi with sincerity. Chunin exams, huh? If Sasuke had asked about anything else, Kakashi might not have known the answer, but this question, Kakashi happened to know. He had just been summoned to the Hokage's office, and happened to hear that the third Hokage was preparing to leave Konoha. Why would the Hokage leave Konoha? Kakashi guessed he must be going to the capital. It was a coincidence that Naruto had returned, Jiraiya-sama had returned, and although he hadn't seen her, Tsunade-sama must have also returned. So, it wouldn't be just the third Hokage going to the capital. This time, it would be for the official appointment of the fifth Hokage. And the results of the Chunin exams. If Kakashi's guess was correct, they would likely be announced by the new fifth Hokage, Tsunade-sama. The so-called Emperor's students. No, Kakashi didn't know this concept. But that didn't stop him from knowing this kind of procedure. Soon. Kakashi looked at Sasuke with a gentle expression. This time his 3 students. No, Naruto was already a Jonin. So, the remaining 2 should be able to get promoted to Chunin, right? With all 3 of his students promoted to Chunin, Kakashi even wanted to ask Guy, Asuma, and Kurenai if their students had all been promoted to Chunin. Do I really have a talent for teaching? Originally, Kakashi didn't think much of it, but with the facts and so many people's praise, Kakashi was starting to have doubts. He shook his head lightly, pushing the thought out of his mind. If it's fast, it should be within this week. Sasuke nodded. With his question answered, another one was already on the tip of his tongue. However, thinking of the next question, Sasuke's eyes couldn't help but glance at Kakashi's left eye. Kakashi-sensei, do you have anything you can teach me about the Sharingan? Sasuke lowered his head. He was a little uncomfortable asking this question. He, an Uchiha, a proud Uchiha, was asking an outsider for guidance on how to use the Sharingan. But as an orphan, he had always been left to figure things out on his own. No one had ever taught him how to use the Sharingan. Sasuke knew that he was only asking this question without shame, because he was desperate to improve and reach the Mangekyo. The Sharingan. Hearing the question, Kakashi subconsciously reached up and touched the right eye covered by his headband. He also thought of his teammate, who was now wreaking havoc in the ninja world. After a moment of daze, he came back to his senses. Looking at the Sasuke with his head bowed, Kakashi felt that he was different from before. However, it seemed things were moving in a good direction. Thinking of this, a gentle smile appeared on Kakashi's face under his mask. I do have some experience with how to use the Sharingan. I just hope I don't mislead you. That's fine, Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke looked up. His eager eyes made Kakashi agree. All right, come and get it tomorrow morning. The place will be at the Dango shop. Tomorrow morning, why? Before Sasuke could finish his sentence, he saw a beautiful, graceful woman walking toward them. Sasuke recognized this woman. Hana-san. Oh, is that you, Sasuke-chan? Hana smiled generously, seemingly surprised. Her nickname for a child didn't annoy Sasuke at all. However, Sasuke instantly understood why Kakashi-sensei was here. He was waiting for someone. Am I interrupting you? Hana tilted her head and looked at Kakashi. No, we just finished our talk. Kakashi put on his cool guy persona, perhaps not wanting his student to laugh at him, and turned to leave with Hana. Let's go. See you next time, Sasuke-chan. Halfway there, Kakashi turned and winked at Sasuke. Sasuke understood Kakashi's message. You need to have a life too, kid.
A life.
Sasuke felt he had no time for such things. He had one thing he had to do, revenge. I have to wait until tomorrow. He muttered softly and also turned to leave. Thinking of going back to face the overly sweet Sakura, Sasuke felt his goosebumps rising again.
Hi.
Not far away, Shikamaru sighed in surprise. Look, isn't that Sasuke? As he spoke, he glanced at Ino. Ino simply looked for a moment and then had no further reaction. Choji, however, looked at Sasuke for a longer moment. I didn't see Naruto. After a brief thought, he turned to Ino and pointedly asked, He's all alone. Are you really going to give up?
Give up?
Ino, of course, didn't want to give up. If it were possible, she would want both Naruto and Sasuke to pursue her. But the reality was, Ino didn't want to compete with Sakura for Sasuke and ruin their friendship. Although that's what she thought, Ino still didn't admit defeat. HMPH tilde give up, I never even tried. At this, Shikamaru and Choji looked at each other. Never tried. When they were kids, who was the one who was always around Sasuke, yelling, You're so handsome, Sasuke. Go Sasuke. Seeing Ino's expression, Shikamaru changed the subject. What are we doing next? I'm going to get some Mixu ice cream. Choji was the first to jump up. Looking at the spirited Choji, who got excited at the mention of food and drinks, Ino replied dismissively, Fine tilde fine tilde. Walking down the road, Ino felt listless. Naruto is so hard to get. Are all the handsome guys this hard to get? And Sasuke is already popular, but why is Naruto even more popular than him? It seems I have even more competition. For a moment, Ino felt her future romantic life was bleak. Where is my Prince Charming? Ino cried out silently. Night fell and the streetlights turned on. Lights came on in every house. Sasuke walked silently, his mind wandering. When he finally came to his senses, he realized that his muscle memory had led him to Naruto's house as the sky was getting dark. Naruto's gone, what am I doing here? He sighed dismissively. He looked up and subconsciously glanced at Naruto's room. This one glance made him freeze. The light is on in there. Naruto is back. His wandering thoughts instantly vanished, and Sasuke felt a thrill of excitement. He jumped onto the roof to confirm, and sure enough, it was Naruto inside. Naruto was just about to eat a big feast all by himself. Sasuke almost went up and knocked on the door, but he suddenly remembered something and suppressed his impulse. He turned and jumped away. A moment later, in another part of the neighborhood. Knock tilde. Sakura, who was trying on an outfit, heard someone knocking on her window from the balcony. Sasuke-kun. She opened the window and was surprised to see Sasuke standing there. At this time, in this place. Before she could let her imagination run wild, Sasuke grabbed her. Sakura, let's go. Sasuke-kun tilde. Being held by his hands, Sakura began to fantasize. If Sasuke tries to kiss me, I don't know how I'll handle it. Should I accept? Or should I accept? Hee hee, what a tough choice tilde. But once they arrived, Sakura was speechless. Does anyone understand this feeling? Sasuke actually brought her to Naruto's house. What? Naruto is here too. Okay, never mind. Sakura sadly covered her face. She knew she shouldn't have gotten her hopes up. But this is kind of like living together, isn't it? Knock tilde. Sasuke knocked on the door, and of course, Naruto opened it. Ever since he heard the news from Kakashi this afternoon, Sasuke hadn't had any expectations. So seeing Naruto suddenly made Sasuke extremely happy. He still couldn't suppress his curiosity. Naruto, didn't you go on a mission? A mission, I guess so. Naruto thought, aren't missions something you do during the day? Besides, it was already past 6, so it was time to get off work. Not to mention the Root members were deeply learning his work-life balance philosophy. So when it was time to get off work, as the leader of Root, Naruto Uzumaki naturally had to lead by example and get off work. Even if he was in another country, thousands of miles away from Konoha, the people on his mission would still be brought back to Konoha by him to enjoy the warmth of their homes every night. Looking at it that way, Naruto was truly great. Even if most of the root members were single, anyway. He welcomed the two into the house. The feast had just been served, so Naruto invited them to eat with him. Sakura had already eaten, and she said she was on a diet, so she refused. But that shameless guy Sasuke had already picked up his chopsticks. Once he started, he couldn't stop. He ate so deliciously. Well, of course it's good. Naruto himself grilled it. How could it not be good? Sakura had recovered from her earlier disappointment. Seeing how deliciously Sasuke was eating, she couldn't help but want to pick up her chopsticks. But her clothes were already too tight, and she was afraid the buttons would pop if she ate. Seeing this, she quickly changed the subject. Naruto, are you very busy with your missions en route? Busy. Naruto put down his chopsticks. Root is a large organization. Other people do the other things, but I have a lot of work too. Thinking of something, he continued. However, from now on, I will mainly focus my energy on military affairs. Chapter 1355. Sasuke was especially thick-skinned today, insisting on staying at Naruto's place and refusing to leave no matter how hard they tried to shoo him away. In the end, the three of them had to share a bed. After connecting to the Naruto brand server, the two of them entered the Sage Realm to train, while Naruto himself chose to bond with Kurama. It was time for the nightly Kurama petting session. Naruto felt that, perhaps because Kurama had become a complete entity, the fox's fur seemed even softer, and he felt a little meatier, as if he had gotten a little bigger. In short, he felt even better to the touch. The night passed without incident. The next day, at 8 in the morning, Naruto disconnected right on time, kicking the other two out of his body. Tilde. As soon as they disconnected, Sasuke let out a cry of ecstasy. He sat up, clutching his head, and groaned in pain. He had been studying for the entire night. Sasuke felt dizzy and lightheaded, as if his brain had been completely drained. It ached, his head ached, it hurt so much. Sasuke-kun. Sakura, who was on Naruto's other side, looked at him with concern. She quickly got up and went over to check on him. It's nothing serious, Naruto said, knowing the reason with a single look. He comforted her. Dizziness is normal. You'll be fine after a little rest. Teacher Leopard's knowledge transfer was no joke. Sasuke's brain had been brutally stuffed with 3 years' worth of high school knowledge last night. Given Sasuke's foundation, it was perfectly normal for him to feel dizzy from the sheer volume of information. Sasuke, take a break and don't do any more thinking for a while. Focus on training your ninjutsu and taijutsu. Otherwise, the consequences, Naruto said mysteriously, letting out a profound sigh. The consequences weren't simple, they were a persistent brain ache. Sasuke was clearly intimidated, thinking there might be something more serious. He clutched his head, enduring the pain. His voice was hoarse as he said, "Understood." Okay, this time he wouldn't try to be a show-off anymore. It's already this late. After a brief moment of relief, Sasuke remembered something. He looked up at the bright sunlight outside the window, struggled to get up, and was about to head out. I'm going to be late. Sasuke-kun. Seeing Sasuke's strained appearance, Sakura tried to stop him with concern. Unfortunately, Sakura's advice was completely useless. Sasuke left anyway, as obstinate as ever. Naruto. Seeing that Sasuke hadn't paid any attention to her, Sakura turned back dejectedly. Her messy pink hair from the early morning was strewn across her forehead, making her look quite pitiful. Sasuke is. Sakura then briefly described Sasuke's strange behavior. She could clearly feel that Sasuke always had a sense of urgency, as if he was running out of time, but it wasn't visible on the outside. Naruto-kun, will Sasuke be all right? Sakura's eyes were red as she asked Naruto worriedly. She was very concerned about Sasuke. This kind of thing happened before, but it had gotten especially severe recently. It was already in its late stages. For the past few days, Sasuke had been putting immense pressure on himself, training and studying like crazy, with almost no time to rest. She was very, very worried. If this continued... Naruto was, of course, aware of what Sakura was saying. In fact, some of that pressure was deliberately created by him, Naruto Uzumaki. Don't ask why he did it. The answer was simply to stimulate Sasuke's Sharingan. As for whether all this pressure would break Sasuke, tisk, Naruto thought that Sakura still didn't understand Sasuke well enough. To Sasuke, all these things were just all in a day's work. Naruto wanted to tell Sakura one thing. Don't worry about Sasuke. This little bit of pressure is nothing for the legendary stress-resistant king, Sasuke. Who is Sasuke? The sole survivor of the famous Uchiha clan. As everyone knows, the Uchiha clan was a legendary clan. Based on Naruto's own experience, this clan was a well-known family of psychotics in the ninja world. The more they were stimulated, the stronger they became. In short, the deeper the psychosis, the crazier they get, and the stronger their Kekkei Genkai becomes. And what about Sasuke? The night of the clan annihilation, the death of his entire family, his older brother killing his father and mother. All of this combined, and he only awakened a single Tamo at the age of 7 or 8. Only. This guy's sand points were absurdly high. His stress resistance was beyond the heavens. Thinking of this, Naruto glanced at Sakura. He'll be fine, Sasuke is very strong. After comforting her gently, Naruto lay back down, ready to go back to sleep. His work hours started at 9. 10 was fine too. He was the great big boss now, he shouldn't be so hard on himself. Instead of worrying about him, you should worry more about yourself. This nonsensical remark left Sakura with a question mark over her head. She wanted to ask more questions, but the snoring that followed from Naruto made her give up. Sakura sighed, looked at Naruto, and turned to leave. Bang! The door closed, and Naruto opened his eyes again, deep in thought. Sasuke's pressure was indeed considerable. If the boy had just chosen to give up and lie flat, he wouldn't have any pressure at all. But who told him that he, Sasuke, had to compete with himself? However, it's time to give him a little carrot. In the battle arena, Naruto knew full well how strong Sasuke would be in the future. To put it simply, as long as the two old ancestors didn't show up, he would be one thing to the ninja world, invincible. Therefore, Naruto had no doubts about Sasuke's future. Or rather, about Sasuke's potential. If he could use this guy well. No, it should be called pulling him to his own side. He would be a considerable help. Let me see, where did Sasuke go? Closing his eyes, Naruto sensed for a moment and found that the boy was heading straight for the shopping district. The familiar chakra? Yes, it was Teacher Kakashi. Wait a minute. Naruto paused. Who were those two unfamiliar chakras next to Teacher Kakashi? One of them had a considerable level of chakra. The amount was about 1/20th of his, almost on par with the one-tailed Shukaku. Naruto felt that he hadn't heard of a person like this. An existence like this shouldn't be an unknown nobody in the ninja world. How did he appear in the village so silently? And why was this guy's chakra radiating a hint of malevolence? He didn't seem like a good person. Interesting tilde. All traces of sleepiness left Naruto's face. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Swoosh! With a flash of golden light, Naruto vanished from the room. After traveling all night, the two of them arrived in the hidden leaf village in the morning. Looking at the towering city walls in the distance, Kisame followed Itachi straight into the village through a side gate. Then, Itachi, who was ahead of him, must have missed the food from his hometown. He didn't even take a good look at the hidden leaf village and just kept his head down, walking until they stopped at a dumpling shop. Let's eat this. Without a word, Itachi found an empty seat and sat down. Kisame wasn't a picky person, so he also sat down. He was indeed hungry after the long journey. Food, to him, was just for filling his stomach. He had planned to go to the main street to grab a bite, but since Itachi seemed to really like this place, Kisame was curious to taste what kind of food Itachi had been missing. After a while, the dumplings arrived. The taste was indeed good. But after only a few bites, Kisame felt a gaze, subtle and persistent, fixed on them. Kisame found an opportunity and looked out of the corner of his eye. The person had white hair, and his left eye was covered by a headband. Kisame recognized this person. He was recorded in the Hidden Mists A and BU notebooks. Copy Ninja Kakashi Hadake. It was him. Kasame was experienced. His small eyes showed no change in expression, and his movements were as usual. Well, it was normal to run into him in the Hidden Leaf Village. He was in the Hidden Leaf Village, and he still ran into him. After a moment of thought, Kasame silently touched Samehada behind his back. Just as his hand touched Samehada, he noticed a look from Itachi. "Don't move." Kasame understood what Itachi's eyes were saying. He thought Itachi had misunderstood. Making a move in a big ninja village like this, especially in the village's shopping district. He wouldn't do something so foolish, even if he were an idiot. However, he still nodded and pretended as if nothing had happened, continuing to eat his dumplings with a calm expression. "Yo, Kakashi-sensei, long time no see." Kasame heard a light and cheerful voice from behind him. Even without seeing the person, just hearing the voice, a picture of a bright, sunny-faced boy flashed in Kasame's mind. "Naruto, you." "Naruto." Kasame immediately realized that this was the Jinchuriki they were looking for. "Wait, Kakashi-sensei." He heard the voice interrupt Kakashi headache, and then the area around him fell silent. All sounds disappeared. "Tap." The next moment, Kasame felt a tap on his shoulder. Then the voice sounded again. This time, it was right next to his ear. "Yo Tilda, you look familiar, my friend Tilda. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels." Chapter 1356. "Hey there, my friend, you look a little familiar, Tilda." Naruto lightly tapped the person, discreetly leaving an inconspicuous flying thunder god seal on him. He did this because he knew these two people. Red clouds and black robes, this uniform was simply classic. As soon as Naruto saw the iconic uniforms, he had a pretty good idea who these two were. Rumor had it, or rather, according to intelligence from the pangolin mole inside the Akatsuki, Itachi Uchiha, that the duo of Itachi Uchiha and Kasame Hoshigaki from the Hidden Mist Village would appear in Konoha any day now. Their purpose for this trip was to either capture him or check on his status as the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Upon seeing the uniforms, Naruto immediately knew their identities. I mean, it's not like someone would cosplay in an obscure Akatsuki uniform and stroll into Konoha just for the experience, right? Besides, the chakra emanating from these two proved they weren't just ordinary Akatsuki enthusiasts. As soon as he saw the two of them sitting there, information about them flashed through Naruto's mind, and his eyes filled with curiosity. He had seen Itachi Uchiha's face in Danzo's memories, but what did Kasame Hoshigaki look like? I heard he has a strange and distinctive appearance. This piqued his curiosity. How strange can he be? The pangolin didn't provide any specific details, only mentioning a tall, dark figure. The newspaper image was so rough I couldn't make anything out. Naruto glanced at the back of the figure in the uniform. The person was indeed tall, about the same build as the old man Jiraiya, but Kasame Hoshigaki was completely wrapped up, his head covered by a straw hat, making it impossible to see his features. What does he look like from the front? Let me see. Naruto leaned in, trying to get a good look at what Kasame Hoshigaki looked like. At this moment, due to Naruto's sudden appearance, the already delicate atmosphere became a bit chilly. Passers-by even felt a slight coldness. But Naruto seemed completely oblivious, continuing to peer in with curious nonchalance. Sensing Naruto getting closer, the subtle, confident smile on Kasame's face vanished instantly. He moved his hand slightly, and his arm involuntarily tensed up. If we're discovered and have to fight in the center of Konoha, it will be a chaotic battle. He had considered all possible scenarios. The tension was at its peak. Suddenly, a hand pressed down on Kasame's restless hands. Kasame looked up and saw Itachi Uchiha slowly shaking his head with a slight movement. At the same time, slapped Tilda. A hand landed on Naruto's shoulder, stopping his advance. "Naruto," Kakashi said. One hand on Naruto's shoulder, he gently shook his head. "Don't disturb the tourists who are visiting Konoha." Kakashi emphasized the word tourists. The hand on Naruto's shoulder tightened, as if afraid Naruto would take another step and tear the veil of pretense. Naruto, of course, understood his hint. Not only that, even though Kakashi's voice sounded as calm as ever, the familiar Naruto could hear the urgency hidden within it. That's right, Kakashi was panicking. This was a busy area of Konoha. If this facade was broken, two S-rank rogue ninjas appearing in Konoha, with one of them being a Konoha native S-rank rogue, would inevitably lead to an unavoidable battle. Not to mention the potential casualties from a fight in a crowded area. Just the fact that Itachi Uchiha was known to possess a Mangekyou Sharingan, just like Obaido Uchiha, was something Kakashi could not accept. It was well known that the Mangekyou Sharingan was a strong counter to, and could even completely subdue, Jinchuriki. Furthermore, Kakashi knew from Jiraiya that an organization called Akatsuki was trying to collect tailed beasts. And Itachi Uchiha was a member of that organization. If Naruto was subdued, or even captured by this traitor Itachi Uchiha's Mangekyou Sharingan, Kakashi didn't dare to think about the consequences. Even if the possibility was slim, Kakashi could not accept its mere existence.
Hi.
Naruto turned his head and saw the warning in Kakashi's eyes. He immediately suppressed his urge to cause trouble. It was a shame he didn't get to see Kasame Hoshigaki's face. No worries, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Besides, Kakashi's warning was correct. The appearance of these two was a bit sudden. They weren't originally in Naruto's script. But since they're here, why not immediately give them a role? As for accidents, there will be no accidents. Kasame Hoshigaki didn't matter. He had already been marked, and his fate was sealed. As for Itachi Uchiha, his identity was a bit complicated. Naruto wasn't sure of his stance at the moment. Is he a friend or a foe? In Danzo's memories, Itachi Uchiha was indeed extremely loyal to Konoha, to the point of being foolishly loyal. For the peace of the village, he didn't hesitate to wipe out his own clan and personally kill his parents, all to save his younger brother. But after so many years, after years of calm reflection and wandering abroad, what was Itachi Uchiha's current stance? Naruto really couldn't say. If that's the case, then he would use this opportunity to test him. And while he was at it, he would use Itachi to deal a blow to Sasuke. Put some pressure on Sasuke. Then he, Naruto Uzumaki, would step in and put on a show for Sasuke. Perfect. Naruto chuckled. The big show was arranged. Now, he just had to get the actors on stage. Understanding the growing intensity of the warning in Kakashi's eyes, Naruto knew it was time for his exit. Sorry, Kakashi-sensei, my hand just moved on its own. As he spoke, Naruto turned and walked out of the dumpling shop. I have some things to do, so I'll be heading out. As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto vanished into the crowd, moving very quickly. That kid. Looking at the vanishing Naruto, Kakashi was exasperated. Even after all this time, he sometimes couldn't understand how Naruto's mind worked. However, Kakashi's eyes instantly turned cold as he looked back into the shop. Inside the dumpling shop, the two people who had been eating dumplings were long gone, their seats empty. This is troublesome. Kakashi sighed inwardly and immediately rushed in the direction he sensed the two had gone. Although he knew he might not be able to defeat them, Akatsuki was an organization of S-rank rogue ninjas. Allowing such a presence to wander freely in Konoha would have unimaginable consequences. I hope I run into some help along the way, Kakashi couldn't help but think. At the same time, the considerate Naruto had already taken care of Kakashi-sensei's worries. He had already found help for Kakashi. Hey Gai-sensei, working out bright and early. Following his senses, Naruto quickly found Might Guy running on his hands. Yo, my boy, want to join me and unleash the sweat of youth? Still walking on his hands, Might Guy even managed to maintain a one-handed handstand to give his signature thumbs up and reveal his sparkling white teeth. For some reason, seeing those bright white teeth gave Naruto an urge to create a toothpaste brand and hire him as the spokesperson. The sales would be insane. But first things first. I have to get to work soon, so I don't have time, Naruto muttered. He then lowered his voice and said, but I think I just heard Kakashi-sensei mumbling about wanting to challenge Gai-sensei to a duel. What, a duel? Might Guy was overjoyed. In all his years, this was the first time Kakashi had ever sought him out for a duel. And it might even be the kind of duel where they were both utterly exhausted by the end. He instantly leaped to his feet, every cell in his body burning. My eternal rival, Kakashi, have you finally realized my strength and want to have a man-to-man duel with me? Excellent, let this duel be a declaration of a man's honor. Might Guy's eyes were on fire as he looked at Naruto excitedly. Quick, tell me where Kakashi is right now. I think I saw him heading towards the river. Naruto scratched his head. As soon as he pointed in the direction, whoosh. A figure shot out like an arrow from a bow, leaving nothing but a trail of dust. Kakashi, I'm coming. Naruto. Guy-sensei was a little too excited. But with his strength, which I've seen in the arena, he should be able to handle Kasame and Itachi Uchiha in a full-power burst, right? I hope they're smart enough not to cause trouble in Konoha and get in my way. After all, it's not convenient for me to make a move. As for the rest, there was one last protagonist to find. Naruto sensed for a moment, found you. At the same time, Sasuke arrived at the dumpling shop but couldn't find Kakashi. Tilde. He should have known. When was Kakashi-sensei ever on time? Still, the headache I had on the way here is gone now, so that's good, Sasuke thought. Did you know, I think I just saw Itachi Uchiha. That traitor actually dared to come back. What? Where did you see him? Just now, on the street. I think he went towards the river. Itachi Uchiha. Hearing that name, Sasuke's head snapped around, but all he saw was a crowded street. He couldn't make out who had said that. The river. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke no longer cared about his promise to Kakashi and immediately set off. I must kill that guy. The protagonist is on his way. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. Chapter 1357. Whoosh. Whoosh. Two figures moved rapidly through the forest. Tanuki Shigaraki was rushing forward with his head down. His heart was filled with determination. This was the first time Lord Naruto had given him a mission, and he had to complete it perfectly. Faster, a little bit faster. He chanted in his mind, while subtly glancing at the person next to him. It was someone moving at the same pace as him. The person was dressed in a black robe over a sharp suit, and wore a panda-faced mask just like his. This outfit, of course, belonged to another prominent member of the Root, Aburame Ryoma. Tanuki Shigaraki had just run into him by chance. He hadn't expected Lord Naruto to give the mission to both of them at the same time. Lord Naruto shouldn't have given this mission to this guy at the same time. He alone would have been enough. Of course, Tanuki Shigaraki wasn't complaining about the wise and mighty Lord Naruto. There was simply no need. He could complete it by himself. Tanuki Shigaraki looked away and picked up his pace. He asked for nothing else, just to be a little faster than the guy next to him. To complete the mission perfectly, and to impress Lord Naruto sooner. However, the content of this mission felt a bit strange to Tanuki Shigaraki. Each part of it didn't seem odd on its own, but when combined, it was very strange. But this was a mission personally given by Lord Naruto. He didn't need to question anything, he just had to execute it faithfully. Tanuki Shigaraki believed that with Lord Naruto's greatness, even if he were told to die, he would follow the order without a moment's hesitation or doubt. Loyalty. Those two words weren't just for show. They had to be proven through action. With this thought, Tanuki Shigaraki suddenly puffed out his chest with pride. No matter what, among the entire route, he, Tanuki Shigaraki, was the first one to switch his allegiance. He was Lord Naruto's very first loyal dog. HMPH. With a soft snort, Tanuki Shigaraki pushed off the ground and increased his speed. Aburame Ryoma. Go eat my dust. At almost the exact same time, Aburame Ryoma also quickened his pace, instantly catching up. HMPH. They both disliked each other. Aburame Ryoma didn't usually bother with a petty person like Tanuki Shigaraki, but this man didn't know his place. We're here. In a flash, they arrived at the riverside. Both were under Naruto's orders, to drive out 2 unfamiliar visitors from Konoha. The appearance of the enemies was clear from the description: black robes with red clouds and conical hats. As for the location, Lord Naruto had only given a vague direction: the riverside. How were they supposed to find them? Tanuki Shigaraki knew he could find them if he searched carefully. But that would inevitably waste a lot of time. Thinking of this, he turned to Aburame Ryoma. If he remembered correctly, this person was a reconnaissance ninja. Hey, Aburame Ryoma, where are the enemies? You wouldn't want to delay Lord Naruto's mission, would you? Hearing this, although Aburame Ryoma was annoyed, he would not defy Lord Naruto's orders. After a moment of perception, the flying insects brought him information. He immediately turned and looked behind them. Over here. As soon as he spoke, Tanuki Shigaraki, eager to show off, shot forward. Hey! Tanuki Shigaraki had already run far away and couldn't hear him. He had wanted to warn him that the opponent's chakra was very powerful, but this guy was just too eager. This guy. After a moment of contemplation, Aburame Ryoma swallowed his words. Whoosh! He also followed suit. Although he couldn't stand the man's petty behavior, Lord Naruto's mission had to be completed perfectly. At the same time, Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame walked side by side along the river. Neither of them paid any mind to the accident that had just happened. They were absolutely confident in their own strength. Invading a small first-rate ninja village like Konoha was completely effortless. The two walked in silence. Their faces were completely hidden by their layers of clothing, with only their 2 profound eyes visible. Their minds were occupied with different thoughts. Itachi-san. Hoshigaki Kisame suddenly broke the silence. That kid from before should be Uzumaki Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, right? Yes, Uchiha Itachi nodded coldly. He looks exactly like the photos in the newspaper. Then why did we? Kisame wondered. In terms of capturing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, that was surely the best opportunity. Cough, cough. Uchiha Itachi didn't answer, but coughed violently twice. Then he stopped, reached into his loose robe with his right hand, and pulled out a small box. He slowly opened it, revealing a dozen red and blue carefree pills lying quietly inside. Is it time to take medicine again? Yes. Uchiha Itachi gently took out 1 red and 1 blue pill and put them in his mouth. The effect of the carefree pills was as stable as ever. They melted as soon as they entered his mouth. They instantly transformed into potent life force and mental energy, healing the injuries on his body and soothing the backlash from repeated use of the Manjikayo Sharingan. He closed the box, put it back into his pocket, and continued to walk in silence. Am I still sick? This question flashed through Uchiha Itachi's mind. He could now answer it with certainty: I am not sick. His illness had actually been cured a long time ago. And the miraculous medicine that cured his illness was the carefree pill. Thinking of these mysterious pills, Uchiha Itachi fell into a memory. The first time he encountered these carefree pills was from a target he had just killed. The person had treasured something before their death. At the time, Itachi and Kisame didn't know what it was, only that they were 2 red and blue pills. Later, one morning, Uchiha Itachi accidentally saw the same pills in an advertisement in the Ninja World Daily and learned that they were called carefree pills. According to the ad, the carefree pill was a miraculous medicine that originated from Konoha and was passed down from the Kshin clan's old formula. Passed down from Konoha? Uchiha Itachi was suspicious. He remembered living in Konoha for so many years and had never heard of any Kshin clan's old formula. However, after seeing carefree pill shops in several small countries and witnessing the crowded scenes in front of those stores, he started to believe it. Most importantly, after personally witnessing the seemingly life-restoring medicinal effect, Uchiha Itachi ate the first red pill with a mix of doubt and belief. The Kshin clan's old formula is worthy of being a miraculous medicine passed down for 1,000 years in Konoha. After eating a single red pill, Uchiha Itachi found that his injuries were almost completely healed. Now, he was only slowly losing health due to some chronic illnesses. All he needed was to take 1 pill every once in a while. He wouldn't die. He absolutely wouldn't die. The blue pill was even more miraculous. Not only could it be used to quickly restore chakra, but it could also directly restore mental energy. It even slightly mitigated the side effects of the Manjakayo Sharingan. It was simply incredible. It's a shame I haven't been to the main Xinclan's carefree pills store in Konoha to stock up on some medicine. Uchiha Itachi sighed to himself. The entire ninja world rumored that the price of the carefree pills in Konoha was the lowest. This was also the main reason why Konoha was ranked #1 most popular ninja village in the entire ninja world, #1 most desired ninja village, and so on in more than 10 other rankings. All of these rankings are from the Ninja World Daily. Uchiha Itachi couldn't make sense of the news and rankings on the paper. But he always felt that it was a bit strange. Was Konoha really that wonderful? Although he loved Konoha deeply, Uchiha Itachi's rational mind told him that this was a bit of an exaggeration. Things like toilet water, purchasing power, salaries. And the most absurd rumor in the ninja world, that medical care in Konoha was free because of the existence of the powerful carefree pill. Uchiha Itachi was certain this rumor was false. At least, it was before his defection. As the two walked in silence, Hoshigaki Kasame glanced at Itachi. He always felt that Itachi-san was unusually quiet today. There was something off about him. Was it homesickness? Suddenly, as if sensing something, Kasame's vigilant eyes looked ahead. Whoosh, whoosh. Two figures suddenly appeared on their path. The two newcomers were dressed in black suits and wore strange panda-faced masks. That mask. It was both unsettling and a little funny. In any case, the newcomers meant trouble. On the other side, Tanuki Shigaraki felt that he had finally found the enemies. Hey, be careful. That big guy on the right has unfathomable chakra. Aburame Ryoma finally voiced the warning he had wanted to give earlier. I know. Tanuki Shigaraki didn't care at all. Unfathomable chakra. Hahe. Can he have more than I do? Can he be stronger than I am? Tanuki Shigaraki felt like he was about to explode. So strong he could explode. He glanced at the two opponents and decided to make them his targets. However, remembering Lord Naruto's mission, he instantly calmed down. No matter what, the mission must be completed. First, he had to know the two's identities and purpose. Tanuki Shigaraki looked up at them. Hey, you two, you're hiding yourselves so well. I've never seen you before, so you're not from the village, are you? To Tanuki Shigaraki's surprise, the opponents didn't recognize him, but they did recognize the person next to him. It's been a while, Aburame Ryoma-san. Hi. Tanuki Shigaraki's mouth fell open, and he turned to look at Aburame Ryoma in shock. How do you know the enemy? Aburame Ryoma, meanwhile, carefully observed the man opposite him. He wore a wide black robe with red clouds and a conical hat. The low-hanging hat covered his entire face, so he couldn't see his expression. Aburame Ryoma couldn't guess who this person was. But the figure felt a little familiar. Who are you? Uchiha Itachi didn't answer. He knew Aburame Ryoma. He was a loyal follower of Shimura Danzo. As for the person next to him, although he didn't know him, the uniform was enough to confirm that he belonged to the same organization, the Root. Based on his past interactions and his reflection over the years, the Root was definitely not a good organization. Why is it that even after that old man Shimura Danzo is dead, an organization like the Root is still openly operating in the village? This question went unanswered. After a moment, Uchiha Itachi decided he would find the answer himself. With that thought, he reached up and lifted his conical hat. A pair of crimson three-tamo Sharingan eyes were revealed. You're Uchiha Itachi, Aburame Ryoma was surprised. How did this guy get back to Konoha? Could it be? Thinking about the reason for Uchiha Itachi's defection, Aburame Ryoma felt he had guessed the answer. Their Root had also cooperated during the Uchiha clan massacre. Raccoon, you know how to deal with the Uchiha, right? Danzo, who had always viewed the Uchiha as rivals, had studied them extensively. Tanuki Shigaraki naturally knew how to deal with the Uchiha clan.
I do.
Tanuki Shigaraki immediately lowered his gaze. Every member of the root knew that when fighting the Uchiha, you could not look into their sharing an eyes. Seeing this, Uchiha Itachi's next movement paused for a moment. Then, he continued to take off his hat and undid the buttons on his loose robe one by one. With the hat removed, his entire face was revealed. Uchiha Itachi. Upon seeing his full face, a cold drop of sweat trickled down Tanuki Shigaraki's forehead. Although he was incredibly confident in his own strength, he wasn't a combat-type ninja. And Uchiha Itachi's name was well known throughout Konoha. His strength was unfathomable. Not to mention the Uchiha clan's eerie genjutsu. Tanuki Shigaraki felt he would be difficult to deal with. How did this guy get back to Konoha? He murmured to himself. Then, remembering Lord Naruto's mission, he clenched his fists again. It's just one Uchiha Itachi. What's the harm in dying, as long as the mission is completed? It seems you two are Itachi-san's acquaintances. Kisame also took off his hat and introduced himself. Then I'll introduce myself as well. I'm Hoshigaki Kisame, it's a pleasure. The hat came off, revealing Hoshigaki Kisame's signature shark-like face. Hoshigaki Kisame. Aburame Ryoma said the name heavily. This guy was also a S-rank rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist Village. As expected of Lord Naruto's mission, these two are not simple ninjas. At this moment, Aburame Ryoma remembered their leader's instructions and asked, "What is your purpose for coming to Konoha? Especially you." He looked at Uchiha Itachi's chin. "You must have come for your little brother, right?" Although he didn't know what kind of animosity Danzo and Itachi had, Aburame Ryoma instinctively felt that the matter of Uchiha Sasuke was not simple. Tanuki Shigaraki also overcame his fear and interjected, "I can't believe you'd have the nerve to so brazenly return here after doing such a cruel thing to your own clan. What is your purpose?" So talkative. Hearing his respected Itachi-san being lectured, Kisame directly took off the Samehada sword wrapped in bandages from his back. Whoosh! He swung the broad Samehada, hitting the ground and making a small crater. "Itachi-san, should I kill them?" "I don't want to kill either of them." Uchiha Itachi looked directly at the two, answering Kisame's question. "But it seems we can't continue our quiet infiltration." With this thought, he glanced at Kisame. "Go easy on them, your moves attract too much attention." "You've made your decision." Kisame's eyes locked onto Aburame Ryoma. He would take care of the person standing opposite him. The atmosphere became quiet for a moment as everyone gauged the other's strength. A light breeze blew through, stirring up some fine sand. Whoosh! Kisame lunged forward, swinging Samehada horizontally. The two opponents dodged, and he took the opportunity to slam it down again. Clink! Aburame Ryoma retreated, while Tanuki Shigaraki charged forward, holding a shuriken to block it. The reputation of the Uchiha clan was indeed significant. Tanuki Shigaraki decided to leave Uchiha Itachi for Aburame Ryoma to handle and take on this unknown Kisame himself. "Listen up, shark boy, don't be so arrogant. I, Lord Tanuki Shigaraki, will smash your teeth and see if they can grow back infinitely." HMPH. Kisame lifted Samehada and slammed it down again. On the other side, Aburame Ryoma directly faced off against Uchiha Itachi. A rare hint of a smirk appeared on Uchiha Itachi's face. He wanted to see what this root organization was all about. Chapter 1358. Aburame Ryoma was extremely cautious when facing Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi's name was practically a household word in Konoha. For a genius who had already made a name for himself in the village, Ryoma felt that no amount of caution was too much. "Senior Aburame Ryoma, you're being overly cautious." Itachi's gaze was calm as he swept over the eyes behind the mask, which refused to meet his. At this moment, he was still thinking about how to get information about the Root organization from his opponent. Specifically, what had happened to Root after Shimura Danzo's defection. The arrival of these two Root members made Itachi instinctively feel that the organization had not disbanded. Itachi suddenly had a new theory. Perhaps Danzo's defection was just a facade, meant to deceive the entire ninja world so that Root could secretly continue its operations. But it was only a guess. Toward Danzo, who had threatened his brother and this Root organization, Itachi was desperate to find out what had truly happened. With that thought, Itachi decisively made his move. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 shuriken flew out in graceful arcs, all heading toward Aburame Ryoma. Ryoma was no slouch. He used the body flicker technique to instantly dodge them. Destructive insects. Buzz. Countless black insects swarmed out, like a black cloud, enveloping Itachi. Fire release, Great Fire Dragon technique. 2. Itachi swiftly performed hand signs, then covered his mouth with his right hand. The next second, a fire dragon erupted, instantly incinerating the cloud of black insects. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A scorching sound immediately filled the air, followed by the smell of burnt protein. The two's battle had officially begun. On the other side, Shigaraki Tanuki and Hoshigaki Kasame's battle had also started. The two were still in their original stances, but Kasame put more force into his swing. Under the immense weight of Samehada, Tanuki could only struggle to resist. Samehada continued to press down, about to completely overwhelm him. Tanuki's mouth went dry. This force was too strong. He wasn't a taijutsu ninja. He had only been granted a lot of ninjutsu and experience after receiving the blessing of Lord Naruto. How could he possibly withstand this humanoid monster? Tanuki realized that he had to get away to be able to use his strengths. After making up his mind, he intended to strike and retreat, using the force from his opponent to instantly dodge backward. But who was Kasame? His combat experience was not only extensive, but his Samehada was an extension of his arm. Kasame seized an opportunity and suddenly pulled. Bang! The bandages wrapped around Samehada completely unraveled, revealing the blade's original dark blue, barbed, and thorn-like surface. Arg! In a moment of carelessness, Tanuki was hooked by the barbs, and blood instantly splattered from his arm. Tanuki initially didn't care about the minor wound. However, he suddenly realized that he had lost more than half of his chakra. You! He stared at his opponent in shock. What kind of monster was this shark-like man that he could devour his chakra? My Samehada isn't for cutting. Kasame's small eyes glinted. It's for flaying. You're a real freak. Tanuki said weakly. That strange sword was indeed a monster. It had devoured most of his chakra in just one hit. He cautiously observed his opponent, his gaze finally settling on the bizarre blade. It must be that sword that stole his chakra, right? Battles between ninjas were essentially battles of information. If you weren't familiar with your enemy's abilities, you were in for a world of hurt. Just like Tanuki, who had been defeated in a single strike. Good thing. Tanuki thought to himself. Lord Naruto's blessing was incredibly powerful. His chakra used to be inexhaustible, and even after losing most of it, he still had the chakra level of a Jonin. Besides, Tanuki took a blue pill from his ninja tool pouch. Gulp! He swallowed it in one go. The blue Zaiao pill melted in his mouth, turning into surging physical and mental energy that could be converted into chakra in just a few moments. This is a bit troublesome. Kasame paused for a moment as he watched his opponent's actions. The Zaiao pill. He felt both love and hate for it. In previous battles, once his enemies were drained of chakra by Samehada, they would become lambs to the slaughter. But ever since the Zaiao pill became widely available, everything had changed. The battle resumed. This time, Tanuki would not fall into his opponent's rhythm again. He rapidly performed hand signs. In just a moment, a ninjutsu was complete. A ripple quickly surged from the nearby river, instantly forming a dragon. Water release, water dragon jutsu. Water release, water dragon jutsu. To Tanuki's surprise, his opponent's voice sounded at the exact same time as his. Kasame had already guessed his opponent's technique when he saw his familiar hand sign sequence, and he instantly performed the corresponding jutsu. However, you also know my hidden mist jutsu. Kisame couldn't wrap his head around how his opponent had learned the water dragon jutsu. Hidden Mist Village. From that sentence, Tanuki quickly extracted the key information. He hadn't expected his opponent to be a rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist. No wonder he was so skilled with water ninjutsu. No wonder he wielded that strange tool. Is it one of the 7 blades? Tanuki thought for a moment. That strange tool that could steal other people's chakra must be one of the 7 famous blades of the Hidden Mist Village. With that blade, his opponent's identity was obvious. The 7 ninja swordsmen. Tanuki's heart immediately grew heavy. Even as a scientific ninja, he didn't know much about the famous people of the ninja world, but he had heard the name of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Oh, you seem to have figured it out. Kisame stretched out his voice, his small eyes glinting with interest. What? Suddenly, a gasp came from the other battlefield. During the exchange between Tanuki and Kisame, the other two had already gone through several rounds of fighting. Because of his fighting style, Aburame Ryoma's insects were completely countered by Itachi, causing him to lose a large number of them. The losses made Ryoma's heart ache, despite his now vast chakra reserves, so he switched to fighting Itachi with ninjutsu. However, after several back-and-forth rounds, after Ryoma had finally defeated his opponent, he discovered that what he had defeated was nothing more than a crow clone. When Ryoma felt his opponent was incredibly fast. During their intense battle, Itachi had found a window to perform hand signs and create a clone, and he hadn't even noticed. He truly lived up to his reputation as a genius Uchiha. He was indeed very strong. Beside him, Tanuki looked over when he heard the shout. But with that one glance, he was caught. Kokoka. Countless crows soared. Inadvertently, Tanuki's eyes met one of them. But strangely, the eyes of that crow weren't a crow's eyes at all. They were a pair of Sharingan. Oh no! Tanuki yelled, instantly realizing he had been tricked. But when he reacted, it was already too late. He had already fallen for a genjutsu. Domain expansion Tsukuyomi. This was a strange space. The sky was an endless crimson, as if a blood-red pool had been inverted above, filled with a sense of desolation. Where is this? Regaining consciousness, Tanuki found himself tied tightly to a stake, unable to move. He looked up. The blood-red sky made his heart grow cold, and the black sun hanging above filled him with dread. This is my Tsukuyomi space. A familiar voice rang out, sending a cold sweat down Tanuki's spine. It was Uchiha Itachi's voice. He looked down, and the man's figure appeared before him. The silhouette was identical to the one in reality. At this moment, Itachi was holding a sword. Tsukuyomi space. Even though he was panicked by this name and the bizarre place, Tanuki's composure as a ninja and curiosity as a researcher made him focus on the key point. Is this your main Jikaio sharing an ability? Itachi nodded in approval. You guessed correctly. All right, now I have a lot of questions. Give me the answers I want quickly. What? From the posture before him, the first thing Tanuki thought of was interrogation. But he had more questions. How had he gotten into this space? What about reality? What about time? These questions were buried deep in his heart. Then Itachi began his questioning. Tell me, who is the current leader of the Root organization? Hathi. Tanuki let out a cold sigh. His loyalty to Lord Naruto was as clear as the sun and moon. Did this simple interrogation really make him think he could make him betray the great and supreme Lord Naruto? What a pipe dream. Seeing his silence, Itachi raised his sword and directly stabbed him. Alig. Tanuki let out a miserable scream. Pain, it was too painful. For some reason, the pain seemed to be magnified infinitely. This feeling was absolutely bizarre. Huff, huff, huff. Tanuki was drenched in a cold sweat, gasping for air. When he looked up again, there were now 2 Uchiha Itaches in front of him. This. Seeing Tanuki's state, the 2 Itaches stabbed him at the same time. But X2. Alig. The screams of pain rang out again. The next moment, the number of Itaches increased. More swords stabbed him. Alig. For a time, only Tanuki's screams echoed in the space. In the world of Tsukuyomi, I control everything: time, space, and mass. Itachi's voice was ice cold. For the next 72 hours, I will continuously stab you with this sword. Only 1 second has passed just now. There are still 71 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds left. 72 hours. Tanuki was in so much pain his eyes felt like they would pop out. Had all that time only been 1 second? The Mangekyo Sharingan was truly terrifying. Tanuki felt his consciousness growing foggy. He spoke with determination. My will is as firm as a rock. My loyalty to Lord Naruto is unbreakable and as clear as the sun and moon. This pain is nothing at all. Lord Naruto. Itachi's eyes moved slightly. Oh no. Tanuki knew he had made a slip-up and cursed himself. He had been so focused on showing his loyalty that he had kept saying Lord Naruto's name, and now his enemy had used it against him. Uchiha Itachi, you cunning scoundrel. Itachi was deep in thought. Naruto. Was it the same Naruto he knew? Itachi knew that, if he remembered correctly, wasn't Naruto Uzumaki the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? How could he also be the leader of Root? Itachi fell silent, his mind racing through the information he had on Naruto. When he was in Konoha, due to his lack of time and the constant struggle between the village and his clan, he knew very little about Naruto. He had only started paying some attention to him after joining the Akatsuki, due to his status as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. His continued attention was because of the Ninja World Daily News. Among the countless reports, besides the one that had left a deep impression on him about the god of shinobi, was the magazine that had to be purchased with the Zaioio pill, Man's Attire. The first issue's featured person was, naturally, Naruto Uzumaki. Itachi remembered that magazine vividly because it contained news about Sasuke. That issue had a small subtitle, Konoha's genius is this humble. A front-page star and a thoughtful student buys a prized possession for his teacher. The article was about Naruto lining up to buy the book Romance of the Five Nations for his teacher Kakashi. Through that report, Itachi had learned that Naruto was a student of Team 7, led by Senior Kakashi. And Team 7 had another member, his little brother, Uchiha Sasuke. This was why Itachi felt so shocked and even unbelievable at this moment. His little brother's teammate, a mere 12-year-old boy, had become the leader of Root. The scene of Danzo, the former Root leader, threatening him with Sasuke's life felt like it had happened just yesterday. And today, Sasuke's teammate had become the leader of Root. Life was simply full of drama. However, though his heart was full of turmoil, Itachi's expression remained calm, befitting an old spy. In fact, after learning this piece of information, he became even more curious about the specific changes in Konoha and Root. Mr. Shigaraki, tell me more about Root, and about Naruto Uzumaki. Itachi continued his interrogation. The long hours flew by in an instant. Tanuki had lost count of the torment he had endured. Finally, after exhausting all his suffering, he was released from that bizarre place. Plop. The moment he was out, Tanuki's spirit collapsed and he fell limp to the ground. Hey, Tanuki, you idiot. Seeing this, Aburame Ryoma quickly moved over and helped him up. Even if they didn't get along within the organization, they were still companions who could rely on each other in the face of an enemy. After all, Lord Naruto's core philosophy of loving one another had to be fully implemented. Kisame, who was across from them, glanced at the ramrod-straight Itachi and instantly understood what had happened. He had seen this kind of situation many times during his years of partnership with Itachi. Perfect, now we can take them out. Seeing that one of their opponents was completely incapacitated and the other was in no condition to resist them both, Kisame raised his great sword Samehada, ready to attack. But the next second the river surface surged and a water dragon instantly formed. Water release, water dragon jutsu. A powerful water dragon charged forward. Kisame and Itachi could only leap away to avoid it. After the attack passed, Itachi discovered that a familiar figure had appeared among the two opponents. Senior Kakashi, it's been a long time. Chapter 1359. Kakashi-senpai, long time no see. Kakashi ignored Itachi's greeting. He shot a cold, wary glance at the two, and seeing they had no immediate intention of attacking, he turned his attention to Shigaraki Tanuki, who was being helped up by Aburame Ryoma. Shigaraki Tanuki wore an abstract panda mask, obscuring his expression. From his limp body, it was clear he had been caught in Itachi's genjutsu and was still in a daze. "I can't believe you managed to stand up after getting hit by Itachi's technique," Kasame said with genuine praise. Hearing the heartfelt compliment, Kakashi's heart sank. Was the effect of that genjutsu really that powerful? Kakashi carefully examined Shigaraki Tanuki. Thankfully, he seemed to be okay. He let out a sigh of relief, remembering the purpose of his mission. After splitting from Naruto, Kakashi began to track Itachi and Kasame. Given the numbers and their power, he had stayed in the shadows, not making a move directly. However, the sudden appearance of these two men had disrupted Kakashi's plan. Their matching black suits and bizarre panda masks. Kakashi had heard people on the street mention this attire yesterday as the new uniform of the Root. And the Root was currently an organization under Naruto's command. These two must be acting under Naruto's orders. Kakashi initially wanted to help them, but thinking about the Root's previous notoriety and that Naruto had only just taken over, he suppressed his turbulent emotions and chose to remain in the shadows to see what they would do. His stakeout had led him to this very moment. "Are you all right?" Kakashi asked with some concern. He had even suspected that the Root might be working with the Akatsuki organization, but now it seemed his worries were unfounded. "I'm fine." Shigaraki Tanuki sounded incredibly weak, as if 2 liters of blood had been drained from him. His voice was like a sickly young lord's. Besides that, his only sensation was pain, unrelenting pain. It felt like 1,000 needles were stuck in his brain, and it was about to explode. However, Shigaraki Tanuki didn't regret it. "Lord Naruto, my mission is complete." Suddenly remembering something, he struggled to pull a blue carefree pill from his pocket, lifted his mask, and put it in his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, transforming into a cool, healing stream that soothed his brain, which had been in agony. "Ah, tilde. Shigaraki Tanuki let out a moan of ecstasy. He instantly felt much better. "You two, close your eyes and don't look at Itachi. If you make eye contact with him, you're finished," Kakashi warned. He believed this Root member fell for Itachi's genjutsu because he didn't know how to defend against it. Unlike himself, who possessed a Sharingan and could use it to counter Itachi. As soon as he gave the warning, Kakashi realized his words were a bit redundant. These two seemed to have a lot of experience fighting Uchiha. They were both looking down, carefully avoiding any eye contact with Itachi. "I was wasting my breath." Kakashi finally raised his head, staring warily at the duo. Especially Itachi, he had already lifted his headband over his left eye, revealing a 3-tomo Sharingan in his eye socket. Oh, those eyes. Kasame hesitated for a moment, making sure he wasn't mistaken. How surprising. Besides Itachi, I didn't expect anyone else to have eyes like those. So you're the copy ninja, Hatake Kakashi. I should be the one who's surprised. Kakashi, with his right eye closed to counter Itachi's genjutsu, only had his left eye open. "I can't believe it's really you two, especially you, Uchiha Itachi." He had only suspected before, but now his suspicions were confirmed. "And you," Kakashi's left eye shifted to the bizarre-looking Kasame. "The weirdo from the hidden mist, Hoshigaki Kasame." "It's an honor. I'm flattered that you know my name," Kasame replied. His words showed a politeness that didn't match his terrifying appearance. Glancing at the large blade in Kasame's hand, Kakashi immediately recognized the weapon that had caused an unknown injury to Shigaraki Tanuki. That must be Samehada, the greatsword, Kakashi analyzed silently. He's someone worth slicing? Kasame held up the heavy Samehada with one hand, positioning it between the two groups, silently acknowledging Kakashi's strength. But his actions were halted by Itachi. "Stop, Kasame," Itachi glanced at him. As Kasame looked on in surprise, Itachi explained, "You won't gain anything from fighting him. Besides, we've already been discovered. Other shinobi will arrive soon." Itachi's face was grim. From what he knew, the Root was not a simple organization. Even under Naruto's command, it wouldn't be easy to deal with. Since they had been discovered by the Root, more Root shinobi were surely on their way. "Don't forget the purpose of our visit," Itachi said, hinting at their real objective while persuading Kasame. "Then tell me the purpose of your visit here," Kakashi interjected, hearing their conversation. "We are just looking for something," Itachi said, looking at Kakashi. Someone had finally brought this up. He couldn't be as naive as that Root member, Shigaraki Tanuki, and state his goal outright right. "Looking for something," Kakashi mumbled to himself, "just as I guessed." However, while other Akatsuki members might be after Naruto, that wasn't necessarily the case for these two. Kakashi's mumbling made Itachi feel his response had been a bit too eager. A quick assessment of the situation showed that his side was not at an advantage, so it wasn't the time to be so chatty. Calculating the time, Itachi's eyes turned cold, and he inwardly apologized. "I'm not like Kasame." Seeing Kakashi stare blankly at him with his 1-3 Sharingan, Itachi said with a feigned sigh, "You're very bold, Kakashi-senpai." "What's the difference?" Kakashi hadn't even asked what the difference was. On the opposite side, the 3 in Itachi's crimson Sharingan eyes spun wildly, merging into a bizarre pattern. "This is," Kakashi immediately guessed what was happening. "Is this it?" After a period of speculation, especially with the help of the Ninja World newspaper's articles, almost everyone in the Ninja World knew that there was a higher evolution of the Uchiha's bloodline limit beyond the 3 Sharingan. The Mangekyou Sharingan. Each Mangekyou Sharingan had a special ability. Abido's Mangekyou was the well-known Kamui. "What about you, Uchiha Itachi? What is your ability?" Kakashi's Sharingan stared intently, observing carefully. He was confident that his Sharingan could withstand the opponent's genjutsu. After learning his opponent's ability, he could then defeat them in a head-on fight. But Kakashi had miscalculated. The next second, Kakashi found himself in a strange space. A blood-red sky hung over him, and everything was bizarre. Kakashi realized he was tightly bound to a pillar, unable to move. Stab! Opposite him, Uchiha Itachi, holding a sword, stabbed a hole right through his body. The same scenario that befell Shigaraki Tanuki repeated itself. In the world of Tsukuyomi, Itachi continued his ruthless stabs. Kakashi groaned and screamed in pain. After enduring the same treatment as Shigaraki Tanuki, Kakashi finally returned to reality. Kakashi collapsed, just like Shigaraki Tanuki. The sight left Iburam Ryoma speechless. One was bad enough, but another one. However, unlike his old rival Shigaraki Tanuki, Kakashi was different. Ryoma recognized Hadate Kakashi. Besides being a Konoha prodigy, Kakashi had a more important identity, Naruto's team leader. This was a status that needed to be taken seriously. So pow! Ryoma decisively abandoned Shigaraki Tanuki and helped Kakashi up. He even took a blue carefree pill from his own pocket and put it in Kakashi's mouth, imitating what he had done for Shigaraki Tanuki. Huff, huff, tilde. Perhaps because of his Sharingan, Kakashi was in even worse shape than Shigaraki Tanuki. He was panting weakly. "I'm alive." His deadpan eyes looked around. Everything seemed unchanged. Could it be that those 3 days in that special world were less than a moment in reality? A question now shrouded him. Why didn't he kill me, or that Root member earlier? He could have easily. Even with his head throbbing, Kakashi remained calm, analyzing the situation. Recalling what Shigaraki Tanuki had gone through, he understood more about Itachi's ability. How can I break that ability? Kakashi had no clue. After getting hit by that move, another one's mind didn't break. Kisame looked astounded. Are Konoha's shinobi just that strong, or did Itachi just go easy on them? He turned to Itachi, warning him, "Itachi, overusing that ability is also very dangerous for you." Itachi gave no reply, just stared at Kakashi coldly. Kakashi, intrigued, looked up again. But after a brief moment of eye contact with Itachi, he immediately looked away. What had just happened was a nightmare. It was too terrifying. He was so shaken that he no longer dared to make eye contact with Itachi. "I didn't expect that to be your Manjikaiwu ability," Kakashi said weakly, panting heavily again. The event still gripped his heart like a nightmare. "But using that ability must have a severe side effect, right?" This was the information Kakashi had analyzed from Kisama's warning. With this thought, Kakashi bravely looked into Itachi's eyes again. What is this side effect? The question, of course, went unanswered. Tilda, Kakashi sighed lightly, thinking to himself how blunt his question was. By asking this, was I overly concerned about Obaido or about Sasuke's future? Or something else? He composed himself and probed again. "The thing you're looking for, is it Sasuke?" No, seeing Kakashi finally get to the point, Itachi's heart stirred, but his face remained expressionless. "It's the fourth Hokage's legacy," he said. Kakashi felt that his guess was correct. "Is your target the Nine Tails inside Naruto?" Kakashi asked, gasping, carefully observing the two. "I know it's not just the two of you who are taking action. Is your organization called Akatsuki?" Times 4. As soon as Kakashi said this, the other four were instantly shocked. Itachi was the most surprised. He was just trying to convey the information that someone was after the tailed beast inside Naruto. He didn't expect Kakashi to already know. And to even know the name of their organization, the Akatsuki. Kisama's beady little eyes widened. They hadn't even made a move yet, so how did Kakashi already know? How did he know, could it have been, Tsukuyomi just now? This is bad. Kisama suddenly felt like there was a traitor in their organization, the Akatsuki. Wait a minute, was I, Hoshigaki Kisame, a traitor who wasn't fully loyal to the Akatsuki? Then it's fine. As for Shigaraki Tanuki and Aburame Ryoma, they thought it was completely unbelievable. Someone, an organization, dares to target Lord Naruto. To target the god of shinobi with such power, the one with the Rinnegan. Hahata. Is this organization called Akatsuki not overestimating itself a little? Hadohata. Unlike the composed Ryoma, who stifled his laughter, Shigaraki Tanuki couldn't help but burst out laughing. "You," he pointed at the two men, laughing so hard he could barely breathe. "You actually dare to target Lord Naruto, ha, you're overestimating yourselves." Itachi glanced at him, and Kasama's forehead twitched slightly. Neither of them understood why he was laughing. "We're just trying to capture the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto. What's so funny about that? What is this guy laughing at?" Lord Naruto, Kakashi repeated Shigaraki Tanuki's title. It seemed the Root had a lot of faith in Naruto. However, this Shigaraki Tanuki seemed to trust Naruto a little too much. Itachi glanced at Kasama, knowing that he had raised too many questions today. After all that commotion, Konoha's shinobi must have noticed them, right? Seeing that the time was right and they had been pushed to this point, Itachi gave a cruel command. "Kasame, take Mr. Kakashi away. As for the other two, make them disappear." Swoosh! As soon as he spoke, Kasame moved, rushing towards the three and raising his greatsword Samehada to strike. Although there were three opponents, only one of them could fight. With just one strike, no one would be left to resist. Konoha Senpu. Bang! The attacking Kasame was kicked back by a newly appeared green figure. The powerful force sent Kasame all the way back to his original position before he could steady himself. What power, Kasame thought, who is it? Konoha's noble blue beast, Might Guy. Might Guy struck a combat pose, his blindingly white teeth making the two opponents' eyes hurt. What bright teeth! What kind of get-up is that? Kasame looked at the sudden appearance of the green bodysuit and bowl cut and couldn't help but say, "Must be some kind of rare beast, right?" "Don't underestimate that man," Itachi warned. He knew the story of Might Guy's lineage and knew this person was not simple. "It's Uchiha Itachi." Guy naturally saw the two of them. As for who the other one was, that wasn't the point. The point was Uchiha Itachi. Seeing the two on guard against him, Might Guy looked at Kakashi. "You actually hurt Kakashi so badly." Guy felt a deep pang of heartache. Kakashi was his dearest friend, his brother, his lifelong rival. Although Guy was a taijutsu specialist, no Jonin was an idiot. In an instant, Guy understood the situation. "Hey, you," Guy hinted with a glance at Aburame Ryoma, who was still relatively unharmed. I don't know your name, but please assist me by taking care of these two. Then he confidently looked at his opponents. Until my Anbu reinforcements arrive, I'll keep you too busy for a while. Interesting, you've got guts. Kisame found it incredibly amusing. This unknown guy had the audacity to stand up to both himself and Itachi. He was a man with real courage. And from their brief exchange, he wasn't simple either. He couldn't help but grip Samehada, feeling things were about to get interesting. Let me play with you for a bit. Just as he was about to make his move, he was suddenly stopped by Itachi. Kisame, stop. As Itachi had predicted, enemy reinforcements had arrived, which gave him a good reason to retreat. There was no need to stay any longer. We didn't come here to start a war, he continued. It's unfortunate, but there's no need to stay. Let's go back. Just as I was getting worked up, Kisame was very disappointed, but he knew Itachi was telling the truth. No choice then. He took one last look at Might Guy, committing him to memory. Swoosh tilde tilde tilde. Swoosh tilde tilde tilde. The two vanished instantly. They're finally gone. Shigaraki Tanuki let out a sigh of relief. With those two here, he felt like his life could be in danger at any moment. Here, Aburame Ryoma handed Kakashi over to Might Guy, then helped up Shigaraki Tanuki. Hey, you two. Looking at the two figures walking away, Kakashi wanted to say something, but they just waved back and were gone. They still have a mission to complete, you know. A moment later, on the other side of the river. Hey, did you find it? Shigaraki Tanuki urged. Aburame Ryoma, who had his eyes closed, opened them, took the bug that had given him the information back into his body, and pointed in one direction. Over there. Uchiha Sasuke was anxiously searching for that man along the river when he suddenly heard a passing person say, Uchiha Itachi, that traitor, his attacks are really heavy. Luckily, he ran fast and escaped the village through the west gate, or I would have. Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke stopped instantly. He's already escaped the village. He flashed away, becoming a blur as he raced toward the village's west gate. I must kill that guy. The main character is still on his way. Chapter 1360. The morning was well underway. The thick fog had cleared, and the sun quietly peeked out from behind the clouds, brightening the sky. On a path leading out of Konoha, two figures in red-clouded black robes were on their way. Remembering something, Kisame glanced at Itachi Uchiha, who had maintained a cold expression since leaving the village. Itachi, are we really leaving? Aren't we going to capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Kisame was a little confused. When the leader had announced these missions, Itachi Uchiha had eagerly taken them on. Now, with the mission unfinished, why were they leaving? The target, Naruto Uzumaki, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, was right in the village, wasn't he? Although their journey in Konoha had been a bit bumpy, that little difficulty shouldn't have been a reason to cancel the plan. There are too many Konoha shinobi in the village, and too few opportunities. Naruto Uzumaki will be leaving the village for a mission at noon, and that will be our chance, Itachi Uchiha said slowly. Hearing this, Kisame's small eyes widened in surprise for a moment. Oh. Kisame nodded slightly. He knew that this information must have been obtained by Itachi from a Konoha shinobi during the genjutsu. At noon, Kisame looked up at the sun, which was already in the eastern sky. It was soon. But for some reason, the image of the guy in a uniform and a strange mask, laughing loudly in front of him, flashed through his mind again. That strange outfit was most likely from the Anbu, or a similar department in Konoha. But why was his laugh so rampant? Was he mocking their overconfidence? Although the newspaper said that Naruto Uzumaki was very strong, claiming he was the god of shinobi, and one-on-one with the first and second Hokage, and so on. In reality, Kisame felt that Naruto Uzumaki was still lacking. Ahem. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Kisame turned back in confusion. He saw a figure rapidly approaching from a short distance behind them. Itachi Uchiha, beside him, also stopped. He, too, had sensed a chakra that felt a little familiar. That's right. It was him. Stop. The figure finally caught up, stopping behind the two with an imposing aura. "It's been a while, Sasuke." Itachi Uchiha didn't even turn his head. His voice was as cold as ever, as if he were greeting a stranger. Kisame, meanwhile, turned to get a good look at the newcomer. But that build, that face, and most importantly, that pair of eyes. They were a pair of 3 Tamo Sharingan. In an instant, an interesting and strange expression appeared on Kasame's face. "Oh, he has the Sharingan and he looks a lot like you. Who is he, exactly? And more importantly, where did he get those eyes?" Kasame was extremely curious. "My younger brother," Itachi Uchiha replied coldly. "Brother?" This title made Kasame even more curious. "I heard the entire Uchiha clan was wiped out." To confirm, Kasame emphasized again, "Wiped out by you." Itachi Uchiha remained silent. At this moment, Sasuke, who had been running non-stop, finally saw his sworn enemy and couldn't hold back anymore. "Itachi Uchiha, I'm going to kill you." Sasuke's voice trembled with rare anger. Hearing this, Itachi Uchiha finally turned around to face Sasuke. He raised his cold eyes. This was the first time Itachi Uchiha had seen Sasuke since that night. By now, Sasuke was 12 years old. He looked healthy, and the most important part was his eyes. Has it reached 3 Tamo already? Itachi Uchiha thought to himself, so young and already at 3 Tamo. He felt a mix of slight surprise and sadness. How did the Sharingan evolve? As someone who had gone through it, Itachi Uchiha knew very well. Each evolution of a Sharingan's Tamo was a painful upgrade, often accompanied by a loss. Although Sasuke's 3 Tamo Sharingan wasn't as advanced as his own was at that age, he wondered what Sasuke had gone through over the years to evolve it to 3 Tamo. Since his defection, Itachi Uchiha had always kept up with Konoha's intelligence and had never heard of any wars or major incidents happening in the village. Moreover, given Sasuke's age, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to personally face war and truly experience the feeling of loss. So how did these 3 Tamo Sharingan evolve? Itachi Uchiha fell into thought. After a moment, he came to a conclusion. It must have been because of that night, right? Itachi Uchiha clearly remembered that at the time, Sasuke had only awakened 1 Tamo before he fainted. Now, looking at it, the events of that night must have had a lasting impact. Perhaps after Sasuke woke up, his eyes evolved again. As he thought about it, he realized that the impact of that night's events on Sasuke was far more profound than what he had witnessed. Sasuke's 3 Tamo Sharingan flickered with the flames of hatred, staring intently at Itachi Uchiha. A monstrous anger brewed in his chest. He had finally seen this man again. Over the years, whenever he thought of this man, he was reminded of that night, the night his beloved parents died in front of him. It was that night that everything changed. His beloved brother, his family, his clan, all vanished overnight. And the culprit was the man in front of him, Itachi Uchiha. Now finally he would have his revenge. A sparse chakra, driven by his emotions, uncontrollably burst forth from his body, swirling around him. "I have followed your words. I hated you and resented you, all to kill you." Zzzt. Sasuke activated Chidori. Lightning flashed around his right hand, and the sound of crackling electricity rang out. Chidori. Itachi Uchiha recognized the jutsu. It was Kakashi-sensei's Chidori. This ninjutsu was not easy to learn. It seemed Sasuke had grown quite well over the years. But, thinking back to his own choices and circumstances back then, Itachi Uchiha felt a sense of sadness. Not enough, it's not enough. Far from enough. On the other side, the anger in Sasuke's heart grew even stronger. The scenes from that night flashed before his eyes again. Sasuke couldn't suppress the anger in his heart any longer. "I've lived until now for this. I'm going to kill you." With his final shout, Sasuke lowered his body and charged forward. Seeing him charge, Kasame's hand reached for Samehada. "No." Itachi Uchiha stopped Kasame, who was about to step forward. "I'll handle this myself." He stared intently at the charging Sasuke, intending to test him. Itachi Uchiha remembered that Sasuke was around the same age as he was when he defected from Konoha. At that time, his own strength, not counting his Mangekyo, was already at cage level. But that was after going through various kinds of training and even war. What about Sasuke? Itachi Uchiha wanted to see for himself. How strong was Sasuke, who hadn't experienced war? He was very curious. Sasuke was already in front of him. He was naturally fast. His full speed during the Chunin exams against Rock Lee was proof of that. In fact, with his newfound anger, Sasuke's speed had surpassed his normal limits. Sasuke was as fast as a bolt of lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Itachi Uchiha. Ziza T. Die. With a furious roar from Sasuke, the Chidori, now brimming with electricity and destructive power, was thrust toward Itachi Uchiha with an unstoppable force. If this hit, even a physically strong person would be severely injured. However, just like Sasuke, Itachi Uchiha also possessed the three-tamo Sharingan. All of Sasuke's movements were in slow motion in front of him. Then came a smack. At the precise moment, Itachi Uchiha used his height advantage to lift his knee, bringing Sasuke's charge to a sudden halt. Then, he grabbed Sasuke's jutsu with his right hand, effortlessly stopping his ultimate move. It was broken so easily. Sasuke looked up in shock, meeting Itachi Uchiha's cold, emotionless eyes. Seeing that gaze again triggered Sasuke's PTSD. A montage of images flashed through his mind. Time seemed to rewind to that night, the night he witnessed his parents' death, and the person in front of him was their killer. Back then, that man's eyes were exactly the same as they were now. Exactly the same. Aza. Sasuke Uchiha roared in anger. A moment later, a flash of madness appeared in his eyes, and a successful smirk formed on the corner of his lips. You fell for it, he said. Itachi Uchiha was suddenly shocked. Before he could react, the lightning from the Chidori suddenly condensed into a sphere, and in the next moment, a flashing light sword rapidly extended. Lightning-style light sword. This incredibly solid sword, condensed from lightning, had terrifying destructive power. It could effortlessly cut through even 100 forged steel ingot like a hot knife through butter. Of course, that was Naruto's light sword. But Sasuke's wasn't bad either. Especially when he was only facing a human body. Itachi Uchiha, completely unaware, was pierced right through. A jutsu with great power. Kisame, who was watching from a close distance, couldn't help but exclaim. After speaking, he took a long, hard look at this little runt, Itachi's brother. He never thought the Uchiha clan would produce so many geniuses. Wait. The Uchiha could hardly be called a clan anymore. Because at this moment, there were only two of them left, Itachi and his brother. Wait now. Thinking of Izuna Uchiha, whom he had met a few days ago, Kisame added the number to 3. No, still not right. He also remembered Madara Uchiha, who had tricked him into creating a world without falsehoods, but who was later exposed as a fake and an identity thief, Abaito Uchiha. Kisame silently increased the number to 4. He didn't know if it was his imagination. But why did it feel like there were more and more Uchiha in the shinobi world? Kisame sighed in relief. Fortunately, Itachi had already wiped out the Uchiha clan, so there shouldn't be any more Uchiha appearing in the future, right? In a flash, Kisame looked at Sasuke in front of him again. Speaking of which, the Uchiha really were full of geniuses. Even Itachi's brother, who looked only 12 or 13, had already mastered such a powerful ninjutsu. But Kisame cracked a cruel smile. He was already ugly, but when he smiled, he looked even more like a monster, a shark-like ghoul. This appearance was definitely enough to make a baby stop crying at night. Itachi-san is not so easily defeated, Kisame said with a hint of dark humor. Sasuke looked at him in surprise, then quickly turned his head to look at Itachi Uchiha, who had been pierced by the light sword. Indeed, as soon as Kisame's words fell, the situation changed abruptly. Ka. The solid form of Itachi Uchiha suddenly transformed into a flock of crows, which scattered and flew away. Looking again, where was the shadow of Itachi Uchiha? What? Sasuke couldn't believe it. The person he had just defeated was just a crow clone. When? Sasuke asked himself. He clearly hadn't seen Itachi Uchiha make any moves just now. How did he use a clone? It seems you've grown a little, Sasuke. The man's voice sounded from behind him. But Sasuke showed no gratitude for Itachi Uchiha's concern. This praise just made him feel disgusted. Whoosh! Without hesitation, a light sword suddenly appeared in Sasuke's hand, and he thrust it backward. But Itachi Uchiha easily dodged it. Seeing that he had failed, Sasuke increased his chakra input again. The light sword, which was originally a little over a meter long, suddenly extended, becoming 5 or 6 meters long. This was Sasuke's ultimate move. But it still missed. Sasuke's sudden attack was still useless, and was easily dodged by Itachi Uchiha, who also had the 3 Tamo Sharingan. This. Seeing that his strongest trump card was completely useless, the light in Sasuke's eyes dimmed. This was one of his ultimate moves. How could it be useless? The feeling of loss only lasted for a moment before Sasuke's fighting spirit returned. He turned and looked into the man's eyes. At this moment, Sasuke suddenly understood. That man had the same 3 Tamo Sharingan as he did, and naturally the same dynamic vision. So, this kind of move would naturally be ineffective against someone who was prepared. In other words, since they were taught by the same master, the move couldn't be broken. On the other side, Itachi Uchiha was also silently observing Sasuke. He recognized the Chidori Jutsu. He never thought that in just a few years, Kakashi-sensei would develop an even stronger jutsu based on the Chidori. As for the possibility that Sasuke developed this jutsu, Itachi didn't even consider it. That Sasuke could even use this kind of jutsu was enough to please Itachi. He recalled the feeling transmitted by the crow clone. Itachi felt that the fact that Sasuke could master a ninjutsu that involved chakra shape and nature transformation was enough to prove Sasuke's strength. But this alone was not enough. With that in mind, Itachi Uchiha's 3 Tamo Sharingan quietly spun, and his invisible Dojutsu began to take effect. Genjutsu activate. Although there was a faint hint of praise in his heart, Itachi Uchiha's expression remained merciless. I have no interest in you now, Itachi Uchiha said in a cold, low voice. His eyes were as icy as a block of ice, and anyone who looked at them for too long would shiver from the cold. How to enrage Sasuke? On this point, even Naruto had to concede to Itachi Uchiha. What are you talking about? Sasuke Uchiha was enraged. This man, all his years of hard work, his years of seeking revenge, he finally thought he had enough strength to stand in front of him. But the result was this kind of evaluation. Sasuke, who was about to calm down, was instantly consumed by rage. Ziza. The sharp sound of the Chidori rang out again. Sasuke's left hand condensed with electricity, and he charged toward Itachi Uchiha again. Die. Chapter 1361. Crunch, crunch, crunch. In the distance, on a high tree branch, hidden among the green leaves, a handsome man appeared, 1 in 5,000 years. That's right, this person was none other than Naruto Uzumaki. This title is no exaggeration. It's a title that the Ninja World Daily awarded Naruto after a survey of 10,000 people. Of course, in the options for the most handsome man in 5,000 years, only Naruto Uzumaki, 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, 3rd Tsuchikage Anoki, and Natsuo Hatake were available. But you have to admit, he's the one you know. What? Who is Natsuo Hatake? You don't know him, do you? Then hurry up and choose the one you know. In any case, after more than 10,000 votes, Naruto's good looks directly surpassed all humans of the past 5,000 years. He was hailed as the most handsome man in 5,000 years. Although, upon seeing the survey, Naruto's reaction was a straight-up, old man on the subway with his phone face. Naruto sat in a relaxed and comfortable position. He held a bag of Lay's cucumber-flavored potato chips in his left hand and used the technique he learned from Choji in his right, finger chip clamp jutsu. He was feeding himself chips one by one. Naruto paused in confusion, looking over to see the 2 men standing still. What? Why did the 2 men who were fighting suddenly stop moving? Oh. A moment later, Naruto understood. They were having a genjutsu battle. Genjutsu. This was indeed a specialty of the Uchiha clan. An Uchiha who couldn't use genjutsu wasn't a good Uchiha. Seeing the two standing motionless, with no brother versus brother drama to watch for the time being, Naruto, with nothing else to do, began to assess their genjutsu abilities. Naruto was very familiar with Sasuke's genjutsu prowess. Ever since Team 7 was formed, Sasuke had hounded him multiple times, wanting to spar with him in the training space. The two had dueled countless times in the training space, and there was no shortage of genjutsu clashes. Of course, the main content of the genjutsu clashes was Sasuke trying his best to resist Naruto's genjutsu attacks. Sasuke's genjutsu is not weak. Naruto gave a half-hearted compliment. He couldn't be so blunt as to say, Sasuke's genjutsu is way too lame, right? He had to save Sasuke some face. As for Itachi Uchiha's genjutsu abilities. Crunch, crunch, crunch. As he put another chip in his mouth, Naruto savored the flavor for a moment, and his eyes flashed with memories. Naruto had met Itachi Uchiha in the duel arena. As for his strength, Naruto tried to recall, but nothing came to mind. This person seemed to have left no impression at all. There was only one possible reason for this. Itachi Uchiha's strength was too weak, so much so that Naruto had no memory of him. There were too many enemies in the duel arena. Only those who were a little stronger left an impression. He heard that Itachi Uchiha's strength was said to be in his genjutsu. No wonder he didn't leave an impression. Because with genjutsu, if the power gap between two people was too great, it would have no effect on him, Naruto. He couldn't remember the specifics of Uchiha's strength, but he was probably stronger than Sasuke. Sasuke will definitely lose this battle. There was no doubt about that. The genjutsu ability of the Uchiha clan was, in the end, a competition of ocular power. And the difference in ocular power between the Mangekyou Sharingan and the Three-Tamo Sharingan was a chasm. After all, the evolution from Three-Tamo to Mangekyou was a qualitative change. It's not like a Mangekyou would lose to a Three-Tamo, right? However, Naruto stared at Sasuke, giving him an encouraging look. Sasuke, you have to stand tall. Stay strong, don't embarrass yourself. I'm not expecting you to win, but at least don't look so pathetic. Crunch, 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 delicious. Naruto finished the chips in his hand and reached into the bag again. Only one last chip left. Upon this discovery, Naruto instinctively looked to his left and right. Luckily, Choji isn't here. Thinking of Choji, he seemed to have a certain obsession with the last chip in a bag. Naruto always felt that Choji was very similar to the sixth brother in the movie Shaolin Soccer, played by Lam Kai-chung. The sixth brother's obsession with eggs was on par with Choji's obsession with the last chip. He sensed that Choji was indeed still in the village, and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't use the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to snatch my last chip from this far away, could he? He wanted to eat it right away, but after thinking for a moment, Naruto stared at the chip, deep in thought. Forget it. Naruto sighed. They were good friends after all. Swoosh! A flash of golden light, and Naruto suddenly disappeared. But in the next instant, another flash of golden light, and Naruto was back. He was still in the same relaxed and comfortable position, as if he had never moved. Meanwhile, in the village hidden in the leaves, a bewildered chubby boy was staring blankly at the chip bag in his hand. He opened the bag and looked inside, only to find it completely empty. Not a single chip. Where's the last chip? Narutoo, Choji screamed at the sky in a hoarse voice. This had clearly happened before. Unfortunately, the culprit had already gotten away. Pop! Naruto pulled out a new bag of chips from his backpack and opened it. He took out a chip with his right hand as usual and put it in his mouth, looking up to continue his boring observation of the duel. No, his observation of the standoff. Sasuke and Itachi were still standing in place, motionless in a confrontation. From the outside, it was impossible to tell who had the upper hand. At this moment, Naruto felt a bit bored. His gaze involuntarily shifted to the other spectator on the scene, Kisame Hoshigaki. Naruto had never really heard of this person before. He must be some unknown nobody. Is his strength also just average? Naruto hadn't even dueled a character like this in the arena. He wouldn't be much of a challenge. However, they had briefly crossed paths at the Dango shop earlier, and now that he was seeing him in person, Naruto wondered if his face was really not that of a fishman. Are they sharing ideas? Naruto scanned Kasame up and down once and lost interest. The only thing he found noteworthy about this person was the big sword he was holding. If he recycled it, it should be worth a little money. His gaze shifted back to the two dueling men. It landed specifically on Itachi Uchiha. Itachi Uchiha. This was the first time Naruto had seen him in person. Looking at that cold face, who would have thought that he was once Naruto's nightmare when he was a child? That year, Naruto was 6 years old. Having transmigrated to a completely unfamiliar world, Naruto had been cautious and walked on eggshells since childhood. Ever since he learned of the power of the Sharingan, and even the Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto had looked up to the Uchiha clan. Who would have thought that one night, this person would single-handedly slaughter the entire Uchiha clan of several hundred people? Although many years later, he knew the inside story, for example, that he wasn't alone that night, and that the Uchiha clan wasn't as strong as he had imagined. But what did Naruto know back then? Just think about it. The Uchiha clan, as the largest clan in the strongest village in the ninja world, Konoha, should have had at least 100 Three-Tamo Sharingan users, and no less than a dozen Mangekyo Sharingan users, right? How could such a powerful clan be annihilated overnight by a 13-year-old kid? It was truly a shock. Just how strong was this Itachi Uchiha? At that time, Naruto felt that the depths of this world's waters were simply too profound. Unfathomable. It's so dark, so dark. And how insane must Itachi Uchiha be to do something like this? How many other insane people were there in this world? Others didn't know, but for those few days, Naruto couldn't eat or sleep. He always felt that someone was out to get him in the dark. Because of this, Naruto skipped school for several days in a row. He hid in the safe bunker he had built, becoming a true bunker boy. Of course, all of the above were just guesses made by the 6-year-old Naruto. He later learned that the Uchiha clan was just this strong. They didn't even have many Mangekyo. And Itachi Uchiha was just this strong. In the end, it was all a letdown. Now, facing Itachi Uchiha again, facing the man whose strength was unfathomable back then and who made him walk on eggshells, Naruto only found it laughable. However, even after all these years, a question still lingered in Naruto's mind. Why did Itachi Uchiha do it? Why did he suddenly decide to kill his own clan out of nowhere? Unless Itachi Uchiha himself answered this question, there was probably no accurate answer. Even with Danzo's complete memories, Naruto still couldn't correctly guess Itachi Uchiha's thoughts. From Danzo's memories, this old dog had too many and too deep prejudices against the Uchiha. He wasn't objective enough, especially his prejudice against the Uchiha clan. Naruto closed his eyes and recalled for a moment. Putting aside Danzo Shimura's personal views, through the real events that happened in those memories, he found that the conflict between the village and the Uchiha clan was already at a point of irreconciliation and on the verge of erupting at any time. If not handled properly, it would have led to a war between the Uchiha clan and the village of Konoha. From the perspective of an outsider, Naruto found it very strange. How could a clan and its village become so hostile to each other? He continued to review Danzo's memories. Looking back, Naruto found that in many of these events, Danzo's dirty hands were at play. Naruto couldn't help but feel speechless. This Danzo Shimura. He really wanted to get rid of the Uchiha clan and was fanning the flames everywhere. And the Uchiha clan. Putting aside Danzo Shimura's prejudice, the Uchiha clan wasn't a bunch of simpletons either. Neither side was completely innocent. Tusk. Remembering this history, Naruto couldn't help but click his tongue. What a waste, what a complete waste. The Uchiha clan, what a good bunch of workhorses. No, what a good bunch of talent, and they all died just like that. And the Hokages, Whether it was the second or the third, Naruto, looking through Danzo's memories, felt that their political skills were quite average. Didn't they know the 3 steps? Invite, execute, and make your subordinates your pawns. If I, Naruto, were in charge. Naruto decided he should probably hold that thought. But was the Uchiha clan truly irreconcilable with Konoha? Naruto didn't think so. The Hokages weren't all fools. In his memories, his own father had tried to do something about it. Before he became Hokage, he had taken in 3 disciples, one of whom was an Uchiha. He wondered what his father, Minato Namikaze, was thinking at that time. Perhaps there was a genuine desire to reconcile with the Uchiha, especially after his father was confirmed to become the 4th Hokage. On the day the news was announced, many people in the Uchiha clan were probably overjoyed, right? A Hokage's disciple. According to the pattern of Hokage succession in Konoha, the future Hokage would definitely come from one of his father's 3 disciples. With an Uchiha becoming the Hokage's disciple, wasn't there hope for them to reach the highest position in the future? Sigh. Thinking of this, Naruto couldn't help but sigh. What a pity. The fate of the members of his father's team, the Minato squad, was truly a sad story. In the end, only Kakashi was left, the others all died. No, one of them was in a state worse than death. And it was this person who was in a state worse than death, this person who was originally the hope of the Uchiha clan, who later, through one event, completely sealed the fate of the Uchiha clan. That was the Ninetales attack. Abido Uchiha, you did so much evil. Whenever he thought of this, Naruto couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Suddenly, Naruto's right hand, which was reaching into the chip bag, stopped. It's over. Naruto's eyes lit up. The battle between the two was over. It was time for him to make his entrance. At the same time, huffs. Sasuke, who had emerged from the genjutsu, could no longer support himself. His legs went weak, and he knelt on the ground, his lungs heaving like a broken bellows. Tilde. At the same time, he couldn't help but cover his right eye, wailing miserably. Sasuke's exposed single eye was completely dazed, unable to focus. It seemed that he couldn't accept what had just happened in the genjutsu. Kisame looked at Itachi Uchiha, who remained standing, then looked at Sasuke, who was wailing on the ground. The outcome of their match was very clear. It seems that Mr. Itachi won. A smile spread across Kisame's lips, a movement that made his face look slightly ferocious, like a monster. As expected, Mr. Itachi won. Kisame had never doubted this result. He completely acknowledged Mr. Itachi's strength. On the other side, the winner, Itachi Uchiha, also let out a low moan, covering his eyes as if in pain. Mr. Itachi. Kisame looked over in confusion, only to see a trail of blood flowing from under Itachi Uchiha's tightly covered hands. Your eyes, Mr. Itachi. I'm fine. Itachi Uchiha's voice was as cold as ever, as if everything in the world was irrelevant to him. However, Itachi Uchiha couldn't help but look up at his brother, who was kneeling on the ground, wailing in pain. Sasuke's ocular power is this strong. Itachi Uchiha's eyes couldn't hide his shock. He thought to himself that he was in a healthy state and had a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, yet he almost couldn't suppress Sasuke's 3-Tomo Sharingan. Just how strong was Sasuke's ocular power? Naruto would say, of course. After being abused for nearly half a year, even an idiot would know how to deal with genjutsu. If he wasn't unsure of Itachi Uchiha's current position, Naruto would even suggest that Itachi Uchiha sign up for his class for further training. Itachi Uchiha just watched coldly, his silence unwavering. Facing a Sasuke with this level of ocular power, Itachi Uchiha was unsure if it was time yet. And Kisame, on the other hand, was constantly scanning back and forth between the two, his mind deep in thought. Suddenly, Kisame and Itachi Uchiha's expressions changed in unison. Their gazes all turned to a nearby giant tree. On a branch of the giant tree, a figure suddenly appeared. The person had a head of golden yellow hair and wore a white coat, standing coolly on the high branch. A smile hung on his lips, and his tone was relaxed, as if everything was under his control. Hey, Sasuke, looking a little rough, aren't you? I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. New novel dropping tomorrow, stay tuned. The only player in the Marvel world. For a prize of $10 million, Mew is trying to clear a large-scale virtual game called the Marvel World. Unbeknownst to him, when the game started, he had already transmigrated into the real Marvel universe, becoming the only player in this world. Nick Fury, Mew is an excellent agent, he just doesn't like to follow orders. Every time I give a mission, he skips it. Tony Stark, I don't know what happened. That day I teamed up with Mew, and when I came back, I was left with only one pair of underwear. Banner, my situation is exactly the opposite of yours, only my underwear was stolen. I got so angry I transformed into the Hulk, and I was on the front page of every major news outlet that very night. Thor, Mew said he had already maxed out his justice value to 1,000, then he picked up my Mjolnir and ran off. Facing the complaints of a group of superheroes, Mew calmly states, "These are all operations allowed by the game. If you have a problem, go talk to the game planner." Chapter 1362. Hey Sasuke, looking a little rough, huh? That person, that voice, Kisame felt like he knew them. He took a closer look, indeed. It was the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Kisame grinned, showing a mouth full of sharp shark teeth, making his smile look a little ferocious. Itachi-san, the prey has delivered himself right to our doorstep. Ahem. Upon seeing Naruto, Uchiha Itachi frowned slightly. Hearing the all-too-familiar voice, Sasuke endured his splitting headache and bodily weakness, struggling to lift his head. Naruto. Seeing Naruto, Sasuke gave a bitter smile, but then remembering something, he said firmly, "Don't interfere in my fight." Hi. The smile on Naruto's face froze. Is that so? Being told not to fight Itachi was unexpected, but after a moment of eye contact with Sasuke's determined gaze, Naruto understood. Okay, got it, he said with a gentle nod, making a promise. Whoosh, tilde 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 boom tilde. Kisame drew the massive Samehada from his back and slammed it onto the ground, causing the earth to crack. Itachi-san, leave the Jinchuriki to me. Kisame's beady eyes stared at Naruto with interest. This guy, the rumored god of shinobi, he would personally test him out. Good, just don't let him die. Uchiha Itachi instructed him one last time. Of course. Kisame excitedly opened his gaping maw. A fishman. Naruto was quite surprised by his opponent. This guy has never fought in the arena before. In that case, let me see what you've got. Naruto felt he had all the time in the world, especially since today's show. He glanced at Itachi and Sasuke and knew these two were the main characters. Today's show belonged to Sasuke. And his mission today wasn't just to help Sasuke, but to do something else even more important. Kisame took 2 steps forward, moving under a tree and away from the other two, while looking up at Naruto. Ninetales Jinchuriki, my great sword, Samehada, absolutely loves powerful chakra. Kisame's eyes shone with excitement. The taste of this chakra was indeed delicious. My apologies, but please be a meal for my Samehada. Don't worry, I won't kill you. This guy. Naruto stared strangely at this overly polite person. He looks so ugly and weird, but he's so polite. And is that sword's name Samehada? Naruto clearly remembered the scene when he fought Shigaraki. Combining that with Kisame's words, Naruto understood. This seemed to be a weapon that eats chakra. Chakra, huh? Naruto chuckled, I've got plenty of that. Also, since you have a weapon, I shouldn't be without one either. He had just acquired a new one, a weapon in its experimental phase developed in his own lab. Naruto reached behind his back, rummaging around, and finally made a show of pulling out a weapon. The item's surface looked like a handy cylindrical structure, with a bumpy surface and a circular protrusion on each end. What is that? Hearing the question from his opponent, Naruto got excited. On the surface, this thing looks like a sparklance. Naruto held it high for his opponent to see clearly, but it's actually a sword hilt. Oh, a sword hilt. Of course, Naruto said, encouraged by the audience participation. He gripped the hilt firmly. Look, I'll pour chakra into it. Buzz tilde. As Naruto poured in his chakra, the cylinder suddenly shot out a 1-meter-long chakra lightsaber. But awkwardly, Naruto had picked it up the wrong way. Actually, I did that on purpose. Naruto flipped the hilt around in his hand. See, just pour chakra into it, and it becomes a lightsaber. Is that so? Kasama managed not to laugh, keeping a very serious expression. Naruto continued his introduction. Watch closely. If your chakra nature is strong enough, you can do this. Buzz tilde. Sizzle tilde. With the input of lightning chakra, the lightsaber's base chakra suddenly became wrapped in crackling lightning sparks. The flickering electricity made its destructive power seem to multiply. Upon seeing this, Kasama instantly became more cautious. Naruto continued, not only that, but if you have enough chakra then. Naruto didn't finish his sentence. He just suddenly increased his chakra output. As the chakra input grew, the lightsaber, which was originally 1 meter long, suddenly surged in length. 2 meters, 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters. Even 40 meters. With a little bit of chakra, the short hilt had transformed into a 40-meter-long sword. How's that, fun, right? Naruto asked, swinging the long sword lightly. An impressive weapon. Kasama praised honestly, his small eyes fixed on the brilliant light. This terrifying amount of chakra made Kasama break out in a cold sweat. Of course, Naruto said with a bright smile. So, how much does this portable, 40-meter longsword cost? Naruto's tone grew more passionate as he shouted, not 1998. Not 998. Just 98. For just 98, you won't get ripped off, you won't get scammed, but you will take home this essential 40-meter cleaver for home, travel, and chopping people up. 98. Kasama was intrigued. 98 ryo. Naruto gave him a strange, speechless look and emphasized the price. 980,000 ryo. This was the Chakra Lightsaber Model 1, developed by the Combat Lab specifically for the Fourth Great Ninja War. It was a high-tech piece of equipment. With these functions and this quality, 98 ryo. How was that possible? With the war approaching, inflation was so bad. 98 ryo. Soon you won't even be able to afford a bowl of noodles with that. Upon hearing the price, Kasama instantly lost all interest. Hoshigaki Kasama was a poor man. Seeing his expression, Naruto knew Kasama couldn't afford it. What a waste of my performance. Naruto retracted the 40-meter sword, bringing it back to a 1-meter length. It's fine. This guy can't afford it, but there are plenty of people in the ninja world who can. For example, the Root was planning to buy a batch. The internal price was only 3 million ryo per sword. One for every member of the Root. Naruto casually made a flourish with the sword. Whoosh, whoosh tilde. As the lightsaber moved, its sharp chakra edge sliced through leaves and branches with no resistance. Leaves and small branches rained down all around them. Come on. Naruto held his sword and motioned for his opponent to begin. In that case, I won't hold back. Naruto sneered. We're so far apart and your weapon is so short, I'd like to see how you won't hold back. Whoosh tilde. Just as he finished speaking, Naruto saw the massive weapon fly straight toward him. Naruto watched as the hilt of Kasama's weapon, like a rope, could extend freely. I see. Naruto understood how this guy was going to attack him. But that's perfect. Buzz. The lightsaber in his hand suddenly surged, growing to a full 2 meters and becoming more than twice as thick. Come on. Naruto shouted inwardly. My opponent is throwing his weapon directly at me. With my chakra's sharpness, I'll definitely chop that weapon in half. I'll slice it into 2 pieces. The opponent's weapon seems to be one of the 7 ninja blades of the mist. This is a perfect chance to test my weapon's strength. Whoosh tilde. The weapon got closer and closer. Naruto aimed and swung his sword with a powerful motion. He had already planned it out, slash it, then take both pieces. But, to his dismay, the weapon completely absorbed all the chakra within his lightsaber. In fact, due to Samehada's powerful suction, the laser in his hand was drawn into a curved arc and absorbed. This. Naruto was shocked. He had been planning to promote this weapon throughout the ninja world to make a fortune, and then he runs into this guy. The ninja world will absolutely not allow such an overpowered weapon to exist. Chapter 1363. The ninja world shouldn't have such an awesome weapon. Whoosh tilde. Just as Naruto passed a death sentence on this bizarre-looking greatsword, the Samehada came rushing toward his face with a strong gust of wind. The weight, the speed. Naruto knew that if an ordinary ninja were to be hit, they would probably be knocked unconscious on the spot. But no matter how fast Samehada was, it couldn't be faster than Naruto's reaction. Swish tilde. With a flash of golden light, Naruto flashed to a branch of a nearby tree. Boom! Accompanied by a violent explosion, the tree that Naruto had just been on was shattered to bits by the Samehada's impact. So fast. Kisama's shark-like eyes praised as he looked at Naruto, who had narrowly dodged the attack. Others, after having their chakra absorbed, wouldn't have the remaining energy to use such speed. Hee. Naruto didn't mind. This guy, despite being ugly and seemingly polite, was truly ruthless in his attacks. He showed no mercy. Why were there so many cold-blooded people in the ninja world? Sigh. Naruto let out a long sigh, his face filled with melancholy. Sure enough, this world was sick. Wrestle, 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 wrestle tilde tilde tilde. A dense sound, similar to that of a rattlesnake, rang out. Naruto looked towards the source of the sound. He saw the bizarre greatsword, Samehada, had swelled to more than twice its original size, looking more like a giant wrecking ball. Even more strangely, a large mouth had opened at the head of the monstrous thing, with a tongue sticking out. At this moment, its barbs stood on end, colliding and rubbing against each other, making the noise. It seemed that the thing was trembling with excitement. Samehada seems incredibly excited. Kisame's voice was full of excitement. It was the first time he had seen Samehada like this. It seemed Samehada really liked the Ninetales chakra. This chakra, both in quality and quantity, was completely incomparable to anyone else's. As expected of the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Let's have more. Today, he would let Samehada eat its fill. Kisame's will moved, and he swung the Samehada in his hand again. Samehada, which had absorbed a huge amount of chakra and become enormous, was now like a super hammer, smashing toward Naruto at high speed. Tusk again. Watch me retrieve you. Facing the incoming Samehada, Naruto was about to reach out and retrieve it, but he thought of something, and his movements paused. The retrieval action came to an abrupt halt. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Naruto looked at the bizarre weapon in front of him. Samehada didn't seem strong, but it was very specialized. It could absorb a ninja's chakra and even a tailed beast's. It was definitely a great helper for capturing tailed beasts. For a moment, Naruto didn't want to retrieve this thing anymore. It wasn't that he had become a saint. It was just that the number of Haki Nagato's teammates was a bit small. Nagato bore the historical responsibility of collecting the tailed beasts and becoming the biggest villain boss in the ninja world. The task could be described as arduous. To complete the mission of collecting the tailed beasts, he needed assistance. This Samehada and Kisame who wielded it were some of the few remaining powerful subordinates of Nagato. They were excellent at capturing tailed beasts. If he retrieved it, wouldn't he have to buy it back later? Wouldn't that be a waste of money? So, looking at the slightly ferocious Kisame, Naruto flashed away again, dodging the attack. Seeing his attack miss again, Kisame was a little annoyed. Do you only know how to dodge? You've guessed wrong, I don't just know how to dodge. Naruto looked down at Kisame, a stingy smile on his face. As soon as he finished speaking, swish tilde. A flash of golden light. This time, Kisame saw it clearly. Naruto had disappeared directly. It was clearly not some body flicker technique, but more like some kind of spacetime ninjutsu. Where are you looking? Kisame was shocked to find that Naruto's voice was right next to him. Before he could turn his head, he noticed a short figure behind him out of the corner of his eye. When did he? Too slow. Before he could react, Naruto's slightly lazy, yet intimidating voice rang out in his ears. The great strength taijutsu activated. Naruto clenched his fist into the size of a sandbag and swung it. This punch was heavy. Bang tilde. PFFD tilde tilde tilde. Hit in the back by a punch, Kisame felt as if he had been hit by a mountain. Swish tilde. Kisame was sent flying by this punch, instantly turning into a fast afterimage and crashing into the nearby forest. Boom, boom, boom tilde tilde tilde. He didn't know how many trees he broke on the way, how much ground he tore up, leaving a thick trail of smoke, rubble, and broken trees behind him. Finally, he stopped. Thump 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 tilde. Kisame's entire back had disappeared, completely turned into a bloody mess. Even his beating heart was exposed. And he himself was lying on the ground, his fate unknown. Kisame Hoshigaki, defeated. A bit weak, couldn't even withstand one punch. Shukaku took so many punches. After a word of complaint, Naruto glanced at him from a distance and then looked away. Naruto wasn't planning on ending his life, just making him temporarily lose his fighting ability. Wrestle, wrestle tilde tilde tilde. Emu. Hearing a strange sound, Naruto turned to look. He saw the greatsword, Samehada, grow a few long barbs and use them as legs to slowly crawl in Kisame's direction. Like a centipede, Naruto chuckled. He hadn't expected this thing to be so loyal to its owner. After a glance, Naruto ignored it and turned his attention to the battle between Itachi Uchiha and Sasuke. Their battle seemed to have ended even faster than his own. The result was, of course, no surprise. Sasuke was now lying on the ground, his eyes tightly closed, as if he were dead. And Itachi Uchiha. He had just used Tsukuyomi on his younger brother, forcing Sasuke to relive the horror of that night for a full 3 days and 3 nights, using it to strengthen Sasuke's memory. As expected, even after years of being apart, Itachi Uchiha was still very concerned about Sasuke's learning. After that, Itachi's gaze had been on the side. At this moment, his eyes met Naruto's. This was the first time Naruto had seen Itachi Uchiha head-on. A wooden face without a trace of emotion. Especially those eyes, cold and desolate, as if he had died once. Even more so than Kakashi-sensei. That's right. After doing something like that, this person had probably already died once, right? Thinking of this, Naruto looked at Sasuke lying on the ground. Now, the only straw Itachi Uchiha had to live for was probably the guy lying on the ground. Naruto clearly remembered the dialogue between Itachi Uchiha and Danzo that night. You won. Itachi Uchiha's voice was flat, as if he had no emotions. Yes, I won. Then, I will be the one to apprehend you next. Just as Naruto was about to agree, Sasuke on the ground voiced his objection. Naruto. Naruto knew what he wanted to say, but... Shut up, if he can't escape, then I can only kill him. Sasuke wanted to get up, but he was too weak to stand, and could only sadly give in. Kill me. Itachi Uchiha repeated Naruto's words. Then come on. Wait a moment. Swish, swish, swish tilde tilde tilde. In a few flashes, Naruto moved Sasuke to the side. Watch closely and learn, he said to Sasuke. Then he turned his gaze to his enemy, smiling arrogantly. Since that's the case, then I'll start with a greeting. Emu. Itachi Uchiha's eyes showed curiosity. A greeting. Sasuke, on the other hand, opened his eyes with difficulty. A greeting, he knew that all too well. He struggled to look up at Itachi Uchiha. That move, I hope you don't die. Sasuke yelled in his heart, and then he couldn't hold on anymore and collapsed. Clap tilde. Naruto put his hands together. In an instant, an incredibly powerful chakra surged from his body. The terrifying air current almost sent Sasuke flying. This. Even the calm Itachi Uchiha couldn't help but be surprised. With such a terrifying amount of chakra, was this some kind of ultimate move? Fire style, great fire annihilation. Whoosh tilde tilde tilde. A fine line of lava-like flame shot out of Naruto's mouth. The moment it appeared, it expanded exponentially, and in the blink of an eye, it covered everything in sight. Is that a fire style? Even the composed Itachi Uchiha was a little doubtful of his life at this moment. Facing the massive fire coming towards him, Itachi could feel the scorching heat from a great distance away. The flames were approaching fast, and Itachi knew he had no time to be surprised. He quickly scanned the towering inferno. With this range, there was nowhere to escape. He could only use that one move. The three Tomo and Itaches, Sharingan spun rapidly, instantly connecting into a strange pattern. Then, Amaterasu. The new novel has dropped. Don't miss out, start reading today. The only player in the Marvel world. For a prize of $10 million, Doomyu is trying to clear a large-scale virtual game called the Marvel World. Unbeknownst to him, when the game started, he had already transmigrated into the real Marvel universe, becoming the only player in this world. Nick Fury, Doomyu is an excellent agent, he just doesn't like to follow orders. Every time I give a mission, he skips it. Tony Stark, I don't know what happened. That day I teamed up with Doomyu, and when I came back, I was left with only one pair of underwear. Banner, my situation is exactly the opposite of yours. Only my underwear was stolen. I got so angry I transformed into the Hulk, and I was on the front page of every major news outlet that very night. Thor, Doomyu said he had already maxed out his justice value to 1,000. Then he picked up my Mjolnir and ran off. Facing the complaints of a group of superheroes, Doomyu calmly states, "These are all operations allowed by the game. If you have a problem, go talk to the game planner." Chapter 1364. Whoosh, whoosh. The sudden, localized, intense high temperature caused a powerful convection, resulting in a fierce, howling wind. The massive, raging fire that engulfed the world quickly spread across the sky, fueled by this strong wind. Within this towering sea of fire, a single spot of black flame suddenly appeared. As soon as the black flame emerged, it rapidly expanded, immediately igniting the entirety of Naruto's fire release. Naruto's fire release could melt steel, yet this black flame was using Naruto's own flames as kindling. What kind of fire is this? Sasuke was so astonished his jaw nearly dropped. He had long witnessed Naruto's fire release. The monstrous inferno that covered the Forest of Death was still vivid in his memory. He had seen with his own eyes that under that fire, everything would turn to charcoal. Even iron would become molten. Therefore, Sasuke was completely unable to understand what this black flame was that could actually ignite Naruto's formidable fire release. That's Amaterasu, Naruto explained. He had encountered it while fighting Itachi Uchiha in the dual space. The black flame looked very cool. Unfortunately, he had flicked it away with a mere wave of his hand. It was practically useless. He had initially thought the fire was trash, but he didn't expect it to have such a powerful effect. Worth going back and buying. Amaterasu. Sasuke turned to Naruto in surprise, his eyes clearly asking, "How do you know so much about it?" Naruto just nodded, offering no further explanation. Amaterasu, huh? Sasuke repeated the name, a flicker of longing in his heart. The sight was still a vast sea of fire. Naruto's jutsu was so immense that even the black flames couldn't burn it out in a short period. The intermingling red and black flames were reflected in Itachi Uchiha's eyes. His right eye showed 2 streaks of dried blood, the aftereffects of using Amaterasu. Itachi knew his current state wasn't good. However, the endless sea of fire was still burning, and its inability to be extinguished quickly gave him a moment to catch his breath. He popped a blue soothing pill into his mouth. As the refreshing current flowed through his eyes, Itachi immediately felt much better. Some of the pain dissipated, and his mind cleared significantly. This fire release. Even now, reflecting on the fire release Naruto had just performed, Itachi still found it incredible. He had underestimated Naruto Uzumaki's strength. Moreover, given Naruto's relaxed appearance, it seemed that this powerful, ultimate move-level fire release was like a mere basic attack to him. And Itachi recalled the body flicker technique Naruto had shown earlier. Itachi suddenly realized that it wasn't a body flicker technique at all. His 3-Tamo Sharingan had seen it with absolute clarity. It was the legendary jutsu, Flying Thunder God. Flying Thunder God. This was the signature technique of the former 4th Hokage, the yellow flash of the leaf, famous throughout the ninja world. Itachi had only heard its name and didn't even know how to counter it. Then there was the terrifying Taijutsu, represented by that single punch. After all these years of association, Itachi knew how physically powerful Kasame was. With this series of evidence laid out, Itachi suddenly felt that, if he wasn't careful, there was a very high probability he could die here. Die? His time had not yet come, it was not time to die. Therefore, he must survive, he must win. The only possibility of victory lay in that move. He focused his gaze again towards Naruto's direction, but the sea of fire completely blocked his view. He had to find an opportunity to use Tsukuyomi. It was the only chance for a comeback. Buzz! Suddenly, an extremely minute beam of white light, only about 1 centimeter in diameter, crossed the sea of fire, shooting from the other side into the unseen distance behind him. Its path was right next to Itachi's face. It was so close to his eye that a slight movement of just 1 centimeter to the right would have hit him. This is... Just as he recognized the strange white light, a sudden, extremely intense sense of danger shot through his heart. His internal perception system was blaring an alarm. I must dodge. Otherwise, I will absolutely die. Buzz tilde. The next moment, the white light suddenly expanded, instantly turning into a 1-meter diameter pillar of light where it stood. Immediately afterward, a blinding flash erupted within the pillar, which then vanished as abruptly as if it had never been there. Itachi, who had barely managed to evade in time, clearly saw that the trees and rocks illuminated by that light had been directly annihilated. Trees were snapped in half, and a perfectly circular hole appeared in the rock, the cut surface smooth as a mirror. What is that? While Itachi was still in shock, the white light reappeared. This time, it was aimed directly at his heart. 0.15 seconds. The number instantly flashed in Itachi Uchiha's mind. The time it took for the laser to expand from minute to a cylinder was 0.15 seconds. That was also the time left for his escape. Absolutely. I absolutely must dodge. In a flash, Itachi desperately lunged again. Finally, at the last moment before death descended, he evaded. But the next second, the laser appeared again. This time, it was still aimed right at him. On the other side, hey, I shoot again. Naruto was having a blast, playing a game of whack-a-mole with Itachi Uchiha. With his waving arms and dancing feet, beams of dust release laser crossed the sea of fire, flashing, disappearing, and continuously repeating the cycle. Feeling that the variety wasn't enough, Naruto added lightning release light swords. Swords of light, hundreds or thousands of meters long, continued the game of hide-and-seek with Itachi Uchiha. Under Naruto's sensing ability, there was no place to hide. Lightning release and dust release circulated endlessly, one after another under Naruto's command, giving the distant prey, Itachi Uchiha, no chance to catch his breath. At the same time, Naruto was carefully controlling his power, making sure not to accidentally kill the man. Otherwise, he would have to use the Rinnegan to revive him. That would be too much trouble. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle tilde. A flash of lightning passed, and Itachi Uchiha dodged it. Ah, so close. Naruto sighed, and another, more ferocious, 1,000-meter lightning sword flashed, traversing the long distance and pointing straight at Itachi Uchiha. Again. As Naruto's various jutsu flashed, Itachi Uchiha, acting as the mole, was completely helpless and forced to constantly dodge. He was scarred several times for failing to dodge completely. At this sight, Sasuke's eyes shone. Awesome. It was absolutely exhilarating. Itachi Uchiha, who had just effortlessly stomped him, was now being easily forced into a wretched state by Naruto. If it were me, thinking of this, the light suddenly dimmed in his eyes. Wait. Sasuke paused. I will definitely be able to do this someday. As long as I keep going, if not 3 years, then 5 years, and I'll definitely succeed in 5 years. Meanwhile, Itachi Uchiha continued to exhaust himself trying to evade Naruto's attacks. He was panting heavily, his lungs bellowing like a broken bellows, yet he dared not rest for even a single second. At this rate, forget using Tsukuyomi, he wouldn't even have a chance to use Amaterasu. At the same time, in a certain corner, Kisame, who had finally woken up after his wounds were barely healed by the chakra fed back by Samehada, happened to glance over. After seeing the scene, he quietly lay back down. Too terrifying. The Tsukuyomi gamble. After mercilessly bombarding Itachi for over 10 minutes, Naruto pretended to have exhausted too much chakra and paused for a moment. He couldn't forget his goal for the day, to restore Sasuke's self-confidence. Furthermore, he had another objective. Following Orochimaru's Konoha crush plan, Naruto realized that because his reputation was too great, and his strength had been excessively praised by the ninja world daily, no one dared to attack him or Konoha. This simply won't do. If you don't attack me, how can I legitimately go and defeat you? How can I use this to join the war? And while I'm at it, wipe out your entire village. What? Washing powder. Don't be ridiculous, pat pat pat, a gentleman must have his honor. This sort of thing must at least stand the test of history. So, Naruto decided to give Itachi Uchiha an opportunity to defeat him, and defeat the god of shinobi. To let everyone know, the god of shinobi can be defeated. He would also stage a show to let Sasuke understand the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, thereby making him fully commit to achieving it. This brief rest was the chance Naruto gave Itachi Uchiha to make his move. It all depended on whether he could seize it. "Oh man, I'm so tired, time to rest," Naruto dropped his hands and announced loudly. This volume was certainly enough for Itachi to hear. The chance has come. Itachi Uchiha's eyes narrowed. Even though his body was exhausted from the prolonged, extreme dodging and his chakra was nearly depleted, he still unleashed his last bit of chakra, using the body flicker technique to sprint towards Naruto. Ahem. Naruto looked up, a slight smile on his lips. "You've got some nerve." "Hey, Naruto." Suddenly recalling his own earlier experience, Sasuke cried out a warning. Alas, it was too late. Itachi's gaze had already met Naruto's, and the 3 blades in his Mangekyo Sharingan spun furiously. "Tsukuyomi, activate. You have encountered the Genjutsu, Tsukuyomi, data assessment in progress. Your spiritual power far exceeds 130. You have the right to decide whether to enter the Tsukuyomi dimension. Enter." Yes/no. The interface popped up as expected. Naruto had been caught by Tsukuyomi before in the dual space. The situation was the same as now. He could control whether he entered or left. That was why he dared to confidently allow Itachi to use Tsukuyomi. Otherwise, he would have defeated the opponent long ago. Should I go in? Naruto decisively chose no. He was only here to help Sasuke build confidence, not to get himself killed. Naruto clearly remembered that there were a few conditions under which the revival token couldn't revive him, and dying in the Tsukuyomi dimension was one of them. While the probability of dying, even if he went in, was very, very low, almost zero wasn't good enough. Mathematically speaking, infinitesimal equals 0. A gentleman doesn't stand near a crumbling wall. Naruto firmly refused. The next second, Naruto's acting skills, worthy of an emperor, instantly erupted. He let out a blood-curdling scream, clutched his head with both hands, and collapsed completely limp onto the ground. Such a powerful genjutsu, I'm out of commission. Naruto, I got hit by Tsukuyomi, I'm out of commission. His appearance was a living imitation of Sasuke's earlier performance, even seeming 3 times more severe. Naruto. The sudden shift in the situation left Sasuke utterly shocked. Can even someone as powerful as Naruto not resist that guy Itachi Uchiha's Mangekyo? Sasuke instinctively looked towards Itachi Uchiha opposite him. How strong is that man? No, how strong is the Mangekyo Sharingan? Faced with Naruto, who is like a god in my heart, is there actually a possibility of victory? The Manjakayo Sharingan. The longing for it intensified. He didn't need 3 years, or even 5 years. Simply owning it would be enough to be powerful. Mid-act, Naruto peeked through the gap between his fingers. My second disciple, I'm already invincible, yet I'm putting on a show for you to motivate you. You should repay this favor. On the other side, Itachi Uchiha faced an even more intense backlash. Ugh tilde. He let out a low, animalistic moan of pain. His vision seemed to blur, and his head was throbbing fiercely. He could barely maintain consciousness. Itachi-san, are you all right? At that moment, Kisame finally arrived from the distance. I'm fine. Itachi ground his teeth, struggling against the pain. Kisame looked at him worriedly, then turned to look at Naruto, who appeared to be in agonizing pain. This is our chance. I'll go and capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. With that, he hefted Samehada and started walking towards Naruto. Damn it. Naruto was speechless. You guy, you really don't know what's good for you. Teammate. Help him out. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. Chapter 1365. As Kisame approached step by step, Naruto was still putting on a show, howling in agony, and Sasuke watched the scene unfold, sinking into despair. A dark shadow quickly swept through the forest nearby, arriving from a distance at incredible speed. Swoosh tilde tilde tilde. The hermit has arrived tilde tilde. Accompanied by a familiar shout, a tall, imposing figure landed with a thud, positioning himself directly in front of Naruto. He separated Naruto from Kisame. With that white hair billowing in the wind and that flamboyant pose, it was naturally Jiraiya. Finally, Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. If he hadn't shown up, Naruto wouldn't have been able to keep up the act. Phew. Naruto silently crossed out the script that read, "One pill of nirvana enters my belly, my fate is mine to control, I resurrect instantly and return as a king." You are. Seeing the sudden arrival, Kisame's small eyes narrowed sharply. He seemed to recognize this person. One of the Sannin. That's right, it is indeed the Toad Hermit, Jiraiya. Hearing the enemy recognize him, even in the current situation, Jiraiya still performed his cringeworthy, whole shinobi world-traversing dance. As expected, after the performance, Kisame's eye twitched. But yes, this confirmed that the person before him was indeed Jiraiya. Jiraiya, one of the Sannin. The name of the Sannin was known throughout the shinobi world. Kisame wasn't very familiar with Jiraiya. As a hidden mist ninja, he was more familiar with the other Sannin, Orochimaru. He was very clear on Orochimaru's fame and power. Jiraiya being a Sannin like Orochimaru, his strength must be. Kisame subconsciously tightened his grip on his Samehada sword. The situation had become troublesome. Kisame. From behind, the voice of Uchiha Itachi came, sounding strained with pain. Kisame glanced behind him. Leave quickly, Itachi suddenly ordered. Leave. Kisame glanced at the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki behind Jiraiya, then at Jiraiya standing guard, and finally at the incapacitated Uchiha Itachi. Kisame was quick to comply. He swiftly retreated, tossing Itachi onto his shoulder in the blink of an eye, and then vanished after just a few rapid flashes. The Akatsuki duo had escaped. Pervy Sage, do you have any pill balls on you? Seeing the pervy sage hesitating over whether to pursue them, Naruto immediately spoke up, interrupting his dangerous thought. Sigh. With a deep sigh, Jiraiya turned around. The moment he turned, his face instantly changed. His eyes narrowed into slits, and a smug smile appeared on his face. He finally got to look cool in front of his disciple. So he immediately began shamelessly bragging. See that, Naruto? That's the power of the hermit. The enemy heard my name and had no choice but to run. Saying this, Jiraiya took 2 pill balls from his pouch and bent down to hand them to Naruto. Yes, tilde tilde tilde, you are the strongest. Naruto didn't argue. He swallowed a blue pill ball and swoosh, he instantly stood up tall and mighty, re-establishing the might of a man's. Cough, 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 let's try again. I, Uzumaki Naruto, full health resurrection. Huh. This vibrant, full of life appearance, the complete turnaround, left Sasuke utterly astonished. Here, Sasuke, you have one too. Naruto tossed him the remaining pill ball. Sasuke swallowed it in one gulp. He also wanted to stand up instantly like Naruto, achieving a full health resurrection. But he tried twice but failed. In the end, he was met with Naruto's merciless laughter. Those two just now were members of the Akatsuki, right? Seeing the two youths laughing and ignoring him, Jiraiya wasn't annoyed. Instead, he looked in the direction where they had vanished and fell into thought. Catching Naruto at this time. Has the Akatsuki organization already started their plan? Jiraiya had heard of the Akatsuki organization years ago, and had even unexpectedly learned that they might be hunting tail beasts. His current return to the Hidden Leaf Village had one main purpose: to teach Naruto how to control the Nine Tails' power, preparing him for future attacks from the Akatsuki. Now that he was back and had personally seen Naruto's strength, Jiraiya was no longer worried about that aspect. However, Jiraiya tilted his head, glancing at Naruto. Given Naruto's pitiful appearance just now, could he have actually been defeated by the duo? But his current lively appearance showed no trace of the weakness he had moments ago. Are these pill balls really that effective? Jiraiya gently shook his head, thinking it might be a factor, but not the whole truth. I don't know what kind of trick this kid Naruto is playing now. However, one thing absolutely had to be done. That was to teach Naruto that one secret technique. Swoosh. 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 A few more shadows arrived rapidly from the distance. Naruto didn't even need to look to know who they were. They were Tsunade, Shizune, Shikaku Nara, and an unfamiliar Ambu ninja. This group was the team that had traveled to the capital to finalize the Hokage position. Now, Tsunade had been factually confirmed as the 5th Hokage of the Hidden Leaf. Naruto, Sasuke. Immediately upon landing, Tsunade's gaze fell upon the two. While traveling back to the village, they had seen the commotion in this direction and hurried over. Such a massive scene certainly indicated a major battle with an enemy. Yet, Tsunade looked around and saw no enemy. Jiraiya, who was the enemy, where are they now? Tsunade asked. The opponents were Uchiha Itachi and another indeterminate fellow, both members of the Akatsuki organization. Jiraiya pointed in the direction they had fled. They have all escaped now. Lady Tsunade, I'll go after them immediately. Hearing the name of the rogue ninja Uchiha Itachi, the Anbu ninja suddenly spoke up. No need, Tsunade immediately dismissed him with a wave of her hand. She had already received intelligence from the 3rd Hokage that Uchiha Itachi was an undercover agent for the Hidden Leaf. Capture unnecessary. Glancing toward the distant, empty space, Tsunade turned back to size up Naruto. She had seen Naruto lying on the ground just now, even from a distance. She scanned him carefully up and down. Good, not even a scratch. However, the corner of her mouth curved up. She wouldn't miss this opportunity. Isn't this ninja god Uzumaki Naruto? What's wrong? Did you lose? Tusk. Naruto shot her a wordless glance. He wanted to retort, but he couldn't easily explain himself. Seriously. Woman tilde, you hold a grudge too much. Naruto. Jiraiya seized the opportunity to speak. I have a very important thing to teach you. It's an extremely crucial technique of our lineage. You'll be learning this from me next. Huh? Learn again. Seeing Naruto's reluctance, Jiraiya added, once you learn this one move, the next time you face Uchiha Itachi, you won't fail again. I won't fail even if I don't learn it. He wanted to complain, but remembering the act he had just put on, he swallowed the retort just as it reached his lips. Tomorrow, maybe. Naruto said dismissively. He genuinely didn't feel there was anything more he needed to learn. Besides, he had to get back to work now. What kind of work? Of course, eating and drinking on the public dime. Cough, cough. Actually, it was traveling, strolling, and incidentally eating and drinking all over the shinobi world under the guise of a mission. Yesterday's mission itinerary was simply a dream life. Naruto planned to keep this up for the next half year. Eating, drinking, and having fun every day while collecting a massive salary. It couldn't get any better. As for the promise he made to the third Hokage about competing with Danzo for recruits. Just randomly bring in a few insiders every week to report. Well, if that's all, I'll be leaving now. Naruto glanced around at everyone, his gaze quickly skipping over Tsunade and finally resting his hand on Sasuke's shoulder. Sasuke naturally understood what he meant. Gotta go Tilda, Naruto waved goodbye to the group. Swoosh! With a flash of golden light, Naruto and Sasuke vanished. That guy, Jiraiya looked at Tsunade, giving a helpless smile. The scene shifts back inside the village. Swoosh! The two reappeared right outside Sasuke's house. Sasuke, you should rest today. Don't go on any missions. Sasuke nodded lightly. He'd been hit by the Tsukuyomi, and his head was still spinning a bit. Oh, right. Naruto, who was about to hurry Shin away, suddenly stopped. Remember to come over to my new place tonight. Get familiar with the door. Yesterday, thanks to the tireless efforts of the members of the Root Anbu, Naruto's new home was finally cleaned. All the furniture was supplied, and it was ready for immediate move-in. That's right, it was the small, Western-style house with a yard that Jiraiya had tearfully paid the down payment for, with the village covering the rest. Naruto planned to hold a housewarming party this evening. Don't forget to bring a gift, Tilda. Swoosh! The words were barely out before Naruto turned into a flash of light, returning to his origin point and vanishing. That guy. Sasuke let out a helpless, bitter laugh and pushed open his front door to go home. On the other side, Naruto, back at his house, changed into a simple outfit, preparing for the day's tourism. Time to go. Thinking of something, Naruto closed his eyes and sensed with all his might. Sure enough, the four-person Root Anbu team was already assembled, the Tour and Munch squad awaiting his arrival. Ready to depart. Wait. Suddenly sensing something, Naruto frowned slightly. In his chakra sensor, why were there two familiar and identical chakras? Huh. Two Suzukes. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. Chapter 1366. Let's rewind the time a little. On a certain rooftop, the time-traveling Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Boruto had just grasped their current situation. Due to an accident, they had followed in the footsteps of Otsutsuki Urashiki and traveled back to the time when Naruto was a child. Urashiki's goal was to take the Nine-Tails chakra from Naruto while he was still young and weak. Sasuke and Boruto had accidentally traveled here with Urashiki. From the time-traveling turtle, they learned that Urashiki would arrive in this timeline in a few days. So, our goal now is to protect Dad. To protect young Dad from being captured by Urashiki, Boruto quickly summarized the situation. That's right, Sasuke nodded. I'm really excited. Looking at the four faces carved into the Hokage rock, Boruto was somewhat thrilled. To have traveled back to this time, what is my dad like? How old is he? What does he look like? And is he stronger than me? This is so exciting. Let's go. Giving a shout, Sasuke jumped down and Boruto quickly followed. The two walked aimlessly along the street, and Boruto couldn't help but exclaim along the way. It's such a weird feeling. Is this what the old Konoha was like? Boruto looked around curiously, his eyes momentarily overwhelmed. It feels completely different. Is this what Konoha was like before I was born? So retro. Wait. Suddenly spotting something, Boruto excitedly yelled, "Is that the old Ikaraku ramen? The shop is so small." His utterly naive behavior drew the attention of those around them. Fortunately, due to Konoha's developed tourism, the passers-by were already used to such sights. Sasuke, however, couldn't take it anymore. If they kept this up, they would inevitably be discovered. Quiet down, Boruto. I can't help it, Boruto scratched the back of his head. It's just too interesting. Grumble tilde. Feeling his stomach growl, Boruto suggested, how about we go try the Thunder Burger of this era? There's no such thing here. Look, isn't that a burger? Boruto suddenly pointed to a spot not far behind Sasuke. What? Sasuke turned and saw a shop with a large, colorful advertisement for burgers, fried chicken legs, and fries at the entrance. Looking at the name, this burger wasn't Thunder Burger, but something called Lao Gan Dai Burger. Where did this burger come from? Now it was Sasuke's turn to be confused. Did Konoha open a burger shop during the years I was away? Sasuke pondered. It's possible. With this, Sasuke roughly determined the current time was definitely within the years before his full defection from Konoha. Otherwise, where did this burger shop spring up from? Time for burgers tilde. Seeing his favorite food, Boruto ran over immediately. Sasuke could only follow. 5 minutes later, inside a small, unnamed alley, Sasuke and Boruto walked along, eating burgers and drinking milk tea. Lao Gan Dai Burger is so delicious, Boruto sincerely exclaimed, cleanly swallowing the last bite of his burger. Sasuke glanced at him but said nothing. Mr. Sasuke, why did the inferior-tasting Thunder Burger manage to eliminate the much better-tasting Lao Gan Dai Burger in the future? Sasuke didn't know. He hadn't even heard of the Lao Gan Dai Burger. How could he know why? And Boruto held up the milk tea in his hand, intensely curious. This milk tea is so good, why did it disappear in the future? This question was even harder for Sasuke to answer. Don't worry about those things. Sasuke forcibly changed the subject. We need to find Naruto quickly. Boruto casually tossed his trash into a bin. Speaking of which, Mr. Sasuke, do you have any clues about Dad's location? Sasuke looked up. This I know. In this era, he's either at his house or at the Ikaraku we just passed. Really? Sasuke nodded. From memory, that was always the case with Naruto. Suddenly, both of their gazes snapped forward. Walking towards them was the first Uchiha Sakura, no, currently Haruno Sakura. Wait, isn't that Aunt Sakura? Looking at the familiar hair color and familiar face, Boruto genuinely asked. Sakura, this is bad. Sasuke clearly hadn't planned on facing the Sakura of this era yet. Excuse me, I wanted to ask about. Facing a familiar person, Boruto waved and stepped forward, wanting to ask the question on his mind. Fortunately, Sasuke immediately clamped his hand over Boruto's mouth. What are you trying to do? Ask Aunt Sakura where Dad is, of course, Boruto said naturally. We have to be cautious. Recalling the turtle's instruction to avoid influencing this world too much to prevent the butterfly effect and severe consequences, Sasuke did not want to interact with the people of this world. Excuse me, are you calling me? Well, it's like this. Boruto tried to explain, but Sasuke instantly cut him off. No, we made a mistake. As soon as he finished, he grabbed Boruto and turned to leave. Sakura was a bit confused. Weirdos. Hidden high up in a nearby tree, the other Naruto was even more confused. He had arrived using the Flying Thunder God technique and had just started observing the pair. This combination was strange. One adult, one child, neither seen before, yet they looked strangely familiar. Wait. Naruto suddenly realized. Inside the arena, Uchiha Sasuke, world traveler, 32 years old, looked identical to the adult in this duo. And this chakra, isn't that Sasuke himself? Listening to their conversation just now, things like Aunt Sakura, etc. Could these two be from the future? Naruto was bewildered. Does this world possess a space-time ninjutsu or tool? I must get my hands on it. First, he needed to figure out their identities. The adult's identity was confirmed. Naruto was more curious about the child. Blonde hair, blue eyes. The more Naruto looked, the more he thought, why does this kid look so much like me? Especially the chakra inside the boy. Perceiving it up close, Naruto found the chakra was unexpectedly close to his own. The facts seemed to point to only one possibility. I'm a dad. Naruto was speechless. He was still single and didn't even have a girlfriend. How did a son this old pop up? No, I have to confirm this. In another deserted alley, Sasuke was lecturing the confused Boruto about the rules of this timeline. There are too many familiar faces in the village. We have to be careful with our next moves. Boruto retorted, but Mr. Sasuke, since we're here to protect young dad. Hey, you two. Boruto's words were cut short by another voice. They both turned to look. On the high wall next to them, Naruto was striking a cool pose. Dad. Boruto blurted out. He recognized his father immediately, and his curious gaze couldn't help but size Naruto up. This windbreaker, this style, and this handsome face. Was Dad this cool when he was young? Way cooler than my exhausted Hokage dad. Kaki, cool in Japanese. Sasuke at this moment was mostly resigned. He hadn't intended to interact much with this world, but he had run into Naruto anyway. However, he was also a bit curious. Naruto's clothes, I've never seen him wear them. And his demeanor. It was completely different from the Naruto in his memory. Dad. Naruto jumped down next to them. Who is your dad? Oh. Boruto realized his slip-up and immediately clamped his hand over his mouth. It was Sasuke who stepped in to salvage the situation. Apologies, he's mistaken you for someone else. Is that so? Naruto feigned suspicion, scrutinizing the two like a scanning device. The smaller one seemed impulsive and easy to deal with, likely a good source of information. The older one, Sasuke, was tight-lipped. No matter what, he had to get information about the future. Looking at Sasuke again, Naruto had an idea. You two look unfamiliar. Where are you from? Wait. Facing his young father, Boruto suddenly felt a sense of pressure. He stammered repeatedly, unable to answer. Sasuke, however, pulled out the excuse he had prepared earlier. Street performers, we are traveling performers, moving from place to place. Oh, street performers. To prove his claim, Sasuke pulled a red sphere from his clothes. Watch. He tossed it into the air. Pop tilde. The sphere burst open, and colorful ribbons, paper scraps, and flower petals floated out. Ahem. Naruto grudgingly accepted the explanation. Very well, however, both of your identities are somewhat suspicious. As the leader of the Root, I expect both of you to cooperate with my investigation. Root. This time, Sasuke could no longer maintain his composure and exclaimed in shock. Root? How could it be Root? Based on his observation, Sasuke was certain the Naruto before him was no older than 16. Danzo hadn't died until after Naruto turned 16. How could anyone else take over Root? And let Naruto take over? There's no memory of Naruto ever becoming the leader of Root. A lie, a prank. Sasuke carefully studied the Naruto in front of him, the confident demeanor, the cool face enhanced by this air of mystery. Naruto, you've changed so much I almost don't recognize you. This might not be Naruto. Moreover, the various strange feelings that had surrounded Sasuke since they arrived kept lingering. Sasuke finally made up his mind. He had to investigate this thoroughly. Well, my apologies. Sasuke suddenly apologized, simultaneously patting Boruto's shoulder as a signal. Let him go with you for the investigation. I have something to take care of. Before he could finish, he instantly vanished with a swoosh, a body flicker technique. Mr. Sasuke. Boruto whispered, but Sasuke was already gone. Can anyone understand this feeling? Uncle Sasuke actually left him alone with young dad. This young dad's eyes are so fierce. I'm under so much pressure. Boruto finally felt the pressure of his father after a long time. Gone. Naruto glanced at Sasuke's retreating figure and sighed. Run. Can he escape my sensory perception? Naruto's blue eyes turned to Boruto. It seems only you are left. Next, let's have a proper investigation into you. Boruto's face was a mask of refusal. He vividly remembered Mr. Sasuke's instruction. Don't interact too much with this world. You called me dad just now. Who is your father? What is his name? Boruto shook his head. I can't say. Won't say. Is he afraid or scared of the butterfly effect? Naruto decided to change the question. His eyes were intensely serious, which only added to Boruto's anxiety. Mom, save me. As if hearing Boruto's inner cry, Naruto's next question was about his mother. Who is your mother? Worried that Boruto still wouldn't answer, Naruto quickly switched to a more ambiguous question. Or rather, what is your mother's last name? I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. Chapter 1367. What's your mother's maiden name? Naruto's blue eyes scrutinized Boruto, cold and dispassionate. To get the answer he wanted, Naruto even employed some subtle, imperceptible genjutsu. After all, Naruto was intensely curious about who his future wife was. Very, very curious. Who wouldn't be curious about their own future? Naruto certainly was. Uzumaki, Boruto whispered, unable to withstand the pressure. Uzumaki. Hearing that surname, Naruto's mind first flashed to Karin's red hair. Instantly, he realized his mistake. This world seemed to have a custom of wives taking their husband's surname after marriage, so what else would his future wife be called besides Uzumaki? Having made a blunder, Naruto was momentarily speechless. He tried again. I mean, what was your mother's surname before she got married? Hyuga. Boruto pursed his lips and looked up at Naruto, who was a head and a half taller than him. He finally spilled the beans readily. He couldn't help it. That look, that aura, his dad, when he was younger, looked so fierce. It made the usually lively and rebellious him completely unable to object. He had just confusedly confessed everything. Hyuga, is it? Naruto thought of the shy little girl. Hyuga Hinata, she was his wife in the end. Naruto mumbled the name, somehow feeling not entirely surprised. His gaze refocused, scrutinizing the blonde, pineapple-headed youth before him. So, what's your name? Boruto didn't answer right away. He looked left and right, confirming Sasuke wasn't around. Sorry, Mr. Sasuke, Boruto muttered in his heart, deciding to go all in. Boruto, Uzumaki Boruto, he said. Looking at the guy who was 9/10 identical to himself, Naruto asserted, so you are my son from the future, right? Yes. Boruto nodded quickly. He somehow felt this younger version of his dad wasn't as clueless as he remembered. Naruto pondered. The situation was exactly as he had surmised. This guy was a time traveler from the future and his own biological son. But Naruto frowned slightly, something felt off. He had been transmigrated into this world for so many years, so why was Sasuke still on the path of a wandering ninja, just like in the original world? Also, if such a time-traveling tool existed, Naruto genuinely doubted his future self would hand the opportunity to someone else. Therefore, there was only one truth. Boruto, tell your old man, who is the sixth Hokage? Naruto stared intently into Boruto's eyes, trying to confirm the suspicion in his heart. That look made Boruto momentarily afraid to meet his gaze. It's Uncle Kakashi. Uncle Kakashi. What kind of weird title was that? However, with this answer, Naruto was certain. This kid was definitely from a parallel world. In this world, he, Uzumaki Naruto, was already the predetermined sixth Hokage. There was absolutely no doubt about that. The fact that Kakashi-sensei was the sixth Hokage could only belong to the world without him, the transmigrator. As expected, Naruto looked up, took a deep breath, and was filled with emotion. History, from the moment he was born, from the moment he transmigrated, had already reached a certain turning point. After a moment, Naruto looked back at Boruto, who was curiously scrutinizing him. Their eyes met. The brightness, stubbornness, and curiosity in those eyes were deeply impressive. After Naruto released the influence of the genjutsu, Boruto returned to his natural state. With this temperament, he seemed like a kid who would be a handful. Oh well, Naruto sighed. He's not my kid anyway, let the Naruto of that world worry about it. However, physiologically speaking, this kid did carry his blood. So he'd take care of him a little more. But before that, give me some more intel. Even if it was a parallel world, his birth only changed the world after he was born. The facts already established before his birth would not change. As a fictional work, Naruto couldn't possibly introduce the major villain after the protagonist was born, could it? So the information must be universal. And this kid was never seen in the fighting arena, so he must be a character from Part 2 or some kind of sequel. He would definitely know the major villain from Part 1. The villain who destroys the world. For some reason, Boruto had already said so much without realizing it, so he felt saying a little more wouldn't hurt. And so, Naruto learned an extremely crucial piece of news. The moon was actually sealing the major villain of this world, Otsutsuki Kaguya. Nanny. Naruto was stunned. This woman wasn't dead yet. And she was on the moon. Naruto suddenly recalled the little story he had made up about Otsutsuki Kaguya. What's the meaning of a prophecy fulfilled? This is freaking a prophecy fulfilled. What else? How did that woman escape? Naruto looked at Boruto, his eyes full of curiosity, wanting to hear the rest of the story. Boruto scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry, Dad, I didn't really pay attention in class. I fell asleep. This. Naruto was speechless. Where's my belt when I need it? But looking at Boruto's innocent big eyes, Naruto couldn't bring himself to blame him. Forget it. He sighed heavily, destiny right. Anyway, that old woman was defeated by him in the fighting arena, so wouldn't the outcome be the same? So, how did you guys time travel? Having clarified the thing he was most curious about, Naruto scrutinized him up and down. Boruto pulled something out of his pocket. It was all thanks to this. This. Naruto carefully examined the turtle-shaped device, seeing nothing unusual. Is, Boruto called out several times, but the thing remained unresponsive. Let me see. Naruto reached out and took it. Here. As soon as he touched it, Naruto sensed the difference in the object. Even more different was the prompt that suddenly popped up. Congratulations on finding an Easter egg. Would you like to reclaim it? Reclaiming will trigger the Easter egg. Easter egg? Naruto was completely bewildered. What Easter egg? Give me a hint, you bastard. However, an Easter egg was immensely tempting. In all his years, he, Uzumaki Naruto, had never encountered an Easter egg. He felt an immediate urge to reclaim the turtle in front of him. But glancing at Boruto, Naruto suppressed the thought. Where did this come from? Boruto looked thoughtful. I saw it on TV. This thing was found in the sea nearby. Is that so? Naruto pondered for a moment, deciding to go exploring in the sea later. He had to get this Easter egg, no matter what. As for this turtle, he'd leave it to the people of their parallel universe. Why did you guys come here? Naruto was very curious about this. He couldn't be the only reason they came to this dimension, just to see his younger, Pro-Max version, could they? Actually, we came here to chase a guy named Otsutsuki Urashiki. Otsutsuki Urashiki. Another Otsutsuki he didn't recognize. Yes. Boruto began to tell a story, the content of which was mostly what he had heard from Mr. Sasuke along the way. A story about an Otsutsuki stealing chakra. The story included not only Otsutsuki Urashiki, but also the powerful Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Kinshiki. In short, it was a story about aliens disrupting the Chunin exam, where he, Uzumaki Boruto, performed exceptionally, defeating the incredibly powerful Otsutsuki Momoshiki, and so on. The content made Naruto highly suspicious. You kid. Defeating Otsutsuki Kinshiki, whom your dad and uncle couldn't handle. Naruto strongly suspected that this kid had employed some degree of artistic license. Something like teaming up with Zhao Zilong to effortlessly dominate, or averaging 80 points with the boss, or averaging $1 billion with Jack Ma. However, from this story, Naruto still extracted a lot of useful information. Namely, the Otsutsuki clan definitely exists in this world. And they are indeed plundering the chakra of the entire universe. Tusk. A smile appeared on Naruto's face. Things seemed to be getting interesting. He hoped they could provide a decent challenge, otherwise it would be too boring. Let the storm rage on. Chapter 1368. That's probably all I know. Boruto stammered out everything he knew. There was no specific reason. He simply found this young, mini-dad in front of him to be so handsome, so cool, and incredibly approachable. And so, unconsciously, he revealed everything he knew. Naruto nodded slightly. He now understood the purpose of Boruto and the adult Sasuke's time travel, to protect him. In truth, Naruto knew he didn't need their protection. He was actually quite eager to tangle with Otsutsuki Urashiki. There was no Urashiki in the duel arena, and the only challengeable member of the Otsutsuki clan was the final boss, Kaguya Otsutsuki. As for Hagoromo Otsutsuki, he was just a guide, not a sparring partner. Perhaps the game simply wasn't finished, and one-on-one matches weren't possible yet. Urashiki is arriving in a few days. Otsutsuki Urashiki. I'll meet him when the time comes. I'll wait for you right on Konoha's main street. Naruto hoped it would be a clash of titans, not a difficulty level akin to bullying a kindergartner. That would be too boring. His thoughts turned, and Naruto looked at Boruto in front of him. He pondered slightly. I'll call you Boruto. He hadn't been a dad in either of his lives, and now he suddenly had a son who was about the same age as he was. How do you even explain that? As for you, call me uncle. Although the boy had his blood, he wasn't his biological son, but the son of the Naruto from another world. The ages were similar, but the proper seniority had to be maintained. Uncle. Yes. Naruto's scrutinizing gaze completely vanished, replaced by a relaxed smile. Don't worry, I'll watch over you until Urashiki arrives in a few days. Instantly, the icy atmosphere between the two melted, ushering in a warmth like spring. Naruto's smile was as bright as the sun, filling Boruto's heart with warmth. Okay. Boruto was satisfied. Sasuke-sensei's goal was to stick close to Dad and protect him, and now he was sticking close to his mini-dad. Great, you must be curious about Konoha in this time, right? I'll take you on a tour now. Naruto turned, implicitly inviting him to follow. Boruto's face broke into a happy grin, and he cheerfully followed. Coming Tilda. This was the first time he had ever aimlessly wandered with his father for fun. Even if it's just his mini-dad. Naruto took Boruto to experience this era's Konoha, while also subtly asking about Konoha's future development. In the near future, things like televisions and electric trains would appear, fitting the laws of technological development. Mid-tour, Naruto took Boruto to the hero's soothing pill shop and bought 100 red and 100 blue soothing pills each. That's how generous Naruto is. After all, this was his son from another world. Finally, the two arrived at the root headquarters. Where is this? Boruto looked at the somewhat gloomy building with curiosity. He'd explored all of Konoha in his past life. Why had he never seen a place like this? Naruto explained, I'm the leader of Root, remember? This is the Root headquarters. The two hadn't even reached the entrance when. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of shadows leaped out from inside and lined up perfectly in front of them. Lord Naruto, times N. In an instant, the roar shook the heavens. Disperse, disperse, get back to work. How many times have I told you not to bother with this formality? Yes, Lord Naruto. Seeing this, Boruto secretly glanced at Naruto. Mini-dad is so cool. He hadn't known his dad was this cool when he was young. But why did Dad turn into the way he was in the future? A massive question mark filled his small mind. Oh right, Tanuki and Ryoma. Naruto called out to two of the members. The two of you, each take a squad and go to the bottom of the East Sea to search for an ancient artifact. Naruto immediately assigned the mission. With an Easter egg at stake, Naruto worried he wouldn't be able to sleep if he didn't retrieve it. Yes, Lord Naruto. The two accepted the command and flashed away. Watching the distant teams, Naruto could only wait for good news. Wait, that's not enough. Thinking that he hadn't let his summoning beasts exercise in a while, Naruto told Boruto to step back. Boruto stepped back a little. What's wrong? Boruto was confused. A big guy is about to come out. With that, Naruto bit his fingertip. Summoning jutsu. Boom tilde tilde. Thud tilde tilde tilde. A huge plume of white smoke suddenly erupted, spreading everywhere and covering the entire area. Then, Boruto sensed that some kind of gigantic object had appeared in front of him. He couldn't see it due to the smoke. When the smoke cleared, Boruto finally saw what was before him. He strained his neck to look up, but the thing was as massive as a small mountain, preventing him from seeing its top. But he could confirm one thing, it was a toad. Isn't that a toad from Mount Mayaboku? Naruto, what do you need me for? Gamabunta was smoking a huge pipe. He scanned the surroundings, saw no enemies, and finally looked down at the little figure on the ground. Ahem. Naruto frowned slightly, a look full of menace. Bunta paused his smoking motion. Ahem, big brother Naruto, what business do you have with me? Boruto was dumbfounded. This toad is so subservient. Is this the valiant and honorable toad of Mount Myaboku-hinu? Naruto was highly satisfied with the title. Bunta, I'm assigning your Toad clan a task. Help me search for an antique artifact at the bottom of the East Sea. The seabed. Gamabunta's forehead twitched uncontrollably. Big brother, we are toads, freshwater frogs, not saltwater frogs. So what? Naruto shot him an unceremonious look. Did this toad need another beating? When it came to training combat pets, he firmly adhered to the principle of a small beating every 3 days, a big beating every 5 days, and 3 times hungry a day. However, seeing Boruto here, who would likely meet Bunta in the future, Naruto decided to cut Bunta some slack. Stop whining, you guys are still ninja toads. All right, Bunta replied miserably. But big brother Naruto, about the matter with the slithering snake. The slithering snake? Naruto thought for a moment and recalled that Bunta had mentioned this before. I'll go once you find that artifact. Understood, big brother Naruto. Boom tilde tilde. Smoke billowed, and the gigantic Gamabunta disappeared. Seeing him vanish, Naruto turned to Boruto. All right, I'm done with my business for the day. Is there anywhere else you want to go? I want to see Mom. Boruto said eagerly. He really wanted to see what his young mother looked like. Hinata, right? Naruto paused briefly. You'll see her tonight, no rush now. Seeing disappointment on Boruto's face, Naruto smiled and said, we still have some time. How about I coach you on your jutsu? Naruto inwardly thought that with his strength, he surely wouldn't mislay his student right. Training, that's great. Although he didn't get to see his mother right away, Boruto was happy to hear about training. His Hokage dad is busy all day long and hardly trains with him. Mini-dad can do it. All right then. Naruto clapped Boruto on the shoulder. Let's go. Flying Thunder God activated. Whoosh tilde tilde tilde. The two immediately vanished. When they reappeared, they were in an empty training ground. Boruto was astonished. That whoosh, that sudden change of location, could that be the same kind of space-time ninjutsu Sasuke-sensei used? Uncle, what was that just now? Naruto explained casually, Flying Thunder God, a space-time ninjutsu. Space-time ninjutsu, huh? Boruto repeated the term. It sounded like something incredible, but why had his big dad never used it? Don't worry about it. Naruto clapped his hands to grab his attention. Come on, show me your proudest jutsu. My proudest jutsu. Boruto's eyes were firm, only this one. He extended his right hand, and then. Tilde tilde. A sphere of clear blue chakra appeared in his right hand. A Rasengan, looks like you've already learned it. Naruto was a little disappointed. He had planned to teach him this jutsu. It's more than that. Boruto was eager to show off in front of his mini-dad. I can do this move too. With that, he tossed the Rasengan in his hand. After flying a short distance, the small Rasengan completely dissipated into the air. However, in Naruto's perception, even though the Rasengan seemed to vanish into thin air, it was still there and continued to fly. Until... Bang tilde tilde tilde. The Rasengan finally struck a tree. The bursting chakra left a deep imprint on the tree trunk, but completely dissipated due to insufficient power. Not bad, you integrated a bit of lightning-style chakra into it. Naruto praised generously. However, he continued, extending his right hand and starting to form a sphere, a perfect lightning-style Rasengan looks like this. Tilde tilde tilde. A larger, more intensely spinning blue sphere appeared in Naruto's palm. As the lightning-style chakra poured into it, the originally clear sphere seemed to vanish into thin air. What is that? Boruto asked in surprise. This mini-dad, who seems to be about his own age, can use this move too. Watch closely. Naruto tossed it into the empty air. Nothing was visible, but through his senses, Boruto looked at a certain area. Hum tilde. Boom tilde. Accompanied by a series of crackling sounds, a massive spherical space suddenly appeared on the ground in that area. Inside the space, the trees and earth were charred and blackened by the electrical discharge. Is this the true power of the lightning-style Rasengan? Boruto clicked his tongue in amazement. Wrong. This is the power of my Rasengan. Naruto was tempted to clarify, but decided against it. As you've seen, next, I'll teach you 55 ways to form the Rasengan. Nanny. Boruto was shocked. 55 ways. That's right, Naruto replied with a mysterious smile. If he doesn't learn them here, will this kid go back and ask his other dad to teach him 55 ways to form the Rasengan? My brother Naruto, I hope you actually know them. Watch closely tilde, I'll demonstrate the first one, wind-style Rasengan. Time passed quickly as Boruto diligently practiced and gained insight. Konoha, evening. Naruto's new home. Leaving Boruto alone to practice and contemplate, Naruto returned home early to prepare ingredients for the grand dinner. Today, he was going to showcase his chef god's culinary skills and cook personally. He would let everyone see what it meant to be so delicious, it would make you want to bite your fingers off. A little later, the diligently practicing Boruto returned. He was first shocked by the luxury of the villa and asked Naruto why he would move in the future. How would this Naruto know? A little while later, various friends started arriving. What? I'm an uncle now. Hearing that Boruto was Naruto's nephew and called him uncle, Choji looked displeased. Choji am still young, I'm not even married yet. Boruto, meanwhile, was secretly laughing. He looked at Shikamaru, then thought of Shikadai. The hairstyle, the clothes, Uncle Shikamaru looks exactly like Shikadai. And Choji. We're here. A voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. Boruto went to open it. He wanted to see more of the young aunts and uncles of this era. However, after opening the door, the unfamiliar yet familiar figure made him freeze. Mom. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. Chapter 1369. Mom. Hinata quietly repeated the word, turning to look behind her but seeing no one. Could he be calling me? Boruto realized he had spoken too quickly and scratched his head in embarrassment. Sorry, I got the wrong person. Is that so? Hinata's beautiful Byakugan, white eye, looked him over. His appearance, this familiar strangeness, made her, a person who usually grew nervous around strangers, feel no tension at all. It was magical. You look so much like Naruto. This was the first time she had ever spoken so spontaneously to a stranger. Ah, no way. Boruto quickly waved his hands in denial. Neji turned his head to observe the bold Hinata, then glanced at the unfamiliar boy and said, Lady Hinata, let's go inside. Okay, Hinata nodded softly. Boruto then noticed the man beside his mom. Is that my uncle Neji? Boruto remembered seeing him in photos. Hinata tilde. Outside, a voice quickly approached. Boruto looked over and saw Ino with a bright smile on her face. Seeing Ino, who was about the same age as his mom, Boruto couldn't help but sigh. Aunt Ino hasn't changed a bit. Hurry up and get inside. Ino came over and eagerly pushed Hinata through the door. Then Boruto heard it. Ah tilde Naruto tilde, a high-pitched voice cried out. Boruto watched, dumbfounded, as Ino happily leaped and hung onto Naruto's back, laughing cheerily like a playful sparrow. Naruto was dressed in a chef's outfit, a spoon in his left hand and a pot in his right, completely unable to resist. Boruto stared speechless. Is this right? So Aunt Ino liked Dad when they were little. Where is Uncle Sai? Boruto scanned the living room but couldn't find him. Finally, he turned, urgently looking at his birth mother. His eyes pleaded, Mom, look at Dad, do something. But Boruto only saw Hinata sitting motionless on the sofa, her eyes completely focused on the scene. Her eyes were filled only with envy. If only I could do that, too. But she didn't have that kind of courage. Seeing his mother remain completely still, Boruto felt he had to do something. He marched over aggressively and pulled Ino down himself. "Hey, Aunt Ino, I need to ask you for a favor." "Aunt Ino." Ino, who was a little displeased about being pulled off, was distracted by the title that instantly aged her 20 years. "Yes, please come with me. There's something over here I need help with." "Right, Ino, go quickly and help Boruto with whatever it is." Naruto sighed in relief when Boruto showed up. Ino was then dragged away by Boruto. Boruto quickly made up an errand to get Aunt Ino out of the way. When he returned to the living room, he spotted two more familiar yet unfamiliar people. One was the pink-haired Aunt Sakura, who looked virtually unchanged from the future. Wait, Boruto noticed, why is the diamond mark on Aunt Sakura's forehead a circle now? He didn't understand. The other important person was Mr. Sasuke. Seeing the pint-sized version of Sasuke, Boruto wore a mischievous smile, finding it very amusing. The cool uncle of the future was now a cool-looking boy. Although still aloof, he was surprisingly much more approachable. "Young Mr. Sasuke looks handsome too," Boruto muttered softly. However, his gaze suddenly shifted to Naruto, who was busy in the kitchen, and he unconsciously compared them. But he's still a bit behind Dad when he was little. And so, a question popped into his head. Why does the adult version of Dad look so much worse than Mr. Sasuke? This was a problem he simply couldn't figure out. Just then, another person appeared at the door. "Sorry I'm late." Boruto turned and saw Aunt Karin, who looked almost exactly the same as in the future. He was about to greet her, but to his dismay, Karin headed straight for Naruto. "Naruto-sama, let me take over. I can cook too." Karin's naturally displayed admiration was completely unmasked. Boruto understood immediately. He covered his head with his hands, feeling a bit desperate. Dad is too popular, Mom has too many rivals. Mr. Sasuke was right. Was he truly going to be successfully born in the future? It was 8:00 p.m. The night deepened, the darkness had fully set in, and the lights came on, decorating Konoha with a luxurious glow. Inside the large villa, the dinner party officially began. As soon as they sat down, Boruto watched through gritted teeth as Aunt Ino and Aunt Karin crowded around Naruto, showing him incredible attentiveness. These two absolutely, positively want to steal Dad. If this keeps up, will Mom and Dad still end up together? Will he and his adorable sister still be born into this world? Boruto sank into a deep worry and frustration. "Let's eat," Naruto announced, and dinner began. Gurgle tilde. Boruto's stomach rumbled. After a whole afternoon of training, he was ravenous. However, seeing those two aunties, he felt like he was about to be filled up with anger. Yet, the aroma of the food on the table still compelled him to take a bite. The moment the food entered his mouth, Boruto's taste buds instantly exploded. An indescribable sensation flooded his mind. What incredible flavor is this? Delicious. It's too delicious. It was a true delicacy. Boruto was nearly moved to tears that he was lucky enough to eat such wonderful food. In that moment, Aunt Ino, Aunt Karin, they didn't matter anymore. Feast mode activated. "Delicious, Dad, your food is unbelievably good." Boruto couldn't help but praise him. However, since his mouth was stuffed with all kinds of food, all anyone heard was a muffled tilde sound. "What did you say?" "I said muh." Boruto realized his mistake. After swallowing his food, he said, "Dad, your food is unbelievably delicious." "Dad, XN." Instantly, the eyes of almost everyone in the room turned toward Boruto. The same blonde hair, the same blue eyes. These two really look alike. Everyone paused with their chopsticks in hand. Only Choji continued to eat heartily, but even he kept glancing curiously between Naruto and Boruto. Oh no, Boruto quickly covered his mouth. The food was so good that he'd forgotten where he was. I probably just misspoke," Boruto quickly corrected. Yes, it's uncle. "I see." Everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. After all, Naruto was still so young. How could he have a son who was nearly his age? In the corner, Hinata seemed to realize something. Instantly, a blush spread across her face like the softest rouge, staining her neck as well. She stubbornly snuck a glance at Boruto. They do look alike, they really do. Hinata suddenly felt like her heart was filled with something, sweet, sweet like honey. The night deepened. After seeing off almost all the guests, the large villa grew quiet. Why almost all? Because 2 shameless people had stayed behind. Boruto looked at the remaining 2 people with a confused expression. Uncle Sasuke, Aunt Sakura, aren't you going home to rest? Sasuke coolly glanced at Naruto's nephew, and Sakura wanted to explain but kept silent. It was Naruto who spoke. Don't worry about them, you go rest. And then, Boruto watched as the younger version of his father led the 2 of them into a room. He immediately ran over and peered through the door crack. He saw the younger version of his father with one arm around each of them. The 3 of them had gone to sleep in the same bed. Boruto didn't understand, but he was profoundly shocked. He knew very little about such things, but weren't only married couples supposed to sleep in the same bed? He remembered only his mom and dad sleeping in the same bed. It's over. Boruto's mind was reeling. He couldn't process it. Dad's first woman wasn't Mom, it was Aunt Sakura. Did Aunt Sakura like Dad when she was little, too? At this moment, seeing this scene, Boruto had no idea how he would face Sarada when he returned. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. Chapter 1370. Boruto had a million thoughts running through his mind, and eventually fell asleep without realizing it. The next day, Naruto woke him up. Boruto, wake up, wake up. Too young to be sleeping in? How can a kid your age sleep this late? Naruto watched the groggy Boruto, who could barely open his eyes. Though Naruto himself was prone to sleeping in, he had always been lenient with himself and strict with others. He also enjoyed speaking from a position of moral authority to criticize. So he said these words without a blush or a single shortness of breath. Boruto groggily woke up. Seeing the younger version of his father before him and recalling the issue that had kept him up all night, he couldn't suppress his curiosity any longer. Uncle, what is your relationship with Aunt Sakura, and what happened last night? Seeing his expression, Naruto realized he had misunderstood something and explained, not without annoyance. Last night was just training, wasn't Sasuke there too? Is that so? To protect his father's image in his heart, Boruto chose to believe him. A little later, the 2 arrived outside the village. Uncle, what are we doing here? Boruto had been very mindful of his address since his frequent slip-ups yesterday. Pervy Sage told me yesterday that he's going to teach me a powerful jutsu, so we're here for class. Pervy Sage. Naruto glanced at Boruto, whose confusion seemed genuine. Wait a minute, he doesn't even know who one of the Sannin is. Did Jiraiya not live to that age? He quickly did the math. If I have Boruto at age 20, and he's 12 now, that's about 20 years from now. Jiraiya-sensei is so strong, how could he not live for even 20 years? Did he die in battle early? As he pondered, Naruto explained verbally, Jiraiya, you've heard of him, right? He's my master. The moment the words left his mouth, Naruto realized something was slightly off. The reason Jiraiya became his master was because he proactively sought to become his apprentice. The Naruto in Boruto's original timeline might not necessarily have had Jiraiya as a teacher. However, Boruto's answer was unexpected. Jiraiya, I've seen a photo of Dad and him together. He really is Dad's master. Is that so? Could history really have some kind of self-correcting effect? Considering Jiraiya's relationship with his father, Minato Namikaze, it seemed entirely possible. But Boruto looked up at the sky. The blazing sun was high, making it clearly noon or later. It's already midday, shouldn't class start early in the morning? Naruto naturally knew what he meant. But the pervy sage was no ordinary person. That man was either doing research, or was on his way to do research. His nickname was the Research Sage. Even if he'd promised to teach him yesterday, the pervy sage definitely wouldn't show up until he had finished his research for the morning. Definitely. Naruto smiled confidently, his tone full of certainty. You'll get used to it. The pervy sage loves research. He researches until noon, so this is the perfect time for us to arrive. Is that so, Naruto? An unexpectedly familiar voice sounded from in front of them. Huh? Naruto looked up and saw Jiraiya, who had been waiting for what felt like ages, sitting on a rock ahead. Rare, this is truly rare. The pervy sage actually didn't go for research today. Did he change his personality? Haha, Jiraiya-sensei, long time no see. Naruto quickly played it off with a hearty laugh. Long time no see. We just saw each other yesterday. Jiraiya glared at him with annoyance, but also noticed Boruto standing next to Naruto. Seeing Boruto, Jiraiya thought he was mistaken. He looked at Boruto, then back at Naruto. The two shared the same bright blonde hair, the same blue eyes, were almost the same age, and most importantly, their faces held many similarities. Jiraiya felt a strange sense of panic. Could Naruto have a twin brother? Did Minato do something mischievous? Who is the child you brought with you? He asked, trying to remain poker-faced. He's my distant nephew. Distant nephew? Jiraiya didn't believe a word of Naruto's statement. What relatives did Naruto have that he didn't know about? Plus, it was obvious the two knew each other. Forget it. If Naruto didn't want to talk, he wouldn't force him. Jiraiya's gaze returned to Naruto, filled with solemnity and eager anticipation. Naruto, you are a genius. Jiraiya recalled the first time he saw Naruto. He had merely demonstrated the Rasengan, and Naruto learned it just by watching. He even innovated upon the Rasengan and managed to incorporate elemental affinity. He's an absolute monster. Because of this, Jiraiya desperately wanted Naruto to grow stronger and become the savior of the world. Not to die in some unexpected accident. Like the situation yesterday. Even recalling the circumstances back then sent a chill down Jiraiya's spine. Therefore, I have a powerful jutsu passed down in our master-student lineage. Once you master this one, you'll never have to fear genjutsu again. Is that so? Well, I don't really fear genjutsu anyway. But learning an extra skill is always good. What is it, Jiraiya-sensei? Naruto was very curious. Is the ninja world so vast that there are jutsu he doesn't know about? Haha. Seeing that he had piqued Naruto's interest, Jiraiya suddenly became reserved. I can't tell you that yet. You'll need to come with me to Mount Mayaboku. Go to Mount Mayaboku. Naruto shook his head immediately. He had to wait on the streets of the Leaf Village for Momoshiki Otsutsuki to arrive. He couldn't leave the Leaf, let alone go somewhere as far as Mount Mayaboku. Can I practice in the Leaf Village? I can't leave the Leaf right now, pervy sage, Naruto asked. Pervy sage? The constantly shifting form of a dress caused a black line to appear on Jiraiya's forehead. He pressed his large hand down on Naruto's head, giving it a good rub, a harsh revenge, before finally refusing. The Leaf? No. Why? Naruto frowned. Does this jutsu require a specific location for training? Looking at Naruto, Jiraiya explained sincerely. Training this jutsu requires a special kind of energy, also called natural energy. Natural energy. Correct. Jiraiya nodded. It is an energy that exists throughout nature. It is somewhat sparse and hard to sense in the ninja world, but at Mount Mayaboku. He paused. Natural energy is very dense, making it easier for you to sense it during your initial training. Moreover, Mount Mayaboku has another great secret weapon. What secret weapon? Naruto was interested. He loved secret weapons. Maybe it will even activate some sort of bonus. It's toad oil. Jiraiya made a strange gesture with his hands. If we smear this toad oil on you, it will make it easier for you to sense and absorb natural energy. It will achieve twice the result with half the effort. I see. However, looking at the curves Jiraiya drew with his hands, Naruto's face darkened. Did he think I couldn't tell what he was gesturing? The pervy sage is definitely thinking about applying suntan lotion to someone. Noticing Naruto's contemptuous glance, Jiraiya sheepishly lowered his hands. Being scorned by his disciple was a little embarrassing. But what is pride to the toad sage? It's not even worth a lady's tissue. He quickly changed the subject. Naruto, I admit that you are slightly more of a genius than I am, and you will make rapid progress in training sage mode. But if you can't sense natural energy, no matter how fast you train, no matter how much of a genius you are, you won't even be able to start. So, he raised an eyebrow, you should still come to Mount Mayaboku with your master. Besides, the great Toad Sage has been wanting to see you since last time. Naruto rolled his eyes at him. The last part was the main point, wasn't it? Sai, Jiraiya-sense is really being completely misled by that great toad who's been alive for who knows how long. Will I really be unable to train Sage Mode if I don't go to Mount Mayaboku? I don't believe it. Sense natural energy. Look what I have. Bam! Invincible sensing capability. Bam! A chakra control capability of 489. Will it work? Pervy Sage, what exactly is natural energy? Natural energy. Seeing Naruto ask this, Jiraiya, as the master, scratched his head. After a moment's thought, he explained, it's a peculiar energy that exists everywhere in the world. It exists everywhere in the world, then it must be around me. Naruto closed his eyes and began to sense with all his might. What do they look like? Naruto asked again. Seeing Naruto close his eyes, Jiraiya paid it no mind but still answered seriously. It's simply an energy that exists all around. In terms of sensation, they are energy points scattered everywhere in the air, mainly existing as specks of light in your perception. Specks of light suspended everywhere. Naruto was very familiar with this. Since he was 4, countless specks of light had existed around him and throughout the world. He had always thought they were some kind of kai or other substance. Could these actually be natural energy? Naruto closed his eyes. With just a slight effort to sense, the specks of light he had seen countless times reappeared in his perception. Innumerable tiny specks of light, dense as an ocean, covered his entire range of perception, glittering brightly. And he, Naruto Uzumaki, was right in the middle of this deep sea of natural energy. It's not as sparse as Jiraiya-sensei said. Naruto, don't waste your time. If you're not at Mount Mayaboku, you can't sense the surrounding specks of light on your first attempt. Jiraiya tried once more to persuade Naruto to train at Mount Mayaboku, believing that Naruto was performing a useless effort. I sense them. I know you believe in your talent, but unless you've had experience sensing natural energy, it's difficult to sense those specks of light. I sense them, Naruto repeated. I know it's hard, what? At this, Jiraiya's small eyes suddenly opened wide. He sensed them. Just like that. How is that possible? At that moment, Naruto gently opened his eyes, his confident gaze meeting Jiraiya's. I've sensed them. What's the next step? His tone was utterly casual, as if he had just completed an insignificant chore. This. After these 2 words, Jiraiya immediately realized something. Although his mind was still reeling from the shock, he quickly replied. The next step is to draw that natural energy into your body and mix it with the chakra inside you to form Senjutsu chakra. Seeing Naruto close his eyes again, ready to move to the next step, Jiraiya suddenly grew anxious. He warned, Naruto, you must be careful, careful, and more careful. You know that chakra is a mixture of spiritual energy and physical energy. Senjutsu chakra requires the extra introduction of natural energy to form a balance of natural energy, spiritual energy, physical energy. You absolutely must not rush, be extremely careful. If the natural energy is too much or too little, you'll turn into some kind of monster. Jiraiya's warning ended abruptly with a suspicious sound from himself. He noticed that orange eyeshadow had appeared above Naruto's closed eyes. It's done. But how is that possible? Did the laws of physics cease to exist? Jiraiya immediately began to question his entire life experience. Naruto opened his eyes, a strange glint flashing across them. Is this Sage Mode? Naruto looked down at himself, feeling completely filled with power. His chakra had undergone a qualitative transformation. So strong. Sensing the change in his power, Naruto immediately smiled, his face beaming with infinite confidence. This is quite interesting. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. Chapter 1371. Naruto, you truly are a genius. Jiraiya's face was stunned, and he spoke with genuine heartfelt admiration. In a flash, he recovered his eccentric nature and began to smile, his small eyes glowing with a mischievous light. But, compared to me, the great sage, you're still just a little bit off. He pinched his fingers together, making a gesture that cost him the Korean market. Sage mode isn't that hard, is it? Boruto commented, having watched the entire process from the side. Jiraiya's dramatic reactions moments ago had startled him. With so many alleged side effects, he thought Naruto was about to kick the bucket. But after personally seeing Naruto succeed so easily, Boruto thought, I can do that too. Isn't this just something anyone can do? You little brat. Jiraiya was displeased. If Sage Mode was easy, then wouldn't he look like an idiot for taking so many years to learn it? He began to ramble, listing everything. Sage Mode is an S-rank jutsu, even above S-rank. It's one of the hardest jutsus to learn in the ninja world, and so on. However, the clever Boruto instantly shut him down with a single sentence. Uncle, it took you a long time to learn it, right? Jiraiya was speechless, staring at him, momentarily unable to speak. A gentleman avoids exposing another's flaws. You talk too much, kid. Jiraiya stretched out his evil big hand, pressed it down on Boruto's head, and began frantically ruffling his hair. That's what you get for talking so much. Nua. While the two were fooling around, Naruto simply tuned them out and began exploring the miraculous Sage Mode. Countless light particles around him continuously flowed into his body under his particle-level chakra control, combining with his chakra to generate Sage Chakra. The surrounding natural energy was infinite, like an ocean. Naruto wasn't worried about depleting the natural energy. He should have been worried about his chakra reserves. However, thanks to his earlier intensive training that boosted his chakra recovery speed, Naruto's chakra was now also inexhaustible. Now he had two infinite sources. Moreover, jutsus used with Sage Chakra seemed to receive a massive power boost. This is fantastic. I, Uzumaki Naruto, declare, Sage Mode is now my favorite ability. And yet, could such an amazing Sage Mode really have no side effects? Naruto was skeptical. Jiraiya-sensei, he called out, opening his eyes and stopping Jiraiya and Boruto from their roughhousing. Does this Sage Mode have no drawbacks? Drawbacks, of course there are. What are they? Jiraiya scratched his head. The time limit, that's probably the only drawback. A time limit. Naruto sensed the surrounding natural energy. It was constantly being drawn into his body at his command, showing no sign of stopping. Is my Sage Mode abnormal? Why is there a time limit? Naruto pressed for the root cause, unable to find the flaw himself. Jiraiya walked over to him, a knowing teacher's smile on his face. Because you must remain perfectly still to absorb natural energy. Once you enter combat, you must move. Therefore, once you start fighting, Sage Mode can only last for about 5 minutes. Is that so? Naruto could now be certain. He definitely did not have this drawback. Even when he moved, a simple thought was enough for the surrounding natural energy to rush madly into his body. Excellent, the drawback of Sage Mode no longer exists for me, Naruto. However, glancing at Jiraiya, Naruto decided to tease him. Jiraiya-sensei, look. Naruto lightly waved his hand. The orange eyeshadow vanished, and Sage Mode dissipated. Naruto, are you that short? Jiraiya asked. He recalled that it hadn't even been 5 minutes since Naruto first entered the mode. Naruto's face darkened at the word short. Short, should I take it out and show you? However, Naruto ignored the jab and clapped his hands together. Instantly, the orange eyeshadow reappeared. This, so fast, Jiraiya was shocked. This isn't right. When he wanted to enter Sage Mode, he first had to remain still for a long time, during which he could barely even fight back if attacked. Naruto. He just clapped his hands. Was the fusion of natural energy that simple? Naruto continued his demonstration. A wave of the hand, Sage Mode gone. A clap of the hands, Sage Mode back again. Wave, clap, clap again, wave again. Look at me leap back and forth. I'm in, hey, and I'm out again. The so-called balance of motion and stillness, I only need an instant for that. This repeated operation left Jiraiya dumbfounded. This time, he didn't try to save face but sincerely praised, "Naruto, you truly are a genius." Naruto looked at him with an expression that said, "I know that already. Tell me something I don't." Just then Boruto walked over. "Sage-sensei, teach me too, I want to learn it." Hearing their discussion, he knew this jutsu must be powerful. If he learned it, he could help out when he got back, right? Besides, Sage Mode sounded super cool. As for not being able to learn it, he hadn't considered that. His father, who was his age, could learn it. He didn't believe he couldn't. Sage-sensei. Hearing the title, Jiraiya felt the boy was a little devil, so easily grasping his psychology. But learning this kind of Sage Mode. Too presumptuous kid. Switching focus. While the trio was having fun, Sasuke's situation was turning sour. A little before, after Sasuke and Boruto separated, Naruto's sudden appearance made Sasuke sense a clear difference. This Naruto was too confident. The strong confidence that came from genuine power was impossible to hide, and the sharp-eyed Sasuke immediately noticed something was off. There was also his attire. Naruto's clothes were like those of a trendy young prince, right at the forefront of ninja fashion. He was completely different from the Naruto he knew. What exactly isn't right? Sasuke wanted to investigate, but didn't know where to start. So he decided to check Naruto's home. He arrived at the apartment he remembered Naruto living in since childhood, only to find it completely empty. Naruto moved. Sasuke's thoughts were momentarily jumbled. His memory couldn't be wrong. Naruto lived here until he got married for a very long time. How could he have moved? This sudden change disrupted his calm. Familiar things had changed, and there might be even more unknown changes. This world has changed, so what about the world I came from? Could it be that when I return, Naruto will be dead, the Leaf Village gone, and the entire world ruled by the Otsutsuki? The moment this thought surfaced, even the composed Sasuke felt anxious and worried. He wanted to go back. But these were only possibilities. If Otsutsuki Urashiki wasn't dealt with and got his hands on Naruto's chakra, these possibilities could very likely become reality. Therefore, Sasuke decided to stay until Urashiki was eliminated. Wait. Sasuke thought of something, and with a swoosh, he instantly vanished. He reappeared at another apartment. This apartment was his residence in the Leaf Village before his defection. However, this apartment was now completely different from his memory, and more importantly, someone else was living there. Did they assign the apartment to someone else shortly after this world's version of me defected? To verify his hypothesis, Sasuke headed to one last place. He arrived at Sakura's house. Good. Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief. Sakura was still living here. He jumped down and continued to gather information. By evening, Sasuke walked aimlessly down the road, his handsome face etched with deep seriousness. I didn't defect. Sasuke couldn't quite pinpoint the current time in this world, but his apartment being occupied by someone else confused him. This world isn't right. Did you hear? What? Two people walked past him, and their conversation caught his attention. Our Naruto was defeated by that traitor Uchiha Itachi. Is that true? Where did you see it? It's absolutely true. I saw it in the Ninja World Daily. The other person was shocked. The Ninja World Daily? Isn't that our Leaf Village newspaper? Why would it report something like that? Who said it was ours? It belongs to a media corporation. The two figures gradually walked away, their voices fading, but the content of their conversation startled Sasuke. When did Itachi fight Naruto? He turned, intending to ask them, when a newspaper floated down from the sky. He reached out and caught it. Ninja World Daily Uchiha Itachi, the man who cut down a god. The newspaper vividly described a battle from the day before. Initially, Uchiha Itachi was completely suppressed by Uzumaki Naruto, but after using a Mangekyo Sharingan Jutsu, he miraculously turned the tables. Although both were injured, the results showed that Uchiha Itachi had won. This newspaper. The Ninja World Daily. Sasuke muttered, recalling something. He went to the Shueisha store. Many copies of the Ninja World Daily were stacked in the corner, including past issues. Sasuke stepped up, picked up the newspapers, and began reading them one by one. At first, his expression was relatively calm. After all, what sight hadn't he seen? But the more he read, the more shocked he became. I've truly never seen this sight. Naruto thrashed the first and second Hokage, and was crowned the god of shinobi. Sasuke was stunned. He had met both the first and second Hokage. Could a 12-year-old Naruto truly defeat that level of power? And that glowing jutsu in the picture. Dust release, Jinten. Sasuke honestly couldn't recall if Naruto possessed such a bloodline limit, and this was 12-year-old Naruto. A deluge of unfamiliar and shocking information flooded Sasuke's mind. He looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, his expression one of desolate melancholy. He had thought he was a max-level character, returning to the starter village. But now you're telling me the starter village has a max-level boss. What the hell? How did this world turn into this monstrosity? I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. Chapter 1372. After teaching Naruto the Sage Mode, Jiraiya's mission was complete, and his gaze was quickly drawn to the 3 beautiful women playing in the water nearby. Seeing this, Naruto immediately bid him farewell. Jiraiya, however, didn't even turn his head. That old coot. Naruto looked at him, resigned. He was long used to it. Jiraiya had automatically entered his focused mode, where he was oblivious to his surroundings, his concentration maxed out. Nothing short of a good kick to the butt would break it. And so, Naruto took Boruto and left directly. It was the middle of the day, and Naruto and Boruto were walking along the small path back to the village. The August heat was intense, but walking under the shade of the trees, the two didn't feel very hot. The sunlight filtered through the leaves overhead, scattering spots of light on the ground. It had a distinct summer feel. Why didn't Grandpa Jiraiya teach me Sage Mode? Boruto hung his head, clearly still confused about what had just happened. Naruto glanced at him in surprise. This kid, he didn't actually take it seriously, did he? Seeing how easily he himself learned it, did Boruto genuinely think he could learn it instantly too? What's the reality, though? Eyes, I've learned it. Brain plus hands, no you haven't. Naruto pondered. Boruto could learn the Rasengan at his age, and his performance in the training session yesterday afternoon was indeed quite good. It showed he had some talent. But Boruto didn't understand that the gap between people could be wider than the gap between a person and a dog. And he didn't understand the true value of SSS tier talent. Naruto couldn't be bothered to explain, so he just casually said, maybe he's just lazy. Is that so? Boruto sighed in agreement. Let's go. First, we grab a bite to eat, then we keep our appointment. Okay. The two ate a quick meal, and then headed to the training grounds. Due to Boruto's unexpected arrival and the matter of Otsutsuki Urashiki, Naruto couldn't leave Konoha. Therefore, Naruto planned to fulfill his earlier promise. On the way, Naruto and Boruto encountered Sasuke and Sakura. Where are you two going? Naruto was a little curious. Were they heading out on a mission too? To the training grounds, of course, Sasuke replied coolly, wearing a look that clearly said, I will absolutely not be left behind by you. If you, Uzumaki Naruto, are going to the training grounds, then I, Uchiha Sasuke, must naturally go train. In terms of diligence, I, Uchiha Sasuke, yield to no man in my life. This was a novel sight for Boruto. He had never seen Mr. Sasuke display such expressive emotions. Are you recovered? Naruto hadn't forgotten that this guy had been hit by 2 consecutive Tsukiyomi from his older brother. Hearing this, Sasuke turned his head, stubbornly replying, I'm fine. He was clearly just being tough. However, Naruto figured he was close to fully healed. When he went to see Kakashi-sensei this morning, Kakashi was already fine. Although Sasuke was hit by 2, he was younger. Naruto. Sakura remembered something and asked with concern, is everything really okay with the newspaper incident? It's fine, Naruto said carelessly. He knew what Sakura was referring to, the Ninja World Daily article. That news story had been published under his personal guidance. Why dismantle my invincible reputation? Naruto wished he could. After all, he was a traditional Chinese person with a basic moral burden. Even if he were to overthrow the daimyo in the future, he would still manufacture crimes. He would find a good reason. So, the purpose of this operation was to give ambitious individuals in other villages room for imagination. Konoha is nothing special. Uzumaki Naruto is nothing special. What if no one attacks him in the end? That's fine too. The missing Konoha ninja would naturally appear as needed. My moral bottom line, Uzumaki Naruto, is quite flexible. Don't ask about morality. Ask and the answer is, yes, I have some, but not a lot. The four arrived at the agreed-upon corner of the training ground and found 4 people already there. Rock Lee, Tenten, Hyuga Neji, and Hinata. Naruto's eyes swept to Hinata, who immediately dropped her gaze in shyness. Naruto observed closely for a moment and saw that she was actually smiling behind her lowered face. How odd, Naruto mused. This girl had been daring enough to look him in the eye before, so why was she regressing today? And what was she smiling about? Still, that wasn't the point. Lee, don't you have a mission today? Naruto had agreed with Neji yesterday to meet here today to help him with his gentle fist training. Hinata's presence wasn't surprising, but why were there suddenly so many others? Lee stepped forward and tightly clenched his fist, his eyes burning with the fire of youth. The hot-blooded fire of youth never stops. Neji is one of my strongest rivals, and if he trains extra, I must train extra with him. He then struck a pose for Naruto. The flashing white teeth reminded Naruto of Gai-sensei and a certain yet-to-be-created brand of toothpaste. Yep, confirmed, this one is a spokesperson too. As for the third person, Naruto glanced at Tenten, who, like Sakura, was enthusiastic about team activities. All right then, Neji, let's begin. Naruto allowed Boruto to wander freely, then stepped forward to begin guiding Neji's training. This was a promise he had made during the Chunin exams, and he was now fulfilling it. I see you already have a bit of a foundation, but the execution of your punches is still lacking just a tiny bit. Neji nodded softly. Hinata stood nearby, also listening intently, occasionally looking up at Naruto, her eyes bright and shimmering. Then I ask you, Naruto continued, what do you think is the most important element of the art of the fist? Technique, Neji offered his understanding. And Hinata, Naruto looked at Hinata. Perhaps strength. No. Naruto shook his head, looking at the two with a full smile, his large eyes curved. Remember this, under heaven, all skills, nothing is unbreakable, only speed is supreme. As long as you're fast enough, you are invincible. Watch closely. Whoosh, whoosh. Before the two could react, Naruto suddenly moved, striking Neji's body twice in rapid succession. Did you feel that? He. After Naruto withdrew, Neji finally reacted, clutching his stomach in pain and squatting down unceremoniously. Brother Neji, Hinata asked worriedly. I'm fine, it just hurt for a second. As he spoke, Neji stood up. He touched his stomach in amazement. The spot that had been agonizingly painful now felt completely normal. How amazing. The surprise in Neji's eyes deepened. Sure enough, his intuition was right, Naruto was far, far ahead of him. If speed is the primary factor, then strength and chakra are the secondary factors. Naruto then began to impart the martial arts knowledge he had comprehended to his future brother-in-law. First, speed. Second, strength. And chakra must permeate throughout. With these 3 elements, one would naturally be invincible. Of course, Naruto concluded by teaching a wealth of techniques. With his SSS tier talent, he was already stronger in the art of the gentle fist than anyone in the Hyuga clan. Not just the Hyuga clan, even the ancestor, the sage of 6 paths, would have to bow down and ask Naruto to be his teacher. If the sage of 6 paths knew the gentle fist, that is. Finally, to give everyone a glorious vision of the future results, Naruto prepared to demonstrate a revolving heaven for Neji and the others. Neji's eyes lit up. Is it coming? He stared intently at Naruto, who looked back at him with a calm gaze. As you know, the revolving heaven is a technique that expels chakra to create an omnidirectional defense around the body. But actually, this technique can also be used for offense. Everyone stand back further, Naruto waved, signaling them to retreat. Even further? Neji asked. Knowing Naruto's strength, he had already instructed everyone to move back over 10 meters. Another 100 meters should do. 100 meters. Those who didn't understand the difficulty were confused, but Neji's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. Even Hinata, who had a slight grasp of the technique's difficulty, opened her adorable mouth wide. After everyone had moved to a safe distance, Naruto began. Watch closely. As chakra was expelled from all of his tenketsu, chakra points, a spherical blue chakra shield enveloped Naruto. This was one of the Hyuga clan's secret techniques, revolving heaven. Under Naruto's precise control, this revolving heaven was as solid as bedrock. Swoosh, 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 tilde, tilde, tilde. When the revolving heaven dissipated, the entire ground within a 100-meter radius had uniformly sunk 1.5 meters. Naruto, your revolving heaven is too strong. It completely exceeds my imagination. The future brother-in-law was the first to rush forward and praise him upon seeing such a massive display. But Naruto didn't answer. He simply made a gesture for silence. SHH, listen. What? Neji and everyone else held their breath, concentrating. After more than 10 seconds, a thud was heard, and something actually fell from the sky. The group immediately surrounded it. They saw that what had fallen was a large goose that had been flying high in the air. How did this come down? Did it starve to death? Rock Lee's thought process was slightly eccentric, but Neji looked at Naruto. Seeing Naruto's mysterious smile, Neji instantly understood. This was the effect of the revolving heaven just now. He looked up in astonishment. It was so high in the sky, could it really be knocked down by chakra? This was the second time Neji had doubted his life, since being openly defeated by Naruto. That had to be at least 1,000 meters high. High. Truly high. Boruto, for a moment, was completely confused. Did he answer the question, or did he not? However, upon seeing his young dad actually perform his grandpa and aunt's revolving heaven, Boruto suddenly realized something shocking. Dad can do this too. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. Chapter 1373. What are you all huddled up doing? Shikamaru and Choji walked over from a distance, curious about the crowd. Nothing much. Everyone turned to them. Naruto, standing in the center, smiled slightly upon seeing the two. Naruto was not surprised by the arrival of Shikamaru and Choji. These two had already been factored into his plans. After all, one was his chief strategist, and the other his logistics officer. Since they were working for him, their strength naturally needed to be enhanced. Choji was easy, dangle some good food in front of him, and he'd jump off a cliff. But Shikamaru was difficult. This guy would sit rather than stand, and lie down rather than sit. He was incredibly lazy. How to make Shikamaru actively train? A thought flashed through his mind, and Naruto instantly had a plan. He turned and instructed Neji and Hinata, "You two keep practicing the techniques I just taught you." Then he walked toward Shikamaru. His gaze swept over the two. He was a little surprised that the third person hadn't shown up. Ino actually missed something like this. Did something delay her? However, that wasn't the main point. As he approached, Naruto hid his thoughts, wearing an expression of calm, innocence, and composure. As usual, he asked with concern, "Shikamaru Tilda, how is your shadow imitation technique coming along?" "It's all right," Shikamaru replied. He noticed the expression on Naruto's face, especially the gaze he couldn't quite conceal. The sense of incongruity gave him a bad feeling. Naruto raised an eyebrow and beckoned. "Well then, how about we spar?" "Fight you?" Shikamaru was completely against it. Him fighting Naruto? Wouldn't that be serving himself up on a platter? His intelligence would never allow him to do something so stupid. "How about this? I promise to stay in place, use no genjutsu, and no elemental ninjutsu whatsoever. Hearing this, Shikamaru was suspicious. He carefully scrutinized Naruto's expression. Really? He asked. Of course. Seeing that Shikamaru still hesitated, Naruto used provocation. You didn't come all this way just to watch and do nothing, did you? Come on, a practice match. Saying this, he decisively stretched out his hand, giving Shikamaru no chance to refuse. Looking at Naruto's outstretched hand, Shikamaru wanted to complain. I was actually dragged here by Choji. If Mom hadn't forced me out, I'd just be lying in the yard watching the clouds. However, since his good friend had invited him like this, he had no reason to refuse. Besides, Naruto had always been reliable in his memory. All right then. He took Naruto's hand. The two stood 10 meters apart. Begin. Choji shouted from the side. The match had started, but the two stood motionless, as if time had frozen. They quietly stared at each other. Uncle Choji, what are they doing? Boruto didn't understand the situation. Crunch, crunch tilde. Choji swallowed a chip, then said loudly, I don't know. Boruto turned to him, looking surprised. He doesn't know, but he can say it so confidently. Shikamaru cautiously observed his opponent, his mind rapidly analyzing the situation. Naruto wasn't using elemental or illusionary jutsu, so what was his motive? Thinking about how Naruto had used Neji's gentle fist before, he had a bad feeling. Could it be? No, Shikamaru quickly refuted his own thought. He had never seen Naruto practice his clan's techniques. Furthermore, such secret techniques were passed down within the family. How could an outsider get access to them? I'll just have to try it out. Staring at the motionless Naruto, Shikamaru activated his shadow imitation technique. To his confusion, as he made his move, Naruto across from him also moved in sync. Like a mirror image. That hand sign. Noticing Naruto's hand sign, Shikamaru's eyes twitched. Could his premonition actually be coming true? His own shadow had been activated, but what about Naruto's? He quickly looked down at the shadow beneath Naruto. There were many trees around, but the two were standing in a clearing, where there were no shadows from trees, not even from a blade of grass. Therefore, Naruto's shadow was perfectly clear to see. Under Naruto, his shadow was moving under his own control. Moving. Shikamaru was struck with terror. It's actually true. I'm finished. Before the shock in his heart could subside, Naruto's shadow quickly elongated, stretching into an impossibly thick black line that rushed straight toward him. A cold sweat broke out on Shikamaru's forehead, and he decisively started to run. Good thing I had a premonition. Even as absurd as the situation was, Shikamaru had mentally prepared himself. Naruto had stipulated that he couldn't move, but Shikamaru was free to move as he pleased. The length of everyone's shadow was limited. Even if Naruto had mastered this jutsu, his proficiency couldn't possibly be enough. As long as. Shikamaru wanted to keep moving, but he found his entire body stiffening. It was difficult to even move a finger. He then realized that he was frozen mid-run, unable to move. He was captured by Naruto's shadow. That fast. Unable to move his body or even move his eyes too much, his horrified gaze could only strain toward the ground. In his field of vision, the enormous, pitch-black shadow of Naruto filled him with dread. Dad actually knows that move. Boruto stared in astonishment at the incredibly agile shadow, effortlessly controlled by Naruto. Boruto knew about shadow manipulation. He knew it was a secret technique exclusive to the Nara clan. How did his dad know it too? Haha, you've been caught. Naruto laughed happily, like a 100-pound fool who had opened a loot box to find 3 gold items. Well then. Naruto's tone suddenly became sinister, his expression turning equally dark. Now, please enjoy the Shikamaru-chan dance medley. XN. Neji, Hinata, Lee, Tenten, and the others, who had gathered out of curiosity, all looked bewildered and confused. A dance medley, what's that? Start. Naruto shouted, and began to skillfully control his enormous, mountain-like black shadow to abuse Shikamaru's body. How did he abuse him? By making him dance, of course. His chakra was as deep as the ocean, enough to make Shikamaru dance until the end of the world. And so, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Shikamaru gloriously began to dance the Gokuraku Jodo, pure land of bliss. The enchanting posture, the seductive footwork, and even the breathtaking little expressions on his face were brought vividly to life under Naruto's absolute control. It was a spectacle of a different kind. Ha. Boruto, who was not involved, laughed the loudest, and soon everyone else began to laugh without restraint. As for Hinata, after a moment of stunned silence, her face flushed red. Shikamaru, the man of the hour, wore an expression of utterly wanting to die. But no matter how miserable his face looked, his body was forced into various difficult poses under Naruto's control. "I'm finished, I Shikamaru am finished." In that moment, no matter how much he usually slacked off, his face was beet red, for he was still young. "I, Nara Shikamaru, truly want to die right now." Yet, under Naruto's control, let alone dying, it was difficult to even move a finger. After experiencing endless humiliation, Shikamaru made a grand vow he would absolutely make everyone here dance this dance. No sooner had the fierce words left his mind than Naruto's control forced Shikamaru into a provocative pose, making everyone laugh even louder. In that moment, Shikamaru truly wanted to die. Shikamaru danced for the entire afternoon. Night fell. The village of Konoha welcomed its magnificent evening. All right. Naruto chose to turn off his brilliant light, letting the world rest for one night. Because he was kind-hearted, you see. After personally seeing the near-exhausted, paralyzed, and unconscious Shikamaru home, and sincerely apologizing to Shikamaru's parents, Naruto and Boruto walked the path back home. Is Uncle Shikamaru going to be okay? He's fine. Everyone else might not know, but how could Naruto not? Shikamaru was one of his best friends. How could he possibly let Shikamaru be in danger? He had continuously fed him several Zio pills, Friandizi pills, throughout the performance. Shikamaru was completely faking unconsciousness just now. After all, he couldn't possibly face anyone while conscious. Naruto hoped that Shikamaru would learn his lesson from this and stop being lazy with his training. Otherwise he truly wouldn't have any other option. After all, they were good friends. He couldn't just keep tormenting only him, essentially turning his life into hell. However, after this personal, master-level instruction from him, and especially after Shikamaru experienced it firsthand, he only needed a little insight to achieve a massive leap in strength. He looked forward to Shikamaru's improvement. "Dad, you even know the Nara family's shadow secret jutsu." Boruto looked excited, even forgetting to stick to his respectful title. Before today, he had never imagined that the shadow secret jutsu of Shikadai's family could be used in such a way. It was truly too cool. Naruto looked humble. Just a little, I only know a little bit." "Haha, Dad, you're way too humble." Boruto was now absolutely certain that his dad was just being too modest, so much so that he was hiding so many great things and not passing them on to him. He had decided, once he returned, he would formally apprentice under his own father and learn all these various ninjutsu. With so many cool jutsu available, that somewhat uncool Mr. Sasuke could just step aside. Sasuke? Never heard of him. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. Chapter 1374. It was late at night. The thick darkness enveloped Konoha. Apart from a few lights in the commercial district and the streetlights attracting insects on the roads, the entire village had fallen asleep. In the large villa, bright moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating Naruto lying on the bed. He lay flat, his breathing even, clearly asleep. Suddenly, Naruto's eyes snapped open. "He's here," Naruto whispered. These last few days, to prevent the alien named Otsutsuki Urashiki from ambushing his home, he had been sleeping with both eyes open. One eye was responsible for standing guard, and the other was responsible for the lookout. He didn't dare sleep for a moment. He had even dragged Kurama out of the training grounds within his own body. He usually had a sealing jutsu that restricted Kurama's external perception, but these days, he had removed all restrictions, constantly live-streaming his life to the Nine Tails. He did this so Kurama could act as his lookout. It was to prevent his home from being stolen by the alien if he genuinely fell asleep. With this double insurance, Naruto didn't believe the one called Otsutsuki Urashiki could sneak up on him at night. He was this cautious because he knew nothing about Otsutsuki Urashiki. That's why he was so vigilant. Who knew what methods this alien, who didn't exist in the system's database, possessed? If he really died, wouldn't all these years of leveling up his account be wasted? Though he appeared carefree during the day, his alert level had actually been maxed out the entire time. That's just how naturally cautious he was. But well, he hadn't waited for the Otsutsuki yet, but Sasuke had come first. Naruto lay back down, listening carefully to the conversation between the two. Meanwhile, a few rooms down. Knock knock, Boruto Boruto. Sasuke gently knocked on the window, waking the sleeping Boruto. Boruto awoke reluctantly, rubbing his sleepy eyes as he recognized the figure outside the window. Huh, Sasuke-sensei. Seeing that it was Sasuke, he got out of bed and opened the window from the inside. Where have you been these past few days? Boruto asked, slightly confused. Sasuke had no time for pleasantries. A question had been lingering in his mind for 2 days, and he couldn't rest until he got an answer. Is that turtle still with you? Of course. Boruto was still slightly confused, his brain not fully awake yet. Get it out quickly. Though Sasuke's face was as expressionless as ever, even Boruto could sense the urgency in his voice. Oh, okay. Boruto hurriedly fetched the turtle, Tara's. Looking at the turtle, which was shrunken listlessly inside its shell, Sasuke called its name a couple of times. When the turtle didn't react, he looked up at Boruto. Has it been like this the whole time? Boruto scratched his head, looking helpless. Since it retreated into its shell that day, it hasn't come out again. Sasuke frowned deeply. It seemed that confirming things with Tara's would be difficult. It would be hard to verify his suspicions. Sasuke remained silent, his eyes flickering with thought. After days of investigation, he had discovered that this world was drastically and irreconcilably different from the shinobi world in his memory. But all these changes had occurred before they arrived. Sasuke wanted to ask Tara's if this was still their fault. If they returned to their original world, would the future world change as well? Beyond that, Sasuke had many other doubts. These past few days, since he couldn't go too far from Konoha, he could only investigate within the village. Precisely because of this, he found too many differences in this familiar place. Tracing the source, Sasuke realized that all the changes had begun a few years ago. Around the time, the old Godfather hamburger shop opened. He had investigated the hamburger shop thoroughly and found nothing suspicious other than the fact that the food tasted very good. There was only one other possibility, that the gray-haired old Godfather, the one who kept running people over, had managed to evade his eye. But that was completely impossible. Could it be? Sasuke was lost in thought for a moment. Sasuke-sensei, what exactly is wrong? Boruto was now fully awake. Sasuke dismissed his scattered thoughts, glancing at Boruto. The golden blonde hair and the strangely beautiful, reflecting blue pupils under the moonlight reminded him of Naruto. If it were Naruto, they could definitely have a conversation. Nothing. Finally, he avoided Boruto's gaze and looked out the window. Sasuke decided not to explain everything to Boruto. After all, these matters were too far removed from Boruto. He wasn't even born yet and wasn't familiar with this place. By the way, Sasuke turned back, you've been spending so much time with Naruto these past few days. Have you learned anything about him? He had been busy investigating and hadn't paid much attention to Naruto. Hearing this, Boruto was no longer sleepy. Sasuke-sensei, father never told me he was so cool when he was young. Not only that, I had no idea he was so amazing and knew so many ninjutsu. Boruto excitedly described his observations of Naruto over the past 2 days. Sasuke listened silently. The more he listened, the more shocked he became. After reading that newspaper article, he had an expectation of Naruto's strength, but he hadn't realized that was merely the tip of Naruto's iceberg. After Boruto finished, Sasuke looked intently at his expression and asked, "It seems you've revealed pretty much everything about our origins, haven't you?"
Well,
Boruto awkwardly scratched his head, looking down guiltily, afraid to meet Sasuke's eyes. After a moment, seeing Sasuke still staring at him, Boruto could only cheekily stick out his tongue and explain, "I couldn't help it. My dad is too amazing. He just looked at me and saw right through me."
Is that so?
Sasuke saw no sign of regret on Boruto's grinning face, but compared to what he had investigated, this no longer mattered. Having asked what he needed to know, Sasuke turned to leave. "Sasuke-sensei, where are you going?" Boruto asked, leaning out the window. Sasuke stopped and looked back at him, the moon illuminating him with an air of mystery. "Don't worry, I will observe and protect you in secret." With that, he turned and left, as if having made a certain resolution. After watching Sasuke's retreating figure, the easygoing Boruto shook his head and lay back down to sleep. However, the moment Sasuke left, he was stopped by a figure he knew all too well.
Sasuke.
Naruto smiled broadly, examining the older Sasuke before him. He was actually quite familiar with this Sasuke, having already battered him many times in the duel arena. Seeing the real person was only the first or second time.
Naruto.
Sasuke also stared at the figure before him, a figure so familiar from his memories. Golden blonde hair, blue eyes. Similar, very similar. But when their eyes met, Sasuke immediately discerned that the Naruto before him was not the Naruto he knew. As a close friend, Sasuke was extremely familiar with Naruto. The Naruto in his memory was the hardworking Naruto, the persistent Naruto, and the struggling Naruto. He always saw the flame of never giving up in those eyes. "I never go back on my word" was Naruto's nindo, his unwavering commitment. But in these eyes, Sasuke saw only confidence. A restrained confidence radiating from within. No, Sasuke felt something was still missing. Right, the loudness. The young Naruto would shout about everything he did to attract attention. It was his unique way of externalizing his loneliness, letting everyone know what he was doing. This Naruto didn't have that. All Sasuke saw was a sense of calm detachment. He didn't seem to be desperately seeking recognition, like the Naruto he knew. Seeing the familiar figure of Naruto, Sasuke had a multitude of things he wanted to say, but his inner voice cautioned him. "This is not the Naruto you know, this is a stranger." In the end, he remained silent, not saying a word. Naruto chuckled softly. "Are you just going to leave without even saying hello?" Sasuke remained silent. "I can tell you don't really want to communicate with your old friend here," Naruto said again. That brat Boruto only had snippets of information, but this older Sasuke knew much more. Naruto was eager to extract some intelligence from him. However, seeing Sasuke's demeanor, he knew his plan was likely to fail. He considered using a genjutsu, but the opponent was Sasuke, who possessed the Rinnegan and the Mangekyou Sharingan. It would be difficult to output enough visual prowess in his base form. He'd probably have to switch to the Sharingan to achieve his goal. In that case, forget it, Naruto sighed internally. His mind quickly changed course, and Naruto gave him an amused look, teasing, "What's wrong? Did you suddenly go mute when you saw me? With an enemy ahead, you should at least give me some information on Otsutsuki Urashiki, right?" Sasuke pondered for a moment. He felt Naruto had decent strength. While he might not be as strong as himself, he was definitely an asset. So he spoke in a measured tone. "Urashiki is an existence from outside the shinobi world. His eyes are very special. They start as a Byakugan, but he can transform them into a Rinnegan." After Sasuke's explanation, Naruto finally gained some understanding of Otsutsuki Urashiki. Urashiki possessed Byakugan, Rinnegan, and other eye techniques. He also had unique abilities like spatial movement and strange tools like a fishing hook and a fishing basket. Furthermore, there were potentially unknown abilities and an unknown special state. After listening, Naruto had only one feeling: this Otsutsuki Urashiki doesn't seem simple. Based on Sasuke's description, he actually felt that the opponent would be quite difficult to deal with. He might even be killed if he wasn't careful. After all, this was an existence that transcended the system version. Who knew if the opponent had overpowered attributes, or some ultimate trump card, or a unique mechanism? Like killing him just by staring at him. The unknown is the greatest enemy. As expected of an alien. As expected of an alien race that has begun interstellar migration. Fortunately, the opponent's strength was still within the known power system. If all aliens were like the singer in the three-body problem, launching a dimensional strike, who could survive that? Naruto decided, stay steady first. After the exchange, Sasuke left. He didn't look back. Naruto felt that perhaps Sasuke had spent too much time with the Naruto from the other world, and his feelings for Naruto had faded. Why else would he be so heartless? Whatever, time to go back to sleep. The night passed without incident. The next day, as the sky was barely starting to lighten, Naruto did not get up. He waited until the sun was high, and the sky was completely bright before dragging Boruto out to a spot outside the village. Since trouble was brewing, Naruto didn't dare stay with his friends. If any of them were to accidentally die, even having all the Otsutsuki pay for it wouldn't be enough. On a patch of green land outside the village, Naruto and Boruto began their training for the day. Come on, today we'll continue with your Rasengan training. Right. Boruto was full of fighting spirit, being instructed by such an amazing father. Huh? Naruto suddenly looked up at a spot in the sky. Sensing the anomaly, Boruto also looked in the direction of Naruto's gaze. I finally found you, Ninetales Jinchuriki, a mocking voice echoed. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. Chapter 1375. In midair, Urashiki Otsutsuki held a red fishing rod, his face filled with a look of derisive amusement. His Byakugan eyes coldly watched the two figures below. In his line of sight, both figures had golden yellow hair and clear blue eyes, but Urashiki already recognized one of them, the persistent nuisance who had repeatedly obstructed his attempts to reclaim the tailed beasts. Annoying nuisances, I'll just harvest you both at once. Urashiki scanned the two figures with a look of unrestrained arrogance. He was utterly confident. Humans were merely a low-grade species. How could they compare to the Otsutsuki clan? Even the very chakra of this world was a gift from the Otsutsuki clan, and now, he, Urashiki Otsutsuki, was simply retrieving what was theirs. Since Momoshiki and Kinshiki had failed due to unforeseen circumstances, the task of planting the divine tree would have to fall to him. Urashiki knew well. His purpose in traversing the timeline to this world was to retrieve the Ninetales chakra. He had heard about the battle between Momoshiki and Naruto in Konoha. The adult Ninetales Jinchuriki had managed to defeat Momoshiki, albeit barely, by obtaining some of the divine tree's chakra. He was truly difficult to deal with. Thinking of this, his gaze swept over the handsome-faced boy below. Upon seeing this brat, a faint smile reappeared on Urashiki's face. If the adult Ninetales Jinchuriki was hard to handle, surely he could defeat the current, underage Naruto. Though the plan had changed, prevented by that outsider from reaching the Jinchuriki at an even younger age, it was enough. He looked to be only 11 or 12. How strong could he possibly be? This would be as easy as snatching a baby's candy. Urashiki looked left and right, not seeing that bothersome figure who had constantly blocked him. Excellent. With that hindrance absent, no one could stop him this time. Dad, that's him. That's the guy who wants to capture you. Boruto pointed a finger at Urashiki in the air. Naruto nodded gently, scrutinizing the man above him. So this is Urashiki Otsutsuki. Dressed in white robes and holding a red fishing rod, he floated unsupported in the air. His effortless suspension made him seem like the master of this land and space. The ability to fly, in any world, was a testament to power. This person certainly had full B-grade, high-class swagger. However, as his eyes swept over the fishing rod in Urashiki's hand, Naruto's inner, fishing man DNA was deeply stirred. What a good piece of gear. It's mine. With that thing, wouldn't he be able to reel in anything? I've finally met you, Mr. Naruto Uzumaki. To Urashiki, the situation seemed foolproof. He even had the leisure to chat. Listening closely, Naruto felt the voice sound somewhat familiar. Who is it? Though thinking this, he asked with feigned curiosity, You know me? Naruto felt relaxed, ready to proceed with the planned course of action. A gradual probe to understand all of his opponent's abilities. Of course, you are very famous. Urashiki's patience existed, but was limited. As he said famous, he swung the fishing rod in his hand, the line shooting out with the hook straight towards them. The situation was, the enemy is exposed and I am concealed. Naruto intended to hold back his true power, narrowly dragging Boruto out of the way of the attack. Bang! The fishing hook slammed into the ground, kicking up some dirt. The power and speed of that attack feel quite ordinary, don't they? As he dodged, Naruto still had the presence of mind to assess Urashiki's strength. At the same time, he glanced at the hook at the end of the line. Is this the hook that Sasuke mentioned, the one that can snatch away a person's chakra if it hits? Naruto was tempted to test it out, wondering how quickly he could recover if his chakra was drained. But it was only a fleeting thought. With a major enemy before him, he wouldn't be so foolish. He dodged, did he? Urashiki's smile remained, his expression utterly relaxed and casual. To him, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was already a monkey in his palm, unable to escape his grasp. Suddenly, a cold ferocity flashed across his face. Again. Swoosh tilde tilde tilde. The controlled fishing rod was fiercely whipped out once more. Quick dodge. Naruto again dragged Boruto, narrowly avoiding the attack. Clang, a sound like a breaking rock. A massive boulder near where Naruto had just been was easily smashed to pieces by the fishing line. Naruto's eyes lit up. This fishing rod is definitely top quality. No one is going to take it from me. However, he shouldn't let the enemy attack freely. It was time to counter. Boruto, watch closely. Yeah, Boruto's eyes brightened. Is Dad going to make his move? Boruto was full of anticipation, wondering how his powerful father would defeat this Urashiki. However, Boruto saw Naruto rub the sealing mark on the back of his hand, and a shuriken appeared in his grasp. Naruto rubbed it, and one shuriken became 4. Just shuriken. Watch closely, Naruto shouted again, throwing them hard. TCH tilde shuriken? Urashiki's eyes were disdainful. What could such trivial things accomplish? Could they even kill someone? Urashiki paid no attention to the shuriken. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh tilde tilde tilde. To his surprise, as the shuriken flew out, the blades, thrown together, began to trace 4 different, graceful curves, heading straight for him. He casually swung his fishing rod to intercept them. But Urashiki clearly saw that the shuriken, after being thrown, moved faster and faster. By the time they reached him, they were 3 points faster than lightning. His attempted interception, with the fishing rod, completely missed. All 4 shuriken broke through his defense and flew directly toward Urashiki. Too late. Huh. Just as Naruto thought the shuriken were about to hit Urashiki, he saw Urashiki's body twitch, starting to dissolve into an afterimage. The 4 carefully aimed shuriken passed right through him without making contact. So the shuriken only hit an afterimage. Looking at Urashiki himself, his eyes had already changed from the Byakugan to a pair of blue Rinnegan. Is that it? Naruto mumbled to himself. This was the blue Rinnegan that Sasuke had mentioned. The blue Rinnegan wasn't available in the system store. Was it some kind of limited Dijutsu, technique? And what was its ability? Bullet time. TCH tilde just tiny shuriken, they can't hit me. Urashiki deliberately spoke loudly, as if to prove that he was right. Dad. Don't worry, it's not over yet. Naruto waved his hand again. The shuriken that had passed through Urashiki's afterimage suddenly all turned around, heading straight back towards Urashiki from behind. This time, they were even faster. But, just as the shuriken appeared behind Urashiki and were about to hit him, Shan tilde tilde. Urashiki transformed into a dozen red paper cranes and vanished. This is. Naruto frowned. He dodged that too. Is the ability of those eyes something like observation haki, kenbenshoku haki? He looked up, seeing Urashiki reappear in another spot in the air. I told you already, your shuriken can't hit me. Urashiki's tone was incredibly mocking, as if he were toying with Naruto. Then I have no choice. Naruto called out, shrugging, as if that was the only powerful move he had to attack Urashiki. Hearing this, Urashiki felt immensely relieved. He knew it, that shuriken was just a fluke. How could this young Naruto Uzumaki be so strong? Could he possibly be like his fully matured self from a decade later? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In that case, prepare to die. Saying this, his fishing hook came for them again. Swoosh tilde tilde tilde. From the distance, a figure suddenly rushed toward them. As he got closer, swoosh, Sasuke suddenly appeared behind Urashiki, swinging his sword hard. Unfortunately, Urashiki again dodged with his paper crane substitution jutsu. Your movements are sluggish. It seems your chakra hasn't fully recovered yet. Urashiki reappeared in the distance, mocking Sasuke's battered appearance. Sasuke ignored him, looking instead at Naruto and Boruto. Naruto, Boruto, go now. Leave this Urashiki to me. With those words, he stood his ground, facing Urashiki alone with his sword drawn. His back was like a mountain. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels.